Shockingly, Li Kai showed no resistance either, instead jokingly saying, "Hey, Yifeng, you don't know. I also have a daughter who is in her 20s. Although she's older than you, getting to know her wouldn't be a bad idea. I believe you two will get along well." Li Kai's actions made Yifeng feel quite comfortable. However, since Li Zhaojiao wasn't on Yifeng's list of conquests, he wasn't particularly interested. In the end, he only gritted his teeth and said, "Uncle Changchu, rest assured, I will treat Hongxia well. Besides, shouldn't we listen to Hongxia's own thoughts before making a decision?" Yifeng's statement was actually quite disrespectful. As Li Changchu, the father of Li Hongxia, such matters required his input, especially considering their decent father-daughter relationship. Even though Li Hongxia had blocked Yifeng, his current proposal finding Li Hongxia and talking to her would most likely lead to embarrassment for Yifeng. However, Yifeng never expected that as soon as he finished speaking, Li Changchu made a phone call to Li Hongxia. Yifeng was dumbfounded. After Li Changchu conveyed Yifeng's message to Li Hongxia, she immediately scolded him, "Who wants to have more contact with that idiot Yifeng? Dad, get rid of him quickly. He's a jinx. Anyone associating with him will have bad luck. Drive him away." Li Hongxia was very clear-eyed. While Li Changchu was on speakerphone, Li Hongxia's words left Yifeng awkward and unsure of how to react. At this point, Li Changchu calmly said, "What do you think now, Yifeng? Do you still want to interact with Hongxia? I already said, the Li family doesn't need your help. If the Sun and Zhang families are willing to assist us, Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu can handle it directly." Li Changchu's words were quite straightforward. They were clearly directed at Yifeng. "We, the Li family, do not object to the help of the Zhang and Sun families, but if you want Yifeng, it's a no-go." Yifeng was taken aback by the lack of hospitality. Yifeng's expression became somewhat ugly, and Li Kai, Li Yu, and the others also hesitated, unable to make a decision on behalf of Li Hongxia. In the end, Yifeng left in disappointment. Li Changchu's gaze was profound, thinking that perhaps the issue lay with Li Mingsh. "Maybe I should investigate Mingsh." This was Li Changchu's intuition, and also what Li Hongxia had informed him of. During this period, Li Changchu had been in contact with Li Hongxia. Previously, when the Li family planned to retaliate against Chen Luo, Li Hongxia had disagreed. Nevertheless, Li Feng, Li Kai, and the others were furious and resolute. They even distanced themselves from her. However, afterwards, Li Hongxia continued to provide Li Changchu with updates. Initially, Li Changchu was very angry. But after these events, Li Changchu slowly began to wake up to certain realizations. As for Yifeng, he turned around, his expression particularly sinister. "Damn it, Li Changchu, you just wait and see." Yifeng never expected such treatment from Li Changchu. "I was just trying to help you out of good intentions. Since you're so ungrateful, your Li family getting ruined by Chen Luo is nothing but karma." Yifeng's villainous side was becoming more pronounced. However, later on, Li Kai, Li Feng, Li Yu, and the rest privately sought out Yifeng to discuss the matter further, specifically about the help from the Sun and Zhang families. Chapter 297, Chen Luo's Castle for Lin Yun. Yan Xiaxia's Confusion. Chapter 297, Chen Luo's Castle for Lin Yun. Yan Xiaxia's Confusion. For Li Kai, Li Yu, and others, of course, they were not willing to give up at all on this opportunity to strike back at the Chen family. Although the Li family had the Wei family as a bottom line, in reality, Li Kai and the others also knew. In this kind of situation, the Wei family in the upper city might not necessarily take action, unless the Li family was really in a crisis. Furthermore, if that were the case, the Li family would appear very inadequate in the eyes of the Wei family. The head of the Wei family already looked down on the Li family. He even disagreed with his precious daughter marrying Li Changchu. Therefore, Li Kai, Li Yu, and the others expressed that leveraging the power of the Zhang family and the Sun family would be the best outcome. Since the eldest brother disagreed, they would handle it themselves. After discussing among themselves, they found Yifeng. However, at this moment, Yifeng was still filled with anger. He couldn't understand. Is Li Changchu being foolish? Damn it, I'm so kind to help you, and you actually refuse. Yifeng cursed in his heart. However, upon seeing Li Kai and the others, Yifeng promptly controlled his anger. He still had an unpleasant expression on his face. But Li Kai, on the other hand, lowered his posture and said, "Junior Yifeng, what's wrong? Are you still mad at our eldest brother?" Yifeng coldly replied, "What do you want from me since your Li family already rejected me?" Yifeng rarely vented his anger in his heart. Li Feng hurriedly smiled and said, "Younger brother Yifeng, don't mind it. Our eldest brother sometimes makes some strange decisions. Rest assured, we all support you." Li Yu added, "Yes, brother Yifeng, we all support you. Could you do us a favor and inform the people from the Sun family and the Zhang family that our Li family needs their help?" These people had forgotten. They could directly go to Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu. It's not like they're not familiar with them. They were able to easily contact Chen Tian before. They were all in the same circle. However, after seeing Yifeng, they started to feel uneasy. Upon hearing this, Yifeng's inner anger still hadn't dissipated, but it had calmed a lot. He spoke, "Do you want me to step in and help you out by seeking help from the Sun family and the Zhang family?" Li Kai said, "Yes, please, Junior Yifeng, lend a hand. We are willing to pay any price." Li Kai said with a smile. They treated Yifeng as an honorable guest. Their attitude made Yifeng quite pleased. Yifeng said, "All right, I will go to the Zhang family and the Sun family to pass on your message. You can rest assured, as long as I, Yifeng, take action, I will ensure the mission is accomplished. After that, when it comes to dealing with the Chen family, you can count on us." Yifeng's words made Li Kai, Li Yu, and the others smile immediately. They felt that this time, Chen Luo was as good as dead. However, Li Chongchu was completely unaware of this. After Yifeng left, Li Chongchu continued chatting with Li Hongxia. Li Hongxia said, "Dad, please don't go against Chen Luo. Believe me, Chen Luo is not a bad person. He must have his reasons for doing that." Li Chongchu felt somewhat helpless. "What reasons? He hospitalized your brother. How can you still speak up for him?" Li Chongchu sighed. Frankly speaking, he couldn't understand why Chen Luo acted that way. He said if I knew about the things Li Mingsh did behind the scenes, I wouldn't blame him. He got Mingsh hospitalized. What does that mean? What has Mingsh done behind the scenes? Li Chongchu was very curious. However, Li Hongxia's words were resolute. "Dad, you must not be confused. What about the Fen family? Haven't they been wiped out by Chen Luo? Let me tell you, Dad, because the Fen family stood against Chen Luo, they ended up in such a miserable state overnight. Fen Muyao, Fen Muxuan, or rather, the Fen family's business, Li Hongxia had not been involved in it. She was working at the hot pot restaurant under Chen Luo's company. She didn't know many things, especially the fact that Chen Luo had noble support behind him. But Li Hongxia and Fen Muyao were good friends. Naturally, Fen Muyao would not reveal all of Chen Luo's affairs. However, Li Hongxia could analyze things on her own. Ultimately, she concluded that her boss, Chen Luo, was very capable. Li Hongxia had learned to be wise now. After her character's collapse, she would think for herself and have independent thoughts. Li Hongxia was convinced that Chen Luo was not the kind of person who would hit others without reason. This matter definitely had some mystery behind it. Li Hongxia said that her mind was very clear now. She didn't have any strange feelings inside. Li Hongxia's firmness even made Li Chongchu hesitate. Upon careful consideration, indeed, Chen Luo's behavior was completely unlike that of a playboy. It was even less likely that he randomly got into a fit of rage and hit Li Mingsh. He must have some reasons for acting so confident. Li Chongchu pondered in his heart. On the Li family's side, there was already quite a bit of turmoil. As for Chen Luo, after he received the evidence from Yi Qingku sent by Du Qingku, he became even more relaxed. With this evidence, Li Mingsh would definitely end up in jail. Li Feng from the Li family would also have to suffer. Sheltering a murderer was already a severe offense. In the original work, it also mentioned Li Feng's involvement. However, it seemed that the author wanted to highlight Mo Yu's cruelty and the fierceness of the Li family's thugs, so he only briefly mentioned it. But Li Feng didn't have a bad ending at all. Besides, she was just a supporting character. Readers didn't care much. But here, Chen Luo had to make sure that Li Feng paid for her actions. Chen Luo still continued to accompany Lin Yun before dealing with the Li family. The two of them held hands and went out shopping, visiting many places together, and taking many photos as souvenirs. During this period, it was still a very happy time for Lin Yun. The castle that Chen Luo was building for Lin Yun had already started construction. The investment in this castle amounted to tens of millions. Originally, a castle, although it looked impressive, didn't need to be so expensive. Like a house, the construction cost might be just a few $100,000. However, the land was expensive. The money spent to buy the land was substantial. The same applied to the castle Chen Luo was building for Lin Yun. The land that Chen Luo purchased was located in the upper city, and the land itself was worth tens of millions. The investment of over $100 million was just the beginning. As for why it wasn't built in the suburbs, in a quiet place, Chen Luo stated that it wasn't necessary. The house was high profile, and there wouldn't be anyone disturbing them while they lived inside. At that time, numerous young men and women would be amazed. Wow, a castle was built here. I wonder which rich family's daughter is lucky enough to live in there. It must be such a blissful experience. That was the feeling Chen Luo wanted to create. After all, he and Lin Yun wouldn't live there all the time. If Chen Luo were to become the world's richest person in the future, he could do whatever he wanted. Lin Yun was very happy when she learned of this. She held onto Chen Luo's arm, leaning against him with a face full of happiness. However, just as Chen Luo was accompanying Lin Yun, enjoying a sweet stroll together, suddenly, Chen Luo saw someone coming towards them. Surprisingly, it was the talented coding enthusiast Yan Xiaxia, who had come for an interview a while back in this novel's world. Yan Xiaxia immediately recognized Chen Luo at a glance. She was slightly startled and then noticed the red-haired girl hanging onto Chen Luo. A hint of disgust flashed in Yan Xiaxia's eyes. This guy really surrounded by beautiful women? Due to her stereotypical impression of the antagonist Chen Luo, Yan Xiaxia immediately furrowed her brows. She had rejected Chen Luo last time because she was worried about being bullied if she followed him. Now it seemed entirely possible. After thinking for a moment, Yan Xiaxia turned around and walked into a nearby shop. But just as Yan Xiaxia thought that Chen Luo would follow her, she suddenly noticed that Chen Luo didn't even look at her, walking straight ahead with the red-haired girl. This left Yan Xiaxia somewhat stunned, standing still in place. Did I misunderstood something? Chapter 298. Yan Zhao joins. Dong Yaxin's mind is about to collapse. Yan Zhao felt something strange in her heart. Actually, she felt it was a bit strange. Why do I harbor such great animosity towards this Chen Luo? Yan Zhao never understood. Is it because of those rumors and gossip? But Yan Zhao couldn't remember where she heard about the bad news regarding the young master of the Chen family. Upon careful thought, it seemed like she couldn't remember at all. It felt like these thoughts appeared out of thin air in her mind. Upon carefully considering, Yan Zhao inexplicably felt that this Chen Luo seemed quite outstanding. He developed games like Angry Birds and Fruit Ninja. Nevertheless, I should still be cautious. Yan Zhao ultimately shook her head, believing she needed to be more careful. However, later on, Yan Zhao unexpectedly encountered Chen Luo once again. It was in a cafe. Yan Zhao saw Chen Luo sitting with another woman. She immediately furrowed her brows. This Chen Luo turned out to be a scumbag. The thought immediately popped into Yan Zhaoxia's mind. But Chen Luo just glanced at her indifferently. Cold Xiaoyan turned her head and also saw Yan Zhao. She immediately said, "Boss, isn't this the girl who came for an interview the last time?" Chen Luo nodded. Cold Xiaoyan said, "Boss, is she really talented? I remember you didn't even assess her abilities the last time before agreeing to hire her." Cold Xiaoyan was always curious about this fact. Chen Luo directly said, "In the programmers forum, there are the titles of the top 10 hackers, and that girl is one of them." Cold Xiaoyan didn't understand code, but she knew what a hacker represented. To her, an outsider, just hearing that gave off the feeling of being a big shot. Cold Xiaoyan was somewhat surprised that the cute little girl turned out to be so talented. The title of the top 10 hackers was set by the original author. These top 10 hackers were quite powerful in the early stages. However, later on, the author designated programmers even stronger than the top 10 hackers. Each of them was a genius among geniuses that every major game company wanted to hire. Each of them could equate to 100 or even 1,000 programmers. They were the kind that could easily breach any software they wanted. And among them, there were naturally a few with the setup of a female lead. But that was much later. The later part of the novel Urban Evil Young Master belonged to the chaotic dance of various demons. Chen Luo didn't have much memory of them currently, but knew about them. Cold Xiaoyan said, "Boss, shouldn't we recruit this kind of talent?" Cold Xiaoyan suggested. Chen Luo nodded. "We should recruit." However, Chen Luo could clearly sense Yan Zhaoxia's animosity towards him. During their first meeting, Chen Luo didn't recruit Yan Zhao directly because she clearly showed resistance. The second time was the same, and Chen Luo was also with Lin Yun. He didn't want any unnecessary trouble. The third time, Chen Luo could feel that Yan Zhaoxia's hostility had decreased significantly. Otherwise, when she saw Chen Luo in the cafe, she should have turned and walked away immediately. But now, Yan Zhao ordered a coffee and sat down. It just so happened she sat beside Chen Luo. Even though several tables separated them, they could still glance at each other. Yan Zhao couldn't resist turning her head. Subsequently, she saw Chen Luo raise his coffee cup as a gesture towards her. Cold Xiaoyan also waved with a smile. Yan Zhao suddenly became alert. That silver-haired big sister seems to be from Chen Luo's company. So, isn't Chen Luo supposed to be on a date with her? No, they must be having a secret meeting. Does this sister not know that Chen Luo has other women? Yan Zhaoxia's mind started to fill in the blanks on its own. But the elegance of Chen Luo made her animosity towards him decrease a few more notches. Later on, during the fourth encounter. A few days later, Yan Zhao encountered Chen Luo once again. This was already the fourth time. However, this time, Yan Zhao encountered some trouble. Trouble was inevitable when one possessed the aura of a female lead. While ordering a milk tea, Yan Zhao encountered several hooligans. "Young lady, you stepped on me just now. Shouldn't you apologize?" Yan Zhao, "Huh, I didn't." "What do you mean you didn't? We all saw it. Young people these days lack manners. When you step on someone, shouldn't you apologize?" Yan Zhao, "Okay, I'm sorry." "Hey, just a sorry is enough. These shoes of mine cost thousands. Being stepped on by you devalues them by hundreds. Shouldn't you compensate me?" Yan Zhao wanted to leave, but the men blocked her. She felt somewhat helpless. "If you don't want to pay compensation, how about accompanying us for a drink instead? We'll waive the money. How about that?" The men had tattoos on them and dyed hair. They were smoking and had a nonchalant demeanor. However, Yan Zhao said, I'll compensate you." The men were visibly surprised. They didn't expect this seemingly young student girl to be so wealthy. While initially taken aback, greed soon appeared in their eyes. "Compensate? Sure, let's say 500 from you." They had set their sights on Yan Zhao and planned on extorting her further. At that moment, a loud thud was heard. The so-called leader was punched and sent flying. His lackeys turned and saw a burly man standing behind them. His imposing presence was extremely intimidating. "If you don't want to die, scram." Zhao Long spoke in a heavy voice. The thug's eyes were filled with fear. This guy looked like one who had killed before. They were immediately scared out of their wits. As Yan Zhao was momentarily confused, she suddenly saw Chen Luo stepping out behind the burly man. Yan Zhaoxia's expression of alertness immediately changed. Before she could react, she blurted out, "Chen Luo." Chen Luo turned around. Yan Zhao was dumbfounded. She never expected she would call out to Chen Luo. Nevertheless, she gritted her teeth. "I said I needed to consider it before. Now, I have made up my mind. I've decided to join your company. Welcome." Chen Luo extended his hand promptly. Yan Zhao was astounded. After shaking hands with Chen Luo, he just left without saying anything further. Yan Zhao, "Hey, don't you need to say anything else to me?" Chen Luo, "What else do you want me to say?" Yan Zhao, just normal chit-chat." Chen Luo's aloofness and calm demeanor made Yan Zhao somewhat unable to bear it. Her previous wariness and aversion completely disappeared at that moment. Yan Zhao felt that this guy seemed completely different from the rumors. "Chen Luo, there's nothing much to chat about, right?" "Oh, right, you can start working tomorrow morning." "Is that okay?" Yan Zhao, okay? Just like that. Yan Zhao was feeling overwhelmed. "Chen Luo, so, do you want to chat about something else?" Chen Luo smiled. "I." Yan Zhao was stunned. "How about, will you accompany me for a walk and talk about your games? How about that?" Yan Zhao suddenly made this proposal. "I'm not interested." Chen Luo waved his hand and then left straight away, leaving Yan Zhao alone in a state of disarray. At that moment, Yan Zhao suddenly felt that her previous thoughts from a few days ago were quite ridiculous. Does Chen Luo not have any thoughts about me at all? Yan Zhao was shocked. She felt that the possibility was highly unlikely. In her impression, Chen Luo was just a lecherous scumbag. But Chen Luo's comportment made Yan Zhao, whether she believed it or not believe. Yet, she quickly realized that wasn't what she wanted. This is pretty good. It saves me a lot of trouble. Yan Zhao regained her senses and secretly rejoiced. The next day, she reported to Chen Luo's company by herself. However, when Yan Zhao saw the games in Chen Luo's company, her eyes immediately lit up. Plants vs. Zombies, Minecraft, Genshin Impact, Dark Myth, Sun Wukong. Chen Luo actually hid so many games? Yan Zhaoxia's heart suddenly felt intensely excited. Her hands trembled, eager to start designing. What surprised Yan Zhao even more was Chen Wanting. Even though she didn't know Chen Wanting's identity, just by skimming through the code she wrote, she could tell she was very capable. As for Chen Ruoxu, she had heard of Yan Zhaoxia's reputation. In the coding circle, Chen Wanting went by the ID as if my body was hollow, and she was one of the top 10 hackers. Whereas, Yan Zhaoxia's ID was Xiaoyan Zia. Therefore, Yan Zhao was the easiest to recognize. Of course, in Chen Luo's game department, there were many other people who were fans of Yan Zhao. Moreover, Yan Zhao signed a contract with Chen Luo. With her wealth, Yan Zhao wasn't concerned about the salaries offered by Chen Luo. After recruiting Yan Zhao, Chen Luo's side had other matters to attend to. Their collaboration with the Satan Group in the upper city had already begun. Later, Cold Xiaoyan flew directly to the upper city to sign the contract with Jia. Jia didn't resist at all, and even said to Cold Xiaoyan, "That boss of yours, Chen, really did a number on Li Mingsh." It was so satisfying and relieving. Cold Xiaoyan was bewildered but smiled, saying, "I never quite understand the boss's behavior, but I'll support him." Jia didn't say much afterward. With the contract signed, the collaboration between the two companies had been achieved. If Jia wanted to terminate the contract now, she would have to pay a hefty price. On the other hand, Dongya was busy with her own matters. At the same time, she was paying attention to the developments in the southern city, listening to Yao Yue and Yi Feng talk about it. After Chen Luo beat up the top members of the Li family, Dongya's impression of Chen Luo was even lower. But she didn't know whether it was out of genuine curiosity or fear and unease in her heart. Dongya once again contacted Jia. She wanted to know if the head of the Satan Group, Jia, had listened to her and terminated the cooperation with Chen Luo. Yet, when Dongya received the answer, she was stunned. Jia said, "Terminate the cooperation with Chen Luo." "No, Dong Director. Why are you asking this? Isn't Chen's games really good? I think Dark Myth, Sun Wukong will be a huge hit." Dongya was taken aback, but, "Boss, didn't I tell you that Chen has a bad character? He beat up Li family's young master, Li Mingsh." Jia responded, "I know, didn't you tell me about it? Why should I terminate the cooperation with Chen? He beat up Li Mingsh, which was great. Li Mingsh is scum. If I had cared, I would have had him beaten up long ago." Dongya was a bit baffled but still smiled, saying, "I don't always understand the boss's behavior, but I'll support him." Jia didn't elaborate further. With the contract signed, the two companies' cooperation had indeed been achieved. If Jia decided to terminate the contract now, she would have to pay a substantial price. Later, Dongya contacted Jia again. She wanted to know if the Satan Group's boss, Jia, had decided to follow her advice and terminate the cooperation with Chen Luo. However, when Dongya received the response, she was dumbfounded. Jia, terminate the cooperation with Chen Luo. "No, Dong Director. Why are you asking? Isn't Chen's games really good? I think Dark Myth, Sun Wukong will be a huge hit." Dongya, "What? But, Boss, didn't I talk to you about how Chen has a bad character? He beat up Li Mingsh, the young master of the Li family." Jia, "I know, Didn't you talk to me about it? Why should I terminate the cooperation with Chen Luo? Dongya was getting anxious. I thought I mentioned to you. Then why aren't you terminating the contract with Chen? Dongya was beginning to panic. Initially, if she had heard that even Ji Sijia was getting out of the cooperation, she would have been relieved. After all, if someone else was being fooled, she wouldn't mind. But to her surprise, Ji Sijia's stance remained unchanged. Chapter 299. Dongya is so angry that her face turned green. Is she going to retaliate fiercely against Yifeng? Dongya, he hit Li Mingsh. Did he hit well? Is Li Mingsh still a scumbag? How is this possible? The Li Mingsh that I heard of is a very good treasure boy. Dongya suddenly became anxious. If that's the case, then what about Chen Luo? Not only did he not intentionally harm others, but was he eliminating harm for the people? Dongya also despises scumbags. By the time she reached this place, she had seen countless evil men. Or should she say, at least a dozen. Just because Dongya is pretty, she attracted countless men who wanted to get her. Some were sycophants, some thought spending money could make Dongya submit. Some even used coercion and enticement. This made Dongya have little interest in men in general, until she met Yifeng. And in Dongya's eyes, Chen Luo was pretty much the same. But now, Ji Sijia told her the truth. Dongya was dumbfounded by the revelation. Ji Sijia, it's fake, General Dong. You have been deceived by his appearance. Let me tell you, I had people investigate Li Mingsh thoroughly. That man is very disgusting. Not only did he have many mistresses outside, but in front of the media, he pretended to be loving toward his wife, and he claims it's supporting, but in reality, he used many underhanded means, like using his background influence to coerce many girls. If they don't comply, he'd make them, and even their families, suffer. Just this statement from Ji Sijia makes Dongya's mind whirl. Boom! She suddenly closed her eyes. Just this statement was enough to make Dongya furious. Scumbag! Dongya naturally believed Ji Sijia's words. They are both female leads. Dongya also had a good impression of Ji Sijia. She thought they might become good friends in the future. This first impression was great. Ji Sijia continued to expose Li Ming's wrongdoings. His actions were despicable. If all this information is exposed, Li Mingsh would surely have to go to jail. Dongya was fuming. But she quickly realized something. Wait, General Ji, what about Chen Luo and those high-ranking members of Li's family, even Li Changchu? I've heard about him too, but he couldn't be that kind of scumbag, right? Dongya felt like the Li family in Nan City was just disgustingly rotten inside. However, Ji Sijia interjected, I've heard about this too, General Dong. The Li family caused trouble at Mr. Chen's company, and they even demanded that Mr. Chen kneel and apologize. So shouldn't Mr. Chen retaliate? Ji Sijia had a fiery personality. Therefore, she believed in the principle of don't start a fight, but if others provoke you, then you must fight back. Wasn't Mr. Chen's approach justified? There's nothing wrong with wanting to get back at someone who makes you kneel and apologize, right? You can't ask Mr. Chen to only be bullied and not fight back, can you? After hearing Ji Sijia's words, Dongya was completely shocked. Dongya, so, Chen Luo isn't actually a scumbag or a loser. Dongya sent this message somewhat reluctantly. Ji Sijia, with a puzzled expression, asked, Chen Luo is a scumbag or a loser? How is that possible? General Dong, you've also interacted with Chen Luo, right? I think he's pretty good. I've even signed contracts with him, and Mr. Chen promised that he would work hard on the game. By the way, Sister Dongya, what's the situation between you and Mr. Chen? I think Black Myth, Wukong is pretty good. I even believe it will become popular. I have high hopes for it. Have you also taken part in it? Ji Sijia was quite straightforward. She forgot about the previous advice Dongya gave her regarding canceling contracts with Chen Luo. If Ji Sijia thought about it seriously, she could guess that Dongya must have cancelled cooperation with Chen Luo and came to caution her. Ji Sijia's words made Dongya feel bitter inside. She could only be truthful or vent her feelings. I was initially involved, but later, I proposed to terminate the contract with Chen Luo. Ji Sijia, why? Don't you believe in Mr. Chen's game? I've heard that there are several other games in development under Mr. Chen's direction. I plan to continue working with him in the future. Jia felt like she had latched onto a big opportunity this time. Chen Luo surprised her too much. She didn't expect such a remarkable individual to come out of a small gaming company in Non-City. The more Jia talked, the more Dongya regretted her decision. Dongya, I originally had high hopes for Black Myth, Wukong. If it could be developed, I believe it would definitely be a great game, but… Jia, but what? Jia asked in confusion. She couldn't understand why Dongya wasn't backing Mr. Chen's game, considering that the North Technology Group and her Satan Group were neck and neck in competition. It clearly showed Dongya's vision was remarkable. However, at this moment, memories of the scene where Yifeng and Yao Yue persuaded her surfaced in Dongya's mind. These two guys. Dongya gritted her teeth. She immediately felt deceived. Yao Yue even confidently claimed that cooperating with Chen Luo would definitely end badly. Yifeng also presented evidence claiming Chen Luo's involvement in unnecessary violence. However, now Dongya feels that Yifeng deserved to be hit by Chen Luo. But Dongya also understood that it was useless to talk about this now. When she proposed to terminate the cooperation with Chen Luo, he immediately agreed. It seemed like, no big loss if I'm gone, no big gain if I'm there, right? The bitterness on Dongya's face intensified. She remembered Yao Yu's persuasion back then, saying that Chen Luo had no intention of retaining her and obviously didn't value her. Yet, Dongya then came to her senses. So I actively suggested terminating the contract with Chen Luo and asked him to convince me to stay. How absurd is that? Dongya's goodwill towards her best friend Yao Yue diminished. But having reached this point, it seemed there was no turning back for Dongya. Anyway, Yifeng, Yao Yue, you two have really put me in a tough spot. Dongya, a normally good-natured woman, was extremely angry. She directly grabbed her phone and sent messages to the two. Dongya stated that she would question them face to face. Why did they deceive her together? Clearly, Chen Luo wasn't what they described him to be. Were these two guys deliberately trying to prevent her from benefiting? It was practically a golden opportunity dropped from the sky. Yet, they ended up harming her. At this point, Dongya was so angry that her face turned green. Chapter 300, Dongya's Question. Yifeng's Honey Confidence. Dongya never expected such a beautiful event to be disrupted by Yao Yue and Yifeng. If it weren't for Jia, Dongya might still not know about this. When Chen Luo hit Li Mingsh, he was actually removing harm for the people. People like him, if not disciplined properly, who knows how many innocent girls would be harmed. And Li Mingsh, not only harming girls, if boys don't listen to him, they'll naturally get a beating. It can be said that in private, Li Mingsh is even more ruthless and crazier than those spoiled young masters. The author just gave him this character. In this regard, Chen Luo's actions are truly commendable. And it's not just that. Dongya couldn't believe it. Chen Luo could actually recruit Yan Zhao among the 10 top hackers. Dongya naturally understood Yan Zhaoxia's reputation. Just like what Jia said, their two gaming companies, and even some more powerful gaming companies, have extended an olive branch to Yan Zhao. But Yan Zhao showed no interest. For talents like her, no matter which side she joins, she will surely be well treated. Even until now, Dongya has not given up the idea of paying a huge price to recruit these talented programmers. However, she never expected that Yan Zhao would choose to join Chen Luo's company. Originally, Dongya had the opportunity to collaborate with Chen Luo. In other words, Dongya could have indirectly gained the support of Yan Zhao. With her support, many difficult features in game development could have been easily overcome. This is the dream of many game developers. Moreover, these talented programmers often come up with unique ideas that become core technologies leading to substantial profits for the company. But now, Dongya has lost everything. All that remains are a few collaborations with Yifeng that can only earn a few million from small games. For Dongya, this level of gaming, to be honest, doesn't provide much help. As the head of a well-known gaming company in the city, her fortune amounts to billions. Naturally, she looks down on these few million small games. Jia didn't know about Dongya's difficult situation. She continued to message calmly, "General Dong, I need to go now. Hopefully, we can work together in the future to develop an exciting AAA game." Jia knew that Dongya and Chen Luo had proposed to end their cooperation. But can't it still resume? Jia believed that it wasn't a significant problem. After all, Dongya wasn't an ordinary person. Many forces would be willing to cooperate if they could get her help. But Jia didn't understand Chen Luo. Dongya was well aware. She remembered Chen Luo's indifferent attitude at that time. Dongya felt that it was almost impossible to win back Chen Luo. Just as Yao Yue said, she was practically non-existent in Chen Luo's eyes. If she was willing to help, Chen Luo wouldn't refuse. If she wasn't willing, Chen Luo wouldn't care either. This thought made Yao Yue feel even more like a fool. Such a good opportunity for rising, right in front of me, and I let it slip so easily. No, does the dark myth of Wukong really lose out too? What's that, Rampage Highway? Is this trash game even worthy of being compared to the dark myth of Wukong? I must be so foolish. Dongya cursed herself in her heart. She felt disordered and completely lost her initial elegant attitude. Dongya's chest heaved with anger. Just then, her phone vibrated. It was Yao Yue calling back. Dongya had called earlier, but Yao Yue didn't pick up. Yao Yue, hello, General Dong. What's wrong? Compared to Dongya's breakdown, Yao Yue was extremely happy on the other end. She was currently rallying her company's employees to fully support Yifeng. Yifeng's fifth game was in development. His previous fourth game, called Eternal Moonlit Night, was a card game with good reception and decent earnings. But as described by the system, the income generated by this game remained in the million range and wasn't a massive hit. While this could change the fate of an ordinary person, it fell short of Yifeng's goal of reaching a net worth of over 100 million before graduation. He still needed to continue working hard. However, Yifeng believed that once his fifth game was developed, his income and living conditions would greatly improve. Since his fifth game was of top quality, purchased with more points, it could easily earn him tens of millions in a year. The change in his life would be significant. As Yifeng's fifth game was being developed, Dongya did not show any courtesy to Yao Yue. She wasn't as calm as before and disregarded Yao Yue's feelings. Dongya directly exclaimed, "What's wrong? Yao Yue, when did I offend you? Why are you trying to harm me like this?" Dongya's tone was somewhat hysterical, leaving Yao Yue completely stunned. She had always considered Dongya her best friend. "Yao Yue, harm you, General Dong? What are you talking about? How could I harm you? Dongya, if you didn't want to harm me, why did you introduce me to Yifeng? Why did you keep brainwashing me, saying that Chen Luo is trash, scum, and that I would be bullied if I cooperated with him? Tell me, why?" Dongya's remarks made Yao Yue even more perplexed. "Yao Yue, General Dong, what's wrong? Chen Luo indeed is scum, a scoundrel. You don't know, this guy not only hit Li Mingsh, but also some higher-ups in the Li family. And I heard that the Chen family is even willing to go to war with the Li family. Isn't this arrogantly crossing the line? Dongya, you don't know. Many forces in our city are talking about uniting to go against the Chen family together. This guy has provoked everyone. Isn't that enough?" Yao Yue felt that someone as arrogant as Chen Luo, this spoiled aristocrat without boundaries, was someone they shouldn't cooperate with. There should be a line to how one carries themselves, right? As the female lead, Yao Yue values justice. In her eyes, behaviors like Chen Luo's and the Chen family are repulsive. And she believed that Dongya also held similar principles. In fact, Dongya had clear standards when cooperating with others. For instance, there were many people with dubious characters but profitable businesses who approached Dongya for collaboration, promising significant profits. However, after investigating their personalities, Dongya calmly declined these individuals. Some of them had genuinely bad characters and had mistreated many women, which Dongya refused to associate with. Moreover, their profits came from unethical practices, something Dongya, as a female lead, would never agree to. This was the reason why Yao Yue felt puzzled. However, after hearing these words, Dongya directly said, "Provoked everyone. Ha ha, are you still trying to deceive me? I already know everything. Clearly, Li Mingsh is nothing more than a despicable scum. Chen Luo hitting him is just serving justice, removing harm for the people. Why not? The Li family wants to go to war with the Chen family for Li Mingsh. Isn't the Li family aiding and abetting evil here? Chen Luo's counterattack isn't normal? But now, those forces in your city aren't just not helping the Chen family. They are planning to unite with the Li family against Chen Luo. Then, as far as I can see, your city is simply rotten. Those forces planning to join hands against the Chen family are the worst of the worst. Disgusting. Dongya was truly enraged this time. She had always had smooth sailing in business, and her luck had been quite good. However, as she thought through the situation, Dongya realized that she had extremely good luck this time as well. She could have cooperated with Chen Luo, and perhaps, within a few years of jointly launching the dark myth of Wukong, Dongya's North Technology Group could have truly established itself in the upper city. She wouldn't have to endure being bullied anymore. She could have become a true major force, a possibility within reach. But now, all of this had turned to nothing. Dongya thought about what she could do next. Perhaps she would applaud from the sidelines for Ji Sijia and Chen Luo. While she originally could have stood with them on that stage as a highly anticipated figure. But now, Dongya's remarks also bewildered Yao Yue. She was left dumbfounded. Yao Yue, General Dong. What? What are you saying? Li Mingsh is actually a despicable scum. And Chen Luo hitting him is considered serving justice. How is that possible? For Yao Yue, this was also a bombshell. If it were true, wouldn't it mean that Chen Luo had been doing the right thing all along? But now they were going against the good guy? Wouldn't that mean they were siding with the bad people? No, this can't be. Yao Yue couldn't accept this fact. After venting her anger, Dongya's anger subsided considerably. She could sense from Yao Yue's tone that she probably didn't know the true nature of Li Mingsh. In that case, was Yao Yue also a victim? When Ji Sijia coincidentally found out about the real face of Li Mingsh, Dongya said, "Forget it. Judging by your reaction, you probably don't know anything about this matter. Blame that Yi Feng guy. By the way, I remember him saying that he was also hit by Chen Luo. So, is it possible that Yi Feng isn't a good person either?" Dongya suddenly made a shocking statement, leaving Yao Yue startled. She hurriedly rebutted, "Impossible, General Dong. Yi Feng is a good young man. How could he be the same as Li Mingsh? Even if Li Mingsh is a disgusting scum, my brother Yi Feng would be 100 times better than him." Mentioning Yi Feng, Yao Yu's tone changed, and she appeared somewhat jealous. However, on the other end of the call, Yao Yue, upon hearing this, knew that Dongya's view on Yi Feng had fundamentally shifted. Is Yi Feng really that good? As Dongya's perception of Yi Feng shattered, she suddenly realized that perhaps her previous judgment of Yi Feng was mistaken. The comparison was clear. Chen Luo was the better choice. The dark myth of Wukong versus Rampage Highway. Dongya murmured, "How was I so deluded in choosing the latter?" Dongya regretted more as she thought about it. What was she even thinking? No matter the choice, she would have picked the dark myth of Wukong, right? These two games are at the same level. The former is way superior to the latter. Meanwhile, Dongya solemnly stated, "Is that so? I'll go ask Yi Feng about it." Dongya didn't waste more time talking to Yao Yue and disconnected the call. This left Yao Yue feeling anxious. After considering it for a moment, she called Yi Feng. At that moment, Yi Feng was busy charming another female lead, Hao Yuhan, a character similar in level to Yao Yue. However, Yi Feng had not set his phone on silent or turned it off as if to hide anything. He quickly received Yao Yu's call. "Hey, what's up, Sister Yao Yue?" Yi Feng smiled. Hao Yuhan's expression hinted at a touch of jealousy. But on the phone, Yao Yue urgently said, "Little brother Yi Feng, something is wrong. General Dong, for some reason, believes that Chen Luo hitting Li Mingsh was a good thing. She thinks terminating her cooperation with Chen Luo influenced negatively. And now she wants to find you and hold you accountable for it. You better hide for now." When Yi Feng heard this, his face changed slightly. But he quickly regained his smile. Yi Feng reassured, "Don't worry, Sister Yao Yue. I know what to do." Chapter 301. Sun Menjing and Zhang Nianwei's doubts. Is Dong Yalu narrow again? Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Yao Yue was full of doubts. "Yao Yue, you know your limits. Little brother Yi Feng, do you already have a way to handle this?" Yao Yue worried for Yi Feng. Yi Feng quickly responded, "Of course, don't worry Yao Yue, nothing will happen." Yao Yue didn't know where Yi Feng's strange confidence came from, but hearing Yi Feng's calm tone also made her feel more relaxed. However, after hanging up the phone, Yao Yue couldn't help but feel a bit confused. Is my little brother Yi Feng really so incompetent? It can't be, right? Yao Yu's filter for Yifeng was still strong. She shook her head quickly. Maybe Dong Yaji just made a mistake. Why would there be a problem with Yifeng? He is clearly a rare and precious younger brother. Yao Yue was firm in her thoughts. After hanging up the phone, Hao Yuhang couldn't help but ask, "What's going on, little brother Yifeng? Why did Yao Yue call you?" A flash of anger crossed Yifeng's face. He knew that it must be Chen Luo causing trouble again. Hey, trying to win over sister Dong Yaji. Dream on, Chen Luo. Yifeng believed that Dong Yaji's abnormal behavior was related to Chen Luo. However, in reality, the main issue was with Ji Sijia. Nevertheless, Yifeng couldn't be bothered to deal with it. Seeing this familiar scene now made him furious. No matter what, Yifeng would not let Dong Yaji go to Chen Luo's side. Even if he had to resort to despicable methods, he would keep Dong Yaji by his side. Moreover, Yifeng had already thought of a plan. Proving that Chen Luo was scum was not difficult at all. Yifeng had plenty of evidence in his hands. He replied, "It's nothing. Sister Dong Yaji is just a bit confused." Hao Yuhang was also a well-known figure in the gaming circle. Naturally, she knew Dong Yaji. She had heard earlier that Zhao Yue had taken Yifeng to the city to collaborate with the North Science Group's boss Dong Yaji. This news shocked Hao Yuhang immensely. Her admiration for Yifeng increased even more. Now that she heard Dong Yaji was acting confused, she naturally stood by Yifeng's side. After understanding the situation, Hao Yuhang immediately said, "Don't worry, little brother Yifeng. Dong Yaji is also my good friend. I will help persuade her. I don't understand who's been feeding her lies, asking her to end the cooperation with Chen Luo, which is clearly a good thing." Hao Yuhang couldn't comprehend. With so many supporters on his side, Yifeng's future seemed limitless. Such an outstanding little brother Yifeng. Even if Dong Yaji collaborates with him, it's a win-win situation. Why is she getting angry? Hao Yuang's words boosted Yifeng's confidence even more. He nodded firmly. As for the Sun family and the Zhang family, Yifeng also truthfully reported Li Changchu's response to Li Changchu. Sun Menjing found it strange. "Sun Menjing, Li Changchu clearly wanted our help. Why did he insist we come in person? Does he have a bias against Yifeng?" Sun Menjing and Li Changchu were very familiar with each other, and their relationship was good. Therefore, Sun Menjing didn't think that Li Changchu was intentionally squeezing out their Sun family or rejecting their help. It was impossible. But asking her and Zhang Fang to go in person was clearly targeting Yifeng. Even though Yifeng didn't pass on all of Li Changchu's words, he only conveyed the parts that didn't concern him. If Sun Menjing were present, she would instantly see that Li Changchu was targeting Yifeng, as well as Li Hongxia's verbal abuse towards Yifeng, calling him a broom star. Similarly, in the Zhang family, it was Zhang Nianwei's responsibility for this matter. Zhang Nianwei also found it strange. When she heard that several high-level members of the Li family were actively seeking Yifeng for help from the Sun and Zhang families, Zhang Nianwei also thought that Li Changchu might only be targeting Yifeng. This made the two female leads once again doubtful of Yifeng. However, at this moment, Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianshan appeared once again. When they learned of Li Changchu's words, they were immediately furious. Sun Qingling said, "Mom, Li Changchu is too arrogant, right? Their Li family is in trouble now. We sent people to help them, and that guy actually said you have to go in person? Humph, then we won't help, who cares?" Sun Qingling's words were meant to enlighten Sun Menjing. But when Sun Menjing heard them, she became even more alert. Looking at the situation, it seemed that Li Changchu didn't want to have too much involvement with Yifeng. It was similar in the Zhang family. Zhang Qianshan directly said, "Sister, Li Changchu is shameless, but the other high-level members of the Li family are quite understanding. What should we do, help or not?" Zhang Nianwei pondered. For a moment, she couldn't come up with an answer. And the Zhang family head, Zhang Qiu, didn't intervene much in this matter. Zhang Qiu, along with other high-level members of the Zhang family, were busy dealing with the family's business. Despite the recent turmoil in the city, business couldn't come to a halt. It was the same in the Sun family. Sun Menjing's husband, Sun Zhaogang, was busy beyond measure. The Sun family was partnering with a major force in the city for business. If this deal went through, the Sun family would benefit immensely. Therefore, Sun Zhaogang was preoccupied and didn't have time to pay attention to the city's disturbances. For Yifeng, he didn't care about what Sun Menjing and Zhang Nianwei thought. The main point was that Yifeng didn't expect these two women to be so indecisive. They always doubted him. Yifeng felt that this wasn't the behavior of proper female leads from the harem genre. They should be obedient and steadfast, always believing that his rise was inevitable. However, Yifeng wouldn't be so angry if it weren't for this. Originally, life should have been enjoyable, collecting all kinds of beauties. It was meant to be a blissful life, reaching the peak and marrying countless wealthy and beautiful partners. But now, all of this was disrupted by a minor villain named Chen Luo. Yifeng's hatred towards Chen Luo was overflowing. However, the questioning from Dong Yaji soon arrived. Dong Yaji directly called Yifeng. Yifeng casually answered the phone. "Hello, Sister Dong Yaji. What's up?" Yifeng laughed. Dong Yaji wasn't in a good mood. She immediately said, "Yifeng, were you deceiving me before? Chen Luo isn't as bad as you say. Hitting Li Mingsh was appropriate. It was the right thing to do." Yifeng now understood Li Ming's true character. Hence, he couldn't refute this point. However, he quickly replied, "Sister Dong Yaji, it was just a misunderstanding. Although I don't know where you heard this from, let me tell you the truth." Yifeng relayed the words he heard from Du Qingku to Dong Yaji without changing a thing. This included the incident where Chen Luo beat up Li Mingsh, which was actually because Li Mingsh was trying to harm his woman, and Chen Luo retaliated. Chen Luo's actions were entirely unintentional. Indeed, Li Mingsh was a hypocrite, a beast, a scoundrel. But Chen Luo couldn't be compared to a hero defending justice. Yifeng said, "Sister Dong Yaji, Chen Luo originally intended to force himself on Du Qingku. It was only after Li Mingsh tried to harm his woman that Chen Luo reacted by hitting him. Once again, you've been deceived by him." Yifeng said this without any hint of guilt because, to him, it was the truth. It was what Du Qingku had told him. Even though he began to doubt some of Du Qingku's earlier words since she had blacklisted him, Yifeng had no choice but to believe now. This was the perfect reason to discredit Chen Luo. As long as Dong Yaji dislikes Chen Luo, she won't consider helping him, and that's what Yifeng wanted to avoid at all costs. Dong Yaji was momentarily stunned upon hearing Yifeng's words. However, she quickly replied, "Hey, Yifeng, are you still trying to deceive me at this point? I won't believe you." Compared to Yifeng, Dong Yaji was very clear. She had only recently met and got acquainted with Yifeng. However, it was Ji Sijia who had informed her of this information. Dong Yaji and Ji Sijia had a long-standing friendship. Moreover, Ji Sijia was a formidable person. Dong Yaji founded the North Science Group even before Ji Sijia. But now, the Satan Group could compete on equal footing with the North Science Group, indicating Ji Sijia's sharp acumen. Nevertheless, Yifeng wasn't in a hurry. He suggested, "How about this, Sister Dong Yaji? I'll go to the city to show you some things. You'll know whether what I said is true or false." Yifeng, seeing that Dong Yaji didn't believe him, immediately thought of going there personally. In any case, he had to convince Dong Yaji by all means necessary and prevent her from siding with Chen Luo's camp. Dong Yaji, after some internal deliberation, eventually nodded silently. She wanted to give Yifeng one last chance. Chapter 302. The Movement of Various Forces. Dongya's hesitation. Ji Sijia did not expect Dongya to still choose to believe in Yifeng after knowing the truth. Over there, she was extremely busy recently. The relationship between Ji Sijia and Dongya is not that good at the moment. If Dongya hadn't messaged her, they wouldn't have talked about this matter. However, after she finished speaking, she didn't pay any more attention to it. Comparatively, Ji Sijia is more interested in the game she is collaborating on with Chen Luo. The game Black Myth, Wukong alone in the promotional video has made Ji Sijia incredibly excited. She firmly believes that once this game is developed, it will definitely be a great game, shining a light on domestic production. It will add a genuine 3A masterpiece to the domestic game market. Ji Sijia is excited at the thought of it. At the same time, she also understands that solely relying on her game company, even with Chen Luo's help, may not be enough to complete it. After all, the programmers under Ji Sijia are not primarily focused on creating 3A masterpieces. when it comes to implementation, they might encounter various difficulties. If the two families solely develop this game, it might take several years. But GCGA also thinks that Chen Luo has a top programmer like Yan Zhaowo for help, which could significantly shorten the time. Additionally, GCGA is unsure whether Chen Luo will seek out other collaborative partners. But if Chen Luo needs it, she can definitely recommend some to him. Coincidentally, apart from knowing Dongya, GCGA also knows several other game bosses with whom she has good relationships. Thinking of this, GCGA excitedly took out her phone and called someone. "Hello, Nina. What have you been up to lately? I have a collaboration opportunity to introduce to you. Are you interested?" At this moment, within a certain powerful force in the upper city, a girl with blonde hair and golden-rimmed glasses said, "Miss, I have found out that the company's name is Luo Cloud Group, and the boss is Chen Luo. Besides their main gaming business, their company also seems to be involved in the entertainment industry, including movies, TVs, music, variety shows. They have relevant departments for all of these." Listening to the report from her blonde secretary, in front of her, a black-haired girl slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were incredibly calm, almost indifferent, as if devoid of any emotion. Her status and position were extremely high. At her level, it was easy for others to feel as though she held a superior position. So, they are involved in so many industries? And all of these are personally created by Chen Luo? I see. No wonder this guy must have something up his sleeve, Chen Luo slowly spoke. She then continued, "Go ahead and contact this Chen Luo. I am now a bit interested and want to collaborate with him." As Chen Luo gave the order, the blonde beauty immediately nodded. Chen Luo stood in front of the huge French window, overlooking the beautiful scenery of the upper city. She felt like she had found a promising talent. The Chen family now needed to support more of these emerging powers. At the same time, in the upper city, within a certain powerful force in the West PU district, a boy with blonde hair reported, "Young master, there seems to be a new force emerging in the South City, the Luo Cloud Group." It was said that the original Fen family of the South City was nearly bankrupted by the boss of this group, Chen Luo. The handsome man next to him couldn't help but show a look of surprise in his eyes. "Oh, is that so? What is the Luo Cloud Group doing?" The blonde boy said, "I have investigated. This company's business is very diverse. It seems to be involved in gaming, movies, TV shows. Oh, it seems to have physical businesses as well." These words from the blonde boy made the young master even more surprised. Entertainment industry, gaming industry, even physical businesses. Isn't he spreading himself too thin? Liu Ming was amazed. Generally speaking, when a force or an individual rises to a high level in a certain field, it is already quite remarkable. For example, some people run factories and sell clothes, some run factories and sell food. Others might be in the hot pot or milk tea business, but it all boils down to food-related industries. The entertainment industry is quite similar, where singers might also act and sometimes even direct. However, it is rare to hear of a company or a boss who directs, makes games, sings, writes songs, even ventures into physical businesses. Moreover, according to my report, this Chen Luo's company might also be brewing other industries. If he continues like this, if all of these endeavors are successful, how big will his company grow? Liu Ming was astonished. The blonde boy not only did not refute this, but even nodded, saying, "Yeah, young Master Liu, that Chen is truly remarkable. I admire him a lot. I thought my achievements within the family were enough to make me stand out among the younger generation, but now it seems Chen Luo is much more powerful. How did this guy achieve all this?" Liu Ming pondered, and then said, "Wu Zhe, go help me send an email to Chen Luo. Tell him I want to get acquainted, go." In Deep City, a city similar in size to the upper city and housing powerful forces, only has one noble force within it. But the other forces in Deep City have deep connections with the vast presence in Long City. Therefore, their strength is not to be underestimated. At that moment, within the Li family in Deep City, Li Yao listened to the explanation from her secretary with a look of curiosity in her bright eyes. Li Yao said, "Chen Luo. Interesting. This Luo Cloud Group nearly swallowed up the Fen family, and now there's friction with the Li family. I have heard of the 5 major families in the South City, but it seems they have been constrained among themselves for a long time. But now, such significant turmoil has suddenly appeared. Nanji, Are you saying that Chen Luo will likely aim to monopolize the 5 major families in the South City, becoming the dominant one in the region? Ruonan responded, yes, generally, I think it is very likely. If the Luo Cloud Group truly accomplishes this, they will become extremely powerful, dominating the South City, and their influence should not be underestimated. Ruonan's words made Li Yao nod. Indeed, such a thing is rare. The major forces in the other small cities are generally in balance among themselves. Some even have multiple large families coexisting, but it is rare for any city to have a single dominant force, especially by assimilating others. Li Yao restrained her smiling face, but soon adopted a relaxed attitude. Yeah, let's make contact with this Chen Luo first. I feel like he might be a great young man. Li Yao smiled, her eyes filled with expectation. Ruonan also nodded. Many forces in Huaxia have taken notice of Chen Luo's Luo Cloud Group. Although the Luo Cloud Group is currently insignificant compared to these major forces nationwide, it is still not mediocre. Therefore, it is normal for some major forces to pay attention to it. After some investigation, they found that the Luo Cloud Group has grown to its current state by overlapping various fields. This indicates that once the Luo Cloud Group excels in these areas, each department under it, taken separately, will be a significant company. When combined, their size will be even more staggering. It is possible for them to grow into a force worth billions or even hundreds of billions in the future. Therefore, most have made the same choice to get acquainted with Chen Luo. Chen Luo is also very willing to do so. Meanwhile, Yi Feng rushed to the upper city to meet Dongya. Dongya had agreed to meet him, but it was apparent that she was still unhappy. She needed Yi Feng to provide a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, she might take action against him. After all, without Yi Feng, Dongya wouldn't have foolishly terminated the cooperation with Chen Luo. However, when Dongya saw Hao Yuan, she couldn't help but be surprised. Dongya asked, Han, how? You also know Yi Feng? Yi Feng, on the other hand, couldn't help but feel a little smug. He thought, bringing Han along this time was the right choice. However, Han Haoyu was also surprised and excited. She coquettishly said, we not only know each other, but Yi Feng and I are very close. Han Haoyu's bashful look made Dongya even more astonished. She was starting to have some doubts in her mind. Dongya said, oh, I see. Come, take a seat quickly. Dongya invited the two to sit down. Yi Feng timely spoke, Dongya, are you still angry with me? Dongya replied coldly, humph. How should I know? I was originally going to collaborate with Chen Luo. Yi Feng retorted that Chen Luo is a scoundrel. Dongya, you have to believe this. Never get involved with Chen Luo, or you will be bullied or even tainted by him. Yi Feng immediately defended himself. Dongya hesitated and didn't confront Yi Feng. Instead, she asked, well, Yi Feng, you said you wanted to show me something. What is it? Dongya had already made up her mind. This time, she must make her own judgment. If the evidence Yi Feng presents is not strong enough, Dongya will apologize to Chen Luo and seek an opportunity to cooperate with him. Dongya felt that she couldn't afford to be foolish again. However, as soon as Yi Feng took out his phone and showed Dongya the indecent photos Chen Luo had sent him in the past, Dongya's mind was shaken. Han Haoyu had only found out about this matter on the way there. She immediately rebuked, Dongya, do you see it now? Chen Luo is a scoundrel behind the scenes, no different from Li Mingsh. You have to believe in Yi Feng. Yi Feng added, Dongya, how could I have harmed you as you said? I truly want to collaborate with you. We can grow together. Yi Feng put his hand on Dongya's arm. Dongya, startled, fell into silence. Chapter 303. Dongya's foolish decision. Yi Feng is eyeing Jia again? Chapter 303. Dongya's foolish decision. Yi Feng is eyeing Jia again? Although Yi Feng's words make sense, Dongya, deep down, still has some unwillingness to believe. Is Chen Luo really that bad? If Dongya didn't know Chen Luo and didn't know that Jia planned to collaborate with Chen Luo, she might have believed Yi Feng. But now her choice and Jia's are completely opposite, which leaves Dongya feeling conflicted. Yi Feng on the side, seeing that Dongya still hasn't realized the truth, feels somewhat angry inside. However, Yi Feng ultimately suppresses it and says, Dongya, you need to think clearly. Although Chen Luo has some skills, his character is really bad. He has only come this far with the help of that mysterious power behind him. Without others' assistance, Chen Luo himself is useless. I'm different, Dongya. I developed all these games myself. Do you think Chen Luo knows programming? He doesn't know anything. He has grown a bit only by leveraging the help of others. In the future, I will definitely surpass Chen Luo quickly. Dongya agrees with Yi Feng's words, which is not pretense. She has seen Yi Feng's programming skills before and finds them quite proficient. Hao Yuhan also nods beside her. When she first met Yi Feng, she witnessed his skills. Furthermore, Yao Yue had previously talked to Dongya about this matter, further adding to her conflict. Yi Feng's words make sense. He seems quite talented and has unlimited potential. Hao Yihan says, "Oh, Dongya, let me tell you, Yi Feng's brother not only codes well, but he can also sing and act. He has collaborations with the Sun family and Zhang family, and they are planning to shoot movies and TV dramas together. Trust me, Yi Feng's brother will definitely become amazing in the future. Do you believe me?" Hao Yihan's words lean Dongya's mindset more towards Yi Feng. Yi Feng adds, "Yes, Dongya, I will be honest. I have close ties with the Sun family and Zhang family. The Sun family head, Sun Menjing, and the Zhang family general manager, Zhang Mianwei, are good friends of mine. Moreover, the Sun family and Zhang family also plan to help the Li family eliminate the Chen family, or rather, Chen Luo." Yi Feng's words surprised Dongya. Dongya asks, "The three major families of South City are teaming up against Chen Luo." Yi Feng replies, "Of course. Chen Luo harmed Li Mingshi from the Li family, even the high-ranking members of the Li family. How could the Li family swallow this insult? Besides, Chen Luo has a poor character. The Sun family and the Zhang family have long been displeased. So Dongya, do you believe me now?" Dongya nods approvingly at Yi Feng's statement. Thinking about if Chen Luo and his Chen family would really face a combined assault by the three major families of South City, Dongya realizes it would be difficult to turn things around. However, she has a question. "Yi Feng, even if you say so, Ji Zong from the Satan group plans to collaborate with Chen Luo. Based on your words, wouldn't Ji Zong definitely be bullied by Chen Luo?" Dongya expresses concern. She seems to have sympathy for Ji Sijia. Dongya says, "I hope Ji Zong is fine. I don't want her to be bullied." This implies that Dongya is starting to support Yi Feng's side, which pleases Yi Feng internally. But when he hears Ji Sijia's name, a shadow passes over Yi Feng's eyes because he knows Ji Sijia is also one of the female leads. She is one of the women Yi Feng desires to conquer. But now, Dongya tells him that Ji Sijia plans to collaborate with Chen Luo. Dongya met Ji Sijia through Yao Yu's introduction. Yi Feng hasn't been introduced to Ji Sijia's side. Trying to get to know a female lead of this level out of thin air would not be easy for Yi Feng. Amidst his realization that Chen Luo is reaching out to Dongya and even Ji Sijia, Yi Feng exclaims in frustration. Last time he was grateful he arrived in time to save Dongya from Chen Luo. Otherwise, a female lead of this caliber in Chen Luo's hands, Yi Feng would be at a loss. Unexpectedly, he miscalculated. A female lead of Dongya's caliber, Ji Sijia, is. However, Yi Feng makes a new decision in his heart. He plans to pull Ji Sijia back in. So, Yi Feng says, "Don't worry, Dongya, I'll figure things out on Ji Zong's end. I will advise her, and those who collaborate with me. I believe Ji Zong will make the right choice. In any case, we cannot let her fall into Chen Luo's clutches." Yi Feng speaks with righteousness as if Chen Luo is some incorrigibly evil person, and being with him comes with definite loss. Dongya, controlled by her female lead setting, earnestly nods at Yi Feng. She feels that cooperating with Yi Feng is the right path. Consequently, Dongya hopes Ji Sijia will also make the right choice. Dongya states, "Please handle it, Yi Feng." Yi Feng reassures, "Don't worry, leave it to me, Dongya." Yi Feng's face shows a hint of a sunny smile. He is quite happy. At least he managed to save Dongya in the end. It's really difficult, but now this Dongya shouldn't be so easily swayed by Chen Luo. How should I put it? I'm no longer the male lead who had nothing before. Yi Feng remains confident. He calculates that with a few games combined, he can easily earn hundreds of thousands monthly. Once the 5th game goes live, Yi Feng could potentially make millions in the initial period. Moreover, He has gained support from Yao Yue, Hao Yihan, the Sun family, and the Zhang family. Although his relationship with them is not as close as Yifeng claims, and it's not solely due to Chen Luo's character that they seek to deal with him, but rather to avoid a possible future fate similar to the Chen families, Yifeng doesn't mind. Originally, Yifeng, a righteous male lead, disdained using deception to win over female leads. However, he now finds himself caught in moral dilemmas. His actions are no longer just, and this is considered normal. Later on, after treating Dongya and Hao Yihan to a grand meal, Yifeng sets off to meet Jia. They demand 1,000 points. That's quite outrageous. Yifeng feels a bit stingy. As mentioned before, after upgrading his system, Yifeng can directly spend points to exchange for the best method to meet the female leads on his system strategy list. The required points vary according to the female lead's level. For instance, meeting ordinary female leads like Hua Xiaodi and Zheng Linglong only requires 100 points, and the system will offer the best approach, such as waiting at a certain place at a specific time. Even without spending points, Yifeng, with his ability, could simply say hello and become friends with these female leads to quickly conquer them. However, Jia is in a different category compared to Hua Xiaodi. She is the golden daughter of the Ji family, a self-made billionaire with a net worth exceeding 3 billion. The social status gap between these two is significant, and even if Yifeng spends points to exchange for a method, there is no guarantee of success. The female lead may reject him. This is why Yifeng initially didn't plan to approach female leads of Jia's level. He wasn't leveled up enough. But now, upon Dongya's suggestion, Yifeng decides to try, even though success may be unlikely. Hao Yihan, on the other hand, isn't very concerned. She plans to follow wherever Yifeng goes. She feels extremely joyful being with Yifeng. Soon, Yifeng, driven by determination, exchanges for the best method to meet Jia. Chapter 300 for Yifeng's disappointment. Jia's earthly awakening. When Yifeng saw the method provided by the system, his mood became very complicated. Host, please wait downstairs at the Satan group tomorrow at 5 p.m. You will meet Jia. At that time, approach her, and there will be a 15% chance of obtaining Jia's contact information. Looking at the system's message, Yifeng could only sigh. Indeed, with my current strength, it is still very difficult to directly meet a female lead like Jia without any opportunity. The 15% chance was too low for Yifeng. It could be said that his attempt this time might very well fail. In that case, the 1,000 points would be wasted. That was also why Yifeng was reluctant to spend those points to exchange for it. The timing was not right. However, I find it so hard to meet that Jia, and that waste Chen Luo managed to directly befriend her. Bastard! Thinking of this, Yifeng felt a burning anger. Yes, he found it hard to connect, yet Chen Luo became good friends with Jia. This was something Yifeng could not accept. Therefore, he decided that even if it meant facing more difficulties, he would still try. I hope things won't turn out too bad. Yifeng had interacted with the female leads in Chen Luo's camp before. To be honest, he felt that his status as the male lead was losing its effectiveness. Those women actually were not giving him face. It was truly infuriating. But Yifeng had no other choice. The next day, Yifeng arrived at the Satan group with Hao Yuhan. Looking at the magnificent building, Yifeng felt a surge of excitement. Yifeng, Satan group is quite a powerful force in the upper city. You actually came to find its boss, Jia. If you can get to know Jia, your path in the game will definitely become smoother, Hao Yuhan remarked. Hao Yuhan wasn't very familiar with Jia, but being female leads, she had no objections to getting to know her. So when Yifeng expressed his desire to meet the beautiful CEO, Hao Yuhan was fully supportive. She believed that this visit should not pose any problems. At the appointed time of 5 o'clock, Yifeng saw Jia appearing on time. When she appeared, Yifeng's eyes widened in awe. So beautiful, Yifeng couldn't help but think to himself. Unlike Dongya's gentle appearance, Jia seemed more majestic. She was wearing a red dress that accentuated her curvy figure, exuding confidence and beauty. Hao Yuhan was quite impressed beside him. Ji Zong's figure is so tempting. Yifeng, are your eyes glued to her? Hao Yuhan, who already had a soft spot for Yifeng, could joke about it at this moment. However, In her current mindset, any beautiful women Yifeng encountered were normal. As long as they were female leads, Hao Yuhan could accept and get along with them. Yifeng snapped back to reality and immediately put on a serious look. GC Jia, apparently, did not notice Yifeng. She coldly asked, "Who are you?" Her voice was aloof and commanding, leaving Yifeng somewhat stunned. This female lead did not give him any face, so Yifeng knew that his current status counted for little in GC Jia's eyes. However, in order to save GC Jia, Yifeng bit his lip and said, "Hello, I am Yifeng, the owner of a game studio in Non City. I have developed games like Crazy Road, Lord Strife, King of Wasteland, etc." GC Jia replied, and then GC Jia showed no sign of emotion upon hearing this, making Yifeng even more nervous. Meanwhile, Hao Yuhan was getting puzzled. Seeing Yifeng's behavior, she couldn't help but think that he was different from the elegant and composed Yifeng she knew. "Why are you so nervous, Yifeng?" Hao Yuhan's impression of Yifeng started to decline. Yifeng stuttered, and then Yifeng was feeling helpless. He realized that the gap between them was too wide, and it would be hard to win her over at this moment. Damn it! How did that Chen Luo manage to meet GC Jia? That guy must have relied on connections in the background, right? Yifeng cursed Chen Luo in his mind. He also understood that revealing his true intentions might not be a wise move. "Manager Ji, I would like to be friends with you, could we?" Yifeng's cold sweat started to trickle down his back. Despite his fear, he still put on a brave face and asked. Making friends with GC Jia was Yifeng's ultimate goal. Even if he couldn't befriend her right away, he didn't mind as long as he could influence her to stay away from Chen Luo. GC Jia's cold demeanor and dismissal left Yifeng feeling embarrassed. He thought to himself, "Is this how it ends for me?" This rejection was a huge blow to Yifeng. He had imagined various scenarios where GC Jia might smile and ask, "What's your special skill that can make me befriend you?" Or perhaps she would give him a hint so that he could try again later, instead of being so ruthless. But those thoughts dissipated once GC Jia called him an idiot. Her attitude towards Yifeng was the same as any other man. In her eyes, looking handsome was insignificant. GC Jia had seen countless handsome men, and Yifeng was just one of them. Moreover, with her status as a female lead, she prioritized character over appearance. Yifeng's attempt to approach her was simply rejected by GC Jia. The blunt response left Yifeng feeling awkward, as he imagined the crowd around him watching with disdain. Yifeng felt that things were not supposed to turn out this way. He, as the chosen one, should have left the onlookers amazed as he tried to befriend GC Jia. They should have been discussing, "Who is this guy? Trying to befriend the CEO? What is he thinking?" The situation took an unexpected turn when GC Jia surprisingly said, "Come in." This caused the crowd to be shocked. "What? This guy's boldness is impressive. Wow, awesome, I admire him. This kid is really bold, but he might face some trouble ahead." This led to the next plot development as GC Jia's suitors began considering Yifeng as an adversary and causing him problems, providing an opportunity for a face-off. However, all of these were just Yifeng's imaginations. Reality was different from what he had hoped for. Until GC Jia went inside, Yifeng still couldn't accept the outcome. I just got rejected like that. The blow was too much for Yifeng to handle. He had envisioned scenarios where GC Jia might smile and ask, "What's your special skill that can make me befriend you?" Or at least not be so cold. But the term idiot completely shattered Yifeng's hopes. His eyes revealed a hint of rage. "Damn, this woman! Who does she think she is?" Yifeng muttered under his breath, boiling with anger. Luckily, Hao Yuhan couldn't hold back and said, "Wait a minute, GC Jia." GC Jia turned around, and Yifeng also looked up. Hao Yuhan continued, "Jizong, hello, I am the owner of Light Speech Games. I am good friends with Dongya. I think you should consider getting to know Yifeng. I hope you could reconsider." GC Jia finally took Hao Yuhan's words seriously. She had previously thought that Yifeng was just some nobody. GC Jia hadn't heard of the games he mentioned, clearly indicating they weren't very popular. But she had heard of Light Speech Games. It was a gaming company in Non City that had developed several successful games. GC Jia realized that the woman in front of her was the CEO of Light Speech Games. "However, you said you are friends with Dongya. Jia had always been puzzled about why Dongya terminated cooperation with Chen Luo. From Jia's perspective, Chen Luo seemed like a decent guy, and his games were truly good. It didn't make sense for them to have terminated the contract. However, hearing that made Jia a little more understanding. Perhaps the termination had something to do with this Yifeng. Even though Dongya didn't understand it, cooperation was multifaceted, and there was no reason for her to refuse Chen Luo even if she cooperated with Yifeng. A large company had many partners, so terminating the deal seemed unnecessary. Now, Jia had some vague idea. Maybe Dongya's termination with Chen Luo was related to Yifeng. This realization made Jia turn her head towards Yifeng with a sense of mockery. Chapter 305. Dongya and Jia are at odds once again. Yifeng is losing his mind a bit. Chapter 305. Dongya and Jia are at odds once again. Yifeng is losing his mind a bit. Jia, Chen Luo, is a scum. Hehe, Yifeng, are you foolish, or am I? Do you think of me as a 3-year-old child? Jia completely dismisses these words. She only believes in her own judgment. Jia had previously investigated Li Mingsh and knew his true colors. So, even if someone told her that Li Mingsh was an absolute good man, Jia could not believe it. And naturally, she had also investigated Chen Luo. The results showed Chen Luo did not make any inappropriate moves. The most that was reported was that Chen Luo was always with a girl with red hair. As for the negative news about Chen Luo, they were all old news. Jia had seen with her own eyes Chen Luo's talent. She could not believe him just because Yifeng said so. But Jia also figured something out. I guess Dongya believed their nonsense, and that's why she ended the collaboration with Chen Luo, right? These two are just jinxes. Jia quickly analyzed this. She had no prejudice against Dongya. If Dongya could gain more benefits, Jia would be happy for her. But now, Dongya had made a highly mistaken decision because of this. So, what are these two? If not jinxes, what are they? In Jia's eyes, Yifeng and Hao Yuhan at this moment seemed like something dirty to avoid. When Yifeng took a step closer, Jia would step back. This scene made Yifeng's face look extremely strange. Hao Yuhan also found it strange. However, seizing this opportunity, Yifeng did not hesitate. He directly blurted out, "Miss Jia, you must believe me, Chen Luo is a scum, and you absolutely cannot collaborate with him. Believe me, ending the cooperation with him is the right choice." Dongya did it. Are you going to persist in your wrong judgment? Yifeng's obsession was too deep. However, his words made Jia's face show more disgust. Do I know you well? Do I need you to teach me how to do things? Jia frowned. After sorting things out, she didn't want to argue with Yifeng anymore. Jia felt that if she communicated with him more, she might be led astray. Seeing that Jia wanted to leave directly, Yifeng immediately became anxious. If he failed to persuade Jia back this time, there was a high probability that Chen Luo would win her over. Yifeng couldn't accept this fact in any way. But as Yifeng was about to chase after her, under Jia's command, several security guards from the Sedan group blocked his way. Director Ji, listen to me. You have to believe me. Chen Luo really has ulterior motives towards you. Yifeng shouted without caring about his image. This made Hao Yuhan beside him show a strange expression. Although she didn't like Chen Luo either, there was no need to rush to make others have a bad impression of him, right? This behavior seemed to have nothing to do with justice or sunlight. It felt like intentionally sullying others. Hao Yuhan, who now stood by Yifeng, no longer felt the light on her face. Instead, she looked embarrassed. Yifeng, on the other hand, didn't care much. When he saw that Jia really left, he furiously pushed the security guards aside. You idiots! Yifeng raged and was about to act. Luckily, Hao Yuhan intervened in time to stop him. However, seeing Yifeng's aggressive expression, she was taken aback and stepped back several times. Is this Yifeng's true nature? Hao Yuhan couldn't help but cover her mouth. Yifeng's fierce expression surprised her. Soon, Yifeng regained his composure. He took a deep breath and calmed down slowly. At that moment, Yifeng, despite not feeling great, turned around and left. The hatred towards Chen Luo deepened in his heart. Another female lead fell under Chen Luo's spell. Huh? Damn. How does that guy manage to do it? Yifeng clenched his fists, gnashing his teeth in anger. After hesitating for a moment, Hao Yuhan caught up with him. Fortunately, Yifeng seemed to return to normal afterward. His face once again showed a sunny expression. His tone also became gentle. After thinking for a moment, Hao Yuhan asked Yifeng, "Little brother, where are we going next?" Yifeng replied, "Back to Nan City." "Huh, but didn't you say you wanted to show me around the upper city?" Hao Yuhan's words left Yifeng momentarily stunned. Then he smiled, "Language sister, maybe next time. I have other things to take care of this time." Seeing Ji decision, Yifeng felt like an ant on a hot pan, feeling the urgency to conquer these women faster. Otherwise, all the female leads might be taken by Chen Luo in the future. Yifeng had a feeling of madness deep within his heart. What was supposed to be his show had turned into an opportunity for him to enjoy life. These women should have been his harem. But how did they all end up in Chen Luo's camp? Yifeng grew angrier the more he thought about it. His inner demon swelled, and Hao Yuhan's expression became increasingly unfamiliar. After Yifeng returned on Ji's side, she thought for a while and decided to message Dongya. "Director Dong, did you send Yifeng to persuade me to end the collaboration with Chen Luo?" Dongya received the message and immediately replied, "No. Why would I? General Ji, I just wanted to check in. How's Yifeng's little brother? What do you think of him?" Dongya was quite surprised. She didn't expect Yifeng to act so quickly and actually approach Ji. This little guy is quite courageous. Viewing Yifeng in a new light, Dongya thought that Yifeng's approach was pretty good. But Ji, on the other hand, did not give Dongya any face and coldly said, "You fool, Director Dong, are you sure you want to reject cooperation with Chen Xiao for such nonsense reasons? Don't you see the immense potential of Chen Xiao's gain?" Ji's words made Dongya snap back to reality. Dongya was once again confused. She didn't expect that Ji, whom she admired, would have such a view of Yifeng. Perhaps Ji and Yifeng could also become good friends. However, Dongya was somewhat annoyed this time. Dongya said, "Director Ji, your words are too much. My little brother Yifeng is clearly very talented. Don't you see the potential in him?" Dongya said, somewhat annoyed. After thinking about it, she felt that her little brother Yifeng indeed had boundless potential. He could not only design games, but also sing and act. Although currently, he might not measure up to Chen Luo, in the future, he would definitely surpass him. Furthermore, Dongya felt that in terms of character, Yifeng was better. Chen Luo was no different from Li Mingshi. He just happened to hit Li Mingshi by accident. It couldn't be considered that he was righting wrongs or helping the people. However, when Ji heard Dongya's response, she was speechless. And this wasn't the end of it. Dongya continued, "Director Ji, there's something I was preparing to tell you. You said that Chen Luo hit Li Mingshi to help the public? Let me tell you the truth. Yifeng told me that Li Mingshi had forced himself on a girl named Du Qingku in the past. Later, this Du Qingku went to work under Chen Luo, and Chen Luo also had intentions towards Du Qingku. He was planning to act on it, but was almost beaten to it by Li Mingshi, which led to their conflict. Director Ji, do you understand now? Chen Luo is not a good person either." Dongya said confidently, feeling that she had a valid argument. Ji was directly stunned by these words. Chen Luo wanted to make a move on Du Qingku. Ji couldn't help but recall that the second time she saw Chen Luo, the woman by his side was named Du Qingku. Yet the way Chen Luo and Du Qingku interacted, Ji felt it was definitely not a romantic relationship. Instead, Ji discovered that every time Du Qingku looked at Chen Luo, it seemed as if she was infatuated. Could it be that Chen Luo wanted to force himself on Du Qingku? Ji thought if someone told her that Du Qingku wanted to force herself on Chen Luo, she might be more inclined to believe it. Seeing Dongya's audacity, Ji decided not to argue further. She simply said, "Oh, all right, you're right." Ji response made Dongya delighted, thinking she had convinced her. For some reason, Dongya hoped that Ji would be like her. Dongya said, "Hehe, Director Ji, you're right. So, Director Ji, Are you now thinking of collaborating with Chen Luo? Hurry up, let's help Yifeng together. In the future, it will be much better than being with Chen Luo. But Jia wasn't that naive. She directly said, Director Dong, you're thinking too much. Rest assured, I will continue to cooperate with Chen Luo. As for you, just focus on supporting your little brother Yifeng. Goodbye. After saying this, Jia blacklisted Dongya. Dongya was instantly dumbfounded. Chapter 306. Are the major families in the southern city planning to join hands to fight against Chen Luo together? At this moment, in the top district, within the Northern Science Group, Dongya never expected that Jia would actually block her directly. What's going on? Dongya thought that although she and Jia couldn't be considered extremely close friends, they did have a mutual sense of admiration. Not long ago, Dongya kindly reminded Jia, even though both of them were well-known game companies in the top district and should have been competitors with a hostile relationship, Dongya truly appreciated Jia. She thought that their relationship could develop into something like sisters in the future. But now, just because of a small disagreement, Jia blocked her. What is going on here? Dongya was somewhat unable to react. She felt that this was unexpected. Didn't I suggest for us to help Li Feng's younger brother together? Clearly, that Li Feng's younger brother is also outstanding. Why is Jia resisting this? Dongya couldn't understand. But after a moment, she felt a nameless anger brewing inside. Dongya, being a big boss herself, couldn't possibly lack some temper. Previously, it had always been her blocking others. This time, someone dared to block her first. Even if it was another big boss like her, that was unacceptable. Dongya snorted coldly. Originally, she thought of adding Jia back and explaining things properly, but she forgot about it. Humph, if she wants to block me, I don't care. I kindly introduced Li Feng's younger brother to her, and she doesn't appreciate it. Well, forget it. You go cooperate with Chen Luo then. If you get bullied by Chen Luo in the future, I won't stand up for you. Dongya said these words. But she knew that if Jia truly got into trouble because of Chen Luo, Dongya would definitely help Jia. However, on Jia's side, she didn't have such exaggerated thoughts as Dongya. Her reason for blocking Dongya was very simple. This woman actually wants the two of us to help Li Feng together. Ridiculous. Jia, who had no filters when it came to Li Feng, couldn't understand. What did Dongya see in him? Being a billionaire boss herself, why would she want two rich women to help a man together? In Jia's eyes, Li Feng was just a young man with some potential. Did he truly deserve her help? Not to mention helping alongside another woman. Jia also remembered that by Li Feng's side, there was also the CEO of the Light Whisper Company. Additionally, Dongya mentioned that the CEO of the New Yao Game Company in the southern city seemed to be helping Li Feng. Li Feng. Why are so many female bosses fawning over him? It's outrageous. Behind Jia stood the Ji family, and her status was not simple. She didn't know Li Feng and didn't plan to help him. Jia indicated that her relationship with Chen Luo was purely business-related. Considering this, Jia even valued Chen Luo more. It feels better to just focus on cooperation with General Chen. No empty promises. The contract that Chen Luo and Jia signed was no longer a domination contract. That was fine, as Jia had been conducting herself very normally all along. Naturally, Chen Luo was happy to work with Jia seriously. Jia also possessed the luck of being a female protagonist, making her a worthy partner in Chen Luo's eyes. If all the female protagonists were as sensible and easy to work with as Jia, there would be no need for domineering contracts. If all these females with luck on their side could be recruited and work for him without causing any trouble, Chen Luo would be more than willing. To facilitate the smooth development of dark mythology, Wukong, and give the sisters a chance to earn a hefty sum, Jia had previously contacted Yuan Na. Yes, Jia and the eldest daughter of the Wei family in the top district, who was Li Changchu's wife, were good friends. There were also people from the Wei family working in the gaming industry. Yuan Na was responsible for that part. Jia wanted Yuan Na to join them. She thought that after Chen Luo, he might need more help. Even with the help of Yan Xiaxia and others, it wouldn't guarantee everything would be resolved easily. You couldn't develop such a large-scale project with many unimportant details without cooperating with many people. Upon hearing this, Yu and Ina immediately agreed. No problem, Sister Sijia. If there is an opportunity, I will definitely join. With Yu and Ina's response, Ji Sijia smiled. After returning, she messaged Chen Luo, who responded with, okay? Ji Sijia felt even happier. She immediately informed Yu and Ina, and the latter, representing the Wei family, decided to cooperate with Chen Luo. In the southern city's Luo Yun group, Chen Luo wasn't particularly concerned about Ji Sijia continuing to recruit others. After all, Chen Luo believed in Ji Sijia's judgment of people. She was a female protagonist with real abilities. Ji Sijia also stated that the people she brought in would cooperate seriously and not cause any trouble. However, Chen Luo was aware of who Yu and Ina was. She was Li Chongchu's wife. But the Wei family was the Wei family, and the Li family was the Li family. Chen Luo didn't concern himself with such distinctions. Unless Yu and Ina caused trouble herself, Chen Luo didn't mind working with her. On the other hand, Li Feng returned to the southern city in a bad mood. He had no intention of continuing to accompany Hao Yuhan. Hao Yuhan, understanding the situation, quietly left. At this moment, Li Feng's eyes were filled with anger. How did Chen Luo manage to do that? How could he know Ji Sijia and even cooperate with her? It's infuriating. Li Feng returned to his rental home, venting his frustrations. Since establishing his studio, Li Feng had also rented a house outside of school. Although it couldn't be compared to directly buying a villa like Chen Luo, Li Feng's rented house was quite nice. However, at this moment, Li Feng felt far from superior. Fortunately, after venting his emotions, Li Feng gradually calmed down. Humph, this guy is simply relying on the backing of his forces. He's just a minor antagonist. There's no way he can be my opponent in the future. Li Feng, you can't be defeated by that guy. You are a systematic chosen one. How could you really lose to such a waste? For Li Feng, experiencing a few setbacks was no issue, but consecutive setbacks were intolerable. Chen Luo's blow, however, made Li Feng even stronger. At this moment, Li Feng believed that his character had been forged like never before. Chen Luo, I will not lose to you. Li Feng gritted his teeth, roaring furiously, his expression fierce. He appeared more like a crazed antagonist rather than a carefree male protagonist. Meanwhile, Dongya ultimately decided to choose to help Li Feng. Forget it, even if Ji Sijia is unwilling, it doesn't matter. I believe Li Feng's younger brother will definitely be very outstanding in the future. The main issue is that Chen. Chapter 307, Savior of the Sun Family. Sun Hu and Sun Mayu's reasonable analysis. Sun Wang, Kingling, you are still young and do not understand the implications of this matter. It's not a trivial issue. If we make a wrong move, it might be irreversible for us. Sun Wang understood that although he joked about the decline of the Fen family, he thought that if such a thing happened in their own family, it would be a terrible calamity. Originally, a large family with assets worth billions would have to give up a large part of their business. This was truly terrifying. If Chen Luo had the power to deal with it, they must proceed with caution. Sun Mayu's analysis together with Sun Wang and Sun Shuju made Sun Menjing's mind clearer. She even had a sudden feeling of enlightenment. Yes, that Chen Luo is not just a worthless playboy. He not only caused the decline of the Fen family, but also arrogantly fought with Li Mingsh, attacked the senior members of the Li family, and appeared fearless. A person who can do such things is not just a useless dandy, right? Sun Menjing's mind thundered. Suddenly she realized that it was impossible. Chen Luo definitely had true abilities. Whether it was his personal strength or the powerful forces behind him, it was certain that he was not someone to be taken lightly. Sun Menjing was a bit shocked by this realization. I actually thought I could easily defeat the Chen family before. Sun Menjing understood that these were the results of the brainwashing by her precious daughter beside her. She did not understand why every time Sun Qingling mentioned Yi Feng, she would feel confused and then believe that Yi Feng could definitely defeat Chen Luo. With him, dealing with the Chen family wouldn't be difficult. Sun Menjing had a strange trust in Yi Feng. However, at this moment, she briefly regained her clarity. Sun Hu continued, yes, what fifth younger brother said is right. The Chen family is definitely not as simple as it appears on the surface. Additionally, will the Chen family really deal with our Sun family? After hearing Sun Hu's words, the others couldn't help but look over. Sun Qingling immediately pouted and said, "Fourth uncle, isn't this obvious? Chen Luo first targeted the Fen family without mercy, causing their decline. It is said that at that time, Jia Yuan, who went to watch the show, was also affected, and the Jia family is now in great distress. And then, not long after, he actually went after the Li family. Doesn't that indicate Chen Luo's ambition to rearrange the power dynamics of South City? By striking the Fen family and supporting the Du family, then striking the Li family, Chen Luo will definitely support a new family afterwards. Once he takes care of the other families in sequence, we will definitely be next." Sun Qingling's words were filled with resentment. She couldn't understand why her uncles were so weak. With Chen Luo's ambitions being so vast, why cling to false hopes? Sun Qingling believed that the only way for them, the Sun family, was to follow Yi Feng's footsteps and fight Chen Luo's evil forces to the end. Only in this way could they find a way out. Yi Feng was the right choice. It had to be said that even a clear-minded Sun Menjing silently agreed with Sun Qingling's argument. If both major families in South City were in decline, how could they, the remaining ones, possibly escape unscathed? If they continued to entertain such fantasies, being eliminated was only a matter of time. However, at this moment, Sun Hu proposed another perspective. Sun Hu asked, "Guys, I have looked into it. The reason Chen Luo targeted the Fen family was because Fen Muxuan from the Fen family had a previous enmity with Chen Luo. Fen Muxuan and Yi Feng even caused a scene at Chen Luo's company, and she also went to Chen Luo's school to publicly embarrass him. Not only that, Fen Fugang from the Fen family also sent people to deal with Chen Luo and his father, Chen Tian. Similarly, there were also conflicts between the Li family and Chen Luo. Li Mingzhi went to Chen Luo's company and, for some reason, was beat up by Chen Luo. Afterwards, people from the Li family rushed to Chen Luo's company and were also beaten up. This escalated the conflict to what it is now. Can you understand my explanation?" Sun Hu's words left Sun Qingling in a daze. Sun Shuju immediately said, "Fourth brother, are you saying that all these incidents were provoked by the Fen and Li families, and Chen Luo was just defending himself?" Sun Hu replied, "From what I see, that seems to be the case. Although I don't know why Chen Luo attacked Li Mingzhi, I can boldly guess that Li Mingzhi must have provoked Chen Luo first, or there must have been some conflict between them. Otherwise, if they had no connection, why would Li Mingzhi be beaten the first time he went to Chen Luo's company?" Sun Qingling added, "Maybe Chen Luo did it on purpose. He just found an excuse to go after the Li family." Sun Qingling's displeasure was evident, but Sun Hu smiled and shook his head. He thought the likelihood was low, because he had investigated and found out that Fen Muxuan from the Fen family originally worked at Chen Luo's company. Apparently, she was doing quite well there. Nevertheless, Chen Luo eventually targeted the Fen family. This line of reasoning made it clear that Chen Luo did not intend to go after the Fen family at first. It was the Fen family's actions that provoked him and led to the disaster. At this point, Sun Menjing was also actively analyzing the pros and cons of the situation. Sun Qingling naturally did not want to see the elders of the family eventually siding with Chen Luo. She believed that such a situation would surely lead to the downfall of the Sun family. Even though they might temporarily cooperate with Chen Luo, in the future, Chen Luo would surely find a way to absorb the Sun family. Only by befriending Yi Feng would they take the right path. Only brother Yi Feng will lead our Sun family to a more glorious future. Sun Qingling firmly believed and spoke out, "Uncles, Mom, do you really believe that Chen Luo is a good person? It's obvious that he is an evil guy. We should not have any relations with Chen Luo and should confront him instead." Sun Qingling vigorously criticized Chen Luo, but Sun Hu, Sun Shuju, and others had increasingly strange expressions on their faces. Sun Hu said, "No, I think if our Sun family befriends Chen Luo, we might actually benefit. I found out that even though the Fen family was destroyed by Chen Luo, currently, the two daughters of Fen Tianyang, the head of the Fen family, are working at Chen Luo's company. It seems that Chen Luo has started to show favor to the Fen family again." Sun Hu was very smart, and his intelligence network was extensive. He was cautious in his actions and had prepared thoroughly for this matter. In a short time, he obtained this information. However, Sun Qingling was blatant in her refusal. Upon hearing that they should befriend Chen Luo, she immediately felt furious. Sun Qingling exclaimed, "Ah!" Suddenly, Sun Qingling became hysterical. Her sharp voice caught Sun Huo, Sun Shuju, and others off guard. Sun Menjing was taken aback and immediately exclaimed, "Qingling, what's wrong?" Sun Qingling blushed, took deep breaths, glared resentfully at the adults, and then coldly snorted, "I don't care about you all. You can sink or swim on your own." With that, her temperamental nature took over, and she ran away immediately. Sun Menjing sighed lightly, "Oh well, it seems I have spoiled Qingling too much." Sun Huo smiled, "It's fine, sister. We all know Qingling's temperament. The key is ... What choice should our Sun family make?" Sun Qingling had been encouraging Sun Menjing to befriend Yifeng before. After reflecting on it, Sun Menjing did not outright reject it, as it was not a big deal. However, now that several high-ranking members of the Sun family had returned, Sun Wang, Sun Huo, Sun Shuju, and even Sun Jiuan, the second eldest, Sun Menjing realized that she could not make decisions on her own. She thought carefully and finally spoke, "Perhaps we need to reconsider and thoroughly investigate Chen Luo's background. Previously, we seemed a bit overly eager. If Chen Luo or his forces could effortlessly bring about the decline of the Fen family, even if our three families joined forces, we might not be able to counter him. It could lead to even greater disaster." Sun Menjing's words comforted the other members of the Sun family. However, they did not expect that on the other side, after Sun Qingling ran away, she immediately sent a message to Yifeng. She urgently exclaimed, "Brother Yifeng, something terrible is happening. My mom, she wants to betray Chen Luo." On the other end of the phone, Yifeng's face suddenly changed. Chapter 308. Sun Qingling's filial piety. Sun Menjing's confusion. Yifeng, what? How did this happen? Inside a rental house, Yifeng looked anxious. Just as he was sulking in the upper city, he returned to the south city. He was still thinking about rising up and defeating Chen Luo one day. But he never expected an unexpected incident to occur here as well. Yifeng thought that the support from the Sun family and the Zhang family would be very strong. "Yifeng, don't worry. Lingling, take your time and tell me, what exactly happened?" On the other end of the phone, Yifeng tried to calm himself down. Although there was anger in his eyes, Yifeng, as the male lead, was once again admonished by his inner demon not to act recklessly. But deep down, Yifeng was cursing. Why do these unfortunate things keep happening one after another? Could it be related to that despicable Chen Luo again? But just as Yifeng had this thought, he heard Sun Qingling say, "It's all because of my fourth uncle and Chen Luo. Our Sun family was supposed to decide to help the Li family and fight against Chen Luo, right? My fifth uncle, fourth uncle, they all came back, and after discussing it, the conclusion they reached was that they cannot oppose Chen Luo. I'm so angry, all of my uncles, I used to think they were pretty smart. How come now they've all become so foolish? Humph. And then, my mom seems to have been persuaded as well. They decided that we might not help the Li family, but instead show goodwill towards Chen Luo." Sun Qingling briefly explained the situation. Yifeng became even more anxious. "Yifeng, Lingling, didn't you tell them that Chen Luo is a despicable waste of space? In order to continue to survive in the South City, we must eliminate Chen Luo, that kind of scourge. It is absolutely impossible to be sincere towards someone like him. If the other families rely on him, even if they can continue to exist in the future, it will be extremely painful." Yifeng felt like he was about to explode. He couldn't understand why these people had such feelings towards Chen Luo. It was too naive of them. With Chen Luo's personality, if the Sun family shows goodwill, Chen Luo may not attack openly, but it would only be temporary. Yifeng believed that Chen Luo's ambitions were very large. Whether you submit to him or not, he will eventually destroy you. Dealing with a villain like Chen Luo requires steadfast opposition. Sun Qingling also looked anxious. "I told you, Yifeng, but they don't believe me. They're just a bunch of fools. It's making me so mad." Sun Qingling complained to Yifeng, hoping that her big brother, Yifeng, could help her. Sun Qingling did not want to see their family show weakness to that waste of Chen Luo. She even thought, if the Sun family allied with the Chen family, would she eventually become Chen Luo's plaything? Just thinking about that possibility made Sun Qingling shudder. She swore, "Even if I die, I will not let Chen Luo lay a finger on me." If he dares to touch me, I'll fight him to the end. Sun Qingling had a stubborn determination. And to her delight, on the other end of the phone, Yifeng quickly said, "It's okay, Lingling, don't worry. I'll think of a solution. I have an idea. Lingling, can you arrange a meeting with your mother? I'll go talk to her again. Maybe things will take a turn." After a moment of contemplation, Yifeng said so. On Sun Qingling's end, she immediately showed a happy expression. "Sun Qingling, of course, no problem. Yifeng, thank you so much. Without you, our Sun family would have been in big trouble. Maybe even I. Yifeng, don't worry Lingling. No matter what happens, I'll protect you." Yifeng smoothly delivered a wave of affectionate words, causing Sun Qingling's heart to blossom. She then went to make an appointment with her mother Sun Menjing. Meanwhile, Sun Menjing, Sun Shuju, Sun Wang, and others had finished their discussion. These high-ranking members of the Sun family, including Sun Jiuan, all felt that perhaps aligning with the Chen family was the right choice. Sun Wang, fourth brother's analysis makes a lot of sense. If it's true, then Chen Luo doesn't seem like a bad person, right? Sun Shuju, actually, if the Chen family is indeed powerful, helping the Li family and being enemies with the Chen family might not be a wise move. We might really benefit from aligning with the Chen family in the future. Even if there are some costs to bear in the future, it might not be to the extent of having to withdraw from the top 5 families. Sun Shuju offered a different perspective. He believed that at this time, showing loyalty to the Chen family might not turn out too badly. They might even gain some advantages. Sun Hei, I'm not sure what kind of person Chen Luo is, but Chen Tian doesn't seem that bad. I also tend to think that choosing to help the Chen family at this time might be a wise decision. Sister, this side-taking is very important. We must not make the wrong choice. Warned by the lessons of the Fen family, several high-ranking members of the Sun family understood the severity of the situation. Sun Menjing's beautiful face showed a hint of worrying. If on another day, she would have no hesitation choosing to believe Yifeng, helping the Li family and Zhang family to oppose Chen Luo. But now, she found her brother's arguments somewhat reasonable. There may indeed be a significant force behind Chen Luo. Although our Sun family is strong too, even so, joining forces with the Li family and Zhang family might not truly strike at the Chen family. Sun Menjing pondered, sensing the crucial nature of this situation. One day, the Fen family withdrew from the top 5 families, a feat that could not be achieved by an ordinary major family in the upper city. There might be those few families behind that. Sun Menjing thought of the major forces in the upper city. Among them were not the 3 major noble families, but these families were also top-tier forces in the upper city. Besides, there were still the 10 major families in the upper city. Each one needed to be respected by the Sun family. Even the Wei family was not comparable. Sun Menjing pondered whether Chen Luo or the Chen family had managed to become allied with the 10 major families. If so, the combined forces of their 3 families might be difficult to contend with. But if the Sun family chose to aid the Chen family at this time and turn against the Li family, it wouldn't be ethical. After all, the Sun family's relationship with both the Li family and the Chen family was average. Therefore, whether the Sun family helped the Chen family or the Li family, there were valid reasons for both choices. The more she thought about it, the brighter Sun Menjing's eyes became. She felt she had found the right direction. Assisting the Chen family to deal with the Li family greatly increases our chances of success. Even with just Chen Luo alone, the Fen family withdrew from the top 5 families overnight. If we join forces, even if the Li family brings out the Wei family behind them, it might not be enough. The outcome might benefit us too, depending on Chen Luo's character. Sun Menjing realized this critical issue. But as she thought and remembered her daughter Sun Qingling's previous words, Chen Luo is a scumbag. Mom, Chen Luo is so disgusting, he can't compare to brother Yifeng at all. Ha ha, that Chen Luo, I don't know how many women he has played with. Anyway, if he sets his sights on me, I'll make him regret it. Sun Menjing frowned. She couldn't help but wonder, is Chen Luo really that bad? For some reason, Sun Menjing, after hearing Sun Haiyu's analysis, didn't dislike Chen Luo as much. She had heard about the bad things Chen Luo did before. But after hearing Sun Haiyu's analysis, she felt that each time, Chen Luo was forced to retaliate rather than picking a fight. In the end, several high-level members of the Sun family left, leaving Sun Menjing alone to contemplate. In the end, the decision rested on Sun Menjing's intention. If she chose to show goodwill to the Chen family, Sun Shuju and the others would support her. If she chose to help the Li family, they wouldn't say anything. However, Sun Menjing didn't think for long before she saw a figure sneaking into the reception room. She was a bit helpless. Lingling, it's so late. Why aren't you sleeping yet? And your attitude earlier wasn't very good. Sun Menjing still pampered Sun Qingling. And Sun Qingling pouted and said, "Who made my uncles so foolish? I really don't understand. How can they all be like cowards? Don't talk nonsense. Your uncles made a lot of sense." Sun Menjing didn't want to cause trouble. She could accept some costs if they joined the Chen family, but if it meant her daughter being bullied, Sun Menjing would confront the Chen family head-on with all her might. Also, this was just a business war. Sun Qingling was not an ordinary girl after all. Sun Menjing felt it wasn't necessary. The beautiful women of the Then family seemed to be doing well now too, according to what Sun Hei told her. The two sisters of the Then family were currently working at Chen Luo's company, seemingly doing well. And Then Mu Yao working in Chen Luo's milk tea shop. Sun Hei also found out that Then Mu Yao wore a smile on her face every day. She didn't seem like she was being coerced. This made Sun Menjing seriously consider the situation. "Mom, anyways, I disagree with you bowing down to Chen Luo. I absolutely refuse. We should definitely help the Li family," Sun Qingling urged. Sun Menjing was curious. "My good daughter, what basis do you have for saying that?" At least Sun Wang, Sun Hei, and the others spoke with reason and supported their arguments with evidence. Sun Menjing found it hard to resist their reasoning. But when Sun Qingling heard this, she thought for a moment and then blurted out, "What other basis do we need? As long as we follow Brother Yifeng, we will definitely achieve victory. Brother Yifeng is the most powerful, and Chen Luo is not even worth mentioning in front of Brother Yifeng." Sun Qingling had a deep belief in Yifeng and her intuition. However, when Sun Menjing heard this, she just shook her head and smiled, apparently not taking it to heart. Sun Menjing, noticing it, became more anxious. "Are we unable to handle a small Chen Luo even after joining forces with the Li family and Zhang family?" Sun Menjing asked. "This Chen Luo has the ability to make the Then family withdraw from the top 5 families overnight. How can my good daughter think that this Chen Luo is just a small Chen Luo?" Sun Menjing frowned. While she didn't dare to be too certain deep down, she found Sun Qingling's response perplexing. "No, Chen Luo has achieved so much. How can my good daughter still consider him just a small Chen Luo?" Sun Menjing's eyes narrowed. Sun Qingling seemed unaffected and continued, "Of course he dares. That Chen Luo is just a brainless brute. In this world, what can't a fop like him dare to do?" In Sun Qingling's eyes, Chen Luo seemed completely useless. This made Sun Menjing somewhat baffled. Her mind grew clearer, and after hearing Sun Qingling's response, she felt strange. Is that Chen Luo really that bad? She wondered, but for some reason, at that moment, Sun Menjing didn't dislike Chen Luo as much as before. She pondered and recalled what her daughter had said. Chen Luo is scum. "Mom, that Chen Luo is so disgusting, he can't compare to Brother Yifeng at all. Haha. That Chen Luo has probably toyed with so many women. Anyway, if he sets his sights on me, I'll definitely make him regret it." Sun Menjing furrowed her brows. She couldn't help but think that maybe the guy her daughter was talking about wasn't that bad. Sun Menjing had heard about the bad things Chen Luo had done before. But after hearing Sun Hai's analysis, she was starting to think that Chen Luo might have been forced into those actions rather than initiating them. And as they talked, Sun Qingling found herself losing ground. She resorted to a tantrum and said, "I don't care. I don't care. I don't care. Mom, you absolutely cannot bow down to Chen Luo. If you bow down to Chen Luo, I won't recognize you as my mother." At the thought of leaving Yifeng and going to help that Chen Luo, Sun Qingling felt disgust and resistance in her heart. She blurted out those disrespectful words under emotional stress. This statement not only caught Sun Menjing off guard, but also ignited anger within her. "What are you saying, child?" Sun Menjing couldn't believe her well-behaved daughter would say something like that. Sun Qingling realized she had spoken out of line, but was too stubborn to admit her mistake. She continued boldly, "Mom, I can't change your mind, but I know someone who can. Who? Sun Menjing asked, now quite angry. Sun Qingling replied, Heh, Yi Feng. Yi Feng asked me to convey a message to you, saying he wants to see you. Mom, you have to make time to see him, right? I believe that after meeting Yi Feng again, you will definitely be charmed by his charisma once more. Sun Qingling's eyes sparkled with admiration whenever she mentioned Yi Feng. However, this only fueled Sun Menjing's growing anger. Is this Yi Feng the reason my lovely daughter has become so disrespectful? How can you say you won't recognize me as your mother? Sun Menjing tried to contain her anger. She was now determined to meet this Yi Feng once again. Sun Menjing had met Yi Feng twice before and had a good impression of him. But this time, she was going with anger in her heart. However, Sun Qingling didn't perceive this change in her mother and continued to cheerfully express her delight. Yay, Mom, you're the best. Sun Qingling hugged Sun Menjing and acted spoiled. But the indulgence in Sun Menjing's eyes was no longer as intense as before. Chapter 309. The Choice of the Zhang Family. Yi Feng lead for the first time. Chapter 309. The Choice of the Zhang Family. Yi Feng lead for the first time. Sun Menjing was starting to doubt whether her education had gone terribly wrong. How could her once obedient daughter, Sun Qingling, say something like I don't recognize you as my mother? This is too. Sun Menjing found it hard to imagine. She felt like her well-behaved daughter had changed into a different person. Why does she admire Yi Feng so much? While Sun Menjing had previously held a favorable view of Yi Feng, she now felt like he was just average. But seeing her daughter's admiration for Yi Feng was like she had become his brainless fan. No matter what Yi Feng did, Sun Qingling would blindly support him. This lack of critical thinking made Sun Menjing have negative feelings towards Yi Feng. Sun Menjing had always pampered Sun Qingling, so even though Sun Qingling said disrespectful words, Sun Menjing did not punish her severely. However, Sun Menjing was not as gentle with others. She had decided that Yi Feng needed to face some consequences. Nevertheless, Sun Menjing was willing to give Yi Feng a chance. Anyway, let's listen to what this guy has to say. If he has other means. Sun Menjing felt that she was thinking clearly at the moment. Helping either the Chen family or the Li family was not urgent. Such a big decision required careful consideration. On the other hand, at the Zhang family, aside from Zhang Nianwei and others, several high-ranking members of the Zhang family had also returned. Surprisingly, their opinions were similar to Sun family Sun Shuju and Sun Wang. Zhang Rinyi said, Big brother, should we reconsider helping the Li family deal with Chen Luo? Zhang Yaoshuang asked, I heard that Chen Luo made the Fen family withdraw from the 5 major families overnight. Big brother, is this true? Zhang Yaoshuang seemed to have a hard time believing it. Zhang Qiu, the head of the Zhang family, a man with a stubbly beard, nodded, it's true. Zhang Yaoshuang said, we need to be careful. If Chen Luo really has such power, even if we join forces with the Li family and Sun family, we may not necessarily succeed. In case of failure. While they were discussing, Zhang Nianwei was also present with a furrowed brow. Even though she held a high status in the family, she naturally had no say in such situations. Her cousin Zhang Qianchen, who was originally beside her, had to follow obediently. However, when she heard her uncles planning to cozy up to Chen Luo, Zhang Qianchen, just like Sun Qingling, stood up and rebuked, Third uncle, fourth uncle, have you gone mad? How can our prestigious Zhang family show weakness to that useless Chen Luo? Wouldn't that be losing face for us? And do you really think that if we show weakness, Chen Luo will spare us? Naive to naive. Impossible. Let me tell you, the only way out for our Zhang family is to seek help from brother Yi Feng. As long as we are led by brother Yi Feng, we will definitely have hope. Zhang Qianchen's words left the high-ranking members of the Zhang family feeling puzzled. Zhang Qiu was a doting father. He favored Zhang Qianchen more than Sun Menjing favored Sun Qingling, especially toward his youngest daughter Zhang Qianchen. However, upon hearing her words, Zhang Qiu had no choice but to smile apologetically. Qianchen, dear, you shouldn't interfere in this matter. Dad called you here just to listen. After all, you will eventually become a member of the top family too. Zhang Qianchen retorted, I don't care. If you bow down to Chen Luo, I won't recognize you as my father. Zhang Qianchen also staged a scene of filial piety. This made Zhang Kaiu's expression quite peculiar. Zhang Nianwei, who was standing by, became a bit angry. She couldn't help but speak out. Qianchen, what are you saying? Zhang Qianchen looked stubborn, showing no intention of apologizing. Zhang Nianwei was surprised to see her sister acting so outrageously. While Zhang Qiu felt a sense of loss, he continued to indulge Zhang Qianchen. He reassured her, all right, good daughter, Dad hears you. Dad won't bow down to Chen Luo. Zhang Kaiu's words caused frowns among the other high-ranking members of the Zhang family. On Yifeng's side, he finally met Sun Menjing as he had hoped. When Sun Menjing saw Yifeng, she couldn't help but start admiring the handsome young man in front of her. She felt like he was extraordinary. Yifeng also restrained his emotions and showed his sunny smile, saying, "Dream sister, please have a seat." Sun Menjing nodded. Sun Qingling also followed along. As soon as she saw Yifeng, she was overjoyed. She even went up to him, linked her arm with his, and said cheerfully, "Brother Yifeng, it's been a long time. Have you missed me?" Yifeng looked embarrassed and said, "Qingling, be careful. Your mother is here." Sun Qingling retorted, "Humph, what does it matter? Mom, do you believe me now? Brother Yifeng is amazing. He will definitely lead our Sun family to defeat Chen Luo. In the future, our Sun family will definitely go far under Brother Yifeng's guidance." Sun Qingling's words made Yifeng serious all of a sudden. He seemed to place great importance on defeating Chen Luo. At the same time, Yifeng felt immensely proud. He nodded and said, "Rest assured, Dream Sister, Qingling, believe in me. I will definitely teach that arrogant guy Chen Luo a lesson." Yifeng made a pledge. However, Sun Menjing's expression was constantly strange as she watched Sun Qingling being affectionate with Yifeng, her usually obedient daughter. She felt that something was not right. Nevertheless, upon seeing Yifeng, Sun Menjing's thoughts became blurred. The clarity she felt before was strangely gone. Yet, Sun Menjing still remembered the purpose of her visit. Ignoring Yifeng's confidence, Sun Menjing calmly inquired, "Is that so? Yifeng, if you keep saying that you have a way to help us defeat Chen Luo, Auntie would like to hear what methods you have." Sun Menjing knew that she couldn't fall for Yifeng's sweet talk. In the past, she might have believed him, but the strong backing behind Chen Luo made Sun Menjing cautious. Yifeng's expression changed, but after a moment, he composed himself. In the expectant eyes of Sun Qingling, he smiled and said, "Dream Sister might not know yet, this time, besides the help of both your families, I also have the support of the owner of Light Whisper Games Company, Hao Yuhan, and the owner of New Yao Games Company, Yao Yue. They are both willing to join forces to deal with Chen Luo." These two billionaires, the two major game companies, carried considerable weight. Nevertheless, Sun Menjing's expression remained calm. While it was significant, these two game companies were not worth mentioning in front of the heads of the 5 major families. Sun Menjing said, "I already knew about this, but their contribution is not enough." Sun Menjing's calm words made Yifeng start to feel uncomfortable. If the story had developed according to the original, Yifeng's words alone would have excited Sun Menjing and made her feel that this little brother Yifeng was indeed remarkable. But Sun Menjing was already expecting more from Yifeng at this point. This naturally made Yifeng somewhat resentful. However, he was prepared before coming. Yifeng quickly recovered and continued to smile. "Dream Sister, I wonder whether North Science Group in the city has sufficient weight." With this remark, Sun Qingling immediately looked up to him admirably. Her eyes seemed to twinkle with stars. Sun Menjing also looked a bit surprised. "Is it that gaming group North Science?" Sun Menjing had of course heard of North Science. It was a gaming company that could compete with her Sun family. Its owner Dongya was also a wealthy woman worth tens of billions. If Yifeng could get her to help, it would significantly increase their chances of dealing with the Chen family. However, Sun Menjing believed it wasn't enough. She had heard earlier that Yifeng seemed to have some connection with a company in the city. This information was reported by Sun Qingling. Now it seemed like it was the North Science Group. But even if the North Science Group wanted to help Yifeng, to what extent could they help? Even if their Sun family and the Zhang family wanted to assist the Li family, they couldn't go all out. Therefore, much of their aid would need to be reduced. Even though Sun Menjing quickly learned from Yifeng that he had a very good relationship with Dongya and promised that the North Science Group would do its utmost to help suppress the Chen family, Sun Menjing still hoped that Yifeng could bring out more power. Surprisingly, Sun Qingling also looked hopeful at the moment. As she idolized Yifeng, she believed that as long as it was brother Yifeng, anything was possible. Even creating miracles was considered normal. However, this made Yifeng feel under immense pressure all of a sudden. Feeling the gaze of the two girls, Yifeng gritted his teeth and felt determined. Damn it, let's do this. They won't go verify anyway. Yifeng's face looked fierce as he said, actually, Dream Sister, even the Satan Group will lend a hand this time. So, you don't have to worry. I think you should reconsider your stance on this positioning. Yifeng's words caused Sun Menjing's face to truly change. Chapter 310 Sun Menjing's Compromise. Yifeng's fortune is beginning to rapidly diminish. Chapter 310 Sun Menjing's Compromise. Yifeng's fortune is beginning to rapidly diminish. Even the Sada Group ... Is this for real? This little guy, does he really have such abilities? After Yifeng left the Sada Group, Sun Menjing couldn't help but take it seriously. Of course, she had also heard of the Sada Group. It was a powerful gaming company similar to the Bike Group. Many domestic games were developed by their company. The crucial point was that Sun Menjing had heard before that the president of the Sada Group, Ji Jia, seemed to have a background that was not so simple. In the circle, some said that this Ji Jia had a deep relationship with the Ji family in Dragon City. Dragon City. If this was true, then Ji Jia's weight would be many times greater than that of Dongya, the president of the Bike Group. For Sun Menjing, the Ji family in Dragon City was even more powerful to an exaggerated extent. All the energy of their Sun family combined was simply insignificant compared to the Ji family. The power of the Ji family should only be below the nobles. This status was already very high. And Sun Menjing herself was not an ordinary person. Otherwise, she might not even have heard of the Ji family's reputation. When Yifeng saw Sun Menjing's expression change, he was secretly delighted. Yifeng knew that there should be a play this time. Although ... he had lied. As the main character, Yifeng should not have lied. That was not what a main character should do, but Yifeng didn't care that much anymore. He was very clear that if he couldn't produce more trump cards to reassure Sun Menjing, she might end up taking the Sun family to join Chen Luo. This was something that Yifeng absolutely could not accept. He was now extremely agitated internally. Yifeng couldn't understand why these people who had previously valued him so much and had very close relationships with him were suddenly turning against him one by one. Honestly, if Yifeng was not the male lead, he would have wanted to scold these guys angrily for their disloyalty. Unfortunately, Yifeng could only suppress these emotions inside. However, what made Yifeng even more furious was that even so, Sun Menjing did not easily agree. She quickly smiled and said, "Really? Younger brother Yifeng, do you have any evidence to show auntie?" Originally, Sun Menjing was just asking casually. Or you could say she was deliberately giving Yifeng the chance to show off. According to the original plot, Yifeng should have casually brought out some explosive evidence at this moment. For example, chat records with the president of the Sada Group revealing intimate nicknames shared between them. With that, both Sun Menjing and Sun Qingling would be secretly shocked. This little guy really deserves some respect. It's amazing that he can even get the president of the Sada Group under his thumb. I need to work harder too. But now, Yifeng didn't have any evidence. Where could he find proof? He couldn't just say that he had been scolded by the president of the Sada Group, could he? Yifeng was clear that if he said that, Sun Menjing would probably leave with the Sun family with a black face. Damn it, why ask if you're just going to agree anyway? Yifeng was nervous, clenching his fists and bowing his head. He felt somewhat helpless. As the male lead, Yifeng felt that he was really weak in this situation. And this made him even more frustrated. Sun Menjing seemed to have noticed Yifeng's anomaly, but she didn't think too much about it. Because even Sun Menjing didn't expect that Yifeng would have the quality of lying. "What's wrong, little guy?" Sun Menjing asked with a smile. In her view, since Yifeng had left the Sada Group, she had already started to waver. Perhaps it is a good choice to follow Yifeng after all. The Bike Group, Sada, Nu Yao, Qingyu, in addition to the Sun family, Li family, Zhang family, the three major families, and Yi Feng's power. Sun Menjing felt that even if Chen Luo had strong backing, he wouldn't be able to withstand the combined force of these companies. This lineup would give even the high-ranking members of these big families some face. After all, they were at the top of their respective industries. However, Sun Menjing noticed that Yi Feng still hadn't given a clear answer. This puzzled her. In the end, it was Sun Qingling who came forward to break the silence. "Mom, Yi Feng brother won't lie. Why do you need so much evidence? Isn't it unnecessary? With Yi Feng brother's strength, it's normal to bring out even stronger forces. Besides, I've seen with my own eyes the laughter and conversation between Miss Shang Chengjiang's family and Yi Feng brother." Sun Qingling was referring to Zhang Wenwen. This time, Yi Feng didn't find her because his relationship with Zhang Wenwen wasn't that good yet. Also, he had heard that Zhang Wenwen was currently facing some troubles of her own. For Yi Feng, he wasn't at the point of needing help yet. According to the original plot, Zhang Wenwen wasn't supposed to come into play at this time as the female lead. Sun Menjing still had some doubts in her heart, but after hearing what Sun Qingling said, she could only pacify herself. Perhaps Yi Feng did have some hidden secrets. Although Sun Menjing had a slight doubt in her heart, she didn't continue to investigate further. This decision finally made Yi Feng breathe a sigh of relief. But Yi Feng managed his expression very well this time. He acted as if he was grateful. Yi Feng also nodded slightly, indicating that Sun Qingling's words were on point. He really couldn't speak out. Sun Menjing left without making a clear statement about whether they would stand with the Li family. This made Yi Feng's mood turn restless again. "Why do I feel more and more dissatisfied with this Sun Menjing?" Yi Feng muttered irritably. Then, he sighed softly. "Damn, it feels like all these female leads are opposing me one by one. This shouldn't be the case. Their affection levels toward me in the system strategy list are already high. They should be kneeling and worshipping me." Yi Feng also blamed Chen Luo for this. After Sun Menjing left, Sun Qingling asked with a smile, "Mom, now that you know this, can we decide who we should help?" Sun Qingling thought that Sun Menjing had already seen through the situation. In her view, it was necessary to help Yi Feng. After all, at this age, Yi Feng already had such great power. Investing in him would lead to unimaginable returns in the future. However, Sun Qingling didn't know that Sun Menjing spoke up and said, "Good daughter, let me think it over. We need to consider this matter carefully before making a decision." However, her words made Sun Qingling angry. "Mom, what are you still considering? Do you really intend to support Chen Luo? Do you really want to hand your daughter over to him?" Sun Qingling looked angry. Seeing this, Sun Menjing was a bit confused. "Why would you think that way?" Sun Menjing didn't understand why her obedient daughter had such a prejudice against Chen Luo, even though she was no longer very optimistic about Chen Luo. After interacting with Yi Feng, Sun Menjing felt that Yi Feng was really not bad. She didn't expect that he could even bring out the Sada group. This made Sun Menjing lean more towards Yi Feng. However, the final decision had to be thought through carefully. Sun Qingling said, "HMPH, I see how it is. Since that's the case, I'll just go talk to Chen Luo directly. Will that make you happy?" Sun Qingling began to act out in a fit of anger. Sun Menjing felt innocent. She really didn't have such thoughts. In fact, Sun Menjing had long decided that even if she led the Sun family to join Chen Luo, if Chen Luo dared to target her daughter, Sun Menjing would not compromise. Regardless of the cost, she would confront Chen Luo head-on. But Sun Qingling's sudden reaction left Sun Menjing feeling hurt. In the end, she had to compromise. Sun Menjing sighed softly in her heart. "Fine, forget it. That Yi Feng does seem quite decent anyway. I hope this move of mine is not a mistake." Sun Menjing didn't want to dwell on it anymore. Eventually, a choice had to be made. Sun Menjing assured Sun Qingling, "Don't worry, Qingling, I won't let you be mistreated at all. I'll follow your lead. Our Sun family will choose to cooperate with Yi Feng and help the Li family." Sun Menjing's words made Sun Qingling break into a smile. Helping the Li family wasn't the point. Sun Qingling was more interested in whether the Sun family would stand with Yi Feng. In her view, Yi Feng's future would definitely be remarkable, so it was necessary to build a good relationship with him. Sun Qingling felt that by supporting Yi Feng, she was helping the Sun family. However, for Yi Feng, what made him headache was not just Sun Menjing's Sun family. News also quickly came from the Zhang family. Zhang Qianchen informed Yi Feng that several high-ranking members of their family seemed to have thoughts of joining Chen Luo. This infuriated Yi Feng, and he clenched his fists tightly, wishing he could vent his frustration on someone. Damn it! Are all of you going against me one by one? Being reprimanded by Ji Xijia in Shang City was one thing. Yi Feng knew that with his current achievements, he still wasn't able to make a good impression in front of her. But the Sun family, Zhang family, these were the ones he had already won over before. Yi Feng felt frustrated that even these people were making such brainless decisions. Yi Feng also learned that among those wanting to join Chen Luo, Zhang Nianwei was also included. Taking a deep breath, he tried to calm himself down. Yi Feng replied, "Don't worry, Qianchen, leave this matter to me. Can you help me set up a meeting with your sister Nianwei? I'd like to talk to her." Yi Feng knew that he had to start patching up these cracks. However, Yi Feng didn't know at this point that the two people beside him, Hao Yuhan and Yao Yue, also had some strange emotions brewing. It turned out that when Hao Yuhan returned to Nanchang after leaving Yi Feng, she pondered alone and felt that Ji Xijia's reaction was a bit too extreme. Being female leads, Hao Yuhan actually had some admiration for Ji Xijia. But Ji Xijia's attitude towards Yi Feng was too hostile. Why was that? Curious, Hao Yuhan sought out Yao Yue and discussed this matter with her. Their relationship was not that good, but Hao Yuhan knew that Yao Yue had a close relationship with Yi Feng. As a result, during their discussion, Hao Yuhan found out that Yao Yue was also contemplating this matter. Yao Yue, before, Sister Dongya called me and said that Yi Feng's younger brother is not a good person. She said I harmed her. Yi Feng harmed her. Hao Yuhan, but this time I went to Shang City and Sister Dongya chose to support Yi Feng's brother. Yao Yue, come to think of it, Yi Feng's brother said he would help the Li family completely defeat Chen Luo. Do you think he'll succeed? Yao Yue inquired. She also knew about this matter. It was still somewhat of a secret in Nanchang, but Yao Yue and Hao Yuhan were definitely going to help when the time came. They had also promised Yi Feng. Hao Yuhan, I don't know if Chen Luo will be able to compete with Yi Feng's brother if he completely turns to help the Li family. He's just a spoiled brat. Yao Yue, but I heard that even Yan Zhao, who is very skilled at hacking and holds the title of one of the top 10 black hat hackers, has joined Chen Luo's company. Yao Yue had also discovered this piece of information. It shocked her immensely. Hearing this, Hao Yuhan's expression changed. However, she quickly analyzed, in this business battle, one person like Yan Zhao won't change anything. So, the outcome should still be that Yi Feng's brother will win. Hao Yuhan was not wrong in her analysis. Yan Zhao had skills, but in a business battle, she was insignificant. Yet, Yao Yue couldn't shake off the feeling of a shadow looming over her. It wasn't something Chen Luo had brought, but rather something she felt from Yi Feng. Yao Yue had the feeling that Yi Feng's brother might not be as good as he seemed. She didn't understand what was going on. Chapter 311, Chen Luo's Rise in the Movie Sector. Various families in the upper city show trends. Chen Luo's rise in the film industry had caught the attention of many families in the upper city. Yao Yue and Hao Yuhan felt strange at this moment. Yi Feng, however, was oblivious to it all. Even if he knew, Yi Feng wouldn't be able to control the situation. He made a fatal mistake. In order to prevent Chen Luo from taking away too many female leads from him, Yi Feng planned to conquer 10 or 20 female leads in one go. But would that really make Chen Luo turn his interest away completely? Yi Feng was skeptical. He believed that he could still keep a few leads to earn points. However, if one of them started to falter, Yi Feng would be in trouble. This could also influence the thoughts of other female leads, causing a chain reaction of crumbling personas. As Hao Yuhan observed Ji Xijia's performance, doubts began to arise in her mind. Upon hearing Dongya's words, Yao Yue also felt that something was amiss. The current situation was becoming overwhelming for Yi Feng. Just as he managed to deceive Sun Menjing and bring her back, trouble arose at the Zhang family. Yi Feng had to rush over. At the same time, he knew that his relationship with the Satan group was built on lies. He was deceiving Sun Menjing. Once this deception was exposed, Sun Menjing would probably never trust him again. In that case, Yi Feng would lose some female leads again. For Yi Feng, who wanted to conquer all female leads. Losing even one was unacceptable. Yi Feng gambled that Sun Menjing wouldn't discover his lie before resolving matters with the Li family. Once he defeated Chen Luo, he would be unrivaled. In his eyes, the other antagonists were just cannon fodder to boost his image. Apart from facing setbacks with Chen Luo, Yi Feng was smoothly sailing in other areas. In front of female leads like Sining and Yanni, he had already impressed many. But while Yi Feng was busy juggling tasks, Chen Luo was having a relaxed time. Chen Luo keenly felt that his luck was increasing. After Yan Zhaowo, another female lead from the novel, one of the top 10 hackers, Pei Shuling, expressed her desire to join his company. Chen Luo welcomed her without any reservations. Unlike the suspicion towards Yan Zhaowo, Pei Shuling seemed excited and expressed her admiration for the games produced by Chen Luo's company. She hoped to contribute to creating even more exciting games. Chen Luo agreed with a smile. Pei Shuling joining the Luo Cloud Group surprised Yan Zhaowo. Upon learning about Chen Luo's future game plans, she reacted similarly to Pei Shuling. With this, the two formidable female leads in the early part of the novel Urban Evil Young Master were under Chen Luo's wing. Chen Luo knew this wasn't enough. There were many talented female leads in singing, acting, and writing in the early stages. For instance, there was a girl named Qiao Xinru in the entertainment industry who held a significant position. She was not only the pride of the Qiao family in the upper city, but also a leading actress in the entertainment industry. Another actress, Jie Dinglin, was also highly sought after. Their pay rates had reached astronomical levels. Although these characters might not be considered as top tier in the original novel in the end, they were still top talents. They were far superior to characters like Kong Miaoyi and Zhao Lingxi. New generation stars like them, aside from a few big shots, had to be respected by even the major figures and capitalists. Not all celebrities in the entertainment industry were toys in the hands of capitalists. Some held significant status due to their talent and respect from others. In the music industry, Yina had been relatively average before. Now, although Xia Qingyu and Zhang Xiaoyu were gaining fame, they were not quite established yet. With Chen Luo's musical influence, their popularity was only a matter of time. Chen Luo's new movie The Shy Iron Fist was ready to be released. This was Chen Luo's third movie, and the filming hadn't taken much time. The directors recommended by Lin Yun had proved to be reliable. With the assistance of his elder sister, Chen Xinyun, Chen Luo was planning his fourth movie as well, titled Doll Catcher, which was destined to be a hit. The film department in the Luo Cloud Group was known as Tianying. Tianying Studios had already gained some recognition in the film industry. Chen Luo's previous movies had caught the attention of several experienced industry insiders. It had also attracted some key figures, including female leads and antagonists who had directing credentials in the original novel, as well as supporting male characters. The vice president of the Upper City Film Association, Zhou Jiaxiang, chuckled, "Old Ling, there seems to be a lot of activity among directors and actors recently." Ling Guowen, the president of the Upper City Film Association, was a highly respected figure in the film industry. He himself was a renowned actor. Zhou Jiaxiang, having risen through the ranks over the years, now served as a supporting role to Ling Guowen. Ling Guowen replied, "Indeed, I have noticed that too. Is it about that director, Zhang Tang? He had directed some films in the past which garnered moderate attention. Now, his recent films Summer Woes and Pineapple Market Tycoon have achieved great success. The preview response for the third film, The Shy Iron Fist, has also been positive. I watched it myself, and it was quite impressive. He chose talented actors, and the quality of the film was superb, even though the actors aren't very famous. This Zhang Tang seems capable." Ling Guowen was deep in thought. He understood that he needed to pay attention to this Zhang Tang. If he truly possessed such talents, it would be beneficial to bring him into his camp in advance. In the meantime, the head of the Qiu family, Qiu Zui, was discussing these matters with some senior members of the family. "Elder brother, this newly rising Tianying Studios has produced several successful films. Shouldn't we try to recruit them?" said Qiu Junfeng, Qiu Zui's third brother. The main business of the Qiu family was in films. They had many well-known domestic films produced by the Qiu Group, along with contracts with reputable domestic directors, successful screenwriters, and popular actors. Therefore, the Qiu family had always been proactive in recruiting new talents in the field. Besides the Qiu family, other major players in the upper city focusing on this sector were also eyeing the Channing studios within the Luo Cloud Group. This included numerous female leads and significant characters from the original novel, such as the Ruin and Miao families in the upper city. But due to Chen Luo's rise in the Luo Cloud Group, many forces in the upper city were shaken. Similarly, in the Wei family from the upper city, the family head, Wei Shang, expressed his admiration after hearing about Chen Luo's talent from his daughter, Wei Nina. Wei Shang was aware of the situation. Ji Sijia wanted to involve Wei Nina, which Chen Luo had agreed to. As the Wei family had a gaming department with skilled programmers, collaborating to develop new games would benefit them. Wei Shang gladly approved Wei Nina's plan to visit the South City and discuss with Chen Luo. Wei Zhang's response showed his generosity, making Wei Nina instantly smile. Chapter 312: Collaboration with the Wei family. The ambition of the Li family expands. The Wei family is responsible for the gaming aspect, led by Wei Tianqing. Unlike companies like North Science and Satan that produce games, the main focus of the Wei family is investment. Many game companies in the country have investments from the Wei family. Of course, the Wei family also develops games, focusing on high-quality games with innovative concepts and various gameplay styles. Although their games may not be as popular among the masses and lack technical prowess, they are well liked by the public. Within the gaming community in the country, the Wei family has received very positive reviews. This is why Ji Sijia called upon Wei Nina. Wei Nina has also played a role in this. Ji Sijia believes that with the help of the Wei family, their development of the game Black Myth, Wukong will be much simpler. Wei Nina, Wei Tianqing, and Ji Sijia quickly converge and then depart for South City. Accompanying them is one of the high-level members of the Wei family, Wei Mingbo, who is Wei Nina's third uncle. Despite his advanced age, he is still robust. A touch of white beard is Wei Mingbo's signature. He exudes a sense of authority without anger. This journey's main purpose is not to meet Chen Luo, but Ji Sijia. Wei Shang is well aware of Ji Sijia's status. The Ji family in Longcheng is not an ordinary family, even though the Wei family holds a certain position in the upper city. Compared to the Ji family, it still falls short. When Wei Shang heard that his obedient daughter and Ji Sijia were good friends, he was very pleased. He had tried multiple times to invite Ji Sijia to the Wei family as a guest, but Ji Sijia consistently declined. Their relationship was only good with Wei Nina. However, Ji Sijia did not want to involve the Wei family too much, and did not want her family to be embroiled in any complications. Ji Sijia's purpose for coming out this time was to start her own business. She did not want to rely too much on her identity as a Ji family member. Wei Shang later understood this and stopped insisting to avoid offending Ji Sijia. However, the Wei family's attitude still needed to be shown, so Wei Mingbo accompanied them, demonstrating the Wei family's importance to Ji Sijia and potentially strengthening relations between the two families. The Li family being connected to the powerful Wei family made everyone in the Li family ecstatic, despite the Wei family looking down on them. Li Chengchu, Li Kai, and others were proud of this connection. The Wei family's collaboration with Longcheng's Ji family's eldest daughter delighted Wei Shang. When Wei Nina and Ji Sijia met on the way, the two sisters were very excited. Despite the age gap, they got along unexpectedly well. Wei Nina, although already a mother, still exuded the enthusiasm of a young girl. Right after meeting, they hugged each other with joy. Wei Nina, Sijia, is this person you mentioned, Chen Luo, really that amazing? Are you sure this game Black Myth, Wukong will be a hit? Ji Sijia, of course, Nina. How could I deceive you? I'm 100% sure. Ji Sijia nodded. Heh, sister believes in you. Even if it doesn't become a hit, it's okay. Sister just likes hanging out with you. I trust your vision. Wei Nina teased. Ji Sijia also smiled. Wei Mingbo, sitting in front, also kindly said, Nina, Sijia, you young people nowadays are really full of vitality, and the games you're creating are things we old folks completely don't understand. It's amazing, really pushing the boundaries of innovation, the younger generation surpassing the older generation. In fact, Wei Mingbo was not usually so friendly, but his elder brother reminded him before they set off to leave a good impression on Ji Sijia as much as possible. Wei Mingbo knew how to handle the situation. Furthermore, Wei Tianqing also remarked with a smile, Uncle, times have changed. Nowadays, in the information age, developing games can make a lot of money. It's not like the old days when you were in physical businesses, real estate, etc. Wei Mingbo, hehe, yes, I know. Our family has earned a lot of money from investing in games. You younger ones have truly made me admire you. They traveled on Wei family's private plane, making the journey comfortable. Jia wasn't bothered by Wei Mingbo's familiarity. She was also feeling excited at the moment. Thinking about the 2 previous times, Chen Luo came to the upper city to find her. This time she visited South City to discuss the game with him. She admired Chen Luo's straightforwardness. As a member of the Ji family, and being a beautiful woman herself, Jia had encountered many despicable men. Those men were not seeking collaboration, but had ulterior motives focused on her. It was exhausting for Jia. Chen Luo, on the other hand, only discussed game-related matters and didn't show any interest in Jia personally, which surprised her. Nonetheless, his indifferent attitude made Jia more willing to initiate conversations with Chen Luo. She found his rare demeanor appealing and stimulating. When the plane landed, the group arrived in South City and were swiftly greeted by a car sent by Chen Luo to transport Jia and others to the Luyun group. Wei Nina was also astonished. She hadn't expected Chen Luo to be this young. Initially, she thought Jia was teasing her. A little brother who has just entered university is this talented. This is genuinely the rising star outshining the previous generation, Wei Nina thought to herself. Later on, Wei Nina also signed a contract with Chen Luo. The conversation went smoothly, and Wei Tiancheng personally witnessed some videos regarding Black Myth, Wukong from the Luyun group. This ignited his enthusiasm, exclaiming, "Sis, this game is definitely going to be a hit. I want to play it right now. If this game is released in the future, I want to be one of the first to try it." With Wei Tiancheng's approval, Wei Nina felt even more assured. However, Wei Mingbo did not say much. He simply came along to observe. After the matter concluded, Jia noticed that Chen Luo seemed truly uninterested in her. This made her reluctant to leave just like that. So she mustered up the courage to ask, "Chen, I heard you've encountered some trouble recently." Chen Luo replied, "Just minor troubles, nothing affecting the big picture." Wei Nina interjected, "What kind of trouble?" "Chen, with your expertise, who could possibly cause you trouble?" Wei Nina expressed curiosity. "Chen Luo, some ignorant people are seeking conflict with me. Don't worry, it won't affect our collaboration." Chen Luo didn't want to reveal more, as though he was reassuring Jia rather than engaging in casual conversation. This left Jia feeling more intrigued. Wei Nina also did not press for more details. She felt that Chen Luo was indeed extraordinary and might achieve great things in the future. Wei Nina, Jia, and the others didn't stay for long and soon departed. Jia had initially hoped Chen Luo would show her around South City, but seeing his attitude made her reconsider. She ultimately decided to explore on her own. Wei Nina planned to return to the Li family, where she hadn't been in a long time, taking advantage of the opportunity. Meanwhile, within the Li family, Li Changchu, under the advice of his wife Li Hongxia, decided to stop hastily targeting Chen Luo. Li Hongxia believed that Chen Luo had his reasons for his actions, which were different from what others speculated, mainly attributing his conduct to arrogance. Consequently, Li Changchu began investigating some of Li Ming's past actions secretly. Shockingly, he discovered some incriminating evidence. Previously, Li Changchu never doubted Li Ming and wouldn't have imagined seeking proof of his nefarious deeds. Hence, he was completely taken aback by the findings. The revelations and Li Ming's actions fueled Li Changchu's fury. He struggled to control his anger and continued the investigation. By now, he was starting to consider Chen Luo's perspective, realizing that maybe the real issue wasn't with Chen Luo, but with Li Ming's actions casting a shadow on the family. However, other members of the Li family did not share this sentiment. Li Kai, Li Feng, and Li Yu, having established alliances with the Sun family, Zhang family, and other high-ranking members, had already crossed paths with Li Changchu. Upon learning about the situation, they were furious and expressed support for Li Kai and Li Yu. As key figures in the Li family, they were confident in their plan to deal with the Chen family. Li Kai snickered, "Humph, a mere Chen Luo. What's the big deal?" Li Yu added, "This guy dared to lay hands on us before. It's outrageous." This time, we'll teach him respect for his elders. Li Feng claimed, I will avenge Moyu. We must teach Chen Luo a lesson, along with the Chen family. Our Li family might even swallow them whole. By then, perhaps, these ambitious Li family members could see an opportunity for dominance in South City, now that the Chen family held overwhelming power, which directly affected Li Changchu's family fortune. Following the same path, the Li family could replicate this strategy and secure the majority of Chen family resources. Li Kai's ambitions escalated, and he even suggested, we must make sure all of the Chen family resources come into the hands of the Li family. His hunger for control grew, and his excitement bubbled at the thought of Li family's dominance in South City. Perhaps, even targeting the Sun and Zhang families might be on the horizon. However, when Li Changchu learned about these plans, he fervently intervened, exclaiming, listen to me. No one can declare war on the Chen family or take actions against Chen Luo without my approval. Do you understand? Having found partial evidence of Li Ming's misdeeds, Li Changchu realized that perhaps they had no valid reasons to attack the Chen family. Chen Luo might have been right all along. However, Li Kai and the others were not ready to listen or be persuaded. They had already secured backing from the Sun and Zhang families and disregarded Li Changchu's instructions. Li Yu added, Big Brother is just too soft. With the support from the Sun family, the Li family, and those additional forces brought in by Yi Feng, we can easily overpower the Chen family. If we tell those stories to Big Sister, we can get Wei family's help. Li Yu was quick with his thoughts, suggesting that maybe informing the elder sister, Wei Nina, might lead to scoring an ally from the powerful Wei family. If Wei Nina were to learn that her son was slapped by someone, especially someone related to the Chen family, she would most likely react explosively. At that point, nobody from the Chen family, including Chen Luo or Chen Tian, would stand a chance against the might of the Wei family. With the help of the Wei family, dealing with the Chen family would become even easier. These thoughts excited the high-ranking members of the Li family. Quickly, they went off to welcome Wei Nina's arrival. Chapter 313. Nina's Decision. Explosive news. On the way back, Nina couldn't contain her curiosity. She called Jissy Jia. At that time, Jissy Jia was shopping in the mall. She was bored and bought several bags worth millions. After shopping, Jissy Jia was in a good mood. As for Nina's curiosity, Jissy Jia calmly said, it's nothing much, just that recently, Chen Luo has caught the attention of a force in Nanchang called the Li family. He fought with Li Ming, the representative of the Li family, and also beat up some high-ranking members of the Li family. Jissy Jia said it calmly. Of course, she didn't know that Nina's husband is the head of the Li family, Li Changchu. Nina had never inquired about Jissy Jia's family matters, and Jissy Jia was the same. But when Nina heard this on the phone, she was stunned. Jissy Jia. Hello Nina. Hello. Are you there? Jissy Jia's voice came through. Nina snapped back and asked gravely, how could this happen? Chen Luo doesn't seem like a bad person. Why did he beat up Li Ming? Nina was now filled with anger. She had just signed a contract with Chen Luo. It was really unexpected to hear this news. Li Ming is her son. Nina could not swallow this injustice. Not to mention how outstanding Chen Luo was, he also had a powerful background. Nina was not afraid. At this moment, Nina even made the decision to instruct the driver to turn around and head back to Luo Group to seek justice for her son. However, out of her favorable impression of Chen Luo, Nina decided to first ask for the reasons before acting. However, Jissy Jia's answer shook Nina to the core. Jissy Jia, it's nothing. I think it's normal. In fact, I would say it's well-deserved. Nina, you don't know, this Li Ming is a beast in human form. On the surface, he appears as a cheerful young man, but behind the scenes, he's played with countless women, including many cases of forced sexual activity. He even set his sights on me. If not for my special status, I'm sure Li Ming would have made a move on me already. Jissy Jia's words left Nina in shock. Nina, what? Nina was dumbfounded. She couldn't believe that Li Ming, who appeared to her as a cheerful young man, could be such a person behind the scenes. Impossible! Absolutely impossible! Nina exclaimed. Jissy Jia was taken aback by Nina's reaction. She couldn't help but move her phone a bit further away. Nina, why are you so emotional? Do you know this Li Ming? Nina, not only do I know him, He is my son, Nina said with a grim face. Jia was also stunned upon hearing this. Shortly after, Nina hung up the phone. She wanted to be alone. Wei Tiancheng and Wei Mingbo, who were with her, were worried. Wei Mingbo, what's wrong, Nina? Has something happened to Ziji? Although Wei Mingbo didn't like the Li family or Li Changchu, he held his nephew Li Mingsh in high regard. After all, he has some Wei family blood in him. In terms of generations, Wei Mingbo is Li Ming's granduncle. This relationship was enough to make Wei Mingbo and Li Ming's relationship close. However, Nina didn't know how to bring up the matter. After a moment of silence, she messaged Jia again. The phone quickly vibrated. Jia replied. Jia, well, it's true, Nina. Although I just found out that Li Mingsh is your son, he really isn't a good person. I don't want to lie to you. However, how to handle this matter is up to you. Jia was calm and indifferent. She even scolded Li Mingsh in front of Nina. After all, to Jia, she valued justice. Whoever did wrong, Jia would stand by. Just because it was her best friend's son who did wrong, he couldn't be forgiven. At the same time, Jia had made up her mind. If her sister couldn't differentiate between right and wrong, she didn't mind cutting ties. Fortunately, Nina didn't have any doubts. Instead, she instructed the driver to turn back to Luo Group. On the way back, Nina told Wei Mingbo and Wei Tiancheng about the incident. Both of them were shocked. Wei Tiancheng, how could this happen? I heard before that Mingsh is a very outstanding kid. How is this possible? Wei Mingbo, to know a person's face and not their heart. If this is true, it would be a disgrace to our Wei family. Wei Mingbo frowned. But none of them had any intention of covering up for Li Mingsh. They needed to confirm the truth from Chen Luo. This answer was not just evidence of Li Ming's wrongdoing, but also Chen Luo's knowledge of the matter. As if Chen Luo had beaten Li Mingsh for other reasons, the Wei family would not approve. However, Nina had no chance to confront Chen Luo, because after she inquired, Chen Luo calmly had Du Chengku bring the evidence of Li Ming's attempt to assault her. After seeing this evidence, Nina collapsed into a chair. She even almost fainted. Her own son had committed such a beastly act. And Nina, as his mother, was completely unaware. I've been too lax in disciplining Mingsh. A flash of anger appeared in Nina's eyes. She loved Li Mingsh dearly, but she could not tolerate him turning into such a beast. Wei Mingbo also tried to calm her down. Li Changchu also bears responsibility for this. Humph, I'm going to the Li family now to ask him how he raised Mingsh. Wei Mingbo wasn't wrong. He wasn't trying to cause trouble, but Li Mingsh had grown up in the Li family. Li Changchu was his guardian. How could he turn into such a scumbag? Nina didn't care much anymore. At this moment, she just wanted to go to the Li family and clarify the situation. As Nina glanced at Chen Luo, she noticed that the young man in front of her remained calm throughout. Even after showing the evidence, he was very composed. Nina was quite surprised. They didn't cause trouble and quickly left. This made Chen Luo view the Wei family with a bit more respect. They can distinguish right from wrong, which gives me some peace of mind. Chen Luo knew that in the original work, although Nina wasn't the true female lead, she was still a key character. The fact that they acted rationally showed that Chen Luo's luck had indeed improved. Behind Chen Luo, Du Chengku was curious and asked, "Boss, do you think the Wei family will help the Li family afterwards? I heard that now the Li family, Zhang family, Sun family, and even game companies like Qingyu and Xinyao are planning to target our businesses." Du Chengku was already familiar with the businesses in Nanchang. Her information was quite reliable. However, Chen Luo just smiled at that and said, "It doesn't matter. If they're looking for trouble, I'd be happy to oblige." Chen Luo's words brought a smile to Du Chengkuyu's face. She felt that following Chen Luo was the best decision she had ever made in her life. On their way back to the Li family, Nina also messaged Li Changchu. Excited, Li Changchu, Li Kai, Li Yu, and others went out to greet them. On the other hand, the Zhang and Sun families, under the unreasonable attacks of Zhang Qianchen and Sun Qingling, had made a decision to help the Li family. After making this decision, they were in an oddly good mood. Perhaps they could indeed join forces to eliminate the Chen family. Sun Menjing thought, the Li, Zhang, Qingyu, Xinyao companies, as well as the two major forces in Shangcheng, Baik and Satan, along with the Zhang family at the back. Considering all this, it's really unlikely that the Chen family can handle them. Sun Menjing was in a good mood at the moment. As for Zhang's side, Zhang Qiu calculated the situation and became very excited. After this, the Chen family will be expelled from Nanchang. Hehe, Chen Tian must never have dreamt of this, right? Sun Menjing and Zhang Nianwei were no longer confused. They stood with Yi Feng. However, Yi Feng wasn't feeling as good. He had paid a high price to regain the support of the two major families. This made Yi Feng very angry. Damn it, these female leads are becoming more and more disobedient. Obviously, I've already conquered them, but they're still causing me so much trouble. It's really annoying. Yi Feng grumbled. However, he eventually calmed down. He felt that no matter what, the current situation was more beneficial for him. Unexpectedly, the Sun and Zhang families had made a firm decision to help the Li family and confront Chen Luo and the Chen family together. But suddenly, a piece of news emerged that left the heads of the two major families dumbfounded. It was that the Li family had allied with Chen Luo. Upon hearing this rumor, Sun Menjing was stunned, and Zhang Qiu, Zhang Nianwei, and everyone else were dumbfounded. Zhang Qiu, no way! Chapter 314, Sun Menjing and Zhang Nianwei's regrets. Are they coming to find Yi Feng to demand answers? At this moment, in the southern city, the high-level members of the Sun family and Zhang family were all dumbfounded. They couldn't even dream that such a thing would happen. Isn't this too outrageous? Sun Menjing, what did you say? The Li family turned to Chen Luo. In the Sun family villa, Sun Menjing looked shocked. Beside her, Sun Qingling also wore a disbelieving expression. How could this be possible? Sun Heyou, yes, sister, it's true. I just received the news. Li family has already admitted it. It's said that even Wei family from the upper city background has sent people. This time, it is said that a big shot also came. Sun Heyou said eagerly. Sun Zuju, Sun Wang, and others had extremely gloomy expressions. The Sun family had just made a fierce statement against the Chen family not long ago. How could this happen? Sun family was originally supposed to help the Li family deal with Chen Luo. But the Li family ended up turning to the Chen family first? Isn't this a blatant betrayal? And it's a completely baseless betrayal. Sun Menjing, damn it! Even someone with a good temper like Sun Menjing couldn't help clenching her fists with anger, burning with fury in her eyes. The high-level members of the Sun family now looked at Sun Qingling with eyes filled with anger. Even though she was their niece, this was unforgivable. Sun Zuju, Qingling, what should we do now? Should we ask your brother Yi Feng? Sun Zuju couldn't help but taunt. He knew that his sister made this decision under the influence of Sun Qingling. They had advised her before, but it was in vain. Looking back now, Sun Qingling seemed almost possessed earlier, insisting that the Sun family should believe in Yi Feng and help the Li family. And the result? The damn Li family was the first to turn to Chen Luo. Isn't this like playing us? Sun Heyou, sigh, I've said before that Chen Luo, who could bring down the Fen family overnight, the forces behind him may be quite terrifying. Even if our families join forces, with the help of the two major groups in the upper city, we may not be able to easily defeat him. Sun Heyou looked worried. Sun Wang, not to mention now, the Li family has actually turned against us. We've become the frontline fighters against the Chen family anyway. Sun Wang's words were filled with regret. They never imagined that such a ridiculous thing would happen. Initially, this matter had nothing to do with them. If Sun Qingling hadn't been babbling nonsense, insisting on following Yi Feng and helping the Li family, it would be their Sun family in trouble later on. But now, with the Li family betraying them, both the Sun family and Zhang family were at the forefront. Originally without any conflict with the Chen family, but they had already put out harsh words against them. Sun Menjing couldn't help but slap herself mentally thinking, so, what have I done to attract such a terrifying enemy for myself in my free time? Sun Menjing was full of regret. If only I had listened to Heyou's words earlier. Sun Menjing remembered the analysis Sun Heyou made before. He said that being on good terms with the Chen family was the right path. But at that time, Sun Qingling inexplicably started to break down and throw tantrums. As a result, she was influenced. Sun Wang, So, what should we do now? Sun Wang couldn't help asking. At this moment, another high-level member of the Sun family, Sun Jiuan, rushed in. Have you all heard the news? The damn Li family has turned to the Chen family. Damn it! Before he even finished speaking, Sun Jiuan found out on his way back. The Sun family was supposed to help the Li family, and at that time, Sun Jiuan didn't think much of it. He even felt a bit excited. Among the 5 major families in the southern city, changes were finally happening. Such changes often created a stronger force. Sun Jiuan thought that he might be able to make a name for the Sun family this time. But before it even started, the leader had already surrendered. Even though they were furious at the Li family, at this moment, they were helpless. This move by the Li family could be said to have plunged both the Sun family and Zhang family directly into the abyss. At this moment, the situation in the southern city was a confrontation between the Chen family and the Li family on one side and the Sun family and Zhang family on the other. However, the latter two, Sun Menjing and Zhang Ku, did not believe that they could deal with both the Chen family and the Li family. Sun Wang, we just found out, second brother. Sun Wang said wearily. Sun Jiuan, damn it. What the hell is going on? Sister, how could you make that decision back then? Sun Jiuan spoke a bit belatedly. But when Sun Menjing heard his words, she regretted even more. In a corner, Sun Qingling was speechless. Sun Zuju seemed resentful. He continued to smirk. What's the matter, Qingling? Aren't you going to express your opinion? What do you think we should do now? Sun Zuju's words made Sun Heu, Sun Wang, and others turn to look at Sun Qingling. What made Sun Qingling desperate was that none of her uncles came forward to help her at this moment. Instead, they all stared at her with piercing gazes. Sun Qingling felt a bit scared and unfairly treated, tears almost welling up in her eyes. Thankfully, in the end, Sun Menjing stepped forward. All right, this is my decision, and I will take responsibility for it. Sun Menjing's decision was somewhat acceptable to Sun Zuju and others. But for making such a mistake, Sun Menjing also had to pay the price. She was fully aware of this. Sun Menjing, maybe I should go find Yi Feng. Maybe he has a solution. Sun Menjing sighed and said so. Hearing Yi Feng's name, Sun Qingling regained her senses and nodded vigorously. Yes, yes, everyone don't worry. Brother Yi Feng must have anticipated this. If we go find him now, we can definitely get out of the current predicament. Sun Qingling understood that the Li family joining forces with the Chen family was extremely disadvantageous to the Sun family. Originally, there hadn't been direct friction between the Sun family and the Chen family. But because of her encouragement, Sun Menjing had already made harsh statements against the Chen family. So now, they could only rely on Yi Feng. But the thought of Yi Feng made Sun Qingling relax a bit. Brother Yi Feng will surely find a way, right? Sun Qingling prayed in this way. On the side of the Zhang family, Zhang Nianwei also clenched her fists. Zhang Qiu, Zhang Yushuang, Zhang Rinyi, and other high-level members of the Zhang family all had furrowed brows. But suddenly, Zhang Nianwei couldn't help it anymore. She directly slapped Zhang Qianshan. Zhang Nianwei scolded, "Look at the mess you've made." Zhang Qiu, Nianwei, what are you doing? Zhang Qiu immediately stopped her upon seeing this. Being a daughter's servant, he didn't want to see his obedient daughter being treated like this. Zhang Qianshan also felt wronged. But at this point, Zhang Nianwei was already too angry. Zhang Nianwei, Dad, if it weren't for my sister opposing us joining the Chen family before, saying that if we joined the Chen family, she would definitely be tarnished by Chen Luo, would we be in this situation now? She insisted we follow Yi Feng, but what can Yi Feng bring us? Compared to Zhang Qianshan's mindless adoration of Yi Feng, Zhang Nianwei was more concerned with the development of the Zhang family. But Zhang Qiu still maintained Zhang Qianshan and said, "Don't panic, Nianwei, what's the rush? Even if the Li family has betrayed us, there's no turning back now. Our cooperation with the Sun family is solid, and we have the support of Light Language and New Yao game companies, not to mention the North Science Group and the Sada Group in the upper city. You just mentioned Yi Feng. It reminds me, maybe we should talk to that kid and gather all these forces. In the end, we might not lose. And if worse comes to worst, there's still the Zhang family, right?" Zhang Qiu, after all, was the head of the Zhang family and could remain calm. Over the years, he had seen many storms. Although what the Li family did this time was indeed outrageous, Zhang Qiu even suspected that from the beginning, was it a trap set by the Chen family and the Li family. The Chen family eliminated the Fen family before, supported the Du family, and then joined hands with the Li family, wanting to deal with our Sun and Zhang families. The conflict between the Li family and us was just a show for us, deliberately luring us in. It's very likely. Zhang Qiu analyzed it himself and found it reasonable. But if that was the case, then that Chen Luo was terrifying. Fighting against such an enemy makes me feel a bit chilling. Although Zhang Qiu calmed Zhang Nianwei, he also felt uncertain in his heart. In fact, there was a shadow looming over him. However, what the two families did not know was that while they were in chaos, Yi Feng was also at a loss. Yi Feng, Li Yu, Li Kai, what are you doing? Betraying me. Damn it, answer me. Hearing the news from Yao Yue, Yi Feng felt as if he had been struck by lightning. He couldn't believe it was true. How could the Li family do such a shameless thing? You're the one in trouble, and everyone wants to extend a helping hand to you, and in the end, you're siding with the enemy first? However, even if Yi Feng cursed, Li Yu, Li Kai, Li Feng, and others remained silent. This made Yi Feng so angry he wanted to smash his phone. Yao Yue sent a message, Yi Feng, what should we do now? Yao Yue and Hao Yuhua were also confused at this moment. However, they could reassure themselves. Not once did they challenge the Chen family or make harsh statements. This matter probably had nothing to do with them. But it was just a soothing gesture. However, Yi Feng's eyes were bloodshot. He wanted to strike back directly. You ask me how to deal with this. Do I look like I know? But to maintain his sunny image, Yi Feng ultimately took a deep breath and said, It's okay, Sister Yao Yue, I have a way. This time, Yi Feng was really trying to solve his troubles head-on. He had never felt that dealing with a villain like this would be so difficult. Even though he had employed so much power, the situation still seemed to lean towards Chen Luo. Yi Feng felt that he had a victory in sight. However, Yao Yue believed in him. After all, last time, when she cautioned Yi Feng that Dongya would come looking for trouble, Yi Feng assured Yao Yue not to worry. In the end, Yi Feng managed Dongya. However, only Yi Feng knew how big his trouble was right now. What made Yi Feng even more broken was that at that moment, Sun Menjing from the Sun family, Sun Qingling, Zhang Nianwei from the Zhang family along with Zhang Qianshan came knocking on his door. Sun Menjing, Yi Feng, what should we do about the Li family's matter? You owe us an explanation. Sun Menjing knocked on Yi Feng's door directly. Seeing several beautiful women standing at his door like this, even Yi Feng found it hard to think about anything else at this moment. He didn't expect them to come so quickly. Yi Feng cursed inwardly. But on the surface, he pretended to be calm and said, Sister Menjing, don't worry, come in, and let's talk slowly. Seeing Yi Feng like this, Sun Menjing couldn't help but be taken aback. Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianshan, who saw this, were no longer so worried. They quickly restored their cheerful appearances. Mom, you see, I told you, Brother Yi Feng will definitely have a solution. Zhang Qianshan, HMPH, sister, you actually slapped me earlier. I don't care, you have to make it up to me later. The two women seemed no longer afraid. Zhang Nianwei's eyes even glinted with curiosity. Does this Yi Feng really have a way to deal with this? Zhang Nianwei felt interested. If it was true, then she had to take a closer look at Yi Feng. Chapter 315, The Dilemma of the Sun and Zhang Families. Sun Menjing's suspicion. However, Yi Feng was feeling extremely anxious at the moment due to the expectations of the few girls. If they were to know the thoughts of these girls, Yi Feng would definitely say, What can I do? Why did you all come so suddenly? Are you kidding me? At least give me some time to prepare, right? But the current situation had made Yi Feng feel a bit overwhelmed. His brain was working at lightning speed, thinking of a way to deal with the situation. After the few girls entered the room, Sun Qingling immediately smiled playfully and said, Brother Yi Feng, what do you think we should do about this matter? In Sun Qingling's eyes, this matter might be tricky, but with Brother Yi Feng around, there should be no problem. Sun Qingling believed that no matter how difficult the situation was, as long as Brother Yi Feng intervened, it would definitely be resolved. On the other hand, Zhang Qianshan also coquettishly said, Brother Yi Feng, The Li family is really out of line. How could they act like this? Clearly, they caused trouble themselves, and when we wanted to help them, they turned against us first. That's outrageous. Wait, if we deal with the Chen family and the Li family later, we can't let them off either. Zhang Qianchen was still dreaming. Upon hearing these words, Yi Feng felt even more distressed in his heart. Deal with the Chen family? If only it was so easy to deal with Chen Luo, Yi Feng thought to himself, but he couldn't retort, because he was well aware that these female leads were set up to mindlessly worship him. Originally, Yi Feng should be able to handle any trouble. That's what the Son of Destiny should be capable of. But in this matter, Yi Feng was indeed somewhat at a loss. Unless Zhang Ya, or Yao Yue, or Hao Yuhan could bring out some new power. However, that seemed unlikely. Sun Menjing seemed to sense Yi Feng's tension. She felt that something was off, but calmly said, "What's wrong, Brother Yi Feng? Why aren't you speaking? You should have a solution to this matter, right?" Sun Menjing could only place her hope in Yi Feng now. She expressed that if this Yi Feng could really help the Sun family out of their current predicament, then even in a sober state, she would have to admit that Yi Feng was quite outstanding. Zhang Nianwei also stared at Yi Feng indifferently. However, in Yi Feng's eyes, that calm gaze seemed unusually sharp, making him feel uncomfortable. "Yi Feng, I definitely have a solution. Menjing, Nianwei, don't worry, let me think of a way." Yi Feng continued to feign calmness, but Sun Menjing's affinity towards him had decreased significantly. At that moment, she coldly said, "Don't call me sister. I'm already in my 40s, just call me aunt." Originally, Yi Feng called Sun Menjing sister according to the original text, both to show Yi Feng sweet talk and to keep Sun Menjing happy. However, at this moment, Sun Menjing did not want to be addressed like that by Yi Feng. She found it a bit nauseating and felt goosebumps all over her body. Yi Feng was also taken aback, nodding immediately. But he thought for a long time, and the room fell into silence. Sun Menjing sensed that the situation was becoming dire. Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianchen were still hopeful, but Sun Menjing and Zhang Nianwei slowly clenched their fists. However, at that moment, Yi Feng suddenly spoke up, "Aunt Menjing, Sister Nianwei, this matter is not a big deal at all. See, we were originally going to deal with the Chen family, and now, we just have the Li family added in. In reality, if we consider it, our strength is still greater, right? Firstly, with the two major families helping, as well as the Light Language and the New Yao Game Companies, along with the North Science Group, and my other resources, if we can't manage, I can also involve the Zhang family in the upper city. I still have some connections in the Zhang family, so altogether, we might not necessarily be unable to handle it." Yi Feng thought for a long time, and could only come up with this simple solution, which was quite superficial. Zhang Nianwei said, "Not just the Li family. It is said that even the Wei family has gotten involved." Zhang Nianwei's tone was cold. Yi Feng was speechless. But suddenly, Sun Menjing spoke up. "Yi Feng, did you forget something?" Yi Feng, "Huh? Forget what?" Yi Feng hadn't reacted yet. Sun Menjing, "What about the solder group? Won't they help us?" Sun Menjing asked sharply. Yi Feng was instantly sweating. He quickly said, "Oh, right, the solder group. Hey, Aunt Menjing, Sister Nianwei, look, with their help, our chances of winning are even greater, right?" Yi Feng was already drenched in sweat at this point. Sun Menjing's eyes narrowed slightly. She felt that something was not right. And at this moment, Sun Qingling stepped forward to help Yi Feng out. Sun Qingling said, "Mom, if all else fails, we can just ask them for help, right?" Upon hearing Sun Qingling mention them, Sun Menjing's expression also changed slightly. Yi Feng, on the other hand, was puzzled. Yi Feng asked, "Who are you referring to?" Sun Qingling said, "The Kui family in the upper city. Our Sun family and the Kui family have a cooperative relationship. If we ask them for help, it might be effective." Sun Qingling's words brought a smile to Yi Feng's face. In fact, he had heard from Yao Yue before that the Sun family had some background and connections in the upper city as well, presumably the Kui family. However, Sun Menjing was not as pleased. She knew that their relationship with the Kui family was merely a business one, and asking for their help might not be as simple as it seemed. Sun Menjing realized that if they asked the Kui family for help at this point, it might mark the end of whatever little relationship was left between the two families, and the Sun family would likely have to pay a certain price. This was not a good decision. On the other hand, Zhang Qianchen had a sudden realization. Zhang Qianchen said, "Yes, Sister Nianwei, can't we also ask Miss Song Ya from the Song family for help?" The Miss Song mentioned by Sister Zhang was the daughter of the Song family in the upper city. The Song family had close ties with the Zhang family, unlike the dwindling relations between the Kui family and the Sun family. It could be said that the leaders of the two families had a good relationship. However, the young master of the Song family had feelings for Zhang Nianwei. Previously, due to the relationship between the two families, it seemed that the head of the Song family had also warned his son. In addition, Zhang Qiu was also against it. But this time, if the Zhang family sought help from the Song family, it would come at a cost. Upon hearing Zhang Nianwei's silence, Zhang Qianchen continued, "In this way, wouldn't our troubles be solved?" Yi Feng, upon hearing this, was visibly pleased. He seemed to have grabbed a lifeline and said excitedly, "Yes, you two, go and ask more people for help. With their assistance, won't this matter be resolved?" This is great. Yi Feng, without the assistance of a system, was just an ordinary person. Faced with such a predicament, he could hardly come up with any solutions. Yi Feng's intelligence and strategies were nothing extraordinary without a system. He was just a male lead who knew how to conquer women in the harem. Sun Menjing and Zhang Nianwei were extremely disappointed in Yi Feng at this moment, and Sun Menjing directly said, "This method is inappropriate. The Sun family may not be able to ask for help, and even if they can, we don't want to." Sun Qingling became somewhat flustered at once. "Why? Mom, why don't you want to help brother Yi Feng?" However, Zhang Nianwei also directly said, "We don't want to ask the Song family for help either." After all, it wasn't to that extent yet. Asking for help would come at a cost, which was the norm. If possible, they would prefer to solve it with their own strength. However, this was very disadvantageous for Yi Feng. His gaze turned cold, but he didn't say much. Sun Menjing, seeing that Yi Feng had no other methods, left directly. Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianchen were still trying to convince Yi Feng, saying that if they gave brother Yi Feng some time, he would definitely come up with a solution. Zhang Nianwei, on the other hand, was asking Sun Menjing how to proceed. Instead of waiting for Yi Feng to come up with a solution, they believed that it might be more reliable if they thought of a plan themselves. Sun Menjing was frowning. She had been thinking about one thing all along. "Sun Menjing, I always feel that Yi Feng didn't actually manage to get the CEO of the solder group to help us at all. Otherwise, he wouldn't have excluded such a huge force like solder from the plans." Zhang Nianwei. What? Zhang Nianwei was shocked to hear this. She hadn't noticed it before, but when Sun Menjing stopped and looked solemn, her eyes were not only firm, but also filled with anger. If Yi Feng had no real connection with the solder group CEO, then did he deceive her, the matriarch of the Sun family? Sun Menjing could not accept this. Chapter 316, Decision of Two Major Families. Changes in the Li family. Sun Menjing's suspicion made Zhang Nianwei also concerned. After the two women discussed it, they decided to investigate further. Coincidentally, Sun Menjing had a friend who knew someone working at the Satan Group. It was said that this person held a high position. Thinking about this, Sun Menjing immediately sent a message over. The next day, Sun Menjing received a reply from her friend, "Menjing, my friend asked around, and that Satan Group CEO Ji Sijia didn't have any cooperation with Yi Feng at all. Not only did they not cooperate, but when my friend asked about it, Ji Sijia even got angry, asking who said she was collaborating with Yi Feng. Who the hell said that? Annoying, isn't it?" This statement completely shocked Sun Menjing. So, Yi Feng not only didn't have a close relationship with the Satan Group, but also had an enemy? This news left Sun Menjing furious. The fact that the Li family had sided with Chen Luo was already disadvantageous for the Sun family and the Zhang family. But if Yi Feng had the support of the Bike and Satan groups, it could at least be manageable and not lead to despair. But now, with the so-called friendly relationship between Yi Feng and Satan turning out to be hostile, Sun Menjing felt unstable. She realized she had been completely deceived by Yi Feng. Sun Menjing, feeling a sense of duty, informed Zhang Nianwei about this news as soon as possible and called for a family meeting where Sun Shuju, Sun Heiyu, Sun Wang, and others were all frowning. They hoped their eldest sister would choose to apologize to Chen Luo. Perhaps things could take a turn for the better. However, Sun Menjing persistently believed that following Yifeng was the better choice despite not fully understanding it. Sun Wang and others were puzzled by this decision. They couldn't comprehend why they should follow Yifeng, especially when it seemed clear that Chen Luo had more significant support behind him, being the young master of the Chen family. They couldn't fathom why the Sun family should follow Yifeng. But despite their warnings, Sun Menjing remained firm in her decision. Sun's family members, including Sun Wang, started to discuss the possibility of betraying the family if Sun Menjing continued to oppose siding with Chen family. They thought about it in private. Sun Wang said, "Third brother, fourth brother, isn't our eldest sister being too foolish? Is Yifeng really superior to the Chen family? Isn't he just a young man with some talent? Even if he might rise in the future, who knows how many years that will take?" Sun Shuju added, "I think our sister is truly being naive. And how couldn't we have noticed before? How absurd our niece is. Is she bewitched by Yifeng?" Sun Heiyu sighed. "Well, if that's the case, we may have to seek refuge with the Chen family on our own. It's just unavoidable." Though reluctant to betray their family, Sun Menjing's actions left them disheartened. They all believed that their best option was to join Chen Luo, who could destroy the Sun family just as quickly as he did with the Then family. Aligning with Chen Luo seemed far more favorable than opposing him alongside Yifeng. The Sun family leaders found Sun Menjing's decision satisfactory. However, Sun Qingling once again stood up. Reluctantly, she said, "Mother, why? We don't necessarily have to lose." "Brother Yifeng." Sun Menjing interrupted her. "Stop mentioning Yifeng. Have you been manipulated by him? How naive can you be?" Even though Sun Menjing cherished Sun Qingling, she couldn't help but chide her at this point. Sun Qingling was taken aback by her mother's harsh words, as were Sun Wang and Sun Heiyu. With tears in her eyes, Sun Qingling expressed her belief in Yifeng's potential. Sun Menjing replied, "I've investigated. There is no cooperation between Yifeng and the Satan group. In fact, they have a grudge against each other, and Satan CEO might join forces to oppose him." This revelation shocked Sun Wang and Sun Shuju, and even Sun Qingling was startled. Sun Qingling still trusted Yifeng and believed he could handle the situation. However, the idea of being deceived by him shook her. She couldn't fathom why Yifeng would lie. Sun Menjing didn't bother to explain any further. Sun Wang, Sun Shuju, and the others soon came to their senses. Sun Shuju said, "In that case, it's even more necessary for us to join Chen Luo. Our family must align with him." The decision made by Sun Menjing pleased the top members of the Sun family. Meanwhile, at the Zhang household, Zhang Wei tried to convince Zhang Qiu to side with Chen Luo. But Zhang Qianshan opposed this decision once again. Fueled by a desire to please Zhang Qiu, she intended to continue supporting Yifeng. Zhang Nianwei vehemently shouted, "Yifeng's cooperation with the Satan group is fake. Not only that, the CEO of Satan despises Yifeng." This statement dumbfounded the other Zhang family members, including Zhang Qiu. He asked, "Nianwei, is this true?" Zhang Qiu was taken aback. If the allegations were true, it meant Yifeng was deceiving them all. Zhang Qianshan was also taken aback. When Zhang Nianwei confirmed this information and attributed it to Sun Menjing's investigation, the Zhang family fell into silence. Eventually, Zhang Qiu made a decision. It seemed Chen's family might emerge victorious in South City. Yet Zhang Qiu harbored concerns. "I hope Chen Luo will give our Zhang family a chance." Knowing their hasty decision to join forces with Chen Luo could backfire, Zhang Qianshan hoped her father would protect her from any unpleasant repercussions. This assurance from Zhang Qiu comforted Zhang Qianshan. She felt victorious in securing her father's support. Unexpectedly, even Zhang Qianshan, the Da. Chapter 317, Revenge from the high-ranking members of the Li family. Yifeng starting to trap people again. In the Li family mansion, Wei Mingbo's appearance smoothly shocked Li Kai, Li Yu, and the others. They said they wouldn't cause trouble again. However, after leaving, these people were filled with anger. "Li Feng, second brother, we can't just let this go like that." Li Feng spoke up. "Li Yu, yeah, second brother, If our Li family really sides with that Chen Luo, then in the future, we won't be able to stay in non-city anymore. If this gets out, it's a matter of life and death. Li Yu was also anxious. Li Kai waved his hand directly. Don't argue. This matter will not be settled like this. Li Kai's words made Li Yu and Li Feng smile. Li Yu, second brother, do you mean? Li Kai, regardless of how much pressure the Li family puts on us, we must seek revenge. Make Chen Luo pay the price. Li Kai's eyes were full of anger. Li Feng immediately voiced his support. Yes, we must make Chen Luo pay the price. Li Feng clenched his fists with a sense of resentment. As for the other high-ranking members of the Li family, like Li Hu and Li Hao, they naturally didn't participate. They all stood with Li Changchu. In the living room, Li Changchu looked somewhat embarrassed. He hesitated for a long time before approaching. Wife. Wei Nina, humph, don't call me wife. Wei Nina scolded directly. She was really angry right now. Her own son turned out to be this kind of person, and Wei Nina couldn't understand. The Wei family had always conducted their business openly and honestly since they rose to prominence. Wei Nina couldn't be considered a saint, but she was definitely not a bad person. Li Changchu was the same. But why was their son, Li Mingsh, like this? Wei Nina could only blame Li Changchu for the mistake. As a father, and with Li Mingsh always following him, he surely had the main responsibility and failed to supervise properly. Li Changchu acknowledged this. At the moment, he had only found some evidence of Li Ming's wrongdoing. Unlike Wei Nina, who saw everything directly from Chen Luo. It wasn't just mischief anymore, it was outright crime. Wei Nina wasn't sure what to do. Should she cover for her son, or send him to prison? Wei Nina was very conflicted. At the same time, she blamed herself. Although Li Changchu was at fault, Wei Nina, as a mother, lacked discipline towards her son. She knew she was also responsible for that. Wei Mingbo and Wei Tiancheng soon left. Wei Nina didn't tell Li Changchu about Li Ming's criminal activities. Li Changchu still thought his son had only made mistakes that spoiled young masters would make. He didn't pay much attention, thinking of continuing to coax Wei Nina. On the other side, Li Yu, Li Kai, and the others quickly reached an agreement. But at that moment, Li Kai's phone received a call from Yi Feng. Yi Feng, hey, Li Kai, what the hell is going on over there? What's the situation? Why did you guys end up siding with Chen Luo? Trying to mess with me? Yi Feng's angry voice came through. After making the call for so long, he finally got through. Yi Feng wanted to understand the situation right away. But of course, Li Kai couldn't disclose all the internal matters of the Li family to an outsider. However, Li Kai quickly thought of something. He said, Yi Feng, don't be hasty. This matter is not so simple. Yi Feng, not so simple. What do you mean? I'm telling you, Li Kai, if you don't give me an explanation, I won't let this go. It was clear that Yi Feng was really furious this time. Everything was going great, but then the Li family ruined it all. Yi Feng had thought he would see Chen Luo in trouble. He didn't expect the Li family to pull such a move. Wasn't this too outrageous? Li Kai was also a bit angry upon hearing this. But in order for their plan to proceed smoothly, Li Kai suppressed his anger. He forced a smile and said, Yi Feng, don't be so impatient. Let me explain slowly. We still have to deal with Chen Luo on that end. Do you think you can gather the forces of the Sun family and the Zhang family? Li Kai's voice suddenly lowered. It sounded like he was scheming something with Yi Feng. Yi Feng finally calmed down upon hearing this. But he was still somewhat angry. Furrowing his brows, he asked, what are you planning? The Zhang family and the Sun family were supposed to help you. Now you bunch of bastards. Li Kai, hey, Yi Feng, that's not right. We still need to deal with Chen Luo. Has anything changed? Li Kai interrupted Yi Feng. He had a mocking look on his face. He was clearly trying to deceive Yi Feng. But Yi Feng didn't realize it and asked, what do you mean? Li Kai, elaborate business negotiations are meaningless now. We plan to give Chen Luo a taste of his own medicine. Wasn't Mingsh hospitalized because of him? We'll treat him the same way. How about it? Are you in or out? Li Kai had made up his mind at this point. It was a risky plan. But they didn't care much at this point. Wei Nina actually wanted them to side with Chen Luo. These people would definitely not accept that. Upon hearing Li Kai's words, Yifeng understood his intention. After pondering for a moment, a hint of heat rose in his heart. Make Chen Luo pay a bloody price? Of course. Yifeng's expression also turned fierce. There was a glint of red in his eyes. At this point, he couldn't care less about justice or morals. As long as he could make Chen Luo suffer, Yifeng was willing to do it. Yifeng, of course. Seeing Yifeng agree, Li Kai laughed out loud. At the same time, they didn't think that what they were doing was wrong. After all, it was Chen Luo who had struck their men first. Li Kai argued that they stood on the moral high ground. Even if their actions were exposed, it wouldn't matter. After hanging up the phone, Yifeng began to think. Currently, Sun Menjing and Zhang Nianwei probably won't help me anymore, but I can reach out to Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianshan. Maybe they will still listen to me. Yifeng felt that this situation had a lot of potential for profit. Because the mastermind was not him, Yifeng, but the Li family's Li Kai and others. Even if things went wrong, Yifeng believed he could clean his hands of it. At least, that's how he convinced himself in his heart. Without much hesitation, Yifeng immediately called Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianshan. Hey, is this Qingling? There's something I need your help with. Hey, Qianshan, do you have time in the next few days? I want to ask for your help. Things were progressing smoothly for Yifeng. Sun Qingling understood Yifeng's intentions and immediately agreed to help. Later, the Sun family would definitely send enforcers to assist. Zhang Qianshan did the same. However, they both knew that this had to be done in secret. If the leaders of their clans found out, they would surely intervene. But to help Yifeng, they privately sought out their own enforcers. These people were confused, but under the coercion of their status as young ladies, they nodded in agreement, indicating no problem. They didn't understand who Chen Luo was. They didn't know about the enmity between the Chen family and the Li, Zhang, and Sun families. They were just bodyguards trained by these families. Soon, Li Kai found an opportunity to act. He had already sent someone to monitor Chen Luo. Upon discovering that Chen Luo seemed to be alone, Li Kai quickly sent a message to Yifeng. Seeing this, Yifeng didn't hesitate and hurried over. Chapter 318. Who is the prey? The horror of the nobility. Chapter 318. Who is the prey? The horror of the nobility. On the way here, Yifeng was already very excited. He was a bit arrogant at this moment. Damn it, I can't care about so much. I'll beat Chen Luo first. Yifeng had already wanted to do this a long time ago. Thinking back, he didn't know how many times he had been humiliated by Chen Luo. From Xia Qingyu to Zhang Xiaoyu, Meng Hanshan, Fen Muyao. All these female leads should have belonged to Yifeng. But the result was completely different. They not only were not obtained by Yifeng, but they also sided with Chen Luo. This made Yifeng extremely angry. Most importantly, every time, Yifeng was always made to look extremely embarrassed by Chen Luo. Whether it was being beaten by Chen Luo multiple times and hospitalized, or watching the girl he liked fall into Chen Luo's arms. For Yifeng, all of this was completely unacceptable. And now, Yifeng finally had the chance to retaliate against Chen Luo. Yifeng knew that this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. As the son of destiny, it was difficult for him to randomly pick a fight with Chen Luo, even though they had many conflicts before. But if Yifeng didn't take revenge on the spot, it would not fit the setting of a cool male lead in a novel. Usually, waiting a while before getting revenge, that would be an even stronger villain. Only then could it have that kind of impact. But Chen Luo was just a minor villain. However, this minor villain, Chen Luo, had pushed Yifeng over the edge multiple times and made him extremely embarrassed. Yifeng shook his head and stopped thinking about this. All he could think about now was beating Chen Luo severely, even though this might not match his Son of Destiny style. But at this moment, Yifeng couldn't hold back anymore. On the other side, Sun Qingling, Zhang Qianshan, and a few others followed the thugs from their families and came together. Both girls knew that what they were doing seemed wrong. Although Mom decided to side with Chen Luo, but I choose to believe in brother Yifeng. I think my thoughts are not wrong. Sun Qingling was already wavering, but she made a choice and comforted herself. Zhang Qianshan felt the same way. The forces from all sides would soon converge. Li Kai saw Yifeng rushing over and immediately said, See that? That guy is right there. Li Kai pointed ahead to a street outside a mall. Chen Luo was shopping hand in hand with a red-haired girl. Li Feng said, "We originally thought that this guy was alone, but unexpectedly, a red-haired girl appeared shortly afterward." Li Kai said, "But that doesn't matter. We've checked, and it seems that Chen Luo's two powerful thugs are not with him this time. He also didn't bring any bodyguards this time, so this is our chance." Li Kai was excited. It had been a long time since he had done something like this. In his youth, picking fights with people was quite normal. After all, surveillance wasn't as prevalent as it is now. Doing business required a bit of aggression and influence. However, even with the status of the Li family in the southern city, it was easy for them to rough up others. Even if the other party was the young master of the Chen family, Li Kai, Li Yu, and the others didn't care. Anyway, they were full of anger now, and the only thing on their minds was to send Chen Luo to the hospital. If they could personally beat him to a pulp, Li Kai would feel much better. Once their blood was up, they couldn't care about anything else. Meanwhile, Sun Qingling, Zhang Qianshan, and their thugs were waiting on Yi Feng's command. Yi Feng's eyes were filled with anger. He secretly watched Chen Luo nearby. Memories of past humiliations flooded his mind. Damn it! Yi Feng cursed, almost unable to resist rushing out. Luckily, he was held back by Li Kai. "Don't be hasty, brother Yi Feng. There are so many people here. It's not good to start a fight." Li Kai still had a last bit of rationality. Fighting in a crowded place, no matter how influential the Li family was, would cause trouble. Yi Feng also understood this. He suppressed his anger and calmed down. Soon, evening came. Chen Luo and Lin Yun had eaten and drank their fill. Lin Yun, feeling a bit tired, muttered, "Honey, my feet are a bit sore." Chen Luo immediately understood and said with a smile, "Come on, I'll carry you." Lin Yun's face was full of sweet smiles. She leapt lightly and jumped onto him. She hugged Chen Luo with her hands, leaning her head on his shoulder with a smile on her face. Chen Luo lifted her up and carried her forward. Enjoying the softness of Lin Yun's back, Chen Luo was happy. The streets were not crowded now, and Chen Luo and Lin Yun planned to play a while longer before going home. However, they hadn't walked far when suddenly, several people appeared in front of them, blocking Chen Luo's path. Lin Yun looked up, her face changing slightly. Chen Luo quietly put her down. Li Kai, Li Yu, and the others also quickly stepped out from behind these thugs. Li Kai, with a smug smile, walked towards Chen Luo in a swaggering manner. Li Yu, Li Feng, and the others also had mocking expressions on their faces. Chen Luo said, "Today? What about today?" Chen Luo remained calm and asked calmly. Li Feng said, "Heh, today, we're going to beat you up to avenge our honor and our grudges." Li Yu added, "Chen Luo, you were so arrogant at your company before, dared to hit us. I told you before, you would pay the price for this." Li Yu also cursed. Chen Luo asked, "Just you few?" Chen Luo was not worried internally and asked further. He wanted to know if the Sun family and Zhang family were involved this time. Unexpectedly, Yi Feng's voice came from the side. "Of course not, Chen Luo, let's settle our debts this time." Although Yi Feng didn't bring anyone with him, he was exceptionally powerful. Yi Feng indicated that he alone could handle 10. Chen Luo didn't seem surprised seeing him. He looked around and asked, "Anyone else?" Sun Qingling chimed in, "We're here too." Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianshan's voices came at the same time. The group of them with their thugs totaled over 10. Crowds passing by couldn't help but watch. Li Kai was impatient and wanted to end things quickly to avoid escalating public opinion. But to his surprise, Chen Luo remained calm and said, "It's not good to fight here. Come with me." Chen Luo led Lin Yun through a side alley. Lin Yun was unfazed and gave a cold glance at Li Kai and the others. Her expression seemed like she was looking at dead men. Li Kai didn't expect Chen Luo to be so bold, willingly going into the alley. Li Kai and the others followed without hesitation. When they cornered Chen Luo in the alley, Li Kai mocked, "Chen Luo, you're really stupid. We couldn't hang around for too long outside, but now we're going to cripple you here. As for what happens to your Chen family afterward, we don't care." Li Yu added, "Chen Luo, get ready to die." After issuing threats, they prepared to take action. But they were taken aback when Chen Luo raised his hand again. Wait a moment. Li Kai asked impatiently. What do you want to say now? Chen Luo then said slowly. Do you want to look back? When Li Kai and the others turned around, their pupils contracted. Because behind them, they saw a group of people they didn't bring. Tall, muscular, and fierce individuals. Their appearance incited fear in the thugs Li Kai had brought. Li Feng knew that Moyu had killed before, though not intentionally. But he had been through it. In his younger years, Moyu used to get into fights everywhere, and his eyes were different from ordinary people's. But seeing these people, Li Feng felt that even Moyu would appear immature in front of any one of them. Li Feng wondered how formidable a family had to be to cultivate such thugs. Li Kai, Li Yu, and the others were suddenly burdened with a heavy feeling. Li Kai even gulped nervously. It seemed that they were the prey after all. Chapter 319. Chen Luo's Counterattack. Ruthless slaughter with no mercy. The appearance of Lin Yun's bodyguard team made Li Kai, Li Yu, and the others instantly lose their arrogance. They had originally thought this would be a good opportunity to beat Chen Luo to a pulp. Clearly, they had investigated and found that Zhao Long, Zhao Hu, and Chen Luo's other subordinates were not nearby. How come so many new and formidable guys suddenly appeared? Although the Li family members were shocked, they knew that today, they probably wouldn't get their way. Li Kai was well aware that in the current situation, it was uncertain whether they could safely retreat. Damn it, how can this kid be so cunning? Li Kai now regarded Chen Luo with some admiration. Originally, he had thought that this guy calling them to a secluded alley was a death wish. However, it turned out he had a trick up his sleeve. Zhang Qianshan and Sun Qinling immediately faltered. They were not suited for such things in the first place. In the original story, they had never done anything like this. But now, to better assist Yi Feng, they had come to the scene. This way, their subordinates would be truly dedicated. However, they were unexpectedly surrounded. The terror of those burly men made Sun Qinling and Zhang Qianshan's legs weak. They didn't want to be beaten up by these tough guys here. If they got hurt, they had nowhere to turn to cry. As for Yi Feng, he was equally furious. He knew he was good at fighting, but against so many opponents, even he struggled. Damn it! Why is it always like this? Yi Feng cursed in his heart. How cautious and careful could Chen Luo be? Did he have to bring a bunch of bodyguards every time he went out? Yi Feng was speechless. At this moment, Chen Luo chuckled. So, Li Kai, Li Yu, would you still like to fight? While his face bore a smile, Li Kai and the others inexplicably felt a chill down their spines. Damn, how can this kid make me feel scared? Li Kai hadn't expected to feel this way towards Chen Luo. Chen Luo's words also brought Li Kai back to his senses. Damn it! Maybe I shouldn't have provoked this guy, a thought crossed his mind. But he realized that at present, it was not wise to confront Chen Luo head-on. There was no need for that. So, Li Kai spoke. Humph, this time, you're lucky. We'll leave. With that command, Li Kai intended to depart. Despite their reluctance, Li Yu and Li Feng knew better than to be foolish. But they never anticipated that Yi Feng, who had remained silent on the sidelines, suddenly roared in anger. He had been holding back for too long. He was itching to beat Chen Luo to release his pent-up anger. Ignoring Li Kai's orders, Yi Feng charged forward. Alarmed, Li Kai hastily scolded, Yi Feng, what the hell are you doing? Li Kai had been feigning calm, but in reality, he was extremely anxious. If things could be settled smoothly, with no need for violence on either side, that would be best. But if it escalated, Li Kai may not be able to bear the consequences. After all, he was a high-ranking member of the Li family. Engaging in a one-sided beating of Chen Luo and quickly dispersing would be one thing. But if they had to fight Chen Luo's subordinates, Li Kai might end up suffering the consequences. But at this moment, Yi Feng was not concerned about Li Kai's words. With his fists raised, he was about to strike Chen Luo in the face. But then, suddenly, a burly man rushed forward from the side. Like a fierce tiger, he mercilessly slammed into Yi Feng with an iron shoulder strike. Oh damn! Yi Feng was sent flying and crashed into the nearby wall. Not only that, but immediately, 3 or 4 tall, strong men encircled Yi Feng. Meanwhile, the other thugs from the outer circle advanced slowly towards Li Kai, Sun Qinling, Zhang Qianshan, and the rest. Li Kai's expression turned grim, while Chen Luo's voice once again echoed, Too bad, Li Kai. I was originally going to let you off, but you guys have no sense of shame. Can't blame me now. Chen Luo's tone was filled with mockery. Li Kai quickly protested, wait, Chen Xiao, that was Yifeng's doing, it's not us. We didn't intend to fight you. However, such explanations were futile, as Chen Luo had no intention of letting them off from the start. After all, if he had neglected to bring Zhao Long or Zhao Hu with him, and had been truly caught off guard today, there was a chance he might have been beaten up. How could he overlook that? Seeing Chen Luo seemingly about to get serious, Li Kai's expression darkened. Li Yu and Li Feng were equally nervous. Brother, what do we do now? Li Yu, though once skilled in combat, was getting older. In middle age, even thermoses were filled with wolfberries. Let alone fighting these almost 2-meter tall tough guys, it was in a different league. Li Kai, not a fool, bluntly stated, of course, we find a chance and run. Only a fool would actually fight them. It wasn't the era for fighting to the death anymore. Moreover, even if they fought to the death here, Li Kai knew it would have no impact on Chen Luo. Li Kai's eyes were fixed on the entrance of the alley. He cursed himself inwardly for venturing too deep. Though he had previously mocked Chen Luo for coming so far into the alley, he now realized his own foolishness. The Li family's bodyguards finally made their move, charging forward. However, what disillusioned Li Kai and the others was that these people not only were tall and strong, but had clearly received training. With each punch and kick they delivered, the Li family's bodyguards were left lying on the ground. It felt as if each of them was a martial arts master, a combat expert. Indeed, they were highly skilled individuals. Lin Yun's bodyguards weren't all this formidable, but those personally selected by Lin Moyin for his precious daughter were undoubtedly top-notch. While these people might not have been boosted by a system like Yifeng, enhancing their physique, they were still far better than your average person. Yifeng might easily take down 10 regular people. Fighting these experts meant taking on 2 to 3 at once, a considerable feat. At that moment, Yifeng was entangled by those four burly men, and in the narrow alley, he couldn't unleash his full potential. With his hands and feet restrained by 2 men, he was pinned to the ground, unable to move. The outcome had already been decided. Li Kai, Li Yu, and the others didn't escape either. After the Li family bodyguards fell, they tried to charge out. They assumed that once outside, those people wouldn't dare to lay a hand on them. However, as Li Kai hadn't run far, one of them grabbed him and tossed him back. Ouch! Li Kai's back hit the stone, causing a sharp pain that left him unable to continue. While Li Yu and Li Feng were relatively luckier, they were tossed to the ground casually. Though Li Feng was a woman, the outcome was the same. As for Sun Qinling and Zhang Qianchen, it was similar. Lin Yun's bodyguards didn't show mercy. Following Lin Yun's instructions, they slapped them a few times. How dare you hit me? Sun Qinling immediately protested, while Zhang Qianchen was equally indignant. But their anger seemed laughable. Li Kai gritted his teeth, endured the pain, and fell to his knees. Sorry, Xiao Chen, we were wrong. Please spare us. Li Kai felt immense pain in his waist now. Of course, Chen Luo would not be too harsh. But since they wanted to beat him up, Chen Luo had to return the favor. Soon, sounds of screaming echoed in the alley. Li Kai, Li Yu, Li Feng, Yifeng, Sun Qinling, Zhang Qianchen, and others were ruthlessly beaten. Seeing Chen Luo and Lin Yun calmly leave the alley, it was clear that it was nothing significant to them. However, once this news spread, the 3 major families shook. Chapter 320 Sun Menjing's Fury. Teaming up with the Zhang family. Sun Menjing, that Chen Luo, he's simply going too far. How dare he even touch my precious daughter? The fire burned in Sun Menjing's eyes. Clearly, she couldn't accept this situation at all. Earlier, Sun Menjing had promised Sun Qingling that even if their Sun family sided with Chen Luo, she would never allow him to bully her. With this promise, Sun Qingling felt somewhat reassured. However, she didn't expect this to happen before they even allied with Chen Luo. How could Chen Luo order someone to hit Sun Qingling? As the saying goes, even a clay figure would get angry. Although Sun Menjing was somewhat afraid of Chen Luo's power, being bullied to this extent was unacceptable to her. Sun Menjing had no intention of keeping quiet. She decided that she would go to Chen Luo's place and demand justice. If Chen Luo refused to provide this justice, then Sun Menjing would have no choice but to confront him, even if it meant the Sun family suffered greatly and lost their position among the top 5 families. However, Sun Menjing was puzzled about one thing. Chen Luo, why would you hit my daughter? Sun Menjing felt that something was amiss. There was a conflict between the Sun family and Chen Luo, but Sun Menjing felt that Chen Luo didn't seem like the kind of person who would bully young girls. Chen Luo had never laid a hand on Sun Qingling before. However, Sun Menjing knew that the situation was real, and that was enough for her. Watching Sun Qingling lying in the hospital with injuries on her face made Sun Menjing tremble with anger. Sun Hiyu, Sun Jiuan, Sun Shuju, and others from the Sun family quickly arrived upon hearing the news. They had hesitant expressions on their faces. Sun Shuju said, "Sister, I think we need to carefully consider this matter." Sun Wang added, "Yes, sister, I feel something is fishy. Chen Luo doesn't seem like that kind of person." The senior members of the Sun family didn't want to have a falling out with Chen Luo. However, Sun Menjing's anger only intensified upon hearing this. She directly exclaimed, "How can you watch your own niece get beaten up like this and remain silent? Are we, the Sun family, that spineless?" Sun Menjing was fired up. Sun Hiyu then spoke, "Sister, I found out that it wasn't just Qingling who got hurt. It seems that even the daughter of the Zhang family was also beaten by Chen Luo." Sun Hiyu's words surprised Sun Menjing. Was it Zhang Qianchen? Even she got hit. What's going on? Sun Menjing was puzzled. Just then, a car arrived. Sun Menjing was too angry to ponder further and directly got into the car with a few members of the Sun family and headed to the hospital. On the way, Sun Shuju, Sun Hiyu, and the others continued their analysis. Sun Hiyu said, "Sister, I think this matter is not that simple. There must be a reason behind it. I think it's very likely that Qingling provoked Chen Luo first." Sun Hiyu still sided with Chen Luo. After investigating, he found that Chen Luo wasn't a bad person. Sun Shuju, Sun Wang, and others also supported Sun Hiyu's views. Of course, part of the reason was that these people didn't have much presence in the original work, similar to that of Fen Muyo's uncles. In reality, without Yifeng's impression of Fen Fuging, Fen Muyo's uncles might have been able to discern things clearly. Comparing the achievements of the two, Chen Luo was undoubtedly the more outstanding young man, not worthy of mention compared to Yifeng. Their accomplishments were on different levels. However, Sun Menjing only saw them as fearing Chen Luo and didn't want to ruin their relationship with him. Nevertheless, Sun Menjing was determined to seek revenge. This grudge must be settled. Chen Luo has crossed the line. Regarding the possibility of Qingling provoking Chen Luo, Sun Menjing felt it was unlikely. She had already warned Qingling, who had promised to behave. Sun Menjing thought it was more likely that Chen Luo had targeted Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianchen without cause. When they arrived at the hospital and saw Qingling, Sun Menjing quickly went to visit her. Qingling had only suffered minor injuries that wouldn't disfigure her, which relieved Sun Menjing. However, seeing her daughter in pain and shock left Sun Menjing even more furious. When Qingling saw Sun Menjing, she burst into tears. "Mom!" They hugged each other. After comforting Qingling, Sun Menjing asked, "Qingling, what really happened? How could Chen Luo hit you? Did you provoke him?" Qingling didn't tell the truth at this moment. She also held some grudges against Chen Luo. Qingling gritted her teeth and said, "No. Mom, I told you before that Chen Luo is a lawless guy. Can we trust someone like that? After we ally with him, won't we be devoured by him? He dared to be so arrogant this time, hitting me. Next time, it might be you, Mom." Qingling was furious. She hoped Sun Menjing would stand up for her and find more people to confront Chen Luo. She wanted to see Chen Luo being taken to the hospital too. Qingling's words triggered Sun Menjing's anger, and she exploded, "Chen Luo, you're going too far. I believe in the principle of an eye for an eye, and you've crossed the line." Sun Menjing clenched her fists in anger. On the other hand, Sun family's senior members didn't display such strong anger on their faces. Instead, they exchanged glances with some hesitation. They felt that the situation might not be as simple as Qingling made it out to be. Moments later, Sun Hiyu asked, "Qingling, why were you and Zhang Qianchen from the Zhang family attacked? Where were you attacked?" Since Qingling had already lied, she felt she couldn't retract her statements. She reluctantly admitted to what she had said. Sun family's senior members quickly found an excuse to leave the hospital room. Sun He Yu said, "Sister, did you see that? I told you. This must have been incited by Yifeng and the senior members of the Li family. Qingling was possibly misled. She's young and naive. Perhaps she was manipulated." Sun Shuju added that Yifeng is despicable. He has tricked the Sun family repeatedly. "Sister, we can no longer trust him." Sun Wang chimed in. "Exactly, sister. Didn't you say he lied to you before? There's no real connection between him and the Sutton group. He almost led us astray." The senior members of the Sun family had grown resentful towards Yifeng. Unfortunately, Sun Menjing still couldn't let go of her anger about her daughter being harmed. She promptly declared, "Whether or not Qingling provoked the situation, the fact that my daughter ended up like this is unacceptable. We must confront Chen Luo and demand answers." Sun Menjing was resolute, not seeking trouble, but unwilling to overlook the injustice. Concerning the attack on Qingling, Sun Jiwan received a response from their thugs. They confirmed that they had been inexplicably attacked by Chen Luo. Despite Qingling's instructions, Sun Jiwan didn't appreciate being deceived. He decided that some heads needed to roll once he returned. These individuals were hired by him, but if they weren't loyal to him, then there was no point in keeping them. Sun He Yu, Sun Shuju, and the others didn't want Sun Menjing to take matters into her own hands. Nevertheless, they understood that instances where one's daughter was attacked couldn't be taken lightly. Suddenly, another familiar voice appeared. "Well said, Sister Sun. You have that courage as always. I'll join you in this matter." Sun Menjing turned to see a muscular man approaching. It was Zhang Qiu, the head of the Zhang family and Zhang Qianshan's father. He had coincidentally come to the hospital to visit Zhang Qianshan. Sun Menjing naturally welcomed his support. Zhang Qiu also expressed his anger. "Chen Luo is truly going too far. Though I don't want to get into conflict with him, I can't believe he dared to hit my daughter. I'm ready to confront him." Other senior members of the Zhang family echoed similar sentiments. They were appalled by Chen Luo's actions and felt it was necessary to demand an explanation from him. Zhang Yushuang remarked, "Chen Luo has truly crossed a line in hitting a child. We must ensure he is held accountable for this. Even if the Li family went to Chen Luo last time and got hurt, with both of our families here, I don't believe Chen Luo would dare to act up again. Do they think they can do as they please in Nan City?" The members of the Zhang family were indignant. Although they didn't fully trust Qingling's initial explanation and had no particular feelings towards Yifeng, the assault on the Zhang family's daughter had to be rectified for the family's honor. Sun Menjing was equally stirred by their determination. She declared, "Let's go together. Let's see what Chen Luo is capable of, that he's acting so arrogantly. This time, I won't accept anything less than an explanation from Chen Luo and to resolve the grievances between our families." Sun Menjing felt that it was time to settle the score once and for all with the Chen family. Chapter 320, Wei Nina's Fury. The new plan of the Li family. Wei Nina's anger in Chapter 321. The determination of Sun Menjing is very firm. Although she is aware that what her younger brothers have said seems to be correct, this Yifeng indeed gives off a feeling of being a jinx. Previously, the Sun family had almost been duped by him several times. This time, if they continue to stand on the same side as Yifeng, they might still be duped. But Sun Menjing can't be bothered with so much. She only feels that she must seek revenge for her daughter. However, Sun He and Sun Shuju and others think that Sun Qingling is closely related to Yifeng, and the Sun family needs to seek revenge for Qingling. It feels things might become very complicated, but they also understand that they may not be able to persuade them. Looking at the angry face of their older sister, Sun He, Sun Shuju, and a few others can only swallow their words again. In the end, they can only sigh and shake their heads helplessly in their hearts. Sun Menjing saw that the head of the Zhang family was advocating joining in. Her confidence suddenly increased a lot. With the heads of the two major families going to cause trouble for Chen Luo. Even if Chen Luo has some strength, he should give them some face, right? In fact, Sun Menjing also had the thought of whether or not to seek cooperation with the Li family. After all, it is said that the high-level members of the Li family have suffered again this time. However, after some consideration, Sun Menjing decided to give up. She remembered the news earlier that the Li family had decided to join forces with Chen Luo. Although it is not clear whose decision it was, whether it was the Wei family behind the Li family or Li Changchu's idea. But the Li family will definitely not be as hostile towards Chen Luo now. At least, a part of them should be on Chen Luo's side. If they were to work with the Li family now, they might end up making more enemies for themselves. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu discussed and decided not to bother the Li family about this matter. The two major families causing trouble for Chen Luo should be sufficient. However, at this time, Zhang Nianwei from the Zhang family suddenly rushed over from nearby. She actually had an opposing view. "Dad, I think we should reconsider this matter. What Qianchen said may not be entirely true. I think it's very possible that Qianchen and the others provoked Chen Luo first, and we are not right in this." Zhang Nianwei did have a special feeling for Yi Feng before. But after so many events, especially after Yi Feng lied about having a close relationship with the Satan group and Sun Menjing uncovered it as false, Zhang Nianwei's perception of Yi Feng completely shattered. In Zhang Nianwei's eyes, a man who lies like that is nothing more than a pretender. Yi Feng's actions did not match the setup of a cool male lead in a pleasant text. Therefore, Zhang Nianwei's mind became clearer. She felt that such matters should be approached rationally. It's not a matter of who is angry, but also, this matter involving Yi Feng makes Zhang Nianwei quite resistant to standing on the same side as him. Unfortunately, Zhang Nianwei's opposition was futile for Zhang Qiu as well. Zhang Qiu even felt a bit angry. "HMPH, Nianwei, what do you mean by that? Even if Qianchen provoked him first, does that make it right for Chen Luo to hit someone? In any case, that guy dared to hit my daughter like that. I will never let him off no matter what. Nianwei, don't you feel sorry for your sister?" Zhang Qiu's tone had a questioning air. Zhang Nianwei was somewhat stunned, clearly not expecting her father to suddenly become so fierce. And the hopes that Sun Heiyu, Sun Shuju, and the others had just raised in their hearts quickly dissipated. They thought that Zhang Nianwei might be able to persuade Zhang Qiu. If that happened, this situation might have a chance for a turnaround. But unfortunately, it now seems that a major clash is inevitable between the two families and Chen Luo. On the other hand, in the Li family side, different from the fury of Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu, inside the Li family, Li Changchu, Wei Ni Na, and others' anger was directed towards Li Kai, Li Yu, and a few others. Wei Ni Na was almost driven mad. She didn't expect that even after she had clearly said not to provoke Chen Luo, the Li family still went ahead and caused trouble for him. The Li family was going to cooperate with Chen Luo in the future. At this crucial point in time, how could they create conflict with Chen Luo? Most importantly, Wei Ni Na was aware that Chen Luo had evidence of Li Ming's crimes in his hands. Although Chen Luo did not mention it, Wei Ni Na thought that he had only put Li Ming in the hospital. There were no further actions after that. This was likely a way for Chen Luo to leave a route of escape for Li Ming, or perhaps he didn't want to take the matter too far. Wei Ni Na came to this realization and understood. Afterward, she would firmly choose to cooperate with Chen Luo. In this way, Chen Luo would probably not spread that evidence again. But Wei Ni Na was worried that these few people, these bastards, dared to provoke Chen Luo again. Wei Ni Na was concerned that if Chen Luo decided to turn things over to the authorities, Li Ming would be in for an even worse situation. Perhaps his life would be ruined. Although she didn't want to shield Li Ming as his mother, Wei Ni Na definitely had a sense of compassion. If this matter could settle at this stage, Wei Ni Na vowed that in the future, she would discipline her reckless son harshly. But if things escalated further, that was not what Wei Ni Na wanted to see. Therefore, at a certain hospital, after Wei Ni Na and Li Changchu arrived, Wei Ni Na directly exploded on Li Kai, Li Yu, and the others. "Wei Ni Na, are you all deaf? Didn't you hear what I said earlier? How dare you go and provoke Chen Luo? Idiots!" Clearly, Li Kai and the others were completely unprepared for Wei Ni Na's outburst. Li Changchu was also a bit stunned. He was only annoyed that his younger brothers and sisters were so disobedient. If this harmed the cooperation between the two families, it would not be worth it. But was it worth getting so angry about? After Wei Ni Na's scolding, Li Changchu suddenly didn't know what to blame Li Kai and the others for. Li Kai, Li Yu, and the others, who had been lying on the hospital bed, were still a bit dazed. They also felt anger in their hearts. Damn it, that Chen Luo, sooner or later, I will make him pay. Damn it, this matter won't end Chen Luo, you wait for me. The ones who had been beaten still hadn't learned their lesson. They still wanted to retaliate against Chen Luo. Wei and Ina's scolding directly left them dumbfounded. Li Kai regained his senses and quickly smiled apologetically. Sister, we were just trying to seek justice for Mingsh and the Li family. Is that so wrong? We all feel that we can't let it go after Chen Luo hit Mingsh. Li Kai thought the situation was not that serious. Even if the Li family wanted to cooperate with Chen Luo, their excuse was quite perfect. Normally, hearing these words would have calmed Wei and Ina's anger. Given their understanding of Wei and Ina, she doted on Li Mingsh quite a bit. Although she hadn't seen Li Mingsh for a long time, every time they met, Wei and Ina would buy a lot of things for her precious son. Luxury cars, brand watches, and such were nothing out of the ordinary. Li Mingsh only saw Wei and Ina a few times a year, but each time, he received a generous gift. So Li Kai and the others believed that Wei and Ina must also have thoughts of seeking revenge for Li Mingsh. Upon hearing this, Li Changchu also somewhat agreed. He couldn't help but say, forget it, and Ina, this matter is also not their fault. At least, they haven't caused a great calamity, right? Li Changchu was ultimately a bit soft-hearted. But what they didn't expect was that Wei and Ina, far from calming down, became even more furious. Wei and Ina, let it go. Do you know what kind of disaster these idiots have stirred up? Morons! Fool, why don't you just die? Think you're so righteous, huh? Don't think I don't know. You're only seeking vengeance for Mingsh to satisfy your own anger. You guys dared not to listen to me. Li Kai and the others were completely taken aback. Li Changchu also quickly said, no, honey, how could that be? How could our Li family dare to be at odds with your Wei family? Cold sweat broke out on Li Changchu's back. He had never seen Wei and Ina so angry before. The words she had just said were a bit too harsh. If Wei and Ina were to bring her father into this, it wouldn't be difficult to make the Li family fall. And Li Changchu had no doubt that this was very likely. After all, Wei and Ina only liked him as a person, but she didn't have much affection for the Li family. And Li Changchu's status wasn't enough to let Wei and Ina forgive the Li family. Or rather, Li Changchu believed that his wife wouldn't get so angry without reason. Could it be that we really shouldn't provoke Chen Luo? Li Changchu recalled that his daughter Li Hongxia had always said that they should stay away from Yi Feng, that jinx. Li Kai, Li Yu, and the others also became a bit flustered. They quickly explained, sister, don't be angry. We were wrong. We won't do it again. Please give our Li family a way out. Yes, sister, we were wrong. Li Yu, Li Kai, and the others were sweating profusely. Even the most sharp-tongued Li Feng didn't dare to confront Wei and Ina at this moment. Although Wei and Ina didn't care much about the Li family, Li Changchu still held a high position in her heart. Wei and Ina wasn't willing to take things too far. She also didn't want to inform her uncle Wei Mingbo about this matter. But some punishment was still needed for Li Yu, Li Kai, and the others. Wei and Ina said coldly, after this, all of you need to go apologize to Chen Luo. I don't care what methods you use, but you must make Chen Luo no longer angry with you. Do you hear me? This time, Wei and Ina spoke loudly. Her gaze was also very cold. Li Yu, Li Kai, and others showed fear on their faces. They never expected that Wei and Ina would punish them in such a way. It was clear that each of them was quite resistant to this order. Even Li Changchu spurred them on with a few words of solace. Akai, Ziyu, Zifeng, you guys just settle down a bit. I think Nana must have her reasons. Perhaps we really shouldn't provoke Chen Luo. Let's end it here, can we? Li Changchu advised earnestly. He also sensed that things were not going well. At this point, Li Kai and the others had already let their anger cloud their judgment. Understood, big brother, replied Li Kai calmly. Li Changchu nodded. They left thinking everything was fine. However, after they left, Li Kai, Li Yu, and Li Feng began scheming again. Li Yu, big brother, what do we do about this matter? Li Feng, are we really going to let Chen Luo off the hook? I don't know why that woman, Wei and Ina, is siding with Chen Luo like that. He's just a useless young master, isn't he? Even if he has other forces behind him, so what? Li Yu, that's right, we should just confront him head-on to the end. Evidently, they weren't willing to give up so easily. Li Kai's eyes suddenly became somewhat profound. he said calmly. Of course, this matter cannot be left at that. Li Kai clenched his fist. He remembered that he had already been hit by Chen Luo twice. How could he possibly swallow such humiliation? But we can't rashly charge ahead again. Now that Wei and Ina won't let us cause trouble for Chen Luo, then we spend money to find other people to handle this matter. Won't that work? Li Kai's words raised a light bulb moment for Li Yu and Li Feng. They looked refreshed, clearly not having thought of this plan. Li Yu, right, we can find some people who have nothing to do with us. Let them go and beat up Chen Luo. That would be perfect. Li Feng, although we can't strike Chen Luo ourselves, this is still a way to vent our frustration. But big brother, who should we find? Chen Luo has many powerful bodyguards around him, after all. They could find hired muscle, but those bodyguards around Chen Luo were very formidable. They wanted to find someone who could take down Chen Luo's bodyguards, which was not easy. But at this moment, Li Kai suddenly smirked. Silly, it's time to start using our brains. Those bodyguards around Chen Luo are indeed powerful, but do you think they would dare to lay hands on elderlies? Li Kai's words once again enlightened Li Yu and Li Feng. Their eyes lit up, clearly not having thought of this strategy. Li Yu, big brother, you're really clever. Li Feng, this makes perfect sense, brother. I truly admire your wit more and more. Right, we can hire some elderly or weak people to cause trouble. When those bodyguards around Chen Luo see them, do you think they'll dare to act? They'll probably just shoo them away, but those people we hire could end up seriously injured and hospitalized. They might even be paralyzed. Ha ha ha. This strategy is too cunning, too sneaky. Although they praised this plan sarcastically, Li Feng was already blossoming with joy inside. She believed that this time, they would definitely make Chen Luo pay the price in blood. As for Li Yu and Li Kai, their faces also revealed a fierce, cruel expression. Chapter 322. The Expectations of Li Chongchu and Wei Nina. Chen looks in successful cooperation. Chapter 322. The Expectations of Li Chongchu and Wei Nina. Chen looks in successful cooperation. It must be said that the ideas of the Li family trio are indeed very cunning. At the same time, it does not fit their status and identity. If this matter were to be exposed, they might not be able to hold their heads up in the Southern City Business District in the future. However, at this moment, the three members of the Li family no longer care so much. Heh face. What Li Kai wants is to have Chen Lu end up just like them, lying in the hospital in a sorry state. As for everything else, it no longer matters. However, at this moment, Li Yu suddenly spoke up. Second brother, should we go find Yi Feng this time? After all, behind him are the Sun family and the Zhang family, and the daughters of the Sun family and the Zhang family were also beaten by Chen Lu. I think they definitely won't want to swallow this humiliation, right? Li Yu's words immediately awakened Li Kai. He suddenly said, yes, of course we should. How can we handle things like this without the help of the Sun family and Zhang family? We are all family here, and such a good opportunity should not be missed by them. Li Kai certainly hopes to involve as many people as possible. This way, even if something goes wrong later, they won't be the target of everyone's wrath. However, in Li Kai's mind, the image of Yifeng's swift and decisive actions in that alley suddenly surfaced. At the time, he had already sensed that something was amiss and planned to escape. Back then, it seemed that Chen Lu hadn't intended to target them. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yifeng directly raised his fists and charged at them, leading to the outbreak of the fight. If it weren't for Yifeng's impulsiveness, they might have been able to walk away unscathed. Although Li Kai is not a fool, he understands that even if Yifeng hadn't acted then, given Chen Lu's temperament, he might not have let them off so easily. Li Kai hasn't forgotten that when they went to Chen Lu's company before, Chen Lu dared to directly attack them. So, in that alley, there was a chance that they would not have escaped a beating. Yifeng's performance made Li Kai somewhat uncomfortable. Li Kai also knew that his eldest brother didn't seem to like Yifeng very much, mainly because of his niece, Li Hongxia, who seemed to have a strong aversion to Yifeng. Li Kai couldn't help but ponder to himself, is this Yifeng really a jinx? Will bad luck follow whoever works with him? Li Kai thought about it, and quickly dismissed this thought. No, Yifeng has gained the trust of the Sun family and Zhang family, which proves his strength. And his strong aversion towards Chen Lu is very apparent. If we don't involve him in dealing with Chen Lu, it would be much less enjoyable. Li Kai had thoroughly let go of his worries. He even felt that with Yi Feng around, if they were to successfully strike at Chen Lu in the future, Yi Feng would surely deliver a fatal blow. This was something Li Kai was happy to see. On Wei Nina's side, she had no idea that the members of the Li family were still not giving up. In fact, even Li Changchu had not expected his brothers to be so stubborn. However, at this moment, Li Changchu was more interested in knowing why Wei Nina had exploded in anger. In fact, from earlier, when Wei Nina announced that the Li family would cooperate with Chen Lu, Li Changchu wanted to know the reason. But he trusted his wife and knew that the Wei family was indeed much more powerful than the Li family. However, at this moment, Li Changchu was more curious to know why Wei Nina had been so furious. He then spoke up, "Wife, why were you so angry? What makes Chen Lu so special? You haven't told me why we should cooperate with him. Our good daughter seems to like Chen Lu, but Mingyi." Hearing Li Changchu's questioning, Wei Nina was at a loss for words. Her face showed hesitation. Li Changchu was not in a rush. After a while, Wei Nina sighed lightly and said, "Changchu, Mingyi has done something very despicable, very disgusting. He committed a crime, a serious one." Wei Nina's words caused Li Changchu's heart to sink instantly. Until now, his investigation had only revealed that Li Mingyi had hit and bullied others, which were not serious crimes. But now, Wei Nina's words indicated that Li Mingyi had committed a serious offense. What kind of crime could it be? Li Changchu's hands began to tremble. After further inquiry, Li Changchu learned that Chen Lu had evidence of Li Mingyi's crime. His seemingly sunny and well-behaved eldest son had assaulted the daughter of the Du family, and even more. In that moment, Li Changchu felt unsteady on his feet. He took a few shaky steps and sat down on a stone seat at the back. At that moment, Li Changchu fully understood why Wei Nina was so angry. At the same time, he also gained a new understanding of Chen Lu. So, it turns out that earlier, Chen Lu beat Mingyi in his company because Mingyi had harmed Du Qingku, done terrible things to her, and even wanted to continue. Li Changchu had to admit that if he were in Chen Lu's shoes, he might have taken action as well. This revelation made Li Changchu view Chen Lu in a new light. Chen Lu had bravely intervened and fought against a wrong, even if it was his own son. Li Changchu, at that moment, felt a mix of heartache, regret, helplessness, and anger. Various emotions surged within him. To have his son revealed as a person with a beastly heart would be unbearable for anyone. At the same time, Li Changchu felt some relief. Fortunately, Chen Lu hasn't made all the evidence public yet, otherwise. Li Changchu understood that, if that were to happen, Li Mingyi would have to go to prison. There was no doubt about it. Even with the Li family's influence, this fact wouldn't change. Wei Nina also nodded helplessly. "That's why I didn't want to provoke Chen Lu. Now, our son's future is in Chen Lu's hands. What can we do against Chen Lu at this point? It would be like leading our son into the fire pit, wouldn't it?" Although her words were not entirely just, as parents, it was natural to help and support each other. Li Changchu also understood this. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, "If Mingyi can escape this calamity, I will definitely discipline him severely in the future. I will strip him of all his positions and make him start from scratch." This was the selfish desire of Li Changchu and Wei Nina. But they didn't know how smoothly things would go. At that moment, Li Changchu's thoughts were extremely chaotic. He couldn't even think about or concern himself with Li Kai, Li Yu, and the others. Li Changchu believed that his brothers would probably behave more obediently now, especially since they had been intimidated by his wife and were still lying in the hospital. It would take them 3 to 5 days to recover and leave the hospital. So, they would have to behave themselves for a while. And just as there was unrest within the 3 major families, Chen Lu's side also received some unexpected visitors. "Are you Chen Lu, the boss of Luo Yun Group?" Chen Lu's office was visited by a young man with a handsome appearance and a center-parted hairstyle who smiled and introduced himself. Chen Lu nodded. "Hello, I'm Liu Ming, the young master of the Shangcheng Liu family. At the same time, my other identity is a director. I heard that Chen little brother seems to be very talented, involved in various industries, and I admire that." Liu Ming extended his hand in greeting. In fact, someone with his status as a young master should be much stronger than the young masters like Chen Lu from the southern city. The Liu family was one of the 10 major families in Shangcheng, and their power and influence were far beyond comparison with those in the southern city. The truly powerful entities in the 5 major families of the southern city were only those 5 families. Other businesses established by individuals such as Leng Xiaoyan, Yao Yue, and Hao Yuhan in the music industry, although they had become wealthy with assets worth billions, were not even worth mentioning in the national business field. But in Shangcheng, there were many more powerful forces, such as the 3 major aristocratic families who kept a low profile and were not publicly recognized. There were also strong entities like the Sada and Bike, which were not counted among family businesses, but were powerful forces nonetheless. In addition, there were formidable enterprises like the Fantie Group, one of the 3 major gaming giants, headquartered in Shangcheng. Although not part of the top 10 family ranks or the 3 major aristocratic families, the strength and influence of these enterprises were formidable, and their CEOs held high positions in the business world. These companies with market values in the billions were significant players on the global stage. The games produced by the Fantie Group were in high demand and dominated the market. Even though the reputation of Fantie Group games among ordinary players was quite poor, in terms of making money, they were unrivaled. The CEO of Fantie Group, Gu Hong, was a prominent figure who effortlessly made it onto the annual Forbes list of the world's wealthiest individuals. This level of wealth was terrifyingly high and undeniable. It further highlighted the power and influence of the Liu family. In the textile industry, the Liu family owned a large clothing business, and many famous clothing and footwear brands in the country were actually part of the Liu family's industry. This sector brought them abundant profits, and the Liu Group's assets reached billions. They were super rich. However, unexpectedly, after Liu Ming graduated from college, he started directing films and entered the entertainment industry. During his university years, Liu Ming had filmed several short films on his own and had won some awards. This was where Liu Ming's passion lay. With the support of his family's resources, Liu Ming had made some significant achievements. Initially, when he began directing films, he received investments from the family elders, which provided him with enough capital to experiment. Additionally, the family introduced Liu Ming to some A-list celebrities. As a result, Liu Ming's first work received a lot of attention online. Although it didn't go viral, the final box office earnings exceeded 100 million, which meant Liu Ming had not lost any money. His later films continued to improve in quality. Finally, with his 5th film, the box office numbers exceeded 1.3 billion. This film marked Liu Ming's rise in the entertainment industry. Even without the title of the Liu family's young master, Liu Ming could be considered a successful director. His youth and potential were boundless. Regarding Liu Ming's background, Chen Lu had all this information in mind when meeting him. He quickly responded with a smile, "Just playing around. I wonder why young Master Liu suddenly came to see me. Is there something you need?" Chen Lu was clear that in the original work, Liu Ming was part of the main character's team. But he was not considered a close brother of the male lead. They had only met and cooperated with Yi Feng by chance. In the original storyline, Liu Ming's appearance was supposed to come later. Therefore, when Liu Ming arrived at this moment, Chen Lu understood that it was all part of the flow. However, it would depend on Liu Ming's future actions to determine everything. Liu Ming's answer, which followed, further confirmed Chen Lu's understanding. Liu Ming, of course, Chen, to be precise, I want to collaborate with you on making a movie. I've watched several of the films you directed, and frankly, they are excellent. The Troubles of Charlotte, The Pineapple City Tycoon, and the newly released The Shy Iron Fist, these 3 films, each with a box office exceeding 1 billion, even breaking through to billion, truly impress me. I had my younger brother send an email to Chen little brother earlier, but you didn't reply, so I decided to come see you directly. I hope I'm not bothering you, Chen little brother. Liu Ming's attitude was quite good. From Chen Lu's perspective, this was enough to confirm that Liu Ming was sincere. Otherwise, Chen Lu's antagonist title would not have prompted such compliments from these morally upright individuals. However, explaining why Chen Lu hadn't replied to Liu Ming's message was simple. He hadn't had the chance to reply yet. Chen Lu knew that Liu Ming was part of the main character team in the original story. But at that moment, with Ji Sijia and the Wei family still available for cooperation, Chen Lu couldn't actively engage with others. Just as before, when female lead figures like Liu Qinyan, Zhao Xianglin and Mu Shuxiu, who held high positions in the music industry, had sent invitations for cooperation. But the results were less than ideal. Zhao Xianglin and Mu Shuxiu still harbored prejudices and hostility towards Chen Lu, and it was a waste of Chen Lu's time. So, Chen Lu preferred to focus on getting things right in the gaming aspect. Besides, since Ji Xijia and Wei Nina were more stable partners, he didn't want to provoke others unnecessarily. However, now that Liu Ming had taken the initiative to visit, and with such a respectful attitude, Chen Lu was willing to cooperate with him. Chen Lu, that's fine. Regarding the final income split, Liu little brother, is 80-20 agreeable to you? Chen Lu's calm words caused Liu Ming's smile to freeze on his face. Behind him, the yellow-haired youth's expression also shifted. In the next moment, he directly spoke out, Chen Lu, our young master is a well-known young director in the industry. You name 5-5 split, that's a given. Liu Weiyong's words were cut off when Chen Lu blandly said, let's forget about it. After hearing Chen Lu's words, Weiyong felt a surge of anger within, but Liu Ming interjected quickly, yes, why not? Chen, after that, I'll have to trouble you with guidance, and perhaps in the future, I'll be able to learn a lot from you. Liu Ming's tact made Chen Lu happy to assist him. With Liu Ming on board, the pace of Chen Lu's upcoming film projects would pick up. Although Weiyong was somewhat surprised, upon hearing his young master's support, he had no choice but to suppress his feelings of annoyance. Later, Chen Lu swiftly pulled out a contract for Liu Ming to sign. Liu Ming was left dumbfounded. As he left, Weiyong couldn't resist asking, brother, why did you agree? Even if Chen Lu has some skill, we shouldn't. However, Liu Ming waved him off, and then said, that's enough. Haven't you just entered Chen Lu's company, didn't you see it? Weiyong was puzzled. See what? Liu Ming, the several cleaners there. Liu Ming's emotions suddenly became agitated. Damn it! I've never seen such high-level beauties working as cleaners in Chen Lu's company. Weiyong was dumbfounded. He had indeed not paid attention earlier. After hearing Liu Ming's words, he was itching to run back and take a look for himself. But Liu Ming stopped him, saying, cough cough, hold back, don't tarnish your big brother's reputation. Weiyong was tempted, but had to restrain himself and secretly resolved to come back and have a good look next time. Later, Liu Ming opened up again. What I said earlier was a joke. Hiring beautiful women as cleaners ... I can only say that this Chen has unique tastes. But you know, one of those beautiful women, do you know who she is? Hearing this, Weiyong's eyes showed confusion. He shook his head. Liu Ming then sighed softly. If I remember correctly, that girl is the daughter of the Shangcheng Che family. TSK, the miss of the Che family, is working as a cleaner in a company in the southern city. If this matter were to get out, the face of the Che family would be ruined. And Chen Lu truly has some skills to have convinced the daughter of the Che family to work as a mere cleaner. It's simply ... incredible. I believe his true strength is much more terrifying than what I've seen. This revelation made Liu Ming briefly surprised when he heard Chen Lu suggest an 80-20 split. But he chose to agree ultimately. Liu Ming felt like he might have struck gold. With this contract, the films Liu Ming would make with Chen Lu in the future would indeed be divided 20-80. Despite the shift in the terms, Liu Ming wasn't bothered. Chapter 3-3. The final means of several major families. The Lin family strikes again? Liu Ming's words left Wu Rong feeling extremely shocked. He immediately understood. If that person Chen Luo could really bring all the young ladies of the Che family to work as janitors in their company, it would be quite impressive. The power of Chen Luo was indeed extraordinary. However, this would undoubtedly bring about a lot of trouble, right? What if the Che family finds out ... Wu Rong felt surprised. Nevertheless, he didn't dwell on it. And when Liu Ming learned of Wu Rong's doubts, he smiled and said, don't worry, I don't think Chen Luo is a foolish person. If he dares to do this and succeeds, it means he is not afraid of the Che family's power, and that the young lady from the Che family is certainly no fool. If Chen Luo didn't have his own skills, could she willingly work as a janitor for him? Liu Ming's words made Wu Rong nod in agreement. It was indeed a logical explanation. However, even after understanding this, Wu Rong still felt amazed. His reaction also made Liu Ming more confident that his choice was correct. However, Liu Ming was unaware that after he left, many powerful individuals visited Chen Luo. The emergence of one person in particular caught Chen Luo's attention, a girl named Chen Luoli. At the sight of her, scenes from her part in his novel came to mind, even those that weren't explicitly described. Chen Luo had filled in the details in his own mind. Chen Luoli was the jewel of the Qin family in the Upper City, one of the top 3 families within the Upper City's 10 major families. Similar to other families, the main businesses of the Qin family were diverse, ranging from the entertainment industry to real estate and international trade. The Qin family, as with the others, produced many talents. Chen Luoli, as described by the author, was an angel investor. Her vision was sharp, accurately navigating through potential rising industries and promptly investing in them. This allowed her wealth to grow well into the billions while spanning across various industries such as movies, TV shows, entertainment, and even physical businesses. Sometimes, she would provide sponsorship for different ventures. Her purpose for approaching Chen Luo this time was naturally to invest in his games and movies. Chen Luoli, Mr. Chen, are you interested in the conditions I have proposed? Chen Luoli, with dark hair, smiled across from Chen Luo. Standing behind her was her blonde secretary, Daisy, observing Chen Luo closely to analyze his temperament, personality, and habits. This was her special skill. Daisy, the beautiful foreign girl and Chen Luoli's secretary, could read people well. Chen Luo, of course, Miss Chen, I appreciate your willingness to invest in my next movie and game. However, after this investment, the percentage of profits for you needs to be adjusted from the original 30% to 10%. Chen Luoli, but then, my potential profits will be greatly reduced. Chen Luoli was somewhat surprised by this. However, she didn't refuse immediately. Chen Luo shrugged, not commenting on this argument. Nevertheless, he quickly added, but I can guarantee that any project you invest in with our company will be profitable. This assurance piqued Chen Luoli's interest. She had invested in many people before, and had never heard someone claim every project was guaranteed to be profitable, let alone for every project to be spoken of this confidently. Chen Luoli didn't naively believe it, but found Chen Luo quite intriguing. Yet, she couldn't help but doubt whether Chen Luo could manage well in every industry: movies, games, TV shows, physical businesses, and songs. If he could, then Chen Luoli could only say that Chen Luo was truly a genius. However, looking at Chen Luo's past track record, Chen Luoli noticed that he seemingly hadn't failed in any of his projects. Whether it was the games he developed or the movies and TV shows his company produced, they were all profitable. Chen Luo simply kept a low profile. If he were to advertise more, he would likely have a long line of investors wanting to collaborate with him. Chen Luoli was well informed, and after a quick thought, she said, "All right, Chen Luo, I'll invest 50 million first. How does that sound?" Chen Luo, of course. Chen Luo didn't refuse, as he wasn't lacking in funds. Furthermore, Chen Luoli was also one of the leading ladies. Chen Luo glanced at Daisy, the foreign girl with blonde hair beside her. There was a hint of amusement in Chen Luo's eyes. In the original work, this blonde girl eventually betrays Chen Luoli, leading the Qin family to encounter a crisis. Chen Luoli herself was nearly in danger, but was rescued in time by the male lead, Yi Feng. However, that was a storyline much further along. At present, even if Chen Luo knew about these details, he didn't have any evidence. So, Chen Luo didn't say much. At the same time, he noticed an eagerness in Daisy's eyes. Apparently, as a professional secretary assistant, Daisy didn't support signing the contract with Chen Luoli. There are risks involved in investing, and no one can guarantee that every entrepreneurial project will be prosperous. Regardless of investing in movies, physical businesses, or any other venture, risks are present. Besides the entrepreneur's capabilities and the quality of the product or work produced, competition also plays a significant role in determining profit. It's complex, and the profit-sharing terms of only 10% for taking on substantial risks seemed unlikely to Daisy. But after the contract was signed, Chen Luoli left without hesitation. Only when they left the Luo Yun group did Daisy open up, saying, "Miss, are we at a loss with this contract? If Chen Luo fails, won't we lose a lot? You should have negotiated a lower risk for us in case things fail." Daisy appeared anxious, but Chen Luoli just smiled. "It's okay. I have confidence in Chen Luo. Even if things don't work out, it's not a big deal." Chen Luoli was prepared to take such risks. However, Daisy's doubts grew upon hearing this. Miss, why is that? Daisy knew Chen Luoli as someone who didn't make investments lightly. Her trust in Chen Luo showed her genuine admiration for him, something Daisy had never seen with an unfamiliar man. In the original work, Chen Luoli had also generously invested in Yifeng, launching his movie project with considerable success, further fostering their friendship. As such, Daisy couldn't comprehend why Chen Luoli was showing such favor to Chen Luo, a new face to her, and arriving earlier in the storyline. This line of thought from Chen Luoli seemed rational, considering the exceptional qualities she observed in Chen Luo. Chen Luoli shared her observation, mentioning how Chen Luo remained composed during their conversation, looking into her eyes calmly, wearing a serene smile, and speaking gently. This differentiated him from other young masters she's encountered. Chen Luoli stated her viewpoint, but Daisy questioned, "What if ... What if he's pretending?" Chen Luoli also smiled lightly, "Then I'll admit I was wrong." This conversation left Daisy speechless but slightly intrigued by Chen Luo. Both were curious to see Chen Luo's next steps as he continued to navigate through the challenges presented by the expanding influence of the Luo Yun group. Meanwhile, Chen Luo encountered an increasing number of individuals as the group's development progressed. Many prominent figures sought collaborations with him, but Chen Luo declined most offers. Having numerous partnerships could be more complicated than beneficial. After several encounters, Chen Luo agreed to work with an individual named Li Yao, who hailed from Shen City. Li Yao's family business differed from others as they specialized in electronics, semiconductors, and smartphones, a smartphone magnate within the world of the novel The Urban Madman. Many domestically popular smartphones were produced by Li Yao's family enterprise, known as Red Lotus. Although the brand wasn't competitive in certain aspects like features and calling functionalities, it excelled in gaming. The Red Lotus smartphones, even the budget models, easily supported large mobile games, making them a favorite among gaming enthusiasts and students. Originally, Li Yao wouldn't have entered the picture so early, especially in contact with Chen Luo. Despite his current focus on movies, games, and songs, Chen Luo had yet to explore the smartphone industry. This early appearance hinted at Chen Luo's increasing luck and reputation. By attracting Li Yao earlier than expected, Chen Luo demonstrated his growing power. Collaborating with the female lead was a natural choice for Chen Luo, and Li Yao performed as expected. This period witnessed Chen Luo successfully striking numerous collaboration deals, further strengthening the Luo Yun group. As the summer vacation approached, Chen Luo was about to enter his sophomore year, marking nearly a year since his arrival through the timeline. Reflecting on his journey from solitude to establishing his thriving company, he aspired to make his family and the Luo Yun group the top power in South City. He aimed to expand further to Upper City, Shen City, and Long City, establishing his influence in those regions. Chen Luo knew his time was limited, but he was determined to achieve his goals. Nevertheless, he received surprising news from the Lin family. "Chen Luo, my uncle will be visiting South City in a few days." Chen Luo was taken aback. "Is he coming to see you?" "Well, remember when we were blocked by members of the major families in an alley recently? This incident reached my father's ears, so ... It was a situation Lin Yun anticipated. Lin's uncle, Lin Pengzi, was a formidable figure in the domestic business circle and a renowned entrepreneur with assets exceeding billions. His sudden visit perturbed Chen Luo. Although the events involving Lin Yun were reasonably minor, it seemed like Lin Pengzi's visit was directed towards him. Prepared for such encounters, Lin Yun reassured Chen Luo, and they both agreed to face whatever challenges lay ahead together. On another front, Sun Minjing and Zhang Shu were gearing up to confront Chen Luo. After some contemplation, Wei Nina decided to apologize to Chen Luo personally. Conversely, the members of the Li family, Li Kai, Li Feng, and the rest, approached Yi Feng. Upon learning of their plan, Yi Feng immediately deemed it detrimental. He questioned the wisdom of involving elderly individuals in a confrontation with Chen Luo, a task unsuitable for the protagonist. However, after hesitating, Yi Feng agreed to assist. Despite some hostilities with the Sun and Zhang families, Yi Feng intended to notify them of the forthcoming actions. The news that Sun Minjing and Zhang Shu were interested in retaliating against Chen Luo sparked Yi Feng's eagerness to discredit Chen Luo finally. He was determined to achieve a victory against him. Ultimately, These unfolding events would test the strength of alliances and the emergence of various forces in the escalating conflicts within the narrative. Chapter 324. Yi Feng continues to stir up trouble. Sun Menjing and Zhang Kaiyu's anger. Chapter 324. Yi Feng continues to stir up trouble. Sun Menjing and the Sun family. Sun Menjing, Sun Shuju, Sun Heiyu, and others are gathered here. Also present are Zhang Qiyu, the head of the Zhang family, and various high-ranking members of the Zhang family, including Zhang Yushuang and Zhang Rinyi. At this moment, they are discussing how to deal with the Chen family. However, Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiyu have surprisingly similar thoughts. No need for further discussion, they decide to head straight to the Luo Yun group and demand an explanation from Chen Luo. There's no need for fancy excuses. After all, it was Chen Luo who sent their daughter to the hospital. What other excuse do they need? With a bold momentum, they rush over there. On the other hand, Zhang Nianwei, Sun Heiyu, and others feel that this may not be the best approach. It's not that seeking justice from Chen Luo is wrong, but the whole situation feels odd to them. Zhang Nianwei, Sun Heiyu, and others still believe that the blame lies with Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianchen. Sun Qingling claimed that they were just out shopping when they were dragged into an alley by Chen Luo's men and beaten up. Zhang Nianwei, Sun Heiyu, and others find this explanation hard to believe, because several high-ranking members of the Li family and Yi Feng were also involved in this matter. It seems like they were the ones who provoked Chen Luo first. Nevertheless, even if they think this way, Sun Qingling insists that Chen Luo inexplicably attacked them. Zhang Nianwei and Sun Heiyu know they won't be able to change their minds. The two family heads are furious at this moment. However, at this moment, they did not expect Yi Feng to appear again. The high-ranking members of the Sun family do not have a good impression of Yi Feng. They believe that, if it weren't for Yi Feng, the Sun family would not have been pushed into such a predicament. Previously, they wanted to help the Li family and go against Chen Luo. But the Li family ended up siding with Chen Luo. Now, because of Yi Feng, Sun Qingling, Zhang Qianchen, and others, both families are about to engage in a direct conflict with Chen Luo. As high-ranking members of the Sun family, they only harbor hatred towards Yi Feng. Sun Heiyu, Sun Shuju, and others feel that Yi Feng is like a jinx, bringing misfortune to anyone who associates with him. Even for prominent families like theirs, they are not immune. However, they don't know Yi Feng personally, so they remain silent for the moment. Sun Menjing and Zhang Nianwei, who are familiar with Yi Feng, do not give him a warm reception. Sun Menjing, Yi Feng, what are you doing at our Sun family's place? Since learning that Yi Feng's claim of close ties with the CEO of the Southern Group, GCGA, was false, Sun Menjing's trust in Yi Feng has been shattered. She understands that cooperating with Yi Feng again could spell disaster. She also remembers the incident involving the Li family, which nearly led to her downfall. Yi Feng, trying to defend himself, says, "Aunt Menjing, this time I am here on behalf of the Li family." But before he can finish his explanation, Zhang Qiyu harshly interrupts him. "What? Are you representing the Li family again? Last time we had you represent both our families to negotiate with the Li family. They refused and even said they wouldn't accept help from our families if it involved you. Yi Feng, what did you do to earn such disdain from Li Changchu?" Zhang Kaiyu's direct confrontation leaves Yi Feng speechless, unable to provide a satisfactory answer. Sun Menjing, increasingly unimpressed with Yi Feng, changes the subject. She asks Yi Feng if it was him who instigated Sun Qingling, Zhang Qianchen, and several high-ranking members of the Li family to confront Chen Luo. Yi Feng immediately seizes the opportunity and admits to his involvement, blaming the Li family's decision for his own actions. He pleads with Sun Menjing, stating that he did not intend to betray her or the Li family, but was rather caught up in a complicated situation. Sun Menjing listens to Yi Feng's explanation, but remains skeptical. She questions Yi Feng's motives and his previous lies, especially regarding his alleged connections with high-profile figures. Sun Menjing presses Yi Feng, demanding to know the details of the Li family's plans. She wants to ensure that any actions taken against Chen Luo will be strategic and effective. Upon hearing Yi Feng's revelations, Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiyu express shock and concern regarding the proposed course of action. They worry about the potential repercussions of involving vulnerable individuals in a conflict with Chen Luo. Despite their reservations, Sun Menjing ultimately decides to support Yifeng and work together against Chen Luo. Zhang Qiu also pledges his family's assistance, driven by his protective instincts towards his daughter. However, Zhang Nianwei voices her objections, cautioning against provoking Chen Luo further. She believes that seeking a peaceful resolution with Chen Luo would be more prudent. Despite Zhang Nianwei's pleas, Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu are resolute in their determination to seek justice for their loved ones. They are willing to confront Chen Luo and hold him accountable for his actions. As Yifeng receives their support and affirmation of their cooperation, he leaves to relay the news to the Li family members. Meanwhile, the Li family members are pleased to have the backing of the Sun and Zhang families in their upcoming confrontation with Chen Luo. The Li family members express their determination to retaliate against Chen Luo for his past actions. As they prepare for the upcoming showdown, a powerful figure is en route to the southern city, intent on joining the unfolding conflict. This figure is Lin Peng, a well-known tycoon in the Longcheng business district and the uncle of Lin Yun. Chapter 325. Three major families looking for trouble. Canopy Lin's favor. Chapter 325. Three major families looking for trouble. Canopy Lin's favor. After the Zhang, Sun, and Li families in Nanchang made up their minds, they planned to start implementing it. They spent some money and found many suitable elderly and infirm people. Some of them were already in their 70s, and even though they appeared healthy, these elderly people were obviously fragile. However, they still had strength, and it wouldn't be pleasant to get hit by them. Moreover, these elderly people seemed fearless, not even panicking if the police came. In fact, the police were reluctant to deal with these elderly people. After all, if any of them died in custody, it would bring trouble to the police as well. After finding the elderly people, Li Kai and the others couldn't contain their smiles anymore. Looking at the elderly men and women in front of them, who seemed like porcelain dolls, even Li Kai had to admit that his tactics were too damaging. Li Yu and Li Feng were secretly pleased as well, expressing, "Hehe, this time, it's enough to teach Chen Luo a lesson." So many elderly people causing trouble at Chen Luo's company. I wonder how Chen Luo will handle it. This time, we must make Chen Luo experience what it's like to be beaten into a hospital. These three individuals were extremely excited. On the other hand, at Nanchang University, Chen Luo and Lin Yun leisurely strolled through the campus. Lin Yun seemed a bit troubled, and Chen Luo asked with concern, "What's wrong, Sister Lin Yun? What are you thinking about?" Lin Yun looked melancholic and said, "I'm thinking about my second uncle. My second uncle is coming," and Lin Yun appeared dejected. Naturally, Chen Luo was aware of the formidable status of Lin Yun's second uncle in the Longcheng business district. He was considered a prominent businessman across the entire Huaxia region. Moreover, Lin Yun's second uncle was indeed quite strict. Some concerns may have arisen in Chen Luo's mind as well. "Didn't I say not to worry? I can handle it, Sister Lin Yun," Chen Luo reassured while squeezing Lin Yun's hand and smiling. Lin Yun raised her head, her teary eyes gazing directly at Chen Luo. She softly acknowledged with "N." However, Lin Yun soon whispered, "Ziluo, summer vacation is approaching." "Yes, time flies. Summer vacation is almost here." Lin Yun continued, solemnly saying, "I will be going back home during summer vacation." Lin Yun's tone was somber. Chen Luo's steps faltered slightly. "Is your second uncle coming to remind you about this?" Lin Yun nodded, but quickly added, "Don't worry, after returning home, I will behave. Although my family might arrange blind dates for me again, I definitely won't go," Lin Yun firmly asserted. Chen Luo, startled by her response, gently ruffled her hair and said, "Silly. Why would I worry about that? You are mine. No one can take you away." This reassurance left Lin Yun dumbfounded. She hadn't been able to hold back and sealed her words with a kiss. After the kiss, a blush quickly spread across Lin Yun's cheeks. With these words spoken, Lin Yun's mood brightened, no longer overwhelmed with melancholy. However, as they walked hand in hand, Lin Yun suddenly froze as she raised her head and noticed a middle-aged man in Tang costume holding prayer beads standing at the end of the road. Chen Luo followed Lin Yun's gaze and immediately recognized the man as Lin Yun's second uncle, Lin Pengzi. Surprised by his abrupt presence on campus, Lin Yun grew flustered, gripping Chen Luo's hand, which slightly loosened. It was like getting caught in a forbidden romance by parents. Yet, after a momentary pause, Lin Yun firmly grasped Chen Luo's hand once more, and Chen Luo had no intention of letting go. The pair walked hand in hand to face Lin Pengzi. "Second uncle," Lin Yun called out. Having observed everything from his location, Lin Pengzi appraised Chen Luo without a hint of a smile on his dignified face. His demeanor exuded an imposing presence, giving a sense of his high status. Lin Pengzi paid no attention to Chen Luo, but nodded and asked, "Long time no see, Zi Yun. I heard you were almost bullied a few days ago. Your father asked me to come and check on you. Who dared to challenge you?" Lin Yun didn't evade the question and truthfully informed him about the people from the Li, Zhang, and Sun families in Nanchang. However, following Chen Luo's instructions, Lin Yun omitted mentioning Yi Feng. Chen Luo didn't want Lin's family to have early contact with Yi Feng, given his unique situation. Lin Pengzi didn't show much emotion after hearing Lin Yun's response. He simply nodded. "I see, as long as you are okay." Lin Pengzi then proceeded to ask some lighthearted and mundane family-related questions, such as how she was doing recently and if she was studying diligently at school. The atmosphere lightened a bit. Shortly after, Lin Pengzi shifted his gaze towards Chen Luo, instantly turning the atmosphere tense. Lin Pengzi's piercing gaze would have been intimidating for any ordinary university student, creating immense pressure. Faced with a figure with assets in the hundreds of billions, even experienced working individuals would feel nervous. However, Chen Luo remained unfazed, meeting Lin Pengzi's gaze squarely. "So you are Chen Luo?" Lin Pengzi inquired. "Yes, hello, Uncle Lin." Without any airs, Chen Luo responded, since the person in front of him was Lin Yun's second uncle and would eventually become part of the family. "Ah, I've heard about you. Not bad when I see you today." Lin Pengzi unexpectedly praised Chen Luo to Lin Yun's surprise. "Shall we talk privately?" Lin Pengzi invited. Chen Luo agreed without hesitation. Lin Pengzi turned and walked away, accompanied by another man, Tang Zi. Tang Zi was Lin Pengzi's assistant and brother, as the novel described. With a brief glance at Tang Zi, Chen Luo recalled some of his stories. In essence, Tang Zi was versatile in both intellectual and physical capacities. He could assist Lin Pengzi with various matters and also functioned as his bodyguard. Initially unassuming from his outward appearance, Tang Zi hid dominant muscles beneath his attire. Moreover, Tang Zi excelled in martial arts, including taekwondo, judo, and kickboxing. In a real fight, he could easily take on 10 ordinary individuals, showcasing extraordinary combat skills. Chen Luo acknowledged Tang Zhao's exceptional combat ability, surpassing the formidable Zhao Long and Zhao Hu. After comforting Lin Yun briefly, Chen Luo followed Lin Pengzi's pace. "I heard you founded a company yourself?" Lin Pengzi inquired. "Yes, I started a company named Luo Yun Group," Chen Luo confirmed. "Oh, that's good. Young and talented, but do you know who Yun is to Zi Yun?" "Of course." Chen Luo nodded. "Then why are you determined to pursue her? Do you think your status matches hers?" Lin Pengzi's tone became slightly heavier. "Not presently, but definitely in the future," Chen Luo affirmed. "I heard you boasted to Lin Yun about growing your company within 2 years to be on par with our Lin family. Is that true?" Lin Pengzi's tone suggested a touch of ridicule. "Yes." Chen Luo responded resolutely. Lin Pengzi's expression seemed lighter. "I also heard about you from Lin Yun after she praised you sincerely. I've examined your background: singer, director, game developer. You are talented. Additionally, founding your own tea house and hot pot restaurant, your physical establishments are well established. Frankly speaking, you're more impressive than me at your age, but..." "Young man, I have to advise you that saying is useless. You have to achieve it to change everything. 2 years is a very short time. If you can accomplish it 2 years from now, if you wish to pursue Zi Yun, even if it's marriage you seek, I will support you." The honest discussion strengthened Lin Pengzi's positive impression of Chen Luo, as he admired such a determined man. Lin Pengzi also kindly warned Chen Luo, "Furthermore, young man, I must inform you that there are many exceptional figures vying for Zi Yun's affection. Some individuals even hold greater status than the Lin family. Are you prepared for this? Even if the world's top-ranked individual competes with me, I won't give up." Chen Luo shook his head with a wry smile. Lin Pengzi was taken aback, not expecting such a response from Chen Luo. His delight increased. Haha, alright, world's top-ranked individual. The Lin family was far from reaching the world's top ranking. Above the noble families, there were hidden elite organizations and powerful families overseas with net worths in the trillions. These were genuinely formidable entities capable of influencing national and historical trajectories. Their power was terrifying. Compared to families like the Li, Sun, and Zhang families, they were like ants. Lin Pengzi made no further comments. His visit was primarily to assist Lin Yun, who had recently experienced a threatening situation. Lin Pengzi intended to have those troublemakers pay the price. Additionally, he encouraged Lin Yun to spend her summer vacation back home. Did Zi Yun mention to you that the family had arranged a marriage for her? Lin Pengzi suddenly asked. Yes, Chen Luo nodded. I can assure you that Zi Yun won't be disturbed by this marriage within the next 2 years. Her father may not entirely approve of it, but as you know, there are moments when circumstances are beyond our control. Besides, marrying Zi Yun to an ordinary person is not very practical. Lin Pengzi genuinely cared about Chen Luo. He earnestly advised him. If someone couldn't meet his standards, Lin Pengzi wouldn't bother. Chen Luo naturally understood this principle. He nodded, keeping his composure despite the detailed explanation. Shortly after, Lin Pengzi brought up another piece of news for Chen Luo. My contacts revealed that the Sun, Zhang, and Li families in Nanchang seem to be plotting something big against your Luo Yun group. They have recruited some elderly and infirm people aiming to cause trouble at your company. Are you prepared for this? Lin Pengzi's unexpected revelation left Chen Luo astonished. He was convinced that Lin Pengzi had just arrived in Nanchang, most likely for the first time. Yet here he was, privy to this information that even Chen Luo was unaware of. Nevertheless, Chen Luo didn't doubt the accuracy of this information. After a moment of contemplation, a cold gleam flickered in his eyes. Li's family had already received so many opportunities from him, and Li Mingsh would surely end up in prison. However, Wei's emergence had temporarily halted this process. Chen Luo wanted to gauge if Wei Nina was willing to pay the price for this delay. If she agreed, Chen Luo could refrain from presenting the evidence against Li Mingsh. But, considering Wei Nina's current lack of credibility in the Li family, Chen Luo harbored no concerns. As for the Sun and Zhang families, Chen Luo had already made concessions and wouldn't yield further after their recent provocations. This time, Chen Luo intended to leave a lasting impression on these 3 families from the 5 great families. With a cold expression, Chen Luo stated, "Thank you for informing me about this matter, Uncle Lin. Rest assured, I will make those individuals regret their actions." Lin Pengzi quietly observed Chen Luo and didn't say much more. Afterwards, Lin Pengzi resumed his conversation with Lin Yun, mentioning that she should enjoy the summer vacation and visit home, soon to see her father, grandfather, and other elders who missed her. Meanwhile, Chen Luo quickly received messages from Leng Xiaoyan, Du Qingku, and Gu Menyan. Leng Xiaoyan urgently messaged, "Boss, bad news. A group of strange elderly people appeared at our company and are causing a scene. The security guards can't force them out and are afraid to do so. What should we do?" Reading this message, Chen Luo's anger flared. "Li's, Sun's, Zhang's families, this mess is of your own making. Don't blame me." Chen Luo planned to expel these families from consideration among the 5 great families. Chapter 326 Despicable Means. The Rage of the Female Leads. After a brief discussion with Lin Yun and Lin Peng, Chen Luo drove to the company with them. Lin Yun looked at Lin Peng, who smiled slightly and said, let's go check it out." Joy immediately appeared on Lin Yun's face. The two followed behind Chen Luo and headed to the company together. Lin Peng's intention in coming this time was to teach a lesson to those major families. How dare they even block the daughter of our Lin family in the alley? If it weren't for those bodyguards, would Lin Yun have actually been beaten? Thinking of this, anger surfaced on Lin Peng's face. To him, it was audacious and reckless. Those major families who acted, Lin Peng had no intention of letting them off. However, now he was a bit curious. I wonder how Chen Luo will handle this. I'll wait and see. Lin Peng was not in a hurry. As for Yifeng, Lin Peng was not familiar. When the bodyguards reported, they only said someone almost beat the young lady. Lin Peng investigated, and after asking Chen Luo, he believed it must have been people from those 3 major families. As for Yi Feng, Lin Peng regarded him as a hired thug from one of the three major families. He didn't pay much attention to it. This kind of thing was not a big deal to Lin Peng. And this was exactly what Chen Luo wanted. At this moment, at the Luo Yun Group, many employees were dumbfounded watching the scene. About 20 to 30 elderly people were all gathered at the entrance of the company. Guo Weixing, Qian Kun, Liu Guangliang, and other bodyguards couldn't stop them. Even though they were usually arrogant and unruly, picking on the old, weak, sick, and disabled people, they could handle it. But now, facing so many elderly people, Guo Weixing and the others were feeling a headache. They couldn't just knock them all down, could they? After the shoving, it might escalate to a fatal situation. Guo Weixing was a bit hesitant. What's going on? Where did all these old fools come from? Damn it, what a mess. Guo Weixing blocked the entrance, not allowing those people to enter. However, the old folks continued to push their way inside. Behind the door, Cold Xiaoyan, Du Qingku, and others had unsightly expressions. They had a strong feeling that this was someone's doing. This method was too dirty and disgusting. Du Qingku exclaimed, "How despicable!" Cold Xiaoyan's beautiful face was filled with anger. She had been through a lot in the southern city business district, but it was the first time she had seen such vile revenge methods. Bringing a group of old, weak, sick, and disabled people to cause trouble. They had no shame. If this matter were to spread, the mastermind behind it would have consequences. If it were exposed by the news, it could affect the entire family business. However, at this moment, Cold Xiaoyan and the others had no evidence. They could only wait for Chen Luo to come back and handle the situation. In the company, Chen Ruoxu, Chen Wanting, Gu Menyun, Yan Zhao, and other women were extremely furious. Even the female cleaners in Chen Luo's company, such as Qin Muyao, Song Xinlin, and Huang Jingmai, couldn't bear to watch. This must be the work of those few families. The Sun family, the Zhang family, the bosses have already given them a pass, and yet they come looking for trouble. It's so infuriating. However, compared to the anger of these beautiful women, in the high-rise building opposite the Luo Yun Group, a few people were recording everything and live streaming it to Liu, Li Kai, and others. At this moment, at a certain hotel outside, Li Kai, Liu, and Li Feng were thrilled. Liu said, "Ha ha, second brother, come and see, Chen Luo's company is in chaos right now. It's so satisfying, too satisfying." Li Feng added, "HMPH, our plan will definitely discuss Chen Luo, and when that guy shows up, that'll be the climax." In Li Feng's eyes flashed a cold light. The old and weak group she had asked for held a few knives. As soon as Chen Luo appeared, they would definitely make him bleed. This operation could be considered very simple. These old people were willing to do this kind of thing for just a few thousand or even a few hundred yuan. It was very cheap, and even though their actions were not as agile as those of young people, if a few people were waving knives together, even the strong men under Chen Luo, like Zhao Long and Zhao Hu, wouldn't dare to approach them casually. The more Li Feng thought about it, the more excited she became. She felt a rush of excitement at the thought of finally being able to retaliate against Chen Luo. Sitting on the bedside, Li Kai also had a slight smile on his face. He now felt like he was manipulating everything. HMPH, Chen Luo, now you know what the consequences are for getting on our bad side, don't you? Li Kai and the others had no intention of going to the scene. They knew that if this incident was exposed by the media, not only would they lose face in the southern city business district, but some of Li's family businesses would also be affected. However, compared to the leisurely attitude of Li Kai and the others, Chen Luo's father and others from the Sun and Zhang families were here. However, as they watched the chaotic scene, Sun Menjing felt a sense of retreat. Although she had agreed to cooperate with the Li family and was indeed planning to join hands to punish Chen Luo, the scene before her made Sun Menjing feel a bit of regret. She wondered if she had gone too far. On the other hand, Zhang Kaiu's face was also filled with uncertainty. But when he thought of his obedient daughter lying in the hospital, his anger surged. However, Zhang Nianwei, who was beside him, continued to advise, "Dad, are you not afraid that Chen Luo will retaliate against us with all his might? This method is too unscrupulous, too disgusting. If something goes wrong and someone is hurt, it'll be a disaster." Zhang Nianwei wanted to stop it, but her power was insufficient. Zhang Qiu sneered, "It's none of my business. On the contrary, this way, the matters between Qianchen and Chen Luo will be evened out." The elderly people from the Sun and Zhang families had also contributed. Or rather, to show that they were on the same side as the Li family, they had given some money. Although they hadn't directly hired people, the nature of their actions was the same. Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiu, and the others' plan was to let the elderly people cause trouble, and after the chaos, when Chen Luo had resolved the situation, they would go and question him. At the same time, this was also to show Chen Luo some authority. Let him know that the young ladies of our two major families could not be bullied by him at will. If there was no retaliation, wouldn't that be considered cowardice? Under the instigation of Sun Qingling, Zhang Qianchen, etc., Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu became more emotional. Yi Feng also stayed with them. Unlike what Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu were thinking, Yi Feng's goal was to find an opportunity to beat Chen Luo when he appeared. Otherwise, Yi Feng thought he might have to live under Chen Luo's shadow for the rest of his life. Now, each group had their own thoughts, but they were all waiting for the same person. Chen Luo. The chaos at the Luo Yun group had attracted many people. Many onlookers didn't understand exactly what had happened, but they thought that perhaps this company had cheated these elderly people. In order to make Chen Luo suffer more, Li Kai, Li Yu, and Li Feng also used some old tricks. They had taken some photos and posted them online. The headlines naturally read, "Shocking. A certain company in the southern city is mistreating the elderly, provoking dozens of elderly people to demand justice at the door. Is it a twisted human nature or a moral decline? How dark is the interior of this Luo Yun group?" Startled. A major incident happened in a certain company in southern city. Various sensationalist news headlines were flying all over the internet. Cold Xiaoyan, Du Qingku, and others were infuriated when they saw it. Du Qingku said, "Despicable. This is just too despicable." Cold Xiaoyan added, "Damn it. What does our company's project have to do with these old fools?" Even Cold Xiaoyan, who had a good temper, couldn't help but curse at this moment. They also knew that this was someone's doing. If those people didn't break down their company, they wouldn't give up. It must be said that Li Kai and the others' tactic was indeed very deceitful. And this was just a part of the business war, destroying other companies through defamation. The same old tricks. In a luxury car, Lin Peng quietly watched the sudden appearance of the news, feeling calm inside. But Lin Yun beside him was furious. "Bastard! Isn't the Li family, Zhang family, and Sun family going too far? Uncle, you must teach these people a lesson and make them pay the price." Facing Lin Yun's anger, Lin Peng said, "There's no rush, Xiaoyun. Let's wait and see. Let the public opinion stir up a bit more." Lin Peng was not in a hurry. He had decided to see how Chen Luo would handle the situation. And Lin Yun naturally understood that this was a test from her uncle to Chen Luo. But Lin Yun was worried that Chen Luo might not pass this test. So she began to plead. However, all her entreaties only elicited an indulgent smile from Lin Peng. "Heh, I know, Xiaoyun. You have a lot of shares in the Luo Yun group as well. I must say, in this regard, Chen Luo is doing really well. He truly gives the benefits where they are due." Before coming here, Lin Peng had investigated thoroughly. He also knew Lin Yun had given Chen Luo a lot of money. Basically, the pocket money, the lucky money given, as well as what Lin Yun had actively asked for, all had been given to Chen Luo. Altogether, it amounted to several billion. And of this money, a considerable portion was treated by Chen Luo as Lin Yun's investment. Therefore, the money Lin Yun was giving to Chen Luo now had actually multiplied many times. However, Chen Luo hadn't given this money in cash, but had converted it into shares for Lin Yun. This kind of thing was much more valuable than cash. Chen Luo was undoubtedly the largest shareholder in the Luo Yun group. Lin Yun was second. Others like Cold Xiaoyan, Du Qingku, Gu Menyun, etc., had only a very small portion. But even that small part was a huge wealth for them. Lin Yun found that no amount of coaxing and pleading was of any use, so she didn't insist any further. However, after soothing herself a bit, she still believed that Chen Luo could definitely handle this situation on his own. Lin Yun still had great faith in Chen Luo. The commotion didn't last long. The elderly people pushed inside like they were more insane than when at a supermarket scrambling for eggs. Their mission was to cause chaos. In other words, their demands were unreasonable. They were simply acting out as they were old. They wanted to enter the company, and who could stop them? You could just kick us out. These people were all elderly. Any decent elderly person with a bit of conscience wouldn't do such immoral things for a small amount of money. Moreover, many of them had children and grandchildren. But for money, they didn't care anymore. They casually threw away their dignity. By causing such a scene, they were making Chen Luo's company a mess inside. Even the female employees in Chen Luo's company, including Qin Muyao, Song Xinlin, and Huang Jingmai, were startled. Some female employees screamed and ran to the back as if afraid they would be surrounded by the elderly people the next second. The scene was terrifying. Even Cold Xiaoyan, Du Qingku, Gu Menyan, and others had slightly changed faces and taken a few steps back. The few elderly people brought by Li Feng, who had been given more money and were carrying knives, had a very clear intention. One of the old men with a fierce look approached and asked, "Where is your boss Chen Luo? Where is he? Have him come out and see me." Cold Xiaoyan said, "Our boss is not here. You must leave now, or I will call the police." "Call the police? Huh, am I afraid of that? Are you afraid?" The elderly man spoke somewhat clumsily, but his attitude was very arrogant. He was already in his 70s. In the autumn of his life, he wasn't scared of anything anymore. The rest of the elderly people began to cause trouble even more. They made Chen Luo's company a total mess. Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiyu, and even Li Kai, Li Yu, and the others waiting in silence were becoming increasingly puzzled. Why hasn't Chen Luo arrived? Sun Menjing couldn't comprehend what was happening. Zhang Qiyu said, "Is that kid scared? Did he become a coward?" Zhang Qiyu cursed. At that moment, Sun Jiuan, Sun Shuju, and the others also understood what was going on. They made phone calls and continued to advise them. "Sis, I don't think this situation is reliable. It feels like it's blown out of proportion. Why don't we just let it go? Sis, the incident where Qingling got beaten, we were not in the right to start with." Yi Feng admitted they provoked Chen Luo first Qingling lead. However, Sun Menjing, caught up in the thought of helping Qingling seek revenge, couldn't be reasoned with. She knew very well that her dear daughter had lied. But even though Sun Menjing knew her daughter had lied, she didn't want to hear it. In her perspective, it was crucial that she got justice for Qingling. Even if Qingling had lied, so what? Ideally, Sun Menjing could make Chen Luo apologize to Qingling. Moreover, this was also about the reputation of the Sun family. The distinguished Sun family's daughter was beaten and hospitalized, but there was no response from the Sun family. If this got out, Sun Menjing felt embarrassed. The situation on Zhang Kaiyu's side was similar. As for why Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianchen suddenly became so insistent, naturally it was because Yi Feng had secretly messaged them after. These two women began acting out again. At that moment, Sun Menjing heard the roar of a sports car. She immediately focused her attention there. When she saw a red sports car stop in front of the Luo Yun Group's entrance, Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiyu, and even Li Kai, Li Yu, and the others inside felt a wave of excitement. They knew that Chen Luo had arrived. Chapter 327. Chen Luo shows his might. Now afraid. Too late. Chapter 327. Chen Luo shows his might. Now afraid. Too late. At the entrance of the Lu Yun Group in Nancheng, many people were gathered. Outside, there were also many onlookers peeking in. Not far away, Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiyu, and others started to feel a bit nervous. Despite wanting to show Chen Luo, who's the boss in Nancheng, and make him realize that it's not just his turf, the two major families were not to be trifled with. However, for some reason, Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiyu were feeling an oppressive force emanating from Chen Luo. It was strangely intense. In reality, they weren't that familiar with Chen Luo. They hadn't met many times before. But in those previous encounters, they hadn't felt this way. Sun Menjing also understood that this might be related to what they had done. After all, they were involved in inciting the elders to cause a scene at the Lu Yun Group, which undoubtedly welded a larger grudge between them and Chen Luo. Sun Menjing was indeed a bit fearful of Chen Luo's wrath. But when she thought about her obedient daughter, Sun Menjing gritted her teeth, unwilling to back down. On the other hand, Yi Feng next to her had a look of anger. He had long been afraid of Chen Luo, and now, he didn't care anymore. Even if it meant paying a higher price this time, he was determined to beat Chen Luo thoroughly. Yi Feng was nearing a frenzied state. He even wanted to rush out immediately. Luckily, Yi Feng still had a hint of reason left. With so many people outside and Chen Luo having his own troubles, Yi Feng was quite content to watch the show. Heh, Chen Luo, just you wait, these old folks will give you a hard time, Yi Feng muttered to himself. Yi Feng had crossed the line with such actions. He couldn't really be considered a noble male lead anymore. Using such despicable means to deal with a minor antagonist, colluding with the Li family. It was hardly honorable. But Yi Feng didn't care. In his mind, all of this was to defeat Chen Luo. On the other side, the members of the Li family, Li Yu, Li Kai, Li Feng, were the first to notice Chen Luo's appearance. All three of them paid close attention. Li Yu, heh, Chen Luo, you finally showed up, you little brat. Li Feng, I couldn't wait any longer. Li Feng was excited and seemed impatient to witness Chen Luo being wounded, with blood streaming down his body. Li Kai shared a similar sentiment, with a playful smirk on his face, eagerly anticipating the bloody scene. This was their revenge against Chen Luo, seeking justice. Meanwhile, in the Lu Yun group, Cold Xiaoyan, Du Qingku, Gu Menyan, and others saw Chen Luo emerge. Their faces lit up with smiles. Even Kai Jingyan, Song Xinlin, Fen Muyao, Fen Muxuan, among the other women, felt a wave of relief. Fen Muxuan, this guy has finally shown up. After seeing Chen Luo, Fen Muxuan's nerves were instantly calmed. For some reason, whenever Chen Luo was around, and they stood on the same side as him, all fears vanished. It was the reassuring presence that Chen Luo brought to them. Fen Muyao, humph, now, these people are in trouble. What about the old folks? Who cares about them? Acting like they're invincible, hoping the boss will teach them a lesson. Fen Muyao swung her fists angrily, displaying a resentful expression. Having been with Chen Luo for a while now, Fen Muyao's softer traits were gradually fading away. She was no longer as merciful towards her enemies. Listening to Fen Muyao's words, even Fen Muxuan realized that they couldn't spare these people just because they were elders. Yes, these old guys must pay the price. Fen Muxuan expressed her support. As for Chen Ruoxu, Chen Wanting, Huang Jingmai, they needed no prompting. Each one of them had already rolled up their sleeves, ready to strike back. Only the newcomers, such as Yan Zhaowo, Pei Shuling, and others were a bit confused. They were contemplating that these were elderly people after all and deserved a certain level of respect. Maybe they could just send them away peacefully. Though they thought this way in their hearts, they didn't voice it out loud. Quietly, they observed the unfolding events. They would support Chen Luo's decisions as well. On the side of the elders, when they saw a significant figure appearing, they gradually ceased their commotion. Upon noticing Chen Luo, Guo Weixing, Qian Kun, and others immediately rushed forward. Boss, you finally showed up. Damn, these old guys are like they have a death wish. I fear I might accidentally hurt them severely if I strike, Guo Weixing complained. Chen Luo surveyed the scene. At this moment, several elders who had received extra money, the leader among them, brazenly stepped forward, cursing at Chen Luo. Are you Chen Luo? Chen Luo coldly glanced at him. That's me. The old man remembered what Li Feng had told him before. After you mess with them, if you see the Chen Luo, go ahead, give him a stab, don't wound him fatally, but let him see blood. Once it's done, I'll give you 5,000 yuan, and I'll arrange for the woman you desire to be with you. Can you do it? Li Feng had promised this to the old man, making him feel exuberant. His name was Ernyu, a ruffian and a hooligan in his 60s. He made a living by collecting trash, slept in parks and under bridges. Essentially, he was a vagabond. Lately, he had taken a liking to a beautiful young girl. Ernyu had been following and watching her for a long time, but he dared not make a move. However, he unexpectedly found himself approached by someone significant. Is it just letting that brat see some blood? In order to win the woman's favor and experience a life of pleasure and luxury, Ernyu readily accepted the proposition, pledging to fulfill the task. So, it's you indeed, Ernyu said as he walked forward in a nonchalant manner. Prepared for action, he discreetly placed his hand near his pocket, ready to draw his weapon. Following him were several others, moving in a similarly nonchalant fashion towards Chen Luo. To the outsiders, it appeared as though the two sides were about to face off against each other. But no one dared to make a rash move. Meanwhile, Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiu, and Yi Feng watched silently from afar. They weren't in a hurry. However, Yi Feng seemed unable to contain his frustration. Just as they thought there would be a dialogue between Chen Luo and Erniu, suddenly, bang! Erniu was unexpectedly sucker-punched and struck on the nose, sending him flying backward. The other elders behind him seemed slow to react. Nevertheless, they were met with a solid punch as well. The elders around were still bewildered. However, in the next moment, what the heck? Are they coming to cause trouble at the boss's company? Are they looking for death? You old man! Dare to come and make a scene at the boss's company? Do you want to die? Damn old man! I specialize in taking care of scum like you. Suddenly, a group of people rushed out from somewhere and started a ferocious beating on the elderly men. This scene stunned the onlookers. What's going on? A beatdown is happening. I can't believe it. The old geezers can take this kind of beating. Heh, the old folks deserve it. Running into someone else's company and causing trouble. Did they think no one would dare touch them because they're old? I once encountered an annoying old man pulling a scam. Really despicable. Some people related to the scene and felt immense satisfaction at the sight. But there were those who thought that such actions were definitely not right. Beating up elderly people might result in fatalities, right? Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiu, Yi Feng, and others watched this scene unfold. They were all dumbfounded. Sun Menjing, Chen Luo, hitting even the elderly. Zhang Qiu, so ruthless. Even Zhang Qiu was taken aback to witness the brutality. His actions were considered unconscionable in broad daylight. The trio found it challenging to comprehend. They had envisioned many possibilities, but such violent behavior was beyond their imagination. On the other hand, Yi Feng watched with disbelief. He took the opportunity to assert, "See, Auntie Menjing, I told you Chen Luo was no good. Look at how he can even be so callous to the elderly." In Yi Feng's eyes, this was a classic antagonist move. Bullying the older folk and children was a surefire strategy. Yet, despite being the antagonist, he shouldn't be getting so many women. Yi Feng was more determined than ever. He had to defeat Chen Luo at all costs and bring back those women. Meanwhile, in a hotel, Li Yu, Li Kai, Li Feng were staggered by the scene. Li Feng, oh my, is this guy fearless? How was he able to beat up these elderly folks? Li Yu, this guy, is he crazy? Does he want ... to kill them? Li Yu, Li Kai, and Li Feng thought they were ruthless, but Chen Luo proved to be a different level of extreme. In reality, what they didn't know was that Chen Luo had experienced death once before. He had no fear left and didn't mind making such moves in this fictional world. Chen Luo understood the peculiarities of this fictional world. For the influential families, even if there were fatalities, it wouldn't matter much. The police and authorities of this world were quite transparent. Of course, one couldn't harm innocent people recklessly. However, Chen Luo had no intentions of letting these elders go unpunished. Though they were old, they were not going to be spared. Taken into custody, the elders didn't flinch. They didn't panic even at the thought of being arrested. However, they couldn't escape the pain inflicted upon them. After receiving several punches from Chen Luo's men, they became submissive. Stripped of their previous arrogance, they started pleading for forgiveness. "Please, don't hit us anymore. We beg for mercy. Please don't hit us anymore. We might die." These elderly folks were now crying out in surrender. Chen Luo waved his hand, signaling to Zhao Long, Zhao Hu, and others to stop. With blood smeared all over his face, Erniu was taken aback. He had assumed it would be a walk in the park dealing with just a kid. But he hadn't expected the kid to be this brutal. Erniu quickly backed down. He suddenly realized the gravity of the situation. He wanted money and pleasure but still valued his life. "Who sent you here?" Chen Luo's icy voice cut through the air. Erniu subconsciously shook his head, hesitant to betray his comrades. But then ... smack. Zhao Long fiercely slapped Erniu once more, leaving him dazed. "It was a woman. I don't know her, but she's a big shot who offered me 5,000 yuan, and she told me to find a chance to stab you." "Is it this woman?" Chen Luo displayed a photo of Li Feng. Erniu promptly nodded. Cold Xiaoyan, Du Chinku, Then Muxuan, and others saw the situation unfold. Anger flared within them. Cold Xiaoyan, this Li Feng from the Li family is just too much. Du Chinku, wanting to harm someone. She has some nerve. The women were furious. However, Chen Luo seemed unfazed by it all. Before arriving, Lin Yun's uncle had informed him of these happenings. Apart from the Li family, the Sun family and Zhang family were also involved. Chen Luo inquired further, hoping for some additional insights, but while there were answers, these other people seemed like passers-by, simply intermediaries the Li family had hastily recruited. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiyu, who had refrained from being directly involved, realized that they could still distance themselves from the situation. They started contemplating leaving now that the disturbance at Chen Luo's company had little to do with them. Meanwhile, Yi Feng, who had been holding back, showed signs of impatience. His eyes were fixed on Chen Luo, brimming with hatred. On the contrary, Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiyu wore grim expressions, indicating their dilemma and indecision. They hadn't mindset this. Chapter 328. Standoff with two major families. The final outcome of Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiyu. In the previous encounter, when the Li family trio wanted to deal with Chen Luo, they were also deceived by Yi Feng. However, this time, it was Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiyu, and others. Yi Feng found some random excuse and rushed out. He claimed to be carrying out justice for the heavens, but in reality, Yi Feng knew that his excuse was untenable. Teaching Chen Luo a lesson on behalf of these elderly people. These elders themselves were not exactly upstanding individuals. Yet, Yi Feng didn't care about that anymore. He was indifferent. What Yi Feng wanted right now was to beat up Chen Luo. Nothing else mattered to him. When he suddenly burst out, it surprised many onlookers. Yi Feng's speed was astonishingly fast, far surpassing that of an ordinary person. His hidden distance from Chen Luo in the crowd wasn't very far. However, just as Yi Feng was about to strike, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu were a bit slow to react. But their fists were firmly blocked by a pair of hands. A man in black clothing appeared in front of Chen Luo. He looked ordinary, but he effortlessly blocked Yi Feng's punch without much effort. It's worth noting that Yi Feng had been enhanced by the system. His combat power far exceeded that of an average person. However, this man in black was not an ordinary person either. He was Tang Zi, Lin Pengzi's deputy and bodyguard, Lin Feng's bodyguard in this novel, who was also exceptionally strong in martial arts. When it came to a real fight, he might not be able to defeat Yi Feng, but he wouldn't be taken down by Yi Feng in just a few moves like an ordinary person. They would have to engage in hundreds of rounds before a winner could be determined. Seeing that his attack had no effect, Yi Feng, although surprised, reacted quickly. He tried to continue attacking Chen Luo with a swift move, but his sneak attack had lost its effectiveness. Zhao Long and Zhao Hu swiftly moved forward and restrained Yi Feng, with several other henchmen around Chen Luo joining them. When it came to one-on-one combat, Zhao Long and Zhao Hu wouldn't be a match for Yi Feng. But by teaming up to quickly subdue Yi Feng, they achieved their goal effortlessly. And with that, Yi Feng was once again overpowered. Meanwhile, in the background, Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiyu, and Zhang Nianwei wore extremely grim expressions. "Dad, why don't we just leave?" Before the situation escalates any further, Zhang Nianwei couldn't help but find Yi Feng foolish. Standing up for these elderly people, Zhang Nianwei was seething at the sight of these elders. Yi Feng stood up for them, but did that mean they were in cahoots with him? How despicable! Zhang Nianwei, as a dignified female lead, how could she possibly associate with such people? However, at this moment, Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiyu found themselves standing on the side of the two major families in Nan City. If they were to leave now, wouldn't it be truly embarrassing? How could they, who had spent decades struggling in Nan City, fear a brat like Chen Luo? If their daughter was targeted, they wouldn't even dare to let out a peep. Then they had no right to call themselves the heads of the Sun family and Zhang family anymore. It was truly disgraceful. Therefore, Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiyu exchanged a firm gaze. They both had resolute expressions. And then, they emerged from the crowd. Chen Luo silently watched Yi Feng being pinned to the ground, feeling nothing inside. He nodded at Tangzi as a gesture of thanks, who then left directly. Lin Pengzi followed, and Chen Luo didn't find it surprising. Yifeng's presence here didn't shock Chen Luo. At the same time, he noticed Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiu, Zhang Nianwei, and others stepping forward. On the other side, Lin Pengzi also saw Lin Yun beside him and reminded Lin Pengzi that these two were the heads of the Sun and Zhang families. Lin Pengzi nodded. He then quietly grasped the prayer beads in his hand, wanting to observe how Chen Luo would respond next. The information Lin Pengzi had gathered confirmed the involvement of the Sun and Zhang families in the chaos at Chen Luo's company. This situation was untenable. Chen Luo was well aware of this. Although he hadn't directly asked these elderly people about the actions of the Sun and Zhang families, he knew deep down that these two families were undoubtedly linked to the matter. Chen Luo looked coldly at Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu, as well as the surrounding elderly individuals. Their emotions were mixed at this moment. They regretted deeply now, especially those who had children and grandchildren. They were consumed with regret. They had initially thought that by causing a scene, they could make a quick buck. Why pass up such an opportunity for profit? But now, they had lost all face. Before coming here, no one had informed them that they were messing with such influential figures. They didn't know about the 5 major families in Non-City or the financial standing of these young masters. They merely knew they had provoked someone powerful. However, in reality, these old fogies still held on to a glimmer of hope, especially when a young man rushed forward, claiming he would stand up for them. Although the young man was subdued almost immediately, these elderly individuals regained a sense of optimism. They were keenly aware of their identity as senior citizens, people who often elicit sympathy. Thus, these old fogies put on a pitiful display, sitting on the ground, hoping that some kind-hearted individual would come to their aid. As expected, a few people did step forward. Among the crowd, there were sharp-eyed observers who immediately recognized the newcomers as the heads of the Sun and Zhang families. These onlookers quickly deduced that another thrilling drama was about to unfold. In the South City Business District, many people started to take notice of what was happening at the Luo Yun Group. They curiously observed the unfolding drama. However, Chen Luo paid no heed to the attention. He understood that this was the world of a novel. Spectators were everywhere, just like in his previous life. Chen Luo glanced at Sun Menjing, Zhang Shu, and Zhang Nianwei before speaking. You two families were involved in this too, weren't you? This single question shocked many onlookers. So that's it. This wasn't just the Li family. I heard that there's been escalating tension among the major families recently. Looks like it's true after all. This incident will definitely be big news, shaking the entire South City. Among the crowd, some began to whisper and speculate. Meanwhile, Sun Menjing and Zhang Shu chose not to deny it. Having decided to align themselves with the Li family and Yifeng, they saw no reason to back down now. Both nodded in acknowledgement. Chen Luo smiled. So, in that case, are you both ready to meet your demise? Hearing this, Sun Menjing immediately retorted, Chen Luo, what kind of nonsense is that? Have you forgotten what you did to my daughter? Humph, this is just a small part of the payback. Her aura seemed imposing, fueled by her anger over her daughter, Sun Qingling, lying hospitalized. Zhang Shu added, Chen Luo, you're just a junior. Out of respect for your father, we let things slide before. But you dared to retaliate so harshly. Do you regret it now? Despite their tough words, Sun Heyu and Zhang Nianwei exchanged uneasy glances. The crowd erupted again with chatter. I heard the daughters of the Sun and Zhang families were hospitalized recently because of this. Apparently, it wasn't even Chen Luo's fault. They provoked him first. A friend of mine witnessed it. Even some of the Li family's top executives and their henchmen were involved, but they were the ones who ended up beaten. These revelations caused Sun Menjing and Zhang Shu to lose their composure. Chen Luo sneered. Regret? Not quite. However, it seems like disaster will befall you two families soon. I gave you several chances, but you still chose to oppose me. So be it. You two families are hereby expelled from the ranks of the 5 great families. Chen Luo's words made Sun Menjing and Zhang Shu's hearts skip a beat. If anyone else had said this, they would have dismissed it as a joke. But with Chen Luo's track record, they couldn't take it lightly. Meanwhile, outside the building, Wei Nina and Li Chongchu arrived unexpectedly. Wei Nina had received word of trouble at Luo Yun Group involving the prominent families of South City and possibly even the Li family. Furious at the situation, she brought Li Chongchu along. On the way, She muttered angrily, "Didn't I already warn those idiots to stay away from Chen Luo?" Li Changchu, upon learning of his son's actions, was equally furious. Their primary concern was mending the relationship between the Li family and Chen Luo to avoid fallout that could jeopardize Li Ming's future. Wei Nina also saw this as an opportunity to apologize to Chen Luo. When Sun Menjing and Zhang Shu saw Wei Nina and Li Changchu arrive, their faces changed, especially when Wei Nina and Li Changchu immediately approached Chen Luo with respectful demeanors. Wei Nina smiled warmly. "Young Master Chen, are you encountering any trouble? Would you like your Aunt Wei to help you resolve it?" Her words stunned the crowd. "Isn't she from the Wei family of Upper City?" "That's Wei Nina, one of the Wei family's heads." Unbelievable! Inside Luo Yun Group, Sun Menjing and Zhang Shu were equally dumbfounded. They had known the Wei family had some involvement with the Li family aligning with Chen Luo, but they never expected Wei Nina to treat him with such deference. Feeling that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Sun Menjing tried to mount one last defense. "Miss Wei, this matter isn't our fault. Chen Luo attacked our daughters first. Shouldn't we, as parents, seek justice for them?" But Wei Nina's expression turned cold as she sneered, "Justice? For organizing a group of elderly people to cause trouble here? How disgraceful!" Hearing Wei Nina's scolding, Sun Menjing and Zhang Shu's arrogance faltered, their fear evident. Chen Luo, however, remained indifferent, responding calmly, "Then I'll leave it to you, Aunt Wei." Chen Luo indeed had no hostility toward the Wei family. If they wanted to establish friendly relations with him, he had no objections. After all, the two families already had collaborations. Hearing this from Chen Luo, Wei Nina didn't hesitate. She immediately turned around, and her expression instantly turned stern. Wei Nina and Li Changchu stepped forward together. Wei Nina said with a smile, "So, you are the heads of the Sun and Zhang families of South City? I am Wei Nina from the Wei family. You brought these elderly folks here to cause trouble at Mr. Chen's company? Don't you have any shame?" Facing Wei Nina, Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu clearly lost some of their confidence. Even combined, their two families were no match for the Wei family, especially when confronting someone like Wei Nina, one of the key figures in the Wei family. Although Wei Nina's status within the family wasn't particularly high, she wasn't an insignificant figure either. Not to mention, she was the eldest daughter of Wei Shang, the Wei family head. This identity alone was enough to intimidate Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu. However, thinking about their daughters, Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu gritted their teeth and held their ground. Sun Menjing said, "Miss Wei, in this matter, the fault doesn't lie with us. It was Chen Luo who first beat up my daughter and put her in the hospital. Do you think we shouldn't retaliate? I just want justice for my daughter." Zhang Qiu added, "That's right. This incident was entirely Chen Luo's fault in the first place." Wei Nina, however, maintained a cold expression. She didn't take these too seriously. If she could use them to establish a good relationship with Chen Luo and convince him not to pursue the matter with the Li family, it would be worthwhile. She especially wanted to prevent her son's criminal activities from being made public. At this moment, Chen Luo, who was behind her, spoke up. "By your logic, your daughters can send people to attack me, and I'm not allowed to fight back." Chen Luo's words immediately made Sun Menjing emotional. "But you didn't have to go so far. Chen Luo, you're also from one of the 5 major families. I had a good relationship with your father. How could you be so ruthless?" Sun Menjing seemed to be losing her composure. Chen Luo remained unfazed. "Ruthless? If I hadn't had bodyguards with me at the time, would your precious daughter have shown me any mercy? Yi Feng was there at the scene too. Even now, he still wants to beat me up. So, tell me, if I hadn't fought back, wouldn't I have ended up in the hospital myself?" Chen Luo's words left Sun Menjing speechless, though she was still unwilling to swallow her anger. Feeling provoked, Sun Menjing blurted out, "But what about Li Mingsh from the Li family? Are you saying that Li Mingsh could have put you in the hospital too? I've learned everything. You were the one who attacked Li Mingsh first. Now, the head of the Li family and Li Mingsh's mother are here. Chen Luo, explain to me what kind of behavior is this?" Sun Menjing originally thought that involving Li Mingsh would turn Wei Nina against Chen Luo. However, to her surprise, the moment she brought up Li Mingsh, Wei Nina's expression instantly darkened. Chapter 329. Yi Feng's Madness and Despair. Sun Menjing felt like the sky was falling. Li Mingsh is the trump card in Sun Menjing's heart. Or rather, she recognized this fact and believed that by doing so, she could push Chen Luo into the evil camp. After all, Sun Menjing also had the setting of a female lead. Chen Luo unreasonably attacked others for no reason. She directly criticized this behavior. Isn't that normal? And now, Sun Menjing directly played the trump card. She believed that as long as she brought out Li Mingsh, Chen Luo would be speechless. How can you justify hitting a good person, and yet you have the nerve to say it was justified? Isn't that too thick-skinned of you? Sun Menjing at this moment was still completely unaware of Li Ming's true nature. Perhaps among the many participants, only she, Zhang Qiu, Sun Qingling, and others were kept in the dark. On the upper city side, Ji Sijia and Dongya knew about it. Even Wei Nina and Li Chongchu understood completely. Therefore, Sun Menjing's words made Wei Nina feel a bit numb. She had come to apologize originally and hoped that Chen Luo would let her son go. She definitely did not want this matter to be announced in public. Originally, she just wanted to help Chen Luo resolve some troubles. But she never expected that Sun Menjing would speak up immediately. Wei Nina didn't hesitate and went straight up. Asterisk smack, asterisk. A crisp slap. There was anger in her eyes as well. This slap instantly stunned Sun Menjing. Wait, what's going on? I was helping you, Wei Nina. Chen Luo hit your son, and you're still helping him? Are you out of your mind? Sun Menjing was dumbfounded. Zhang Qiu, Zhang Nianwei, Sun Heu, and others beside her were also puzzled. After Wei Nina slapped her, she tittied up her somewhat messy hair. Then she sternly said, "You foolish woman, shut up." Wei Nina's reaction surprised both Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu. Even Li Chongchu had a grim expression and slowly approached. Zhang Qiu went to Sun Menjing's side, seeming to stand on the same side as her. He said in a cold voice, "Miss Wei, don't you think you're going a bit too far?" Zhang Qiu sensed that something seemed off. He recalled when the Li family suddenly announced their decision to join Chen Luo. He knew that it must have been Wei Nina's will. Combining this with Wei Nina's reaction to the situation involving Li Mingsh, could it be that Chen Luo hitting Li Mingsh wasn't as simple as they thought? Zhang Qiu felt a shadow pass over his heart. If that was the case, did they wrongly blame Chen Luo from the beginning? Was Chen Luo not actually a bad person? Did he not just attack Li Mingsh for no reason? If that was the case, Zhang Qiu wanted to give himself a couple of slaps for being so foolish. He felt that he had been too naive. At the same time, Zhang Qiu felt like he was being played in circles by Yi Feng. Sun Menjing, at this moment, glared fiercely at Wei Nina. Slapped in the face, her fiery spirit also arose. Wei Nina, what exactly is your relationship with this Chen Luo? He hit your son and put him in the hospital, yet you still defend him? Could it be that you and him? Sun Menjing, at some point, also began to make these malicious speculations. She didn't realize her own changes. She just couldn't understand. Why would Wei Nina defend the person who had hit her son? It made no sense. As a mother, she felt that even if her own daughter was at fault initially and ended up in the hospital, Sun Menjing would definitely stick up for Sun Qingling. So, she could only suspect that there was some shady deal between Wei Nina and Chen Luo. Or perhaps Wei Nina had some leverage in Chen Luo's hands. But when it came to the argument between Sun Menjing and Wei Nina, Chen Luo just coldly observed on the side. Wei Nina, shut up! You foolish woman! Wei Nina reached out to cover Sun Menjing's mouth. But Sun Menjing was relentless. Heh, it seems I've hit the nail on the head, haven't I? Didn't expect the distinguished Miss Wei of the Wei family to have a child at such a young age and still engage in such things. Sun Menjing's words were full of innuendo. Wei Nina was infuriated beyond belief. Li Chongchu, standing to the side, was also furious and wanted to step forward, but Zhang Qiu stopped him. Below, Yi Feng struggled fiercely, wanting to stop Sun Menjing from continuing. Meanwhile, the surrounding crowd of onlookers was thoroughly entertained. They knew this incident was bound to become major news for the South City Business District. However, the commotion didn't last long. Soon, Chen Luo stepped forward, smiling as he said, Sun Menjing, you want to know why I hit Li Mingsh, don't you? As soon as Chen Luo spoke, Wei Nina's face turned ashen. She turned her head and pleaded, Young Master Chen, please, don't. Li Chongqu's expression also turned grim. Sun Menjing, however, was filled with anger. She had a favorable impression of Li Mingsh and couldn't understand why Chen Luo would beat him so badly he ended up in the hospital. In her mind, what could a good boy like Li Mingsh have done to deserve such a harsh beating? Adding to her prior impressions of Chen Luo, Sun Menjing believed he was simply too arrogant. She thought Li Mingsh must have only slightly offended Chen Luo, prompting him to lash out violently. Thus, at this moment, Sun Menjing wasn't the least bit worried. Confidently, she retorted, "Yes, Chen Luo, go ahead and explain. Don't tell me that this well-behaved Li Mingsh did something so heinous that you acted as a righteous avenger. Don't make me laugh." Her tone was laced with mockery, but Chen Luo remained unfazed. He smiled faintly and instructed Du Qingku to bring out the evidence of Li Ming's crimes. When the evidence was placed before Sun Menjing, her smile froze instantly. She stared wide-eyed at the photos depicting Li Ming's heinous acts. Sun Menjing was stunned. Zhang Qiu was also dumbfounded, and Yifeng was overwhelmed with regret. At that moment, he realized he had been duped by Du Qingku, who was clearly sent by Chen Luo. Damn it! Yifeng cursed inwardly, adrenaline surging through him. With a roar, he broke free from Zhao Long and Zhao Hu's restraint. Once free, Yifeng immediately rushed to grab the evidence while shouting, "I gave you those." Yifeng, in his panic, lost his composure. Chen Luo did not deny it but nodded and said, "That's true, Yifeng. I must thank you. Without you, I wouldn't have obtained this evidence." Chen Luo's words brought Yifeng back to his senses. He froze in place, holding the incriminating evidence against Li Mingsh. Wei Nina glared at Yifeng with hatred, and Li Chongqu's furious gaze also fell upon him. They didn't stop Chen Luo from exposing the evidence because they knew Li Mingsh deserved it. However, discovering that Yifeng was the one responsible for gathering the evidence left them livid. Without Yifeng's involvement, their son might not have been implicated at all. Wei Nina didn't want to confront Chen Luo directly, but Yifeng. She and Li Chongqu had always disliked him, and now they shifted all their anger onto him. They needed someone to vent their fury on, after all. Even Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu were stunned. For Sun Menjing, the realization that Li Ming's true nature was that of a beast left her completely shaken. Chen Luo's actions, in hindsight, seemed justified. He had indeed acted righteously. "Yifeng, you knew all along, didn't you?" Sun Menjing asked through gritted teeth. Yifeng looked awkward. "And Menjing, I only found out recently." Sun Menjing pressed on, "Then why didn't you tell me? Instead, you let me think Chen Luo was an arrogant bully who beat up Li Mingsh without reason." Turns out, Chen Luo had every reason to act as he did. Yifeng stammered, "I." And Menjing, regardless of whether Chen Luo was right to hit Li Mingsh, he's still a scumbag. Don't be fooled by him. In his panic, Yifeng grew increasingly flustered. It seemed that the tide of victory had completely turned in Chen Luo's favor. Meanwhile, Sun Menjing's thoughts became clearer as she calmed down. Reflecting on her earlier actions, she felt disoriented. "What on earth have I been doing?" Sun Menjing muttered to herself. She realized she might have falsely accused Wei Nina. It seemed Wei Nina was merely trying to protect her son. Li Mingsh was indeed a scumbag, and Chen Luo had actually done a good deed by exposing him. Yet, they had joined forces to confront Chen Luo. Have I become the villain? Sun Menjing couldn't accept it. She had always considered herself a good person, but now it seemed her actions had been entirely wrong. Zhang Qiu also lost much of his momentum. Only Yifeng's anger grew more intense. "Chen Luo, do you think you've won?" Yifeng sneered. "Don't get too cocky. Let me tell you, we're backed by more than just a families. King Yu Gaming, Xinyao Gaming, and Bike Group all support me. Tell me, Chen Luo, how will you fight against us?" Yifeng's declaration left the surrounding crowd stunned. Wow, this guy has some serious backing. Bike Group, that's a major gaming company. They've developed many top games in the country. No wonder he knows all these big shots. Impressive. Hearing the murmurs, Yifeng's confidence grew. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu, too, straightened their postures slightly, seeing this as a potential opportunity to pressure Chen Luo. However, their hopes were dashed when several voices suddenly came from behind Chen Luo. "Liu Ming, wow, brother Chen Luo, your company seems lively today. Did I miss anything exciting? Chen Luoli, it does seem interesting. Boss Chen, if you need my help with anything, just let me know. Li Yao, heh, lucky I haven't left yet. Missing out on this kind of drama would have been a shame. GC Jia, Bike Group supports you? Too bad this might be the worst decision in Dongya's career. As these individuals stepped forward, the crowd fell into stunned silence. Sun Menjing didn't recognize Liu Ming or Chen Luoli, but knew GC Jia. She had previously investigated her and learned that GC Jia, the president of the Seiden Group, had no ties to Yifeng. In fact, there seemed to be animosity between them. Yet now, it was clear that GC Jia had an extraordinary relationship with Chen Luo. At this moment, Sun Menjing felt as though her entire world was crumbling. Chapter 330, The Despair of Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu. Yifeng's embarrassed appearance. At this moment, in the South City, within the Lu Yun Group, the onlookers, who were completely taken by surprise. They never expected that this matter would turn out to be so lively. Originally, the people of the 5 major families were all prominent figures in South City. Not to mention, among them were the young master of the Chen family, as well as the heads of the Zhang and Sun families, who were all from the 5 major families. Such a lineup was enough to attract many well-known figures to come and watch. In fact, there were already many individuals with status who had rushed to the scene. For such a major event, they naturally needed to find out immediately what had happened. When these people saw that Liu Ming, Chen Luoli, Li Yao, GC Jia, and others were standing behind Chen Luo, they couldn't help but be taken aback. Although Li Yao and the others were not celebrities, in this commercial circle, they were naturally recognized. They were extremely surprised by the identities of these young masters. Isn't that Miss Li Yao from the Li family of Shenzhen? Someone in the crowd couldn't help but exclaim. Isn't that Miss Chen Luoli from the Qin family of Shangcheng? She's a famous angel investor in our country, investing in dozens of industries at a young age, many of which have thrived. Now, Chen Luoli's estimated net worth must be in the tens of billions. Wow, such a young lady is actually good friends with the young master of the Chen family in South City. Someone recognized Chen Luoli's identity. And of course, the same could be said for Liu Ming and GC Jia. Isn't the young master of the Liu family in Shangcheng the head of the Seiden Group? Wow, I never expected that the young master of the Chen family, Chen Luo, would actually have such close ties with so many powerful individuals. No wonder he was able to make the Fen family withdraw from the 5 major families before. If the young master Chen Luo has close cooperation with these people, or even with the forces behind them, then his strength is somewhat unimaginable. Listening to the whispers of the surrounding crowd, Sun Menjing's mood plummeted. She no longer knew what to say at this moment. The scene before her seemed like a dream. The young masters and young ladies of the prominent families in Shangcheng, as well as the head of the Seiden Group. Chen Luo is really so powerful. Sun Menjing's lips twisted with bitterness. Sun Heyou, by her side, also looked shocked. At the same time, amidst their astonishment, they were also filled with disappointment and regret towards their own sister. The Sun family is likely to face a big problem this time. Sun Heyou sighed inwardly. And Zhang Qiu beside them wasn't faring any better. He couldn't imagine that Chen Luo was just a young master from the Chen family. Not to mention about being a young master of the Chen family, even his father, Chen Tian, might not be able to bring together so many powerful figures, right? Zhang Qiu understood that the ability to make the head of the Seiden Group, this billionaire worth billions, willingly stand behind Chen Luo, already explained a lot. And then there was Chen Luoli, whom Zhang Qiu also remembered. The Qin family of Shangcheng. They were not to be trifled with by the Zhang family. He also had heard about this Li Yao. Her family was a well-known mobile phone manufacturer in the country. This Liu Ming was no simple figure either. The Liu family in Shangcheng was also among the top 10 families. Zhang Kaiu's mind was reeling at this moment. He didn't know what to say. In fact, he even wanted to laugh at himself a bit. Hehe, we have New Yao Company, light speech company. This is simply a joke. Zhang Qiu recalled the domineering words of Yifeng just now. He couldn't help but chuckle. To game companies with a market value of over $1 billion. In front of these people. What was that? If the bosses of these two game companies, Hao Yuhuan and Yao Yue, were to meet any of these people before them, they would have to show utmost respect. These people, not only had outstanding abilities themselves, but the forces behind them were also formidable and frightening. Even Ji Sijia, Zhang Qiu hadn't forgotten about her. She was the young lady from the Ji family in Dragon City. Speaking frankly, among the many young masters and young ladies present, Ji Sijia had the most influence. Although he was the head of the Zhang family himself, and his personal wealth had long exceeded 20 billion. Compared to the Ji family of Dragon City, Zhang Qiu was just a small potato. Similarly, Zhang Nianwei beside Zhang Qiu, her young heart was also greatly shocked at this moment. Zhang Nianwei's mouth was slightly agape as she watched the people in front of her. She couldn't imagine this kind of scene appearing directly in front of her. Truth be told, Zhang Nianwei felt a bit awesome. Behind Chen Luo, the young master of the Liu family, the young master of the Qin family, the young lady of the Li family, and the head of the Sadin group. These powerful figures all walked leisurely and casually. Their presence exuded a strong aura. At the same time, Zhang Nianwei also realized why she had been feeling strange all along. It was because of, how is it that Chen Luo turned out to be such a scumbag? Damn it! He really caused the death of that idiot Yi Feng. Zhang Nianwei remembered when she first learned that Chen Luo had made the Fen family withdraw from the 5 major families. She wanted to get in touch with Chen Luo. At that time, Zhang Nianwei had no prejudice against Chen Luo. However, her sister Zhang Qianchen recommended Yi Feng beside her. After some hesitation, Zhang Nianwei decided to listen to her sister and observe first. However, Yi Feng's various behaviors made Zhang Nianwei very disappointed. Especially when Yi Feng lied and said that he had a good relationship with the head of the Sadin group. Zhang Nianwei had no feelings for Yi Feng anymore. She couldn't understand why her sister liked Yi Feng so much. Clearly, he was just average. On the other hand, Chen Luo was the truly outstanding person. But why was it that Yi Feng and Zhang Qianchen kept denouncing him? As she figured it out, Zhang Nianwei felt like slapping herself. I should have followed my heart. Zhang Nianwei felt extremely regretful at the moment. For him, to have directly collaborated with the young masters such as Liu Ming and Qin Luoli, as well as the young ladies like Li Yao and the others. She didn't want to admit it to herself. But even to Zhang Qianchen, she felt a bit of anger. If it wasn't for my stupid sister, Zhang Nianwei clenched her fist. There was anger burning in her eyes. She vowed to teach her stupid sister a lesson when she got back. She needed to wake her up from her lovesick infatuation with Yi Feng. However, what made Zhang Nianwei desperate was that at that moment, Zhang Qianchen sent a message asking about the situation there. Sister, have you helped me teach that bad guy Chen Luo a lesson? Zhang Qianchen asked eagerly. On the other hand, Sun Menjing also received a message from Sun Qingling. Mom, how are things over there? Have you beaten up Chen Luo for me? Remember, you have to make that scum end up in the hospital. Humph. Oh right, Mom. Make sure to interact more with Brother Yi Feng. Our family will definitely prosper in the future if we follow Brother Yi Feng. In the hospital, Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianchen were still fantasizing. They believed that with their brother Yi Feng stepping in this time, there would be no problem. With the support of their 2 major families, Nu Yao Company, Light Speech Company, as well as the Shangcheng Northern Technology Group and the Shangcheng Zhang family. With so many powerful forces, Chen Luo would surely be afraid. However, Sun Menjing and Zhang Nianwei listened to these words with a black expression on their faces. They didn't want to reply. Sun Menjing even felt estranged from her obedient daughter. She looked at the hysterical Yi Feng in front of her, feeling an impulse to slap him. When the male lead Yi Feng saw this scene, he was also at a loss. Compared with Sun Menjing and Zhang Kaiu's helplessness and regret, Yi Feng's feelings were more of disbelief. He gazed fixedly ahead, or more precisely, at the 3 beauties Ji Sijia, Li Yao, and Qin Luoli. Originally, when they were the ones he had conquered, such as Zikingyu, Zhang Xiaoyu, and Meng Shanshan, Yi Feng could barely accept it. Although they were just pretty faces with ordinary backgrounds, they were the women he had his eyes on. As a cool male lead, Yi Feng couldn't accept being cuckolded. But what could he do about it? Later on, the more powerful female leads like Leng Xiaoyan, Du Qingku, and Gu Menyan were won over by Chen Luo. Yi Feng envied them greatly. He continued to strive to bring these female leads to his side, such as Then Muyao, Then Muxuan, and Li Hongxia, but he failed time and time again. And now, Even stunning women like Li Yao and Qin Luoli had been won over by Chen Luo. At that moment, Yi Feng was practically filled with murderous intent. His eyes were bloodshot, his fists clenched. Watching Li Yao, Qin Luoli, and Ji standing docilely behind Chen Luo, Yi Feng was truly enraged. Even if there were others present, Yi Feng felt like he couldn't control himself. His fury towards Chen Luo erupted once again. "Chen Luo, I'll fight you!" Yi Feng roared in anger and charged forward. But Zhao Long, Zhao Hu, who were very skilled, blocked Yi Feng in front. Yet Yi Feng, consumed by anger, didn't care. He fiercely attacked, and Zhao Long and Zhao Hu were not to be trifled with either. Both sides engaged in a fight. The situation became chaotic for a while. However, in the eyes of Qin Luoli, Li Yao, and the others who were watching Yi Feng fight with someone else, there was only a look of disgust in their eyes. At that moment, Yi Feng had no appeal to them. He was like a loser, unworthy of their attention. Even Zhang Qiu and Sun Menjing couldn't bear to watch. At this point, Chen Luo smiled and said, "How about it, Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiu? Do you still think you have the upper hand now?" Nu Yao, light speech. Sheng Cheng's Northern Technology Group. If you want to fight, then come on. I, Chen Luo, will accompany you to the end. Chen Luo's words were full of confidence. The onlookers were all shocked. Among them, some people in the commercial circle immediately understood. South City was about to undergo a major change. The Sun family and the Zhang family are in trouble this time. I never expected that Chen Luo's strength would be this formidable. It seems like I should find an opportunity to establish a good relationship with the Chen family as well. Impressive. Fortunately, I don't have any conflicts with the young Master Chen, otherwise, I would have definitely suffered now. Some people expressed their relief. But for Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiu, and others, they felt extremely miserable. Zhang Qiu could be calm and composed, but now he clearly understood. There was a saying that goes, "A wise man knows when to yield." Originally, they just didn't want to lose face. But unexpectedly, Chen Luo turned out to be so powerful. If they insisted on regaining their dignity, then the Zhang family might be in big trouble. Therefore, Zhang Qiu smiled and said, "Ah, it's just a joke, young Master Chen. I never expected you to be so capable at such a young age. Uncle Zhang admires you. I will compensate you for any loss today." Upon hearing this, Sun Menjing also said, "Young Master Chen, I am willing to compensate you for your loss. Please, let us off the hook." The heads of the two major families showed their weakness directly. Many onlookers were somewhat contemplative. The old men on the ground, although they did not understand terms like families and young masters, could understand what was happening. It seemed like the people who had spoken up for them were all backing down. These old folks looked dazed as they looked around. And in the hotel, Li Kai, Li Yu, and Li Feng, who saw the scene, were also at a loss for words. They were all stunned. They were all frozen in place. How does this Chen Luo have such powerful connections? Damn it! We failed again this time. Damn it! Li Yu seemed unwilling to accept it. Li Feng immediately said, "Second brother, we should think of another way." Obviously, the three of them weren't planning to let Chen Luo off that easily. Even though they now knew that Chen Luo had formidable strength, they had no intention of backing down. But Li Kai couldn't help but frown. Damn, this Chen Luo actually has such relationships with those big shots. Li Kai understood that they were not without support and couldn't afford to provoke those forces. They represented the Li family. Previously, they weren't afraid of Chen Luo because they didn't know how powerful Chen Luo's background was. But now, with the Liu family and Sheng Cheng, the Qin family, the Li family and Shen Cheng, as well as the Sadin group, regardless of which one, they were not easy opponents. If they continued to oppose Chen Luo and ended up in conflict with these major families, the entire Li family would be in trouble. We must find a more secure way, Li Kai said. He also had no intention of giving up the fight against Chen Luo. Li Yu and Li Feng nodded firmly. At this point, they didn't want to watch the live broadcast either. The three of them felt that the more they watched, the more angry they would become. They also saw Yifeng's miserable appearance. Li Kai understood that Chen Luo was indeed not easy to deal with. But precisely because of that, they had to retaliate against Chen Luo. The three of them also understood that if they didn't go up against Chen Luo, they would definitely be hit back by Chen Luo. Li Kai, we must secretly find some dirt on this guy Chen Luo. Li Kai thought, and this was the only solution he could come up with. And in the Lu Yun group, Yi Feng was soon beaten black and blue by Zhao Long, Zhao Hu, and others. But he still gritted his teeth and stood there. At the same time, he shouted, Chen Luo, I'm at odds with you. Just you wait for me. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Yi Feng was met with a solid punch from Zhao Long. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qi were both nervous at this moment. They had no idea how Chen Luo would retaliate against them, what price they would have to pay. Liu Ming, Qin Luoli, Li Yao, and others watched the people around them calmly. They were just there to watch the show. However, they were also surprised. Liu Ming, this Chen young master is indeed extraordinary. To be able to cooperate with young ladies like Qin Luoli and Li Yao. I'm beginning to admire him more and more. Qin Luoli, even Li Yao from Shencheng is here. It's quite surprising. Chen Luo, GCGA, this little guy is really quite remarkable. GCGA sighed inwardly. However, her gaze occasionally turned towards a middle-aged man holding prayer beads in the corner. GCGA felt like she had seen this middle-aged man somewhere before. It seemed a bit familiar. Chapter 331, Chen Luo's Roar. Sun Menjing's new decision. GCGA didn't stare for too long. Because she found out that the man seemed to be just a spectator, she quickly averted her gaze. But in her heart, she had already remembered the man's appearance. And his aura also caught GCGA's attention. Obviously, at a glance, the man could tell that he was no ordinary person. He must also be a powerful figure. What kind of relationship will there be between him and Chen Luo? GCGA glanced at Qin Luoli, Liu Ming, Li Yao, and others. People like Chen Luo, who had real skills, could attract the attention and cooperation of these rich young masters and ladies. It was very normal. She herself had noticed Chen Luo's gaming abilities, which is why she had come to find Chen Luo. Therefore, GCGA thought, even if Chen Luo now had cooperations with more powerful enterprises, families, and groups, it wouldn't be impossible. Realizing this, GCGA started to value Chen Luo even more. Her mind was extremely clear. Is Chen Luo outstanding or not? Do I even need to say? He was without a doubt the cream of the crop among his peers. If one must describe it, he was a genius, a pride of heaven. Yi Feng fell on the ground. This time, he didn't stand up again. It had to be said, Yi Feng's combat record was quite remarkable. He could take down dozens of opponents by himself. Zhao Long and Zhao Hu were both injured when they attacked together, even though he himself had once again turned into a pig's head. However, his combat prowess truly lived up to his title as a protagonist of online novels. It was a pity. Yi Feng could now only fight a little bit. In other aspects, he was far from his portrayal in the original work. Yi Feng couldn't understand why things had turned out this way. As someone bound by the system, he should have been living the plot of marrying a wealthy and beautiful woman and reaching the pinnacle of life. On his system's strategy list, there were so many beautiful women. But now, he didn't have many that belonged to him. Only watching from afar, unable to touch. Yi Feng felt extremely aggrieved. He was soon thrown out by Zhao Long, Zhao Hu, and the others. The surrounding onlookers also dispersed in the end. Those elderly people who had come to cause trouble didn't want to leave because of fear. They wanted to beg Chen Luo for mercy. But when they saw the fierce gaze of the men surrounding Chen Luo, they were worried that they would be beaten up on the ground again. So they could only leave in disappointment. Chen Luo's retaliation against them would naturally come as promised. Chen Luo would make these old bullies pay their due. Even though they felt they were getting old and could do whatever they wanted, Chen Luo would give the same treatment to those who were important to them. As for feelings of guilt, Chen Luo had none at all. Who made him carry the title of a villain? Since he was the villain, occasionally doing what villains should do was completely understandable. On Sun Menjing and Zhang Shu's side, in response to the capitulation of the two family heads, Chen Luo directly laughed and said, "Do you want me to let you off the hook?" Hearing Chen Luo's words, both Sun Menjing and Zhang Shu nodded repeatedly. They now held immense respect for Chen Luo. They no longer had the arrogance they had before. Even thinking about their obedient daughter lying in the hospital, both Sun Menjing and Zhang Shu didn't think it was a big deal. They realized that Chen Luo had already shown mercy. Yi Feng was turned into a pig's head, while their daughters only suffered minor injuries. Their looks, which were most important for young girls, were not affected in the least. This was already acceptable. If they could spend some money this time and erase all the conflicts they had with Chen Luo beforehand, Sun Menjing and Zhang Shu might even feel that it was worth it. Sun Menjing pondered seriously and recognized the foolishness of her previous decisions. From the initial doubts about why Yi Feng had gotten so close to Du Qingku to the attitude of the Li family towards Yi Feng. Despite all these events, she still had decided to join forces with the Zhang family, Xinyao, and Qinyu companies to help the Li family confront Chen Luo. Then she found out that the Li family had turned against Chen Luo directly. At that moment, Sun Menjing realized that she had been played by Yi Feng. However, her daughter still insisted that following Yi Feng was the right choice. So, Sun Menjing once again approached Yi Feng. Later, when Yi Feng claimed to have a close relationship with the president of the Satan group, Sun Menjing believed him once again. But not long after, she discovered that Yi Feng had been lying. He didn't have any real connection with the president of the Satan group. Sun Menjing had a chance to resolve the conflict with Chen Luo. But after being fooled by Yi Feng repeatedly, she chose to believe him again. Even when Chen Luo was reprimanding those old people, she still had a chance. She just needed to apologize to Chen Luo or perhaps even go back. Maybe there was still room for things to turn around. But Yi Feng rushed out and dragged them into trouble. Reflecting on everything, Sun Menjing and Zhang Nianwei had the same thought. They wanted to slap themselves. What was I thinking? How did I make so many wrong moves? How can I face the Sun family as the family head? How can I face the chairman of the Sun group? Sun Menjing closed her eyes. Her eyes were slightly moist. It had been a long time since Sun Menjing had last cried. She had never regretted anything so much. She felt deep disgust and hatred towards Yi Feng. If not for this odd fellow, perhaps the Sun family wouldn't have reached this point. Sun Menjing was worried that the Sun family might follow the footsteps of the Then family. But she also realized that being pushed out of the position of the top 5 families by Chen Luo just for this reason was unlikely. If it really came to that, Sun Menjing had no other choice. She could only go all out against Chen Luo. Although she had offended Chen Luo, she felt that as long as she compensated Chen Luo for his losses and paid a substantial sum of money, that would be enough. In truth, Sun Menjing listened as Chen Luo quickly said, "All right, Sun Menjing, Zhang Shu, in that case, both of your families will give me 10% of your annual profit for the next 3 years. If you agree, then all of our past conflicts will be settled." After Chen Luo finished speaking, the whole room fell silent. Whether it was Liu Ming, Qin Luoli, Li Yao, or Sun Menjing, Zhang Shu, Zhang Nianwei, and others, or even Lin Pengzi, a smile crept up on his lips. This boy really dares to speak up. What a bold move, Lin Pengzi thought to himself. But he couldn't help but admire him. Lin Pengzi thought that there was nothing wrong with Chen Luo's approach. If you're looking for compensation, it naturally had to come in a bigger sum. It was extortion, but the target of Chen Luo's extortion wasn't just any ordinary person. It was the bosses of 2 big conglomerates. These 2 individuals were worth tens of billions of dollars. Asking for a few billion each year was just normal. But Liu Ming, Qin Luoli, and the others were completely dumbfounded. Although they also had some wealth, for a family to give 10% of its profit each year, which amounted to several billion for 3 consecutive years, it could easily add up to over 10 billion. How could a family afford to lose several billion? Liu Ming had been making movies for years and hadn't earned that much. Even though a movie could earn over 10 billion at the box office, the producers wouldn't receive much. They would, of course, make a profit, but aiming to make 10 billion. Liu Ming remembered the movie The Richest Man in Pineapple City that Chen Luo had shot before. It was about the protagonist spending 10 billion in a month. This time, Chen Luo was asking for 10 billion straight up. Ji Sijia, who was watching from the sidelines, also looked astonished. It seemed that she was also struck by the turn of events. In contrast, Sun Menjing and Zhang Shu, after their initial surprise, felt a sense of despair. Sun Menjing and Zhang Shu's faces were filled with bitterness. It was clear that they didn't want to accept this condition. 10% of the pure profit of the family each year. It's too much. Sun Menjing felt the same way, as if she had swallowed a fly. She was close to having a pained expression. Although Chen Luo's words left room for negotiation. That is, Chen Luo didn't fix a specific number. In other words, even if the Sun family's fortunes declined over the next 2 years, and they could only afford a profit of a few million or even a few 100,000 each year, Chen Luo would still expect the same. But that probability was very low. Sun Menjing didn't believe that the Sun family would decline. On the contrary, for at least the next 10 to 20 years, while she was still alive, the Sun family would definitely prosper. Zhang Shu felt the same way. The Zhang family had strong roots in the city. Their income had been steadily increasing. Now, they were asked to give away a substantial amount of their profit each year to someone else. Zhang Shu felt a pang of heartache. However, with a clear head, Zhang Nianwei's expression looked grim at that moment. Nonetheless, Chen Luo didn't rush. He waited silently. Zhang Shu soon said, Chen Luo, I think this condition is a bit excessive. How about a compromise instead? For 3 years, we compensate you with 3% of our annual profit. How about that? By making this suggestion, Zhang Shu reduced the compensation amount over 3 years from possibly 10 billion to 2 or 3 billion, which was still a significant sum. Zhang Shu could accept it. If it was like this, it would do. Sun Menjing, who was also present, had a change of heart. But what left them both in despair was that when they heard Zhang Shu's words, Chen Luo's expression didn't change in the slightest. He still wore a gentle smile. The smile seemed warm and welcoming, but Sun Menjing had a chilling feeling in her spine. After several encounters with Chen Luo, Sun Menjing had come to understand that Chen Luo was a man of his word. After proposing this condition, if they didn't accept it, what awaited them would likely be Chen Luo's retribution. Reflecting on the incidents that had occurred over the past few days, Sun Menjing made a harsh decision. Damn it, I'll trust Chen Luo this time. Sun Menjing felt that several times before, she had inexplicably sided with Yi Feng. So this time, she would just go for it. Sun Menjing thought that by resolving the conflict with Chen Luo, although it would harm the vitality of the Sun family, at least it wouldn't end up like the Fen family. Honestly, Sun Menjing couldn't figure out how the Fen family had offended Chen Luo to the extent that they withdrew from the top 5 families and even gave up half of their business within the family. Comparing these events, she felt that the Sun family's loss was somewhat bearable. Thinking this through, Sun Menjing gritted her teeth. As for Zhang Shu's side, his expression changed rapidly. It was evident that Zhang Shu was struggling. He seemed very reluctant. But after hesitating for a while, eventually, Zhang Shu said, Fine, Chen Luo, representing the Zhang family, I agree to your condition as well. Starting from now, we will give you 10% of our annual profit for 3 years. After saying this, Zhang Shu felt extremely regretful. Not because he agreed to Chen Luo's condition, but because he regretted. Why did he constantly oppose Chen Luo? Zhang Shu had now realized that he had many opportunities to cultivate a good relationship with Chen Luo. But they were all ruined by his obedient daughter, Zhang Qianchen. At this moment, both family heads harbored an unnamed anger towards their obedient daughters. Maybe I spoiled this little girl too much in the past. Sun Menjing had decided how to teach Sun Qingli after going back. Beside her, Zhang Shu had also made up his mind not to spoil Zhang Qianchen anymore. If they continued this way, it seemed that the Zhang family would fall into the hands of this young girl in the future. Chapter 332, Sun Menjing and Zhang Kaiu's final decision. Yi Feng is about to collapse. At this moment, in the Luo Yun group, the 2 main families were feeling very uneasy. They had been through many storms in the southern city, so what kind of big waves hadn't they seen? But today's situation was truly unprecedented. It was too frustrating. The main issue was that Sun Menjing, no matter what, couldn't believe that she had taken so many wrong steps. How could she have made so many mistakes along the way? It felt like with just one step in the middle, as long as she showed some goodwill towards Chen Luo, the outcome wouldn't have ended up like this, right? Even before, she had already decided to align herself with Chen Luo. At that time, the price she would have to pay, let alone billions, maybe just a few million in compensation would have been enough. Because at that time, she and Chen Luo hadn't reached the current point of conflict. But at a critical moment, her beloved daughter had once again gotten into trouble with Yi Feng. Now Sun Menjing was very clear. The incident where Sun Qingling, Zhang Qianshan, Yi Feng, and others instructed people to attack Chen Luo, only to end up being hospitalized themselves, truly had no fault with Chen Luo. If Chen Luo were just an ordinary person, then Sun Menjing could have bullied him. But Chen Luo was not someone they could easily control. They couldn't match his strength, and couldn't reason with him. They also weren't on the right side. Sun Menjing felt that this time, she was truly taken advantage of by her beloved daughter. No, more accurately, she felt that in every step of this event, she had been deceived by Sun Qingling. Is Yi Feng the future? Befriending Yi Feng, will the Sun family prosper for sure in the future? Sun Menjing recalled Sun Qingling's constant refrain. Sun Menjing internally shook her head. This is simply nonsense. Sun Menjing indicated if she were to stand with Yi Feng again, then perhaps the Sun family would inevitably face a decline, and it would be normal. In reality, for some reason, after Sun Menjing agreed to Chen Luo's conditions, she felt somewhat relieved. This way, the conflict between me and young Master Chen will finally be resolved. After that, maybe I can develop more connection with the Chen family. Sun Menjing knew that even though the Zheng family had now fallen due to Chen Luo, the two Zheng sisters seemed to be working under Chen Luo. And now that Sun Menjing was clear-headed, she was quite curious about the business of Chen Luo's Luo Yun group. The Satan group mainly focused on gaming, which Sun Menjing was aware of. The young master from the Liu family seemed to be a director, and Miss Li Yao's family business was in the mobile industry. Sun Menjing suddenly realized something. Could it be that Chen Luo is involved in various businesses? This thought made Sun Menjing extremely surprised. At the same time, she also became more regretful. Why didn't I think of this earlier? With such a large group, how could Chen Luo be a waste? Sun Menjing's sudden realization came too late. Her prejudice against Chen Luo had finally disappeared. On the contrary, Sun Menjing's curiosity about Chen Luo was suddenly intensified at that moment. Yes, if the conflict between Chen and me is resolved, then perhaps I could also benefit from it if I were to move around with Chen in the future. The main business of the Sun family was in television dramas, and the other related businesses within the Sun family were also managed by various individuals. People like Sun Jiwan and Sun Shuju were some of them. The Zhang family was similar, with Zhang Qiu being involved in the entertainment industry. Most of the KTVS in the southern city were either owned by Zhang Qiu or had shares owned by him. Thus, Zhang Qiu was extremely wealthy. Others like Zhang Rinyi and Zhang Yushuang were involved in the film industry. Individually, their capabilities might not be strong, but when combined, within the family, they had elites from various industries. The potential energy within the family was quite remarkable. Sun Menjing's thoughts also flashed through Zhang Kaiu's mind. Even though he was mainly involved in KTVS, hotels, and nightclubs, Zhang Qiu had a carefree personality. He had previously mentioned confronting Chen Luo, but now that he had agreed to compensate Chen Luo, he had no feelings of regret. In fact, Zhang Qiu seemed as relaxed as ever. Observing Zhang Kaiu's demeanor, it appeared he was at ease. Behind Chen Luo, Ji Jia, Qin Luoli, Li Yao, and others all had varied thoughts. Primarily, they all admired Chen Luo. Making at least 10 billion profit so easily at such a young age was exceedingly impressive. Even among peers from influential families who had extensive resources, very few could earn money like Chen Luo did. The profitability might fluctuate due to various deductions, but the net profit that eventually reached Chen Luo's pocket might be around 30 to 40%. This net profit figure was quite astonishing. Liu Ming was the first to offer his praise, saying, "Congratulations, young Master Chen. Your ability to make money truly impresses me." Behind Liu Ming, Huang Mu Rong looked somewhat stunned. He hadn't expected that a small city like Nancheng could harbor such a talented individual as Chen Luo. Few heirs possess the audacity and strategy like you do. Even among the top 10 families, there aren't many who have experienced what you have, Wu Rong thought to himself. With the social status of an heir and worth of billions, Chen Luo was captivating the attention and willingness of these individuals to compensate for his losses. This impressive move would be noteworthy to include in his resume. Qin Luoli also chimed in saying, "I never expected to witness such a dramatic event today. Chen Luo, you have gained more of my admiration." Li Yao added, "Congratulations, Chen Luo. After earning such a huge profit, shouldn't you treat us all to a meal?" Li Yao quipped, following the jest. Chen Luo nodded with a smile. "No problem." Today, these individuals had come to support Chen Luo. Inviting them for a meal was a small gesture of gratitude. However, before that, as Chen Luo turned to Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu and said, "Since both of you are willing, let's sign the contract." Chen Luo believed in contracts, not mere verbal agreements. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu, although reluctant, had no intention of refusing. However, they both had newfound caution regarding Chen Luo. Once the contract was signed, they couldn't go back on their word. Even though they had no intention of going back on the agreement, with so many powerful individuals present, the slightest hesitation could be detrimental. Yet as Chen Luo had the pre-prepared contract brought over, suddenly, everyone heard Yi Feng's voice from behind once again. "Aunt Menjing, Uncle Zhang, you can't sign it." Yi Feng's voice was urgent. Everyone turned to see Yi Feng, his face swollen and bruised. He had already been thrown out by Zhao Long and Zhao Hu moments ago, yet he had stubbornly returned. It was clear that Yi Feng's intention was to stop everything. Yi Feng could not accept the idea that Chen Luo, a useless young master, would receive 10% of the annual pure profit from both the Sun and Zhang families. After witnessing this scene, Zhang Qiu seemed to waver once again. He knew he had made a mistake this time. However, the amount Chen Luo demanded was simply too much. Zhang's family's 10% annual profit amounted to over 1 billion. Over 3 years, it could reach 5 or 6 billion. 5 or 6 billion. This figure was massive and hard to swallow for Zhang Qiu. Although he was wealthy, the thought of losing billions within 3 years stung. However, Sun Menjing's gaze narrowed. As the female lead, Sun Menjing had heard Yi Feng's words once again. This time, she was resolute. "If I hadn't experienced all this, I would have believed Yi Feng, wouldn't I? No, if Qingling were here beside me, she would surely persuade me again, and I might be influenced by her unexpectedly." Sun Menjing thought about it. If it weren't for Qingling's persuasion, she might have hesitated once again. But with Yi Feng's advice, Sun Menjing made a determined decision internally. "This time, I absolutely cannot listen to Yi Feng anymore." Despite Qingling always claiming that Yi Feng was right, Sun Menjing had harbored some wishful thinking. What if Yi Feng could truly lead the Sun family to success? Additionally, if she aligned herself with Chen Luo, what if this path was a mistake? If Chen Luo truly harmed the Sun family? But now, Sun Menjing didn't want to dwell on regretful emotions any longer. She had already taken many wrong steps inexplicably. This time, she definitely didn't want to make the same mistakes. Even if she was wrong, she chose Chen Luo. With this in mind, Sun Menjing's gaze became resolute. She signed her name on the contract Chen Luo had provided without further contemplation. Yi Feng, who was trying to convince them, was dumbfounded when he witnessed the scene. "Aunt Menjing, what are you doing?" Yi Feng asked coldly. But Sun Menjing responded indifferently. "What does it have to do with you?" Sun Menjing understood why the Li family had previously rejected Yi Feng. The guy was simply toxic. Sun Menjing realized that Yi Feng had been very close to Du Qingku before. He seemed to be on the same side as them, yet had close relations with Chen Luo's subordinates. He knew that Li Mingsh was a shady person but didn't inform them. Most importantly, he provided Chen Luo with criminal evidence against Li Mingsh. Sun Menjing finally connected the dots. This Yi Feng, who claimed to confront Chen Luo till the end, actually couldn't resist the charms of Chen Luo's female subordinates. Did Yi Feng help the enemy before? Can such an unreliable person be trusted? Sun Menjing no longer had any feelings for Yi Feng. In fact, she found him repulsive. Is his mind constantly occupied with those thoughts? Sun Menjing finally realized. In their previous meetings, Yi Feng's words and actions were frivolous. Back then, why didn't I slap him directly? Sun Menjing was increasingly frustrated. She even wished she could slap Yi Feng at that moment. However, Sun Menjing had learned to be smarter. She believed that ignoring such scum was the best course of action. Observing Sun Menjing's definitive signature on the contract surprised Zhang Qiu once again. After pondering for a moment, he decided to follow Sun Menjing. They had known each other for several decades, after all. Zhang Qiu was suspecting that something was odd about this incident. Zhang Qiu had never suffered such a major loss before. Although Chen Luo was not the male lead or the female lead, Zhang Qiu in the original text had limited screen time. Yet, he could sense that Yifeng seemed to have a jinx-like aura. Under the circumstances, it was best not to rely on Yifeng's absurdities. When Yifeng saw both of them sign the compensation contract, his internal rage erupted instantly. Damn! You two are going to hand over several billion to that Chen Luo, even up to tens of billions in compensation. The hell are you doing? Yifeng couldn't accept Chen Luo's rise. In his mind, Chen Luo was a useless young master, merely a common antagonist on the system list. How could someone like him suddenly become so powerful? I'm the one who should receive this compensation. Yifeng's anger burst forth, and he appeared like a caged beast ready to pounce on his prey. Next moment, pinpointing an unwavering gaze at Chen Luo, Yifeng was panting heavily, shoulders heaving up and down. His demeanor resembled that of an impotent and enraged elementary school student. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu couldn't help but sweat drop at the sight. Sun Menjing remarked, "Is this Yifeng about to transform?" Zhang Qiu also commented, "How didn't we notice any issues with this guy before? Now looking at him, doesn't he think he can reach the heavens?" Yifeng's impotent rage was utterly useless before influential people like Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu. Being skilled in fighting would hold no sway. What use is fighting when you're out in society? Relying on anger? Impossible. Everyone present understood it. In society, success relied on influence, background, and connections. That's society. That's reality. Chapter 333. The Panic of Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu. Lin Pengzi is about to make a move. Yifeng's performance in the Luo Yun group has become a complete joke. He stood there gasping for breath, glaring angrily at everyone present. In the eyes of these big shots, he appeared utterly immature. Obviously, Yifeng did not expect himself to end up like this. Yifeng was aware that in the past, he always gave off a gentle and sunny vibe. Even in the face of crisis, he should have remained calm and responded with elegance, effortlessly putting others in their place. But now, a person who should have been stepped on by himself not only had so many leading ladies by his side, he had now gotten his hands on such a large sum of money. Yifeng had his games and songs, earning just about a few million a year. But this Chen Luo casually got his hands on a few billion, or maybe even 10 billion. Although it was over a 3-year period, the ultimate goal given by the Yifeng system was for him to break 1 billion in assets before graduation. But this Chen Luo not only reached it before Yifeng, but surpassed him by far. Just the exchange of assets between the two major families over 3 years could easily allow Chen Luo to surpass Yifeng's ultimate goal. 10 billion, compared to 1 billion. Yifeng's self-esteem was now greatly challenged. His mindset also underwent intense fluctuations. Why are those beauties who should have belonged to me standing behind Chen Luo? Do they all want to become Chen Luo's playthings? Damn it! A bunch of worthless people. They should be kneeling and bowing to me instead. Yifeng had a feeling of madness. The demon in his heart emerged at this moment. Yes, Yifeng, hate them, resent them. You are meant to become the strongest man. In this world, whether it's women, money, or status, they should be yours. This demon now increasingly easily tempted Yifeng. And Yifeng seemed to no longer resist. He was also getting deeper into it. Yes, I am the strongest. Whether it's Chen Luo or other ridiculous antagonists, they only exist to be defeated by me. Their purpose in living is to be ridiculed by me, showcasing my elegance and handsomeness. I am the most powerful one. Chen Luo, wait and see. You will pay a huge price. Yifeng, finally, with a resentful look in his eyes, glanced at Chen Luo. He then turned around and left silently. Chen Luo remained calm. Or more precisely, Chen Luo seemed somewhat delighted. It looks like the male lead Yifeng is finally revealing his true nature. Chen Luo's thoughts were correct. A cool male lead like Yifeng, without the halo of the protagonist, many of his actions were no different from the antagonist. Only in the hands of the author could Yifeng always narrowly escape danger. No matter what kind of enemy he faced, Yifeng always emerged victorious. Even if he suffered a setback, afterwards, Yifeng would turn this into an advantage, becoming even more powerful. It was only from this perspective that the original Yi Feng, full of righteousness and ethics, acting on behalf of heaven and thinking that everything he did represented justice, could be understood. Little did he know, overlooking all the settings, behaviors like Yi Feng's harem were already morally reprehensible. In the world of fiction, Yi Feng would receive the title of a time management master if it were before Chen Luo's arrival on Earth. But even in the fictitious world, these leading ladies wouldn't willingly share a man with each other after losing their self-awareness and having their characters crumble. They hadn't descended to that level of depravity yet. Furthermore, Yi Feng had always enjoyed humiliating others in the original work. He was elated by it. But now, facing humiliation himself, Yi Feng found it somewhat difficult to accept it. The conflict between Chen Luo and Yi Feng was irreconcilable. However, after Yi Feng left, Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiu, and others still wore strange expressions on their faces. Sun Menjing was completely puzzled at this moment. She couldn't understand why she had previously held a favorable impression of Yi Feng. Now, looking at Yi Feng again, she felt he was like a primary school student. Though somewhat talented, that was all. Almost caused a rift between a Yi Feng and Chen Luo, truly. Luckily, the issue has been resolved now. Sun Menjing sighed inwardly. Both she and Zhang Qiu were unconcerned about where Yi Feng had gone. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu soon spoke. Sun Menjing, Chen Xiao, with this, can we consider all the disputes between our two families and yours cleared? Chen Luo, of course. Chen Luo put away the contract with a smile. Sun Menjing felt somewhat resigned. She then smiled and said, in that case, we'll take our leave. Hopefully, we can still be friends in the future. Chen Luo, goodbye, and take care. Chen Luo also nodded with a smile. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu felt that indeed, Chen Luo was not a bad person. Looking at the smiling man in front of them, Sun Menjing remembered her daughter, Sun Qingling, who had previously said that if the Sun family and the Chen family cooperated, she would surely attract Chen Luo's attention. At this moment, Sun Menjing could only think, how can my daughter be so confident? Even Sun Menjing found herself starting to feel indignant on behalf of Chen Luo. After leaving the Luo Yun group, Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiu, Zhang Nianwei, and others suddenly felt as if they had just woken up from a dream. Sun Menjing, finally, it's over. Zhang Qiu, it seems we shouldn't underestimate this boy from the Chen family anymore. This Chen Luo indeed seems to have something special. Zhang Qiu admired Chen Luo. Although both their families had suffered losses this time, it might not be a bad thing. At this moment, Sun Menjing was starting to look forward to the potential benefits of cooperating with Chen Luo in the future. If they could work together, perhaps the Sun family could make up for their losses. In contrast, Zhang Nianwei said, Dad, Menjing, do you think there won't be any issues with Yi Feng now? I saw his expression earlier. He probably won't do anything. Crazy, right? Zhang Nianwei's words caught the attention of Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu. They assumed that Zhang Nianwei was worried that Yi Feng might cause trouble. Seeing his violent tendencies at the slightest provocation, they realized they could potentially suffer some physical harm if Yi Feng went berserk. But Zhang Qiu sneered and said, Humph, rest assured, Nianwei, this Chen Luo, now that I know his capabilities, but that Yi Feng. Hey, that kid, if he had the courage to oppose my Zhang family, the outcome wouldn't be as good as today. Zhang Qiu felt that it wouldn't be a bad idea to blame Yi Feng for this mess. After all, it was because Yi Feng had been messing with them. Both their families wouldn't have suffered this calamity. Hearing Zhang Qiu's words, Sun Menjing added, Nianwei, don't worry. Yi Feng is not like Chen Luo. I was just unwilling to dirty my hands. But if this brat dares to provoke us, his outcome will be very ugly. Both family heads agreed that they had overlooked Chen's abilities and expressed their openness to work with Chen Luo. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu did not waste any time and promptly got into the car, soon followed by Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiu, and the rest. Just like that, they quickly rushed to the hospital. Little did they know that their nightmare was far from over. At the same time, in Chen Luo's office, Lin Pengzi calmly sat down with Tang Zi standing by his side. Lin Yun walked behind Chen Luo and lovingly massaged his shoulders. Recognizing this scene, Lin Pengzi raised his eyebrows slightly, but he chose to remain silent. He calmly spoke, Chen Luo, you did well today. Chen Luo responded with a faint smile, thank you for your praise, Uncle Lin. Lin Pengzi continued. What about those old men? What do you plan to do with them? Chen Luo's face showed no trace of pity. Even though those old men's families were not involved in this matter, Chen Luo did not care. He wanted to show others what happens when they dare to mess with him. This was the consequence. Lin Pengzi nodded in approval, seemingly admiring Chen Luo's approach. When it's time to be tough, be tough. After you finish these tasks, I'll find someone to help boost your reputation. By then, there shouldn't be many people who dare to provoke your company casually. Chen Luo smiled and said, Thank you in advance, Uncle Lin. Lin Pengzi rose slowly and fiddled with the prayer beads in his hands. If there's nothing else, I'll go and complete my mission now. Hearing this, Chen Luo's eyes glistened. Chen Luo, Uncle Lin, are you going to discipline the three major families? Lin Pengzi nodded. Despite settling the grievances between the Sun family, Zhang family, Li family, and Chen Luo, Lin Pengzi had yet to settle the score with them. Chen Luo seemed eager to join Lin Pengzi. Lin Pengzi seemed to have realized Chen Luo's intentions and did not refuse. In fact, Lin Pengzi had thought of inviting Chen Luo along. Of course, replied Lin Pengzi. Chen Luo's face lit up with a smile. Lin Yun, by his side, also seemed very pleased. The two held hands with their fingers interlocked. Lin Yun snuggled close to Chen Luo, feeling warm and content. Lin Pengzi quietly left. Chen Luo and Lin Yun followed behind him. On the other hand, Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu, who were rushing to the hospital, couldn't have fathomed that their nightmare had not yet ended. Chapter 334. Yi Feng's Revenge. The anger of two family masters. When Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu rushed to the hospital, they discovered that Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianchen were no longer in their beds. At that moment, the two of them were extremely anxious. Nurse, where is my daughter? Zhang Qiu roared. Due to their identities, Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianchen received special care in the hospital. They had personnel dedicated to watching over them 24 hours a day. It was impossible for them to have disappeared without a trace. The nurse quickly and anxiously replied, Miss Zhang. Miss Zhang just looked angry and said she wanted to go out for a walk. We couldn't stop her, and we didn't dare to. She even had a pair of scissors. The nurse's words made Zhang Qiu's face change drastically. Zhang Nianwei asked, Where did my sister go? We don't know, the nurse replied. Although she was tasked with taking care of the two young ladies, she was not part of the Zhang family. Faced with this situation, she didn't know how to handle it. The nurse only knew that these girls seemed extraordinary, and she hesitated to stop them. Seeing the fierce demeanor of Zhang Qianchen and Sun Qingling, she stepped aside. Fortunately, several bodyguards rushed over and said, Boss, we found the young ladies on the rooftop. Miss Sun is also there. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu immediately went to the hospital rooftop. Sure enough, they saw Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianchen there, standing on the edge. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu, who were initially angry with the two, felt a chill down their spines when they saw the scene. They quickly said, Qingling, what are you doing? It's dangerous there, come back quickly. Zhang Qiu added, Qianchen, come to daddy, what happened? Tell daddy. They couldn't understand why Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianchen had suddenly come to the rooftop and were standing on the edge. Was it to get some fresh air? Obviously, that was impossible. It was highly likely that the two girls had suffered some grievances. But with their identities in the southern city, what kind of grievances could they have encountered? Fortunately, Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu were relieved to see that their daughters were not too stubborn. When the bodyguards brought them back, the two girls didn't resist but came down reluctantly. As soon as they descended, Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu hugged them tightly. Sun Menjing was genuinely shocked and held Sun Qingling tightly, tears nearly falling. After a while, Sun Menjing released her grip and asked, Qingling, my good daughter, what's wrong? Don't scare mommy, tell mommy, were you bullied? Who bullied you? Tell mommy, I'll stand up for you. Zhang Qiu added, good daughter, tell daddy what happened. Why are you like this? The anger in their hearts had mostly dissipated. After all, these were their own flesh and blood. When Sun Qingling stated that she had been bullied by someone named Chen Luo, Sun Menjing was stunned. Who? She asked. Similarly, Zhang Qianchen's account was along the same lines. Zhang Qiu was filled with black lines on his face. Qianchen, where did Chen Luo bully you? When did he bully you? Don't speak nonsense. Wasn't it heard that we were planning to confront Chen Luo together before? Why have you come here and stood on the edge now? Zhang Qianshen's words shocked them. Sun Qingling added, "It was Chen Luo who bullied me." Sun Menjing was taken aback. Zhang Qianshen was ready to support anyone except for the person named Chen Luo, despite her prior alliance with Yi Feng. Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianshen's assertions almost caused Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu to pass out. Sun Qingling exclaimed, "My mother is acting crazy. On what grounds does Chen Luo deserve a share of our profits? Who does Chen Luo think he is?" Zhang Qianshen added, "Is my father insane? How can he kowtow to Chen Luo, who is so despicable? It's embarrassing. Yi Feng, rest assured, when my father returns, I will find a way to continue opposing Chen Luo. Regardless, we support you, brother Yi Feng." Both of them expressed their unwavering stance to support Yi Feng. However, this did not bring joy to Yi Feng. He was disappointed in Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiu, Zhang Nianwei, and others. The call was simply to seek revenge against them. After making the call, he left directly. Although the impact on Yi Feng was significant this time, leading to deep-seated hatred towards Chen Luo, he felt content if Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianshen could rally Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu to continue opposing him. Sun Menjing's phone rang, interrupting a significant conversation with Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianshen, leading to a tense atmosphere with her husband, Sun Zhaogang. He questioned the decision regarding the compensation agreement with Chen Luo, expressing his disbelief and anger. Sun Menjing's cold response indicated a growing animosity between them. The conversation ended with a vow of vengeance against Yi Feng and a deepening clash with Chen Luo, hinting at a turbulent future for all involved. Chapter 335. Sun Menjing's despair. Zhang Qiu, things are starting to get tricky, aren't they? It's very rare to see Sun Menjing this upset. She has been active in the Southern Commercial District for so many years. Up to this point, she was generally respected by others. Very few things can make her angry. Even if a project fails, Sun Menjing wouldn't be too emotionally affected. But this Yi Feng has truly managed to upset Sun Menjing. At this moment, Sun Menjing's mind is incredibly clear. She calmly analyzed the events of these days and the foolish things related to Yi Feng. Ever since Sun Hongyu, Sun Shuju, and others came back and suggested she should start being friendly with Chen Luo, Sun Qingling has been influencing her on the side. At that time, she showed her unfilial behavior by forcing Sun Menjing to support Yi Feng. As a result, Sun Menjing discovered that Yi Feng had deceived her. Clearly, there was no connection between him and the Satan Group CEO, but he managed to fabricate it. This made Sun Menjing extremely disappointed in Yi Feng. Because of this, she was truly considering making amends with Chen Luo. However, Sun Qingling started causing trouble with Yi Feng again, which eventually led to Chen Luo turning against her. This made Sun Menjing a bit overwhelmed, especially when Yi Feng came to find her, leading her to make another mistake. This caused Sun's family to lose billions in a sudden. Now, Sun Qingling is being influenced by Yi Feng again. Sun Menjing couldn't bear it anymore. She felt that she had been a good mother. But Sun Menjing is not just a mother, she is also the head of the Sun family. Even her husband has been affected by Yi Feng. All of you are pushing me to go against Chen Luo. What did Chen Luo do? What's wrong with him? Are you all out of your minds? Sun Menjing raged inwardly. After venting, she calmed down a bit. Sun Menjing still managed to retain a hint of reason, not bursting out at Sun Qingling and Sun Zhaogang. Sun Menjing, Sun Zhaogang, I warn you, mind your words. Just because I'm not in front of you doesn't mean you can slander me. On the rooftop, Sun Menjing responded coldly. On the other end, Sun Zhaogang seemed to be agitated. Thinking about the family's loss of billions for the sake of compensating a junior from the Chen family, Sun Zhaogang felt like his heart was bleeding. He refused. He would never agree. Who was Chen Luo to demand such compensation? Just a worthless junior from the Chen family. Is Sun Menjing out of her mind? Sun Zhaogang found Yi Feng's words very convincing. If there was no special relationship between Sun Menjing and Chen Luo, why would she accept such outrageous conditions? Damn it, I've only been away on a business trip for 2 months, and this woman is already having an affair. And with a young guy. Damn it. Sun Zhaogang was completely outraged. He was on his way to the airport at this time, planning to return to the southern city as quickly as possible. He didn't care about any business affairs at this point. Meanwhile, Sun Menjing couldn't be bothered to explain to Sun Zhaogang. Her only thought was that Yifeng seemed to bring bad luck wherever he went. After ending the call, before Sun Menjing could speak, Sun Qingling immediately spoke up. "Hey, Sun Menjing, do you see now how foolish your decisions have been? I've told you, our Sun family must follow Yifeng's lead for a chance at success. But you had to bow down to Chen Luo. You've truly disappointed me." However, before Sun Qingling could finish her sentence, Sun Menjing swiftly walked up and slapped her crisply across the face. Sun Qingling was in disbelief. "Sun Menjing, how dare you hit me?" Another slap followed, and Sun Menjing's face remained impassive. Sun Qingling was somewhat bewildered, not understanding why this was happening. However, Sun Menjing's actions helped Sun Qingling regain her senses. She was previously disoriented and didn't know what she was doing. What's going on? Sun Qingling was confused. She realized she had directly called Sun Menjing by her name earlier. Did I really call my mother by her name several times? Sun Qingling had no idea what was going on. Though she knew it was wrong, she refused to give in when it came to Yifeng. Zhang Qianchen on the side continued to provoke. "Zhang Qianchen, Zhang Nianwei, didn't you admire Yifeng before? Why the change of heart now? Do you really not know how great Yifeng is?" Zhang Nianwei coldly responded, "It's precisely because I know how deceitful Yifeng is that I'm speaking like this." Zhang Nianwei never thought her sister was capable of such outrageous behavior. They used to get along well, but now Zhang Nianwei was truly disappointed in Zhang Qianchen's attitude. Later, both women insisted that Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu had to support Yifeng if they wanted them to return. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu struggled to contain their anger. Even Zhang Qiu, who was usually calm, was visibly upset. Sun Menjing informed him, "Something has happened within the family." Zhang Qiu was concerned that the Zhang and Sun families weren't close. For some reason, when he heard the news, Zhang Qiu felt uneasy. Perhaps because in recent times, their fate seemed to be intertwined. If the Sun family was in trouble, it could soon be their turn. Despite his reluctance, Zhang Qianchen reluctantly followed suit when everyone started leaving. And so, the group set off toward Sun's luxurious mansion in the southern city area. Sun Menjing's home was a luxurious villa, indicating wealth. Upon her arrival, she noticed the mansion was eerily calm. Sun Menjing wasted no time and rushed in, only to be stunned in the foyer. There, seated casually on the grand couch, was none other than Chen Luo, whom she had met earlier. Indeed, at that moment, Chen Luo was lounging comfortably on Sun Menjing's sofa. As she entered, Chen Luo greeted her nonchalantly, even playfully. Holding two fingers to his forehead, he waved lightly and said, "Well, hello, boss Sun." Sun Menjing, as the chairman of the Sun Group, could accept this form of address from Chen Luo. However, she was visibly irritated. She assumed Chen Luo was there to cause trouble once again. Yet, hadn't the Sun family already compensated Chen Luo? Their disputes had been resolved. Sun Menjing demanded, "Chen Luo, what are you doing here? Didn't we settle everything this morning? Are you going back on your word?" Sun Menjing's voice carried evident frustration. Sun Qingling immediately taunted, "Exactly, Mom, I've been telling you all along not to trust Chen Luo." She insinuated that the money had likely gone to waste, and they would be milked dry by Chen Luo, despite the signed contracts and agreements. Sun Qingling's final comment was muttered under her breath. This further irked Sun Menjing, who clenched her fists, feeling the tension rise. Behind her, Zhang Kaiu's eyes flickered with anger. He vowed that if Chen Luo refused to relent, they would confront him together, no matter what the consequences. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Zhang Qiu also noted the man sitting on another couch. Dressed in traditional attire and holding a string of prayer beads, the middle-aged man seemed calm and meditative. Zhang Qiu recognized him, but couldn't place where they had met before. Nonetheless, Chen Luo shook his head in resignation, clarifying, "Son, you've misunderstood me. I'm not here to cause trouble. We settled our differences this morning, remember. Our issues have been resolved. I won't go back on my word." Sun Menjing was skeptical, not entirely trusting his words. At this point, Sun Wang, Sun Shuju, and the others trembled as they hesitantly pointed towards the man sitting on the sofa. a seemingly understated middle-aged man. Sun Menjing looked over, puzzled by the fear in Sun Wang and Sun Shuju's reactions. Who is this person? She wondered. Approaching closer and urging them to be direct, Sun Menjing was now eager for an explanation, tired of the suspense. However, as Sun Wang quivered and stuttered, "Sister, the man over there is from the nobility," a sudden realization struck Sun Menjing. She understood why Sun Wang had been evasive on the phone and hesitant in person. The man before her was from the nobility. Moreover, Sun Wang produced a golden badge inscribed with the number 4, bearing strange angel wings. Sun Menjing immediately recognized the significance of the emblem, astutely connecting the dots. A 4th-rank aristocrat badge? Sun Menjing was shaken to her core, finding it hard to internalize the implications of this revelation. For her, this symbolized an unrivaled heavyweight presence. Sun Menjing took the badge, knowing each one was crafted from meteorite material and specially treated, costing upwards of $1 million each. Although not exorbitant in price, the badge's symbolic weight was not lost on Sun Menjing. Approaching Lin Peng with reverence, she handed him the badge and asked, "Is this yours?" Sun Menjing was in disarray, and Lin Peng's aura commanded immense respect. In the background, Zhang Kaiyu's eyes widened in disbelief. The realization struck him hard. This man is from the nobility, and he possesses a 4th-rank aristocrat badge? Wait, does this guy have some connection to Chen Luo? Chen Luo is a nobleman? Zhang Qiu was dumbfounded, struggling to accept this astonishing revelation. However, if Chen Luo did have such prestigious background, it would explain his rapid downfall of the Fen family and his exceptional capabilities. Zhang Kaiyu's thoughts spiraled. Are we really provoking a young master with a noble background? Compelled by these thoughts, Zhang Qiu feared the consequences of antagonizing someone of Lin Peng's status. Sun Menjing was taken aback, her composure shattered. The revelation of a nobleman's presence at her doorstep came as a shock. This unforeseen turn of events left Sun Menjing shaken to her core. This single encounter seemed to rewrite the destiny of the Sun family. What would such a nobleman have in store? Chapter 336, Lin Peng's terrifying means. The Sun and Zhang families are completely bankrupt. As for Zhang Qiu, he couldn't quite understand it. The grudges between their two families and Chen Luo had already been resolved. Why did Chen Luo bring a noble figure to the Sun family? Could it be that he came to collaborate with the Sun family? Zhang Kaiyu's mind was also quite perplexed. He remembered how Chen Luo had suppressed the Fen family before. It seemed like he had also recruited the Fen family sisters again. Could this be a case of giving a slap in exchange for a date? But Zhang Qiu was not a child. Such naive thoughts only flashed through his mind for a moment before disappearing. Observing the reactions of the other senior members of the Sun family, it was evident that the noble figure from the aristocracy was likely there to cause trouble. Otherwise, Sun Shuju, Sun Wang, and others wouldn't be so fearful. Thinking about this, Zhang Qiu felt a chill in his heart. He had grown accustomed to it. Generally speaking, during this period of time, if it was related to Chen Luo, whatever difficulties the Sun family faced, the Zhang family most likely wouldn't be able to escape. This also made Zhang Qiu harbor even more resentment towards Yi Feng. Damn it, if it weren't for this troublemaker, I wouldn't be in this situation. Zhang Qiu was feeling extremely frustrated. In front of him, Sun Menjing was even more so. She respectfully presented the noble emblem. In front of such a big shot, not even Sun Menjing dared to act rashly. To be honest, she had never expected to suddenly encounter such a prominent figure. Sun Menjing had met impressive individuals before from the upper city's major families. But this was the first time she had seen a noble figure like this. Especially since he had come directly to her family's home, it made Sun Menjing even more uncertain. She pondered over everything she had done recently, but couldn't figure out how she had offended the aristocrat. She was certain that she hadn't provoked such a big shot, either personally or in her family's business dealings. Sun Menjing had also considered Chen Luo, but the conflicts between them had long been resolved. Chen Luo himself had said that he had not come to cause trouble for them. Chen Luo isn't here to cause trouble for us, so is this nobleman the one who's here to cause trouble? Sun Menjing was becoming increasingly anxious. She realized that if this big shot said a word, the Sun family might face a great disaster. It was like being blacklisted in the entertainment industry. A big shot could easily blacklist and shelve actors without connections or power. The same was true in the business world. Fortunately, at this moment, Lin Pengzi, who had been silent on the sofa, finally spoke up. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu listened as he slowly said, "Mr. Sun, Mr. Zhang, while the issues between Chen Luo and you have indeed been resolved, there are still unresolved matters between our two sides." Sun Menjing asked, "What do you mean?" This statement from Lin Pengzi almost made Sun Menjing faint. Wasn't the big shot's niece in question a young lady from a noble family? Sun Menjing was fully aware of how prestigious her status was. Almost hitting her sent shivers down Sun Menjing's spine. How could they dare to lay a hand on such a young lady, not to mention almost hitting her? This thought left Sun Menjing even more puzzled. When did we almost hit the young lady from the noble family? Sun Menjing furrowed her brows. On the other side, Zhang Qiu was also puzzled. But suddenly, Zhang Nianwei behind them seemed to have realized something. Her expression changed slightly. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu quickly caught on. In a matter of seconds, they all realized that Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianchen and others might have caused trouble with the aristocratic figure. Sun Menjing couldn't believe it. When she saw Lin Pengzi sitting beside Chen Luo, she was appalled. It was the first time she really took in the fact that the red-haired girl was Chen Luo's girlfriend. The look and demeanor of the girl were completely different from an ordinary girl. She sat there indifferently, crossed her legs, and it was evident that she was from a wealthy family. Feeling Sun Menjing's gaze, Lin Yun also turned her head calmly. When their eyes met, Sun Menjing felt as though she wanted to die. How did my daughter become like this? So foolish. Sun Menjing could see that Lin Yun was adorned in all the designer labels that the security guards didn't recognize, but how could Sun Menjing not know? The necklace around Lin Yun's neck, the earrings on her ears, and the watch on her wrist were all worth millions. At that moment, Sun Menjing completely understood. No matter how much she planned, she couldn't have imagined that Sun Qingling would offend a noble figure. Sun Menjing knew that their family was finished. They were completely done for this time. Offending Chen Luo was one thing, but now, they had offended a noble. Sun Menjing had already given up hope. Beside her, Zhang Qiu also understood. His eyes filled with fear as he continued to listen to Lin Pengzi's words. "What? You almost hit my niece from the noble family, right? That girl is the young lady from the noble family." Just the thought of it made Sun Menjing feel suffocated. This wasn't simply making a mistake, it was seeking death. A young lady of her status, they hadn't even begun to please her. How could they dare to raise a hand against her? However, this also left Sun Menjing even more puzzled. When did we almost hit the young lady from the noble family? Sun Menjing furrowed her brows. On the other side, Zhang Qiu was also puzzled. But suddenly, Zhang Nianwei behind them seemed to have realized something. Her expression changed slightly. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu quickly caught on. In a matter of seconds, they all realized that Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianchen and others might have caused trouble with the aristocratic figure. Sun Menjing couldn't believe it. When she saw Lin Pengzi sitting beside Chen Luo, she was appalled. The reactions from Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianchen also didn't go unnoticed. Sun Qingling, almost bankrupt. Sun Qingling had just been fantasizing about how she would rise up with Yi Feng in the future. But now, she couldn't have imagined that in the next moment, the Sun family, one of the 5 major families in Nan City, would be on the verge of bankruptcy. Zhang Qianchen, still stinging from the blow on her cheek, couldn't believe what she was hearing. At this moment, Lin Pengzi checked his watch and said, "It should be about time." Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu were puzzled. Time for what? Shortly after, Sun Wang's phone rang, followed by Sun Shuju, Sun Heu, and even Sun Zhaogang, who was about to catch a flight. All of them received calls from their cooperative partners. When they learned of the intentions behind the calls, Sun Shuju, Sun Heu, and the others became extremely agitated. "Hey, Director Su, are you kidding me? Terminate the cooperation. Didn't we just start working together? Manager Zhao, you're not going to provide us with the raw materials from the agreement? How can we continue our production? Wait, Director Wu, what are you saying? You're not going to feature our products. Why?" As emotions ran high, their voices resounded. As the calls ended with a series of beeps, the faces of Sun Shuju, Sun Heu, and the others turned pale. Although Sun Menjing didn't hear the specifics of the calls, she could guess the content from their reactions. Indeed, many of the Sun family's cooperating partners had simultaneously terminated their agreements with the Sun Group. This was an immense blow to the Sun family, especially because the factories operated by the Sun family had many supply chains that couldn't afford any disruptions. Once an issue arose, finding alternatives was impossible. Their factories would directly suffer from the setback. While such issues were uncommon, Sun Menjing understood that her family was finished. This time, the damage was irreversible. Is this the power of the aristocracy? Sun Menjing swallowed hard, feeling an immense bitterness in her heart. Initially, she had only followed Sun Qingling's lead to support Yifeng and confront Chen Luo. However, this had entangled the entire Chen family. Though she believed it wasn't entirely her fault and blamed the reckless actions of her daughter, Sun Menjing was devastated to realize that if it hadn't been for Sun Qingling's last foolish move, even if the Sun family lost some reputation, they could have recovered within 2 years. Now, however, it was of no use to dwell on what-ifs. Sun Menjing collapsed on the ground, as if she had lost all her strength in an instant. Sun Heyou, Sun Shuju, and the others rushed to her side. Sister, elder sister. On the other side, Zhang Qiu also received a call. His emotions, too, unbearable. What? My bars and KTVS all suddenly got raided by the police and shut down. Why? Listening to Zhang Renyi's report, Zhang Qiu's face began to pale. Zhang Renyi also informed him that many of the Zhang family's businesses were facing closures and some investors were pulling out. The Zhang group was in dire straits. After hanging up the call, Zhang Qiu, the burly man, seemed to lose all his strength in an instant. Although it wouldn't be enough to crush a major industry, it had directly hit the foundation of the Sun and Zhang families. The retracting of cooperation agreements and the withdrawal of investments would impact their businesses, causing them to earn less. At worst, they might only make a fraction of their usual income. They were still the bosses with a large following. Even if they earned a few million at most, what was the harm? However, Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu understood that they had crossed a line. Offending an aristocrat was just the first step. They realized that the remaining cooperating partners, even if they hadn't vocalized it yet, would likely follow suit. Moreover, considering that they had violated agreements, the businesses might even demand compensation from the Sun and Zhang families. The partners probably couldn't have imagined that you could provoke the aristocracy like this. The thought of these partners not only demanding compensation, but also Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu having to face legal battles made them incredibly anxious. In any case, Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu were now ashen-faced and had lost all hope for the future. Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianshan were also pale, with faces full of shock and disbelief. It seemed they were still grappling with the reality that had just slapped them in the face. Chapter 337. Chen Luo's Great Harvest. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu become workers. In the room, Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianshan were present. At that moment, both of them had shocked expressions on their faces. They were slightly open-mouthed, as if they couldn't believe what they were seeing. Everything in front of them was the reality. Has our family gone bankrupt? Sun Qingling muttered to herself, her mind exploding at the moment. Her eyes even seemed dazed, and her whole person seemed a bit stunned. Beside her, Zhang Qianshan felt like her legs were going weak. She felt that this couldn't be real. But deep down, a voice reminded her that it was indeed real. The two women had pale faces, already numb at this moment. And in front of them, Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu weren't faring any better. Sun Menjing was sitting on the ground, unable to get up. She had no strength left. Heh, it's all over. Everything is over. The once beautiful Sun Menjing now looked like an old woman. Even with her female lead setting, it couldn't save her. Unfortunately, during this time, Sun Menjing was mentally exhausted. She had long wanted to show her favor to Chen Luo, because she had heard that Chen Luo had started a company and seemed to have a bright future. As a result, Sun Qingling had been influencing her all along. Sun Menjing couldn't make a firm decision for some reason, and with Sun Qingling behind her, using threatening tones to make Sun Menjing support Yifeng. But in the end, the support led to the collapse of both Sun and Zhang families. The Sun Menjing, who had run the Sun Corporation for decades, saw it crumble overnight. If this were to be exposed, it would be a major news story countrywide. After all, the chances were too low. With so many people in the world, so many forces, the company had managed to provoke some very strong ones. Other than saying they were careless, it was indeed a stroke of bad luck. However, Sun Menjing also thought that it was almost fortunate that she almost hurt the noble daughter. Admittedly, it wouldn't have provoked the nobles to anger and resulted in the bankruptcy of two companies worth billions. For the nobles, this would also come at a cost. The forces behind the man in front of her must have had selfish motives. Maybe the misfortunes of the Sun and Zhang families had coincided with each other's anger. Perhaps it was related to Chen Luo. Sun Menjing couldn't help but suspect that perhaps the nobles came down so hard on them because they had continued to provoke Chen Luo. But none of that mattered now. Sun Menjing didn't even want to analyze it. Her mind was blank at this moment. She kept muttering, "It's over, it's all over." She seemed to have a somewhat dazed feeling. Sun Qingling only reacted at this moment. Seeing her biological mother sitting on the ground, she suddenly shrank her pupils. She shouted, "Mom!" and rushed over. But in Sun Menjing's eyes, there was no spark left. Chen Luo and Lin Yun calmly watched the scene. Sun Menjing had suffered too much of a blow. Had she gone crazy? Chen Luo silently watched, showing little emotion. Zhang Qiu, on the other hand, also noticed the abnormality in Sun Menjing. But at that moment, he was in no mood to comfort her. The fact that such a vast industry had been targeted by even greater forces, willing to go to great lengths to bankrupt them, left Zhang Qiu feeling helpless. There was no way he could resist. The power gap between the two sides was too great. If it were someone else trying to cause trouble for his bar or KTV, some small thugs dared to cause a disturbance. The next day, they would probably be left half dead in a nearby alley. But when the nobles took action, Zhang Qiu had no thoughts of resistance. He knew very well that if he dared to resist, the consequences would only be worse. The richer and more privileged people were, the more they followed the rules. They knew how terrifying those stronger than them truly were. Only those who were reckless would disregard everything and do as they pleased. However, most of these people also met a terrible end. Overall, Zhang Qiu had to be much stronger than Sun Menjing. When Zhang Qianshan regained her senses and nervously walked over to Zhang Qiu, his expression suddenly changed. He raised his hand and slapped her forcefully. "Wastrel! How did I give birth to such a monster like you?" Zhang Qiu was filled with anger at this moment. His expression was fierce and no longer gentle. This was normal. After all, the Zhang family had been brought to ruin. Although they had been deceived by Zhang Qianshan, Zhang Qiu also bore the main responsibility. This was a very big deal. The Zhang family had been targeted by the nobles like this. Even though it was Zhang Qianshan who had deceived them, Zhang Qiu would definitely bear the main responsibility as well. Many of the Zhang family's middle management had not been involved in this incident. But now, they would be affected as well. Those in the entertainment business might not have the opportunity to work anymore and could face being blacklisted. Those in other businesses might face the same fate as the Zhang Corporation. Zhang Qiu was indeed the main culprit. Thinking that it was his own daughter who had caused the Zhang family's downfall, Zhang Qiu found it unbearable. Even Zhang Nianwei rushed over to stop him, which calmed Zhang Qiu down. Otherwise, he would have wanted to kill Zhang Qianshan on the spot. Zhang Qianshan, who had been slapped so hard that she was dizzy, immediately teared up. But at this moment, she was completely sober. The Zhang family is finished. It's all over. Zhang Qianshan understood that she would no longer be the little lady of the Zhang family. She would likely become an ordinary girl. The luxurious lifestyle she had enjoyed in the past was now gone. This realization was something Zhang Qianshan couldn't accept. Although she didn't discriminate against ordinary people, Zhang Qianshan had never considered living an ordinary life. An income of a few thousand a month? No. Our family may be burdened with a mountain of debt. There was fear in Zhang Qianshan's eyes. Is all of this my fault? Following Yi Feng could lead to fame and fortune? At this moment, Zhang Qianshan was fully awakened. Fame and fortune? The Zhang family was gone. Yi Feng wasn't even present. Meanwhile, on Sun Menjing's side, when she saw Sun Qingling crying before her, she felt a surge of anger. "You troublemaker!" Sun Menjing roared and slapped her. Sun Qingling was also taken aback. Sun Heyu, Sun Shuju, and others held onto Sun Menjing tightly. Sis. They didn't want to see Sun Qingling being hit, but they hoped Sun Menjing would calm down. If she couldn't calm herself at this time, they truly worried that she would become truly insane. That would be the real end. However, Lin Pengzi didn't care about how the family heads of the Sun and Zhang families were turning out. He didn't have any thought of staying to watch this farce. After punishing the two family heads, he got up and was ready to leave. His mission had been accomplished. Chen Luo and Lin Yun followed suit. However, Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu, who were being punished, saw Lin Pengzi about to leave and immediately surrounded him. Sun Menjing even directly grabbed Lin Pengzi's trouser leg. "Big boss, please don't leave yet. I beg of you. I was wrong. We were wrong. On behalf of my daughter, I apologize to you. I'm sorry. Please spare our lives." At this moment, Sun Menjing abandoned all her pride. In her backstory, she was categorized as being aloof. But the Sun Menjing in the present moment had no connection to the aloof goddess. Her hair was disheveled, her face had tear stains, and her refined makeup had long been ruined. She looked more like an old woman. Zhang Qiu also came over to apologize, hoping Lin Pengzi would spare them. The Zhang family was willing to pay any other price. They hoped Lin Pengzi would rescind his previous punishment. However, Lin Pengzi had no mercy. His expression was cold as he said, "Get lost." Hearing this, both Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Their expressions of despair became even more pronounced. However, what they didn't expect was Lin Pengzi's next words, which gave them a glimmer of hope. "My punishment to you will stand, and I won't change it. However, you can try to plead with Chen Luo. If he is willing, I may also spare you." Having said that, Lin Pengzi left directly. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu were taken aback, but then turned to look at Chen Luo. Chen Luo had a faint smile on his face. Sun Menjing immediately got up. She quickly adjusted her appearance and demeanor. It must be said that Sun Menjing, with newfound vigor, exuded her former charm once again. Sun Menjing hurriedly approached Chen Luo, grasped his hand, and flattered, "Mr. Chen, I have already compensated you with several billion before. Our misunderstanding has long been resolved. Auntie is begging you, spare the Sun family, can you?" Sun Menjing was deeply relieved. Fortunately, she agreed to Chen Luo's conditions in the morning. If she had still chosen to listen to Yifeng's words at that time, and had not agreed to Chen Luo's outrageous demands, then there would be no hope for her now. At this moment, Sun Menjing felt there was a chance. The Sun family had a chance. Zhang Qiu, on the other hand, showed a respectful demeanor. He also realized that his decision in the morning might save the Zhang family. And indeed, their feelings were not wrong. The manner in which Chen Luo had handled the situation made him reflect on Lin Pengzi's methods. This distinguished figure from the nobility had not only learned things that even Chen Luo didn't know upon arriving in South City, but had quickly suppressed the important business partners collaborating with the Sun and Zhang families. He had coerced them into ending their cooperation with the two families. This display of power was truly astonishing. Chen Luo completely believed that when Lin Pengzi took action, the business partners of the Sun and Zhang families immediately agreed to Lin Pengzi's demands. Now, Lin Pengzi had passed on the lives of the Sun and Zhang families to Chen Luo. It was clear that Lin Pengzi held Chen Luo in high regard. This indicated that their relationship was extraordinary. Chen Luo understood this very well. With such formidable nobles, it appeared that the Sun and Zhang families were tools for him to make money. Feeling the power of the nobility, Chen Luo had no intention of abandoning the Sun and Zhang families, the two cash cows. Listening to Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu's pleas, Chen Luo smiled. "Mr. Sun, Mr. Zhang, do you want me to spare you?" Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu nodded frantically, their eyes showing an intense desire for survival. Even Zhang Qianchen and Sun Qingling, who had been stunned, approached cautiously. "So, what benefits are you willing to offer me?" Chen Luo calmly inquired. Behind them, Sun Shuju, Sun Heu, and others didn't dare interrupt. They understood that if the events of today weren't handled well, starting tomorrow, both Sun and Zhang families could be ousted from the 5 major families in South City. Or more accurately, the 2 families would cease to exist. Once they were bankrupt, there wasn't much point in continuing as the Sun or Zhang family. They would all have to settle down and work for others. Even if they wanted to start fresh and establish themselves again, it would be nearly impossible to escape the watchful eyes of the nobility. Those from Sun and Zhang families were feeling extremely uncomfortable. Sun Menjing immediately grasped the opportunity by reasoning that she had already agreed to the noble's demands earlier. If she were to follow Yi Feng's orders, then now, she might have no last hope left. At this moment, Sun Menjing felt there was a chance. The Sun family had a chance. Zhang Qiu hesitated briefly, but soon realized that agreeing would at least keep the Zhang family afloat. Though everyone would earn much less, there would still be earnings. His bar and KTV could be reopened. Not agreeing, forgetting about earning money, everything in their pockets, their real estate, luxury homes, luxury cars, everything could be lost. The pressure of being targeted by a noble was simply too immense. So, even if Chen Luo's demand seemed outrageous and unreasonable, Zhang Qiu couldn't refuse. Refusing would be a plunge down into an abyss. Agreeing, on the other hand, might lead to a positive outcome. How to choose, Zhang Qiu knew perfectly well. I also agree, Mr. Chen, Boss Chen. From now on, you are our boss, and we hope that Boss Chen will take good care of us. Zhang Qiu was quick to adopt his new identity as a worker under Chen Luo. Chen Luo did not show humility either. He calmly accepted the title and instructed Zhao Long and Zhao Hu to bring over the contracts. With the contracts in hand, Chen Luo wasn't worried about Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu betraying him. Moreover, Chen Luo had no intention of letting the two of them continue as the bosses. Later, Chen Luo planned to send his elder sister, Chen Xiaoyun, over. From then on, the businesses of the Zhang and Sun families would be managed by Chen Xiaoyun. Chen Luo was confident that his elder sister would be very interested. She was already overseeing many of the Chen family's enterprises. Now, giving her even more industries to manage would surely make Chen Xiaoyun overjoyed. Chapter 338. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qi's massive bleeding. Chen Luo is making a fortune this time. Inside the Sun family's mansion, Sun Menjing finally breathed a sigh of relief. As the head of the Sun family, the pressure was just too much for her. The Sun family had been passed down for hundreds of years, starting from a small business decades ago to now owning a huge corporation. If it went bankrupt under her watch, the Sun family would decline. Sun Menjing would be utterly ashamed, as it wouldn't just affect her, but also dozens of members of the Sun family, who would suffer as well. Many in the family were not directly involved in the business, but were professionals in other industries. However, offending the aristocracy would surely have consequences. Sun Menjing didn't want things to turn out that way. Luckily, the final outcome wasn't as bad as feared. Sun Menjing looked at Chen Luo with a grateful expression. Even though Chen Luo quickly had the contract prepared, Sun Menjing couldn't help but feel suspicious. She wondered if Chen Luo had prepared the contract in advance. But Sun Menjing signed it quickly, without hesitation, almost as if she was signing her life away. From that moment on, Sun Menjing transitioned from being the head of the Sun family to simply being a worker under Chen Luo. The Sun family continued to exist, with all business remaining the same. Sun Menjing, Sun Hei, and others continued to collaborate with business partners. However, most of the profits from these collaborations ended up in Chen Luo's pocket. Sun Menjing was left with a cold 5 million annually. Sun Menjing couldn't decide if she was happy or worried. The ups and downs she experienced each day were intense. Sun Menjing felt that as long as the people of the Sun family continued to work without being affected, it was enough. Whether Sun Shuju, Sun Hei, Sun Jiuan, and others were content in their hearts wasn't something Chen Luo cared about. In any case, they had all signed contracts with Chen Luo now. If they hadn't signed, Chen Luo wouldn't mind letting Lin Peng continue to suppress the Sun family. Obviously, Sun Hei and others understood this very well. They knew that refusing would mean continued oppression by the aristocracy with no chance of turning the situation around. Earning some money each year was already considered fortunate. Zhangche was in a similar situation. Additionally, Zhangche assured that the other members of the Zhang family would also agree to work for Chen Luo. Chen Luo smiled slightly. This time, his gains were truly substantial. Although he had to pay salaries to Sun Menjing and others, compared to the Sun family's annual net profit, it was insignificant. This time, Chen Luo had not only profited from Sun Menjing personally, but from the entire Sun family. Sun Menjing herself earned several billion a year, exceeding 10 billion with stock earnings. The combined income of other members of the Sun family was also substantial. Add the earnings from the Zhang family, and Chen Luo was now making at least 30 to 40 billion annually from the two families. It was as if Chen Luo had taken over to major corporations. Furthermore, even though he had acquired the Sun and Zhang families, the conditions he had set in the morning still held. The families needed to compensate Chen Luo with 10% of their annual profits every year. Even though Sun Menjing grimaced upon hearing this, she said, "Chen, you have taken over both our businesses. All the profits are yours now. Why do you need 10% of our annual income? Over 90% of our income already goes to you, and we are barely earning anything ourselves." Sun Menjing expressed her distress. Though she earned only 5 million a year, the business of the Sun family would still bring in tens of billions in total annual revenue. The 10% demanded by Chen Luo equated to over 100 million or 200 million. Sun Menjing only earned 5 million a year, but Chen Luo smirked and said, "Madam Sun, don't you have savings? I refuse to believe you can't come up with 200 million annually." Sun Menjing was stunned by Chen Luo's words. That meant besides yielding the Sun family's control, she would have to dig into her pocket to find another 5 or 6 billion. Although Sun Menjing had the money, the thought of parting with it was painful. She felt as though her heart was bleeding. She had assumed the Sun family's earnings would support her. But now, she realized she would have to pay a significant amount herself. Despite being reluctant, Sun Menjing eventually sighed softly. "All right, I surrender. Chen, I must admit, you're quite impressive." Initially, Sun Menjing wanted to reproach Chen for taking advantage, but her anger never surfaced. Chen Luo seemed unfazed by it all and simply nodded in approval. He patted Sun Menjing's shoulder and said, "Madam Sun, relax a bit and see the bigger picture. Sometimes, you need to step back for a broader perspective." Chen Luo's comment had a somewhat villainous essence to it. Sun Menjing could only bite her lip and remain silent. Meanwhile, Zhang Che was starting to feel weak in the legs. He was genuinely fearful of the young man before him. Chen Luo didn't spare Zhang Che either. He approached him, smiled amusedly, and asked, "What are your thoughts, Mr. Zhang?" Zhang Che was tactful enough. Since Sun Menjing had agreed, Zhang Che promptly responded, "Well, of course, I agree. Chen, you can rest assured that having already signed the contract with you, I won't back out." Despite his heart aching, Zhang Che couldn't afford to voice any objections at this point. With confirmation from both parties, Chen Luo soon took Lin Yun's hand and prepared to leave the Sun family's mansion. However, at that moment, Sun Qingling stepped forward. She remembered Chen Luo's past performance. She realized that she had been infatuated with him during his songwriting sessions with Xia Qingyu and Zhang Xiaoyu, and his on-stage performances. But after encountering Yifeng, Sun Qingling's thoughts had become confused. However, she sought answers in that moment. Steeling herself, Sun Qingling asked, Chen Luo, now that the Sun Group is under your control, with my mom, my uncle, and others working for you, what about me?" Chen Luo had not signed a contract with Sun Qingling as she didn't hold a position within the Sun Group. Upon hearing her question, he responded straightforwardly, "What about you? Continue studying. What else can you do?" Chen Luo had no interest left in Sun Qingling. Even though she was the female lead, her aura had weakened significantly. Having had prolonged contact with the female lead, Chen could sense the changes in her. However, it wasn't imperative. What mattered was that Chen could feel Sun Qingling's diminishing aura, indicating her descent into mediocrity. Once her aura faded, Sun Qingling was just an ordinary rich girl. Despite her beauty, her life wouldn't be as dramatic, and success wouldn't come as easily. Nevertheless, Chen's blunt rejection left Sun Qingling dissatisfied. Despite her hopeful initial approach, she couldn't grasp the opportunity she desired. Sun Qingling thought of Fen Muyao and Li Hongxia. She felt a bitter remorse within, considering their past mockery of the two girls. Upon realizing that both the Sun and Zhang families now worked under Chen Luo, Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianchen didn't contradict Sun Menjing and Zhang Qi's change of heart. Perhaps following Chen Luo would indeed lead to better prospects. They understood that openly advocating for Yifeng would only lead to more disappointments. Sun Menjing and Zhang Che could, after all, decide to smack them for their prior allegiance. As Chen Luo left the Sun family mansion, Sun Menjing and Zhang Che finally breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't doubt Chen Luo's integrity and capability, considering they had signed contracts with him. Moreover, Chen Luo wouldn't want the Sun family's standing to be marred. Now that Chen Luo essentially owned their businesses, the critical juncture seemed to Mandalorian Sun Menjing said, "I never imagined that Chen Luo and that aristocrat had such ties. They seem to share a deep connection." Zhang Che chimed in, "To think that the aristocrat transferred our decision-making power to Chen Luo shows that their relationship is extraordinary." These revelations were striking, shedding light on Chen Luo's prowess. Sun Menjing pondered over everything. Suddenly, a smile broke across her face. Zhang Che was puzzled and questioned, "Madam Sun, why are you smiling? Are you going mad again?" Sun Menjing retorted, "You're the one losing it. I'm laughing because now, we seem to be mingling with the aristocracy." These words awoke Zhang Qi's realization. With a start, he exclaimed, "That's right." Well pleased, Zhang Che soon despaired, saying, "But what difference does it make? We're merely workers under Chen Luo now, with an annual salary of 5 million. Damn! Just a few months ago, I couldn't even cover my monthly living expenses with this sum." Sun Menjing didn't share Zhang Qi's despondency and stated, "I think Chen isn't that bad. If we work well under him, who knows, we might have more opportunities in the future." Chapter 339, Sun Menjing and Zhang Kaiu's final decision. Unanimously to attack Yifeng's idea. Even though this matter seemed to have calmed down, the disasters brought by Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianqian to both families were immense. At this moment, both women hung their heads in deep regret, feeling immensely ashamed. The thought of their elders in their clans becoming ordinary laborers under Chen Luo's command weighed heavily in their minds. Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianqian felt overwhelming shame. They couldn't bring themselves to say a word at that moment, silently awaiting the punishment from their elders. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu clearly had no intention of letting Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianqian off the hook. Even if they were their beloved daughters, causing such calamity to both families was unforgivable. However, Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu also temporarily couldn't figure out a way to punish them. Furthermore, the deed had already been done. Even if they were to scold them again, it wouldn't change the disastrous reality for both the Sun and Zhang families. Sun Qingling, Mom, I'm sorry. Seeing Sun Menjing's lack of response, Sun Qingling took the initiative to apologize. However, her words unexpectedly triggered anger in Sun Menjing's heart. She coldly retorted, sorry. What good is an apology? Where is your brother Yifeng? Where is your rising success? Wasn't it said that our Sun family would surely soar high? Where is that now? Sun Menjing's increasing agitation fueled her words. Although following Chen Luo was akin to connecting with nobility and might bring unforeseen benefits in the future, it was merely a self-consolation. Sun Menjing wasn't as optimistic. After her scolding, Sun Qingling burst into tears once again. However, those around, including Sun Shuju, Sun Heiyu, Sun Wang, and others, made no attempt to comfort or intervene. Sun Menjing's anger hadn't dissipated. She continued reproaching, "Do you even understand the gravity of your mistakes? Our entire family nearly got ruined because of you. If Chen Luo hadn't given us a way out, and if that had led to implicating your uncles, aunts, would you still have the face to be called a lady of the Sun family?" Sun Menjing's tone was chilling, her expression icily cold. In reality, she was highly tempted to sever ties with Sun Qingling, fearing that she might inadvertently bring further calamity to the Sun family in the future. However, Sun Menjing couldn't bring herself to say it out loud. She was shaken with fury, and she had made up her mind that she couldn't trust her daughter's words anymore. Sun Menjing needed to maintain faith in her own judgment, even if it meant self-blame. If only I had believed in my own choices from the start and hadn't gone out of my way to help Yifeng out of favoritism, the Sun family might not have faced this situation, Sun Menjing thought to herself. At this moment, Sun Shuju suddenly spoke up, questioning, "Big sister, do we really have to work for Chen Luo? Are you really content with this?" Sun Menjing gave him a cold look and replied, "What alternative do you suggest? Will you lead the Sun family to bankruptcy?" Sun Shuju vehemently shook his head, clarifying that he didn't mean that. He proposed a pretense of compliance with Chen Luo while covertly transferring assets out. With their wealth and power, They could thrive overseas, collaborating with formidable foreign companies and lucrative families. Sun Shuju initially recommended establishing goodwill towards Chen Luo, but the proposition of becoming subservient to him was unbearable. As Sun Menjing continued her dialogue, Sun Shuju and others felt a chill down their spine. She inferred that Chen Luo had grand ambitions and might surpass even the upper city's boundaries. Sun Menjing warned of upcoming unprecedented achievements, possibly paving the way for global domination. Following the discussion and deliberation, Sun Menjing approached Zhang Qiu. "Zhang Qiu, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Zhang Qiu responded honestly, "Same as you, sticking with Chen Shao." Subsequently, Sun Menjing proposed, "There is one thing we must settle together. That scoundrel Yi Feng has inflicted great harm upon both our families, and this debt must be repaid." Sun Qingling and Zhang Qianchen, upon hearing this, also stepped up, determined to join in rectifying their grievances against Yi Feng. As they headed towards their retaliation, Sun Menjing's ruthless decree echoed forth, instigating a fierce resolve among the women and reinforcing the evolving dynamics between the characters in this complex narrative. Chapter 340: Revenge of Two Major Families. Yi Feng is hospitalized again. Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiu, their anger towards Yi Feng is intense. They understand that beating Yi Feng is necessary. At the same time, his industry also suffers attacks from both families. Zhang Qiu is furious. After leaving the Sun family, he immediately made a phone call. "Hey, Lao Hu, I need you to investigate." Zhang Qiu knew that Yi Feng has his own studio. This time, Zhang Qiu and Sun Menjing not only want to physically harm Yi Feng, but also his career, reputation. They want to retaliate against everything from the past. On the other side, when Sun Menjing announced the news of the Sun family following Chen Luo, many Sun family members working in the Sun group were shocked. "Sun Qiu, no, Aunt Menjing. Why? Sun Zuer, they want us to work for Chen Luo. Why? Who does he think he is? Sun Pei, exactly, Aunt Menjing. What is going on? Has something major happened in the family?" These people are not considered core figures, but are middle management in the Sun group. They had heard rumors before about conflicts between the family head, Sun Menjing, and Chen Luo. However, they didn't take it seriously. In their eyes, when Chen Luo meets their family head, he shows complete respect. But who would have thought that suddenly Sun Menjing would announce such news? In the face of confusion and anger from everyone, Sun Menjing didn't bother being cryptic. She directly explained that the Sun family had caused trouble with the nobility because of Sun Qingling. This left many middle management members of the family stunned. "Sun Qiu, our Sun family almost went bankrupt. Sun Zuer, we're in a feud with the nobility. This, Sun Pei, oh my, how did this happen?" Many Sun family members were shocked. Some began to understand Sun Menjing's decision. "Sun Pei, so, if we don't work for Chen Luo, our Sun family is finished? Sun Zuer, this is really..." "Sun Qiu, even so, I still refuse." Sun Qiu gritted her teeth. She was the eldest daughter of Sun Shuju, currently working in the Sun family company. She was also a department manager and doing well. In life, she was like a goddess with many suitors. Though she may not be as stunning as the female lead in a novel, she was definitely a beauty. With fair skin, fashionable outfits, often wearing black leather shoes and nude stockings, she exuded the aura of a stylish older sister. However, when Sun Qiu spoke, she received a firm response from Sun Menjing. "If anyone disagrees, you can resign now. As long as you leave the Sun family, depart from the Sun group, you will be free to do whatever you want without any affiliation to our family." Sun Menjing's words were sincere. "This time, it was my mistake in judgment. I apologize to everyone, so if anyone wants to leave, I won't blame you." Sun Menjing apologized to the entire family and promised triple compensation for those who resign. Suns Qiu, Zuer, and others were somewhat at a loss. They did not want to work for Chen Luo, but also didn't want to resign. They had been working well in the Sun group, and moving to another company might not be as comfortable. Sun Qiu still felt disdain towards Chen Luo. She said, "It's okay, Aunt Menjing. I'll go and settle the score with Chen Luo and teach that brat a lesson. He's just a young master of the Chen family, right? I'm not afraid of him." Sun Qiu was a bit confused. When she spoke, Sun Menjing immediately retorted, "But one day, if you decide to follow me, You must follow a rule, that is. From now on, you must follow Chen Luo's orders. You must not go against his will. If you can't do that, leave the Sun family. After leaving, you are no longer part of our family. You are free to seek revenge on Chen Luo, but if you are still part of the Sun family and dare to provoke Chen Luo, then don't blame me for being merciless. Sun Menjing spoke firmly. This surprised Sun Qiu. Not just her, many important figures in the Sun family were shocked. Sun Yuanyuan was puzzled. Clearly, she couldn't accept this rule. Sun Yuanyuan, you want me to follow Chen Luo's orders? Why should I? Sun Yuanyuan was Sun Jiwan's eldest daughter, also holding a high position in the company. In the future, she might inherit Sun Jiwan's position. Before, Sun Yuanyuan wouldn't have paid any attention to someone like Chen Luo, a pampered young master. Unlike Then Muxuan, who managed the Then family and earned an annual salary of tens of millions, Sun Yuanyuan was more impressive. Her annual income was already in the tens of millions, making her a successful young woman. After Sun Menjing's statement, Sun Yuanyuan couldn't argue. Sun Yuding's expression also turned ugly. She was Sun Haiu's daughter, equally intelligent and proud. In her eyes, Chen Luo was just a waste. But now, Aunt Menjing wanted her to follow a waste's orders? Sun Yuding couldn't stand it. Feeling the young generation's sentiments, Sun Menjing reiterated, "Listen carefully. You must not provoke Chen Luo. If you do, even if you don't leave, I will still expel you all from the Sun family." Sun Menjing understood that Chen Luo was not someone to be trifled with. She attributed the young people's actions to their hot-headedness or lack of understanding about the power of the nobility. In any case, Sun Menjing had many discussions within the family, collected everyone's opinions. People like Sun Yuanyuan and Sun Qiu were unhappy, but they chose to stay in the Sun family, even agreeing to a pay cut. This was to prevent them from getting into trouble like Sun Qingling and causing further problems for the family. Sun Menjing advised Sun Shuju, Sun Haiyu, and others to return and explain the situation to them. She also assured them that the Sun family would rise again, despite the recent turmoil. The ordinary employees of the Sun Group had no changes in their wages. They had no connection to the Sun family's internal management turmoil and continued their normal work routines, unaware of the conflict. The only change might have been with Sun Menjing's husband, Sun Zhaogang. When he hurried back to the Sun family, he immediately questioned Sun Menjing. "Sun Menjing, what is going on? Why does our Sun family have to work for Chen Luo? And when I landed, I received a call from our partner in the upper city, saying they wanted to cancel their cooperation with us. No matter how I tried to persuade or raise the price, they refused." Sun Menjing calmly responded, "You can ask your daughter." Sun Zhaogang didn't listen, accusing his daughter of involvement with Chen Luo. He was upset that his wife was being swayed by a young man. Sun Menjing seemed familiar with this situation. "Sun Menjing, are you also being fooled by Yi Feng?" Sun Zhaogang was bewildered, wondering why he blindly trusted Yi Feng. At that moment, Sun Menjing, still composed, walked over and slapped Sun Zhaogang. Sun Zhaogang was stunned. "Why are you hitting me?" Sun Menjing was disgusted by those who believed Yi Feng's words. She could not be bothered to explain why they needed to work under Chen Luo's shadow. She made it clear that instigating Chen Luo would only bring more trouble to the Sun family. Sun Menjing's slap made Sun Zhaogang kneel and beg for forgiveness. Sun Menjing casually said, "Chen Luo has the backing of a noble family. We are lucky that our family hasn't gone bankrupt because of this, and the reason we have faced such hardship is all thanks to Yi Feng. Yet, you still believe that foolish Yi Feng?" Sun Menjing's words left Sun Zhaogang feeling overwhelmed. Is that true? Sun Zhaogang was ignorant of these facts. Sun Menjing continued, "Of course. If you still believe in Yi Feng and continue to cause trouble, the Sun family will definitely suffer further consequences." After calming down, Sun Menjing explained the situation bluntly. Sun Zhaogang understood the power of the nobility and felt a chill down his spine. He had contemplated causing trouble for Chen Luo, but decided to clarify the situation with the Sun family first. Otherwise, blindly following Yi Feng's lead and provoking Chen Luo would have brought disaster to the Sun family once again. On the Zhang family side, Zhang Qiu had to exert considerable effort to convince other Zhang high-ranking members. Upon learning about the noble backing behind Chen Luo, they decided to take the risk and support Zhang Qiu. Zhang Rini said, "No problem, big brother. Maybe our Zhang family will truly benefit from this, as you said." Zhang Yushuang added, "It's kind of exciting to mingle with the nobility. It's just a salary reduction to a few million. We're in." Both heads of the families worked hard to handle the situation. They knew that if they couldn't convince everyone, and someone made a reckless move against Chen Luo, it would be disastrous for both families. Even if some wanted to back out, it wouldn't matter to Chen Luo. Fortunately, nothing unexpected occurred in the situation. The priority now was to maintain good relations with Chen Luo and follow his lead. Soon, Zhang Qiu received information from his men. "Boss Zhang, I've gathered all the information about Yifeng's studio. There are 11 employees, and I've sent you the details on your phone." The efficiency of the individual carrying out Zhang's orders was commendable. Dealing with ordinary people was an easy task for wealthy individuals like Zhang Qiu. In the original novel, despite Zhang Qiu being portrayed as a protagonist, he used similar tactics to support Yifeng against other antagonists. Those antagonists ended up pleading for mercy. Now, the tables were turned, and it was time for Yifeng to experience the same treatment. This time, there was no need for hesitation. Zhang Qiu and Sun Menjing quickly formed an alliance. They didn't need to stir up trouble. Instead, they dispatched their bodyguards to threaten and deal with Yifeng's studio employees. Most of them were Yifeng's underlings or associates, and a few were bystanders. Being suddenly targeted and told they would be harassed as long as they supported Yifeng rattled them. When they informed Yifeng about the situation, he became furious. He was disappointed that even Sun Qingling, who had once admired him, turned against him. Sun Qingling commanded the Sun family bodyguards to attack Yifeng, leading to a confrontation. Despite sustaining injuries, Yifeng managed to overpower the Sun family bodyguards. Sun Menjing and Sun Qingling were surprised by Yifeng's fighting skills, but prepared for a counterattack. Suddenly, a group of people rushed in from outside. They were Zhang family enforcers. Zhang Qiu emerged from the crowd, smirking. "Yifeng, you've walked right into our trap. I was waiting for an opportunity to strike. Didn't expect you to deliver yourself to us." Zhang Qiu had been waiting for Yifeng to come looking for trouble at Sun Menjing's residence. He anticipated Yifeng's moves and prepared to intercept. Yifeng realized the danger of taking on both major families alone. Subsequently, Yifeng endured a severe beating from Zhang Qiu's men and was left badly injured. He was once again hospitalized. Chapter 341. The subsequent development of the Luo Yun Group. Chen Luo imposes sanctions on the Li family. The dual patriarchs strike back at Yifeng with unmatched ferocity. Just physically tormenting him is far from enough. Yifeng originally came to help his younger brother, the employees, seek justice. But the result was unsuccessful. This made those few lackeys who strongly believed in him confused for a moment. When they were threatened again, they instantly lost their sense of direction. Some of them firmly believed that their big brother Yifeng would come to their rescue. However, when those thugs from the Sun family and Zhang family showed them the scene of Yifeng being hospitalized after being beaten, they were instantly lost. Afterwards, in fear, they agreed to stop helping Yifeng and working for Yifeng. As a result, several employees of Yifeng's studio resigned. The remaining loyal few were beaten up. They would rather die than give up on helping Yifeng. Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu didn't care. Anyway, this wave would definitely leave Yifeng heavily injured. And in fact, it did. With many employees leaving, progress on the games Yifeng was developing naturally suffered delays. When Yifeng in the hospital heard this news, his grudge deepened. Although this incident seemed unrelated to Chen Luo, it was actually orchestrated by Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu themselves. But Yifeng's eyes were filled with anger. In his heart, he was still thinking about Chen Luo. Damn, Chen Luo, I won't let you off. Yifeng was truly losing his mind. However, in the end, it wasn't that big of a problem. Inside the Luo Yun group, Chen Luo was listening to the reports of Chen Xiaoyan, Du Qingku, and Gu Menyan. Suddenly, he sneezed. Chen Xiaoyan was a bit surprised. "Boss, it's summer now. Catching a cold." Chen Luo, "No, someone is bad-mouthing me behind my back." Chen Luo said helplessly. "Theft." Chen Xiaoyan couldn't help but chuckle. But she quickly continued, "Boss, our company is now considered a true big company. Normally, a group should at least have a building. Although we have one, there are still many empty floors in our building. Shouldn't we consider expanding in this aspect? After being with Chen Luo for a long time, Chen Xiaoyan understood Chen Luo's capabilities. At least, she had confidence. Chen Xiaoyan knew that their boss not only had talent, but also made notable achievements in the physical industry. Their company now delved into music, TV dramas, movies, games, milk tea, hot pot, variety shows, and more. With Chen Luo's abilities, everything progressed smoothly. The only downside was lack of manpower. Or rather, there weren't enough management-type talents like Chen Xiaoyan. In a normal company, besides many managers, there would also be general managers, department managers, deputy managers, vice presidents. But Chen Luo's company only had a few people managing. Although they were quite capable, they were still human. Depending on these few people to manage so many employees, Chen Xiaoyan and her colleagues were a bit overwhelmed. However, her suggestion was to continue expanding. This was because Chen Xiaoyan truly believed in Chen Luo's talent. The resources Chen Luo had could support Luo Yun Group to become a true big company. As for whether she and others would get busier then, that was another matter. Chen Xiaoyan was genuinely considering Chen Luo. And Chen Luo also understood this. This was actually what he had in mind. Additionally, Luo Yun Group now had relations with Satan and the Liu family in the upper city, as well as the Li family in the deep city. With insufficient manpower, there was indeed some embarrassment. Therefore, expanding the company was necessary. Recruiting more talents was also a necessary task. However, this was when the benefits from Chen Luo's prior training of many female protagonists came into play. Zhu Yan, Yu Senli, Luo Yan, Fan Yingying, etc. These female protagonists have now been with Chen Luo's company for quite some time. Their training was almost complete. Chen Luo planned to start utilizing them. Female protagonists with extraordinary luck were much more useful than ordinary employees. Chen Luo, well, Sister Xiaoyan is right. I will start considering expansion. Chen Luo replied to Chen Xiaoyan. Chen Xiaoyan also had a smile on her face. After experiencing so much, she genuinely cared for Chen Luo now. Du Qingku, curious on the side, asked, "Boss, is there no problem with our cooperation with those big families?" Chen Luo, there won't be any problems, rest assured. Chen Luo waved his hand. Just after imposing sanctions on the Sun family and Zhang family, there was still one family left, the Li family. When Chen Luo came out of the Sun family's mansion with Lin Yun, Lin Peng was waiting in the car. Chen Luo, Uncle Lin, are you going directly to the Li family? Chen Luo asked. Lin Peng nodded. I have business to attend to in Long City, so I don't have much time. I'll try to resolve things today, as I need to catch a flight back tonight. Chen Luo didn't mind, so the few of them promptly headed towards the Li family. At that time, the three members of the Li family, Li Kai, Li Yu, and Li Feng were still discussing how to deal with Chen Luo. Yes, they hadn't given up. However, Li Changchu and Wei Nina had already agreed on the spot. Li family was willing to compensate Chen Luo with 10% of their profits for 3 consecutive years. After Li Changchu returned, he immediately warned Li Yu, Li Kai, and Li Feng. But these three, who had already made up their minds, didn't take this warning seriously. Even Wei Nina was angry. You three, have you even listened to what your big brother said? I warn you, none of you are allowed to cause trouble for Chen Luo again. Got it? You should also understand that behind Chen Luo, there are several big powers. Your big brother has agreed to compensate Chen Luo, just like the Sun family and Zhang family. Chen Luo agreed to this, and that's it. Regarding Wei Nina's words, Li Kai was actually quite unwilling. Although he hadn't seen it at the time, he now knew. The Li family would have to pay Chen Luo 10% of their profits annually. And Li Changchu decided that most of this money would come from them three. After all, this disaster was caused by the three of them. If not for them secretly going to collude with Yi Feng and causing trouble. They even brought a bunch of people to make trouble at Chen Luo's company. Things wouldn't have escalated to this point. Li Changchu also instructed them three to stop concerning themselves with Li Ming's matters. Li Kai felt that his big brother seemed a bit weak. Even if Chen Luo had cooperation with other major powers, how did it matter? But due to Wei Nina's face, Li Kai, Li Yu, and Li Feng apparently appeared submissive. Li Kai understood. Big brother, sigh, you can rest assured we won't cause any trouble for Chen Luo again. Li Feng, that's right, we all suffered such a huge loss. Where else would we dare provoke Chen Luo? Li Yu, as for Chen Luo, I now genuinely respect him. It's a great relief that he can let bygones be bygones. The three of them spoke with reaffirmed intentions. But deep down, they were all cursing Chen Luo. HMPH. If I don't beat this Chen Luo, my hatred won't be alleviated. Heh, spare Chen Luo. Impossible. I will fight him to the end. Our Li family is grand. Why should we be afraid of him? Wei Nina naturally saw through this. She frowned and met eyes with Li Changchu. Both of them understood that this matter must be resolved. Otherwise, if the three of them caused even bigger trouble in the future, the Li family's losses could be even greater. Li Kai, Li Yu, and Li Feng were feeling quite confident. After all, they were all high-ranking members of the Li family and Li Changchu's siblings. This incident couldn't be considered as messing with Chen Luo for no reason. Therefore, Li Changchu ultimately couldn't do much to them. However, just as the three members of the Li family were feeling a bit proud of themselves, suddenly, Lin Peng arrived. After the Li family's bodyguards reported, they took out a very strange golden badge engraved with angel wings and a 4. Li Changchu, Wei Nina, and even Li Kai, Li Yu, and Li Feng were all stunned. Li Changchu, angel wings, noble badge. Wei Nina, level for noble badge. What's going on? How could such a big shot come to your Li family? Wei Nina was dumbfounded. Even their Wei family couldn't compare to nobility. Li Changchu was also puzzled, but he faintly felt that something was amiss. Li Kai, Li Yu, and Li Feng immediately put aside the matter of Chen Luo. All three of them were ecstatic. Li Kai, big brother, is it that the nobleman's representative intends to cooperate with our Li family? Li Yu, if we can climb this high branch of nobility, we won't have to fear that fellow Chen Luo anymore. Excited, Li Yu blurted out his inner thoughts. Li Changchu raised an eyebrow. He was still cautious, but hearing the three say that, Li Changchu also had some expectations. After all, they all believed that the noble visitor had nothing to do with Chen Luo. It didn't seem likely no matter how they looked at it. Only Wei Nina furrowed her brow. Although she also thought that Chen Luo and the nobleman were unrelated, at such a moment, a sudden visit from a nobleman of high status made her uneasy. Cooperate with the Li family. What project does the Li family have that would interest the nobility? Wei Nina found it hard to understand. The group didn't linger and followed Lin Peng into the residence. Clearly, it was their own home, but Li Changchu and the others acted more restrained. Given the immense pressure Lin Peng brought, they had no choice. When Lin Peng finally sat down, Li Changchu inquired, "Hello, may I ask? Is there a specific matter bringing you to our Li family this time?" Li Changchu had seen the badge held by the bodyguard. He recognized it as a noble badge. Having seen noble badges a few times before, Li Changchu was certain it was genuine. And based on Lin Peng's presence, Li Changchu didn't think this person was ordinary. Lin Peng's words were similar to when he was at the Sun family. "Li family head, my purpose for coming this time is simple. I just want to seek justice. Your family nearly beat up my niece before, so... Li family head, shouldn't your Li family pay a price for this?" Li Changchu was dumbfounded at Lin Peng's words. "Nearly beat up your niece? When did this happen?" "No, your niece is." Li Changchu was about to ask when he noticed Lin Yun beside him. Lin Peng's attitude was the same as at the Sun family. "Li family head, I'm only here to ask for justice. Right before this, I nearly let go of the spirit of my niece's face." Lin Changchu was instantly awakened. He recognized this girl. Wasn't she Chen Luo's girlfriend? Li Changchu hadn't taken much notice before. But now, to think that she was a noble from the nobility. Chen Luo had a noble woman as his girlfriend. Li Changchu was shocked. He never imagined that Chen Luo would have a noble woman as his girlfriend. The three behind him, Li Kai, Li Yu, and Li Feng, were even more thunderstruck. Unlike the situation with the Then family before, seeing this scene, Li Changchu and his clan instantly understood. Apparently, Chen Luo had a close relationship, not just passing by, with the nobility. Judging from the situation, it seemed Chen Luo's relationship with the nobility was quite intimate. Li Changchu was shocked. Li Yu, Li Kai, and Li Feng were deflated. Their thoughts shifted from avenging Chen Luo to managing their anger towards Yi Feng. Li Kai finally saw the true face of Yi Feng. Damn, this guy is really a troublemaker. Li Kai's hatred for Yi Feng escalated. Note, the author has been running a fever these past few days, so there was no update yesterday. This chapter was also written while experiencing a fever. Apologies. The author will strive to ensure consistent updates in the future. Chapter 342. The continued growth of Chen Luo's influence. Striking a blow against the Li family. In the Li family's mansion, everyone was stunned. It was as if Li Kai had fallen from heaven to hell in a mere second. Upon careful thought, these aristocrats would never come seeking cooperation with the Li family. But it couldn't be for something so serious, right? It wasn't until now that Li Kai realized the magnitude of the trouble he had stirred up. Additionally, the redhead girl was a noble lady, and at the same time, Chen Luo's girlfriend. Even though the girl wasn't present at the time, confronting Chen Luo could still be very dangerous. At this moment, Li Kai realized that Chen Luo had already established partnerships with many families in the upper city. This meant, this kid is no longer someone I can afford to provoke. Li Kai's expression was now ashen, his face extremely unsightly. Behind him, Li Yu and Li Feng were also dumbfounded. After Li Kai finished speaking, Li Yu, trying to be clever, quickly chimed in to appease. Yes, it's all a misunderstanding. Please don't be angry. We didn't mean to. If we had known your niece's identity, we wouldn't have dared to confront you, let alone 100 times, not even 1,000 times. And when Li Yu finished, Li Feng also came to her senses. She had lost her previous arrogance and quickly echoed, yes, we wouldn't dare. It's all a misunderstanding. The three of them were extremely desperate, frantically trying to explain. Meanwhile, Li Changchu's face had turned extremely pale. He looked at the three members of the Li family with rage burning in his eyes. His gaze seemed as if he wanted to devour Li Kai and the others alive. Li Changchu was on the verge of exploding. If Lin Pengzi, Chen Luo, and others weren't present, he probably would have erupted in a fit of rage. But for now, Li Changchu helped to defuse the situation by saying, "Hello, this is all a misunderstanding. They have no intention of going against you or your backing forces. We are willing to compensate for all your losses. Name your price. How does that sound?" Li Changchu had already suffered significant losses previously, compensating Chen Luo. Frankly speaking, he was already feeling the financial strain. Unexpectedly, here they were again. However, one had to spend the necessary money, regardless. Nevertheless, Lin Pengzi's response left Li Changchu, Li Kai, and others slightly breathless. Lin Pengzi said, "No need. Do I look like someone short of money? As for what price you need to pay, I'm already prepared." Lin Pengzi's words caused a sinking feeling in Li Changchu, Li Kai, and company. They knew that the price he mentioned wouldn't be an easy punishment to accept. Li Changchu couldn't help but swallow hard. He, too, was drenched in cold sweat. It's fortunate that once my wife returns, she immediately scolded Li Kai and the others. Otherwise, judging by their current demeanor, it seems they are still unwilling to back down, thought Li Changchu. He understood that if Li Kai, Li Yu, and the rest continued to be reckless, the Li family might truly be doomed. Nevertheless, even in such a situation, the price the Li family would have to pay was still extremely harsh. Very quickly, the phones of Li Kai, Li Yu, and others began ringing, much like what happened with Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiyu. Those cooperating with the Li family's company had also been intimidated by Lin Pengzi. They called to terminate their cooperation. This sudden turn of events left Li Kai, Li Yu, and the others with extremely shocked expressions. Subsequently, fear and dismay crossed their faces. "Mr. Wang, hold on. Mr. Chan, can you repeat that? Hello? Big brother, the Hong family in the upper city is saying they want to cancel our cooperation." Li Feng received another phone call and later informed Li Changchu with a pale face. At this moment, Li Changchu's eyes were filled with despair. Even Wei Nina, who knew about the Hong family, felt shocked. They were a major family comparable to Wei's family. Initially, a higher-up from the Hong family had shown interest in a project of the Li family and decided to cooperate. Unexpectedly, this beneficial deal was suddenly abandoned. Wei Nina was truly taken aback. Li Kai, Li Yu, and the others were stunned, as if they had lost their souls. Li Feng even collapsed on the ground. They were all acutely aware that this time, the Li family was truly on the verge of collapse. And all of this was a result of their foolish actions, insisting on confronting Chen Luo to the bitter end. If any of us chose to back down, show weakness, things might not have escalated to this point, right? Li Kai mused in his mind. He also understood that, although it was Chen Luo who first struck Li Mingsh, they were also standing up for their nephew and trying to salvage the Li family's reputation, which was justifiable. However, little did they know Li Mingsh was no saint. But that wasn't the critical point. The key was that after Chen Luo had reprimanded them, there was no follow-up action. Later conflicts were all instigated by Li Kai and his group, whether it was teaming up with Yi Feng to confront Chen Luo, or employing underhanded tactics to create havoc at Chen Luo's company. Now that Li Kai had a moment of realization, he saw the situation from a new perspective. He came to understand that, even if the red-headed girl wasn't a noble lady, the fact that Chen Luo had partnerships with numerous upper city families and had succeeded in making the Fen family withdraw from the 5 major families signified that Chen Luo was no ordinary young master. Moreover, after being in contact with Chen Luo for some time, Li Kai was certain that Chen Luo was indeed outstanding and far from being a worthless young master. They were now facing the consequences of their actions, and Li Kai's hatred towards Yi Feng was escalating. As for addressing the situation, Lin Pengzi was always decisive and efficient. Now that his purpose was achieved, he showed no signs of lingering. Just like when he was at the Sun family, Lin Pengzi calmly got up and prepared to leave. Li Changchu quickly tried to hold him back, urging, "Mr. Lin, could you please spare us, give us a chance to survive? We beg you." Li Changchu was a man of character. In his late 40s, and as the head of the Li family, his willingness to make such a gesture showed flexibility. Unfortunately, Lin Pengzi's gaze remained calm and unwavering. Li Kai, Li Yu, Li Feng, and the others all approached to plead for mercy. None of them wanted the Li family to vanish suddenly. While they understood that losing those cooperative ties would dent their reputation, the real concern was the beginning of the aristocracy's suppression. If the bigwigs continued to target the Li family, their survival would be precarious. The cooperating partners weren't fools. They would catch the drift and terminate their agreements, leading the Li family into total decline, a situation that would only worsen in the aftermath. However, Lin Pengzi's next words brought a glimmer of hope to Li Changchu. "Why don't you plead with Chen Luo? If he agrees to let you off the hook, I will do the same." Lin Pengzi then departed. Meanwhile, Wei Nina felt increasingly shocked. "It looks like Chen Luo and the aristocracy have an extraordinary relationship," Wei Nina thought. She knew that the aristocrat wasn't a fool. For Chen Luo to become the boyfriend of a noble lady, such as the Red Phoenix, required more than just his personal abilities. Wei Nina, who wasn't dependent on the Li family, had never taken a single penny from them. The nobleman didn't shift his ire towards Wei Nina, which motivated her to think more deeply. As for Li Changchu, Li Kai, Li Yu, and the others, they were too distressed to analyze the relationship between Chen Luo and the nobility at the moment. After the initial shock had passed, Li Kai spoke first. Chen Luo, my past actions were wrong. Please forgive us, spare the Li family." Li Yu also swallowed his pride and said, "Yes. Yes, Chen Luo, name your compensation. We are willing to make amends, even if it demands more money." Li Feng added, "Chen Luo, if you spare us this time, we will make sure to repay you well in the future." Even Li Feng had to push through her fear to speak up. These individuals couldn't afford to show any more animosity towards Chen Luo. They were all desperate. However, on the sideline, Wei Nina unexpectedly interjected, "All right, Chen Luo, we agree." Li Yu, Li Kai, Li Feng, and even Li Changchu had a sudden change in their expressions. Chapter 343, Chen Luo and Lin Yun show off moment. The 3 members of the Li family felt completely hopeless. Li Changchu, "Wife, what are you talking about?" Li Changchu was somewhat surprised. The conflicts between Li Yu, Li Kai, Li Feng, and Chen Luo were quite deep. However, Li Changchu, aside from the initial incident involving Li Mingsh, went to Chen Luo's company to inquire. The result was that he was beaten by Chen Luo. Both sides were considered even. After that, Li Changchu followed Li Hongxia's advice and did not hassle Chen Luo anymore. So, in reality, this matter didn't have much to do with him. Although, this was actually the conflict between the Li family and Chen Luo. However, just because of this, making Li Chongchu become a worker for Chen Luo was too much for his pride to handle. Not to mention, Chen Luo's demands were for the entire Li family. Li Chongchu didn't know how he could agree to that. How could he explain this to the other Li family members? The Li family was a large clan with many people, most of whom were not involved in this matter. In a hasty and unclear manner, allowing their annual income to directly become hundreds of thousands or even millions of dollars was simply too much. Li Chongchu thought to himself, the other members of his Li family would definitely not agree, even if the other party was nobility. As for Li Feng, Li Yu, and Li Kai, they purely felt that the conditions were excessive. Although the situation had escalated to this point, they were the instigators. But they could not accept this overbearing, no, outright humiliating condition. Unanticipatedly, at this moment, Wei Nina suddenly stood up. Would she agree on behalf of the Li family? Li Kai, sister-in-law, you can't say that casually. While you are the eldest daughter of the Wei family, isn't the future fate of our Li family not up to you to decide? Li Kai quickly retorted. Even in the presence of Chen Luo, he didn't care. Li Kai thought to himself, even if I go bankrupt, I won't work for Chen Luo. How can a big boss like me accept a salary of just a few million or even a few 100,000 each year? It's truly too much. Li Yu also spoke up. Sister-in-law, aren't your words a bit excessive? Our Li family has so many people, and who knows how many of them were not involved in this matter. Why should they be implicated as well? If it's not possible, we will cause trouble. Even if our entire Li family goes bankrupt and falls apart, we will not agree to such bullying conditions. Li Feng added, exactly, I refuse. Chen Luo, either accept our 5 billion compensation or propose other conditions. We absolutely cannot agree to this condition. Li Feng also showed her integrity. But upon hearing the words of the three, Li Chongchu couldn't help but fall into contemplation. He also understood that Wei Nina was not a foolish person. She must have had her reasons for making such a decision. And confronted by the opposition of the three, Wei Nina coldly smiled and said, I cannot make decisions for your Li family, but your eldest brother can, right? After speaking, Wei Nina looked at Li Chongchu. This immediately left Li Chongchu bewildered. Huh? Li Chongchu was still pondering when suddenly faced with a question from Wei Nina. He was momentarily indecisive. Meanwhile, Li Kai felt that something was amiss. He quickly advised, Elder brother, you cannot agree to this request. Think about Li Huan, Li Yu, and them. They have no involvement in this matter. Why should they also become workers for Chen Luo? Li Yu added, exactly, as well as Li Sheng, Li Fidi, they are doing well at the company, earning tens of millions each year in dividends. Are they supposed to suddenly lose those yearly millions and hundreds of millions in salaries? They will definitely rebel, or even leave the Li family. Li Yu's words made sense. With such conditions, many members of the Li family might choose to leave the family. Who would be willing? If I'm earning tens of millions each year, why would I suddenly accept a yearly salary of hundreds of thousands or millions? Especially since this matter had nothing to do with them. Most likely, no one would agree. If forced, they would probably switch to other companies to work as senior executives, continuing to earn millions each year. It seemed that Li Yu, Li Kai, and Li Feng also considered another point. Once Li Chongchu agreed, the other members of the Li family would likely blame the three of them for this mistake. It was because they provoked the nobility that brought such disaster to the Li family, particularly those few people within the family who had a difficult relationship with them. Li Qin, Li Yuanhuan, they would definitely shift the blame towards Li Yu, Li Kai, and Li Feng. In that case, the three of them would have a hard time within the Li family. It was almost certain that they would have to separate from the family. However, unless pushed to a dead end, they would not want to take this step at all, because they recognized the comfort of working in their family's company. Even if they had offended people, their family support was always there to back them up. Once they cut ties with the family, their personal strength in the business world would undoubtedly be significantly weaker. They might even face more retaliation directly. Those days would be challenging. Upon hearing the words of Li Yu, Li Kai, and the others, Li Chongchu also found himself in a dilemma. He had a hard time making a decision, even though he had some thoughts in mind. If he agreed to Chen Luo's unreasonable demands, the Li family would seemingly suffer massive losses and their strength would be greatly damaged in the short term. However, this also meant that the Li family would henceforth mingle with the nobility. So what if Li Changchu, being a mere worker now, as long as he maintained a good relationship with Chen Luo, in 3 to 5 years, he could likely regain his former peak. Li Changchu now had a clear understanding of Chen Luo's character. He also understood why his daughter would work as a service staff at Chen Luo's hot pot restaurant. Because Chen Luo was grooming Li Hongxia. If Li Hongxia performed well, she could become the general manager of that hot pot restaurant. The Then family's Then Muyao was in a similar situation. With Chen Luo's influence, it seemed like following Chen Luo's lead could also work out, right? Just thinking about it made sense. But to make Li Changchu truly decide to go from being a big boss to someone else's worker, for him to set aside his pride and work for Chen Luo, he felt deeply conflicted. At this moment, Wei Nina continued, "Changchu, what are you afraid of? If you're worried about not having money in the future, I can support you. Anyway, you've earned enough money a long time ago. Are you willing to miss this opportunity? For you right now, what's more important, the fixed yearly income or the opportunity for a sudden breakthrough?" Wei Nina's words seemed to awaken something within Li Changchu. For him, making the correct decision in life was crucial. Li Changchu had led the Li family to its current position precisely because every decision and judgment he made in the past had been accurate. This principle was also understood by Li Yu, Li Kai, Li Feng, and the others. However, due to the choices made by the three of them this time, they were stuck in the current situation. But the scene now seemed like another chance for the Li family. A glimmer of hope emerged amidst the darkness and distress. Li Changchu felt a stirring within him. Yes, if I agree, climbing up to the nobility's high branches, our Li family may truly have the opportunity to reach higher and further. Li Changchu understood that with his current abilities, earning around 10 billion each year was essentially his limit. While this was a substantial sum, human desires were limitless. Li Changchu also wanted to earn tens of billions or even hundreds of billions like those big players he knew. It seemed like a new hope in life. Furthermore, seeing the bright eyes of Wei Nina, Li Changchu suddenly realized something. So, my wife is also thinking about the Wei family in all this. For Wei Nina, if Li Changchu agreed and the Li family made connections with the nobility, it meant an additional opportunity for the Wei family as well. I believe my father would be very pleased to hear this news, Wei Nina thought. She trusted her father, Wei Shang. If he knew that Li Changchu and the nobility had established a relationship, even if it was just a young person favored by the nobility working as an employee, it would be completely worthwhile. At the same time, a flash of insight crossed Li Changchu's mind. He thought of something and immediately asked Chen Luo, what about the Sun family and Zhang family? Indeed, Li remembered that the Sun family and Zhang family had almost beaten that red-haired girl. And since Chen Luo came to the Li family, not immediately, it was likely that they had first caused trouble for the Sun and Zhang families. Chen Luo did not hide it and nodded directly. They are all under my command now. Upon hearing this, Li Changchu couldn't help but gasp for air. So it's true. Even the Sun and Zhang families have joined Chen Luo and are working for him. Then why should I hesitate? Li Changchu immediately understood. In the current southern city business circle, it was indeed Chen Luo who dominated. The Then family had been reduced to a second-tier force by Chen Luo. Chen Luo had also supported the Du family. With the Zhang and Sun families under Chen Luo's control, Li's family had entirely lost their qualifications to compete with Chen Luo. In such a situation, if they didn't agree, in the future, the Li family would definitely be absorbed by Chen Luo. Li Changchu didn't know the full extent of Chen Luo's ambitions, but he was very clear that Chen Luo was not a kind person. And Chen Luo's words left Li Kai, Li Yu, and Li Feng somewhat stunned. Li Kai, what? Even the Sun and Zhang families? Li Yu, this. Li Feng, they don't have any backbone. Li Feng was somewhat irritated. The three of the Li family all understood that, if this was the case, then their elder brother Li Changchu. Li Changchu, all right? Chen Luo, on behalf of the Li family, I agree. Li Kai, elder brother, you must reconsider. If you make this decision, what about the other members of the Li family? Will they agree? After agreeing, Li Changchu's eyes became firm. He thought of the most crucial point. Regardless of whether Chen Luo had conquered the Sun and Zhang families, just the strength and talent he displayed were enough to make the Li family willing to follow him. By following Chen Luo in the future, the Li family would undoubtedly have the opportunity to go further. Li Changchu had made up his mind about this decision. Li Changchu, if others do not agree, then let them leave the Li family. I will never force anyone. Li Changchu's words left Li Kai, Li Yu, and Li Feng utterly hopeless. They clenched their fists tightly and felt deeply desolate. They all seemed to be struggling with the question of whether or not to agree to this matter. For them, following Chen Luo and the potential for a broader horizon. Li Kai, Li Yu, and Li Feng couldn't bear to let go of their pride. They were also unwilling to work for Chen Luo. However, at this moment, Chen Luo directly spoke up. Well, Li uncle, I need to add another condition. Li Changchu didn't think much and asked, what condition? Chen Luo nodded toward Li Yu, Li Kai, and Li Feng, saying, expel these three from the Li family. Li Yu, Li Kai, Li Feng. The three members of the Li family were stunned. Li Changchu was also a bit dumbfounded. Wei Nina's eyes shifted, seeming unsurprised. Li Yu, Chen Luo, what do you mean by this? Li Kai, are we supposed to work for you, and yet you are still not satisfied? Li Feng, Chen Luo, you're going too far. They were already feeling frustrated, and Chen Luo's words seemed to be pushing them towards a dead end. However, Chen Luo appeared nonchalant. Isn't this what you brought upon yourselves? When you found people to suppress me, did I complain about you being overbearing? Could it be that you can bully others, but others are not allowed to fight back? Chen Luo's words were serious, and a cold smile appeared on his face. It was evident that he meant what he said. Li Yu, you. Li Yu was infuriated and outright cursed. Fine. Chen Luo, if you are going to force me like this, I am not useless. I will easily find another company, make a big profit, but Chen Luo, remember, our enmity will be permanent. I will definitely take revenge on you fiercely. Li Yu seemed worked up and made a direct threat. Chen Luo reached out for Lin Yun's hand and smiled, find another company and still make a big profit. Li Yu, are you oversimplifying things? Now, in the southern city, I call the shots. Which company would want you? Chen Luo's statement made Li Yu's face turn pale. He suddenly realized that Chen Luo's words might hold some truth. Even Li Changchu was slightly surprised. He couldn't imagine how Chen Luo, just a young boy, had managed to become a dominant figure in the southern city business scene in such a short time. Above all, Chen Luo seemed to be very clear about this. That is to say, Chen Luo's initial goal might have been precisely this. Li Yu, then, I'll find companies in Cheng and Shen cities. I don't believe that in a country as vast as Long, you can still dominate. In response to Li Yu's words, Chen Luo chuckled, I might not be able to now, but my wife's influence might be able to achieve that. Chen Luo mentioned Lin Yun's background for the first time, and Lin Yun truly displayed the aura of a noble daughter. Everyone saw Lin Yun calmly saying, I can guarantee that it's impossible for you to easily find a suitable job unless I agree. Li Yu's face turned pale immediately. Li Kai and Li Feng also seemed surprised. They now completely understood. The girl with the red hair had support from a super family with a noble title. If they moved, they might actually achieve what they intended. This realization left the three members of the Li family deeply consumed in utter despair. Chapter 344. Chen Luo successfully subdues the Li family. The determination of Li Changchu. The Li family's mansion. Li Yu, Li Kai, and Li Feng. They never expected that things would turn out like this. The three of them, at this moment, their minds were blank, their eyes vacant. Clearly, they were in a state of bewilderment. Li Kai, is this how it ends? Unemployed. I won't have a job anymore. Li Yu, how could this happen? Li Feng, Chen Luo, how about this? You are a big shot. Please give us a way out. Li Feng was relatively quick to react. Hearing Chen Luo's words, of course, she was not willing to directly lose her job. She was only in her 30s, and working another 10 or 20 years wouldn't be a problem. To her, that would be a very lucrative financial gain. Even though Li Feng already had billions in savings. With just that money, she could live the rest of her life quite comfortably. But no one would turn down more money. The sudden loss of their jobs naturally made Li Feng unhappy. And as soon as she spoke, Li Kai and Li Yu immediately followed suit. They hurriedly said, "Li Kai, ahem. Chen Luo, it's like this, I think. There may have been some misunderstandings between us before. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I apologize to you. If you feel it's not enough, I'm willing to compensate you for your losses. How about 1 billion RMB? This is the only amount I can come up with personally." The 5 billion mentioned earlier by Li Changchu was from the Li family or the Li group's accounts. But if it was coming out of Li Kai's personal pocket, coming up with 1 billion was already his limit. It was even his entire year's income. Though giving it away would no longer be a mere sting, but his heart was bleeding. However, Li Kai also didn't want to lose his job. He was a high-ranking member of the Li family, and their family company had been thriving in the southern city. It was impossible for him to suddenly give up his job. Seeing Li Kai being decisive, even willing to pay 1 billion yuan in compensation, Li Yu internally cursed Li Kai for being muddle-headed. But at this moment, he had no other choice. With the situation having reached this point, Li Yu could only grit his teeth and say, "Li Yu, Chen Luo, my offer is the same as Li Kai's. If you're willing, I'm also willing to compensate you with 1 billion yuan as an apology." This was already a significant concession. For the three of them to each offer 1 billion yuan was indeed a very sincere gesture. But Chen Luo didn't lack that money. Having now acquired the Sun family and the Li family, in addition to his own company, earning several billion annually would be easy. Working with people like Ji Xijia, Liu Ming, Li Yao, etc., in a short time frame, increasing his income to the hundreds of billions level was also entirely possible. What Chen Luo wanted was for Li Kai, Li Yu, and Li Feng to pay the price they deserved. Therefore, he remained unmoved and coldly remarked, 1 billion yuan is indeed a generous offer, but do you think I lack that money? When you opposed me, did you never consider this day would come? However, I do have a suggestion for you. Hearing Chen Luo's words and seeing his playful smile, Li Kai's heart chilled, but he still asked, "Chen Xiao, what suggestion?" "Chen Luo, you can go find Yi Feng. I believe Yi Feng would welcome your association. Who knows, you might even rise further by joining her." Chen Luo's words made Li Kai's face thoroughly pale. Yi Feng. Upon being reminded by Chen Luo, the face of Yi Feng immediately surfaced in his mind. Then, Li Kai's face began to show anger. He clenched his fists, his hatred towards Yi Feng stirred up by Chen Luo. Yes, if it weren't for this Yi Feng, I wouldn't be in this situation right now. Li Kai gritted his teeth and thought inwardly. Li Feng and Li Yu also harbored resentment towards Yi Feng in their hearts. However, at that moment, Chen Luo unexpectedly produced something and said, "Li Feng, I think you should also take a look at this. This item was also given to me by Yi Feng." After saying this, Chen Luo had the item handed over. Li Feng looked puzzled, but when she received it and took a glance, her complexion changed drastically. On it was the scene of Li Feng with the Li family's guard, Moyu, engaging in a secret rendezvous. Li Feng's cheekbones turned red in embarrassment, and her hands began to tremble. Was this taken by Yi Feng's surveillance? Li Feng was furious. This was her secret, her affair with Moyu. Li Feng had thought no one knew about it. But who would have thought that Yi Feng had covertly captured evidence of it and even handed it over to Chen Luo? Damn it, we helped him deal with Chen Luo, and now he's also helping Chen Luo himself. What a damn betrayal! Li Feng was on the verge of exploding in anger. Li Feng could say her lungs were about to burst. As Li Changchu, Li Kai, and the others saw this scene, their expressions turned peculiar. Though they had sensed something was amiss, when this truth was exposed, they were at a loss for words. Li Feng was a married woman. Her husband's name was Wu Zong, a travel blogger whom she had met earlier when traveling. Their relationship had progressed quickly, and while Wu Zong wasn't particularly wealthy, Li Feng was drawn to his humor and wit, leading to their swift marriage into the Li family. However, as time passed, Wu Zong's health began deteriorating. He had always been frail, and in recent years, with Li Feng losing interest in traveling, his condition worsened. Coincidentally, a burly guard had joined the Li family. His physique and muscles made Li Feng's mouth water. Thus, Li Feng had no qualms engaging in a clandestine affair with Moyu. The two had been involved in numerous escapades outside. Wu Zong was oblivious to these affairs. Even if he were to find out, he wouldn't be able to do anything about it, as he was simply a superfluous husband in the family. This incident was precisely why Li Feng was so enraged upon seeing Moyu, who had been beaten by Chen Luo's guard. While the other guards from the Li family faced similar fates, Li Feng remained indifferent, save for her concern for Moyu. But she couldn't afford to stand by his side. Quickly, she tore all evidence to shreds and disposed of them in the trash can, feeling too ashamed to stay any longer. Li Feng gritted her teeth and left in haste. Chen Luo was unfazed by her departure. His intention was for Li Kai, Li Yu, and Li Feng to confront Yi Feng. Chen Luo believed they would take action. At the very least, Li Feng would definitely retaliate. The evidence presented was related to a previous encounter between Yi Qingku and Yi Feng. Yi Feng, driven momentarily by lust, aimed to take down Yi Qingku and spent some of his precious points to obtain this evidence. In essence, Yi Feng indirectly helped Chen Luo by doing so. Simultaneously, this made Chen Luo realize the potential of Yi Feng's system. Although his abilities differed from Yi Feng's, Chen Luo could undoubtedly leverage Yi Feng to achieve his goals. "It's not my fault this brat wanted it all," said Chen Luo, implying he merely exploited Yi Feng's character setting. Of course, it was also a strategy to undermine Yi Feng. Meanwhile, as Li Feng departed, Li Kai and Li Yu found themselves at a loss for words. Li Changchu, at this point, offered no consolation to the three of them. He could only inwardly sigh. Li realized that everything could be attributed to Yi Feng. If in the future, Li Kai, Li Yu, and they want to deal with Yi Feng, I can lend a hand, thought Li Changchu. Subsequently, he approached Chen Luo with a smile, declaring, "Chen Luo, from now on, Uncle Li will follow your lead, so please assist Uncle Li. I am now your employee." Li Changchu set his pride aside. Titles like business magnate and core member of the southern city's business district were no longer significant. All he hoped for now was to utilize this connection to excel further. Chen Luo didn't promise Li Changchu anything specific, merely responding, "Sure, Uncle Li, but I have a favor to ask of you." Li Changchu smiled. "Go ahead, nephew Chen Luo." Chen Luo continued, "I hope you can persuade all the higher-ups in your company to stay. If not, I'll have to find someone else to replace them, which might create some trouble. Of course, I don't mind the extra effort." This statement left Li Changchu momentarily stunned, as he realized the gravity of the situation. He swiftly assured, "Rest assured, I'll have them all follow your lead. You have my word." Li Changchu was astounded by Chen Luo's ruthlessness, contemplating the potential repercussions for anyone from their family unwilling to comply. With a heavy heart, he resolved, "Will ensure Li family emerges into a more splendid future." Li Changchu, who hadn't felt this ambitious in a long time, seemed rejuvenated. Now in his 40s or 50s, he found himself eager to embark on a new venture. The conversation then shifted to the Wei family, as Wei Nina expressed her interest in collaborating with Chen Luo across various sectors, including games, movies, and TV dramas. Chen Luo welcomed the proposal, intending to expand into the film industry after the gaming business. Despite only earning a few billion from a single movie, Chen Luo saw the larger potential as the movie industry was a lucrative venture in this world of novels. Chen Luo planned to build his commercial empire and become a top film producer worldwide. Moreover, he aimed to elevate his income to compete with the Lin family within 2 years. Ultimately, Chen Luo's grand goal was to become the world's richest person. As a transmigrant in the world of novels, such lofty aspirations were within reach, especially for someone like Chen Luo, who was just a freshman in college with immense potential. Chen Luo's response delighted Wei Nina, her face beaming with satisfaction. Finally, the situation at the Li family calmed down as Chen Luo left with Lin Yun and Lin Peng. Lin Peng rushed back to the Dragon City urgently, as he had mentioned. Before departing, Lin Peng offered his blessings to Chen Luo, emphasizing the need for dedication and effort to achieve success. Lin Peng's affirmation resonated, "I will support you." Lin Peng believed fervently in Chen Luo's capabilities. A college freshman already earning tens of billions annually was a testament to his talents, backed by Lin Peng's assistance. Lin Yun, too, echoed these sentiments, feeling elated as Lin Yun quipped, "Husband, you're truly a wealthy individual now, even richer than me. My monthly allowance alone is 1 billion. Chen Luo corrected her with a laugh, "No, your allowance is more than 1 billion. Within the Cloud Corporation, your share is only slightly less than mine. You're now receiving annual bonuses totaling tens of billions. The couple grew joyous at the realization of their financial success. Chen Luo contemplated how to celebrate the significant victory they had just achieved. Given the size of their triumph, a grand celebration was imperative. Lin Yun previously gave me a diamond sports car worth over $1 billion. I should also give her one. Chen Luo pondered as ideas flooded his mind. As for the Li family, Li Changchu finally breathed a sigh of relief after Chen Luo's departure. Addressing Wei Nina, Li Changchu candidly shared his genuine thoughts. This Chen Luo seems quite shrewd and experienced, doesn't resemble a university student in his teens at all. Li Changchu had encountered countless juniors in his career. Being a top executive, he often observed young job seekers who were nervous and inarticulate upon meeting him. Finding someone like Chen Luo who exuded confidence and was bold enough to swallow the Li family, Li Changchu understood he was no match. Moreover, Li Changchu realized Chen Luo's capabilities might supersede his initial estimates. It would be implausible for reputable aristocrats to align themselves with someone like Chen Luo, the young master of the Chen family, not unless Chen Luo had remarkable skills to secure their approval in pairing up with the red-haired girl. Li Changchu had heard tales of the unyielding nature of elders from these superfamilies when it came to matrimonial decisions. Seemingly, the girl's status was suited for other scions from prominent families, not one like Chen Luo of the southern city's Chen family. Nonetheless, Wei Nina scoffed at Li Changchu's awe and jokingly remarked, "Of course, or would I have let you accept a job under Chen Luo? Let me assure you, Chen Luo's future achievements will without a doubt surpass your imagination. The day will come when you may transcend your present status." Wei Nina's comments hit close to Li Changchu's heart. His compliance was based on this very notion. Climbing the ladder to reach the upper echelons of aristocracy seemed exhilarating to him. Li Changchu realized his association with Chen Luo had opened new avenues, potentially elevating his own standing. Overwhelmed with excitement, his smile revealed much more than words could express. However, Wei Nina brought him back to reality, cautioning Li Changchu, "All right, it's good and all, but you must now focus on convincing others within your family. If they refuse to work for Chen Luo, their fate might not be pleasant." Wei Nina's words instilled a sense of gravity in Li Changchu. He became solemn, pledging, "I will do my utmost to convince them. I will lead the Li family towards a brighter future." Li Changchu, who hadn't felt this driven to strive for something greater in a long time, felt rejuvenated. Now in his 40s or 50s, he saw this as a prime opportunity to rise further on the ladder of success. Chapter 345. The position of the president of the Nanchang Chamber of Commerce. The young masters and misses are stunned. Things on Li Changchu's side have been progressing quite smoothly. Although there were many opposing voices to his advice, in the end, most of the Li family chose to believe in Li Changchu. They highly recognized Li Changchu's abilities. Only a few chose to leave the Li family and explore new paths with Li Kai and Li Yu. Li Kai, damn it, I can't believe it. Could my luck really be this bad? Expelled from the Li family, Li Kai and Li Yu, despite feeling furious, had to accept the reality. Li Kai vented his frustrations, cursing Li Changchu for being heartless and driving them out for someone like Chen Luo. Li Kai and Li Changchu had always had a good relationship as brothers. It was unexpected for things to turn out this way. However, Li Kai knew that he was to blame for everything that had happened. Li Yu asked, "Second brother, what should we do now? Xiao Feng isn't with us either. She insists on going to settle the score with Yi Feng. Should we go too?" Li Yu now had to follow Li Kai. Xiao Feng had also been expelled from the Li family. However, her anger towards Yi Feng was much greater than towards the Li family. Xiao Feng didn't care as she could retire peacefully, even if she was expelled from the company. However, before that, she had to make Yi Feng pay. Xiao Feng exclaimed, "Damn it, if it weren't for this guy, I wouldn't have ended up like this. How dare he sneakily take pictures of me? Yi Feng, you just wait for me." Somewhere in Nanchang, Xiao Feng stepped on the gas of her luxury car, driving away angrily. Li Kai's eyes flickered, suddenly saying, "Of course we should go, that Yi Feng may have swindled us, but I think this guy might have some skills." Most importantly, his hatred towards Chen Luo seems intense. Previously, Li Kai was intimidated by Chen Luo, especially considering the influence of Lin Yun behind him. Li Kai didn't want to confront Chen Luo directly. However, now that he had been expelled from the Li family, Li Kai no longer cared. Being all alone, what did he have to fear? Li Yu, on the other hand, hesitated. Li Yu, second brother, is this a good idea? Yi Feng seems quite cunning. What if we get tricked again? Don't you know his nickname, Comet? Li Kai responded, fool. Who says I definitely have to support Yi Feng? We're just going to see what's going on. What are we now? Jobless wanderers. Any boss will do, right? If it doesn't work out, we can always leave. Li Kai's words woke Li Yu up. His mind started racing, realizing that maybe Yi Feng had some talents. Li Yu quickly understood that aligning with Yi Feng might be the safest option. Li Yu's brain was working fast at this moment. He immediately saw the opportunity. Now, with Chen Luo keeping a close watch on them, they had limited choices. Looking at the bigger picture in Nansheng and the entire Long Kingdom, which company would accept them given Chen Luo's girlfriend's background? It was highly unlikely. Although Li Kai also knew many influential people, considering their status and relationships, his friends would not go against the nobility for his sake. However, Li Kai believed that someone like Yi Feng, a greenhorn, might not hesitate. Li Kai exclaimed, "Listen up, kid, am I making sense? I think Yi Feng is really something. His intense hatred towards Chen Luo is remarkable. Even if Chen Luo has strong support behind him, I bet Yi Feng won't back down." Li Kai's words amused Li Yu. Li Yu responded, "That's what they call the novice isn't afraid of the expert. Brother, you still know how to have fun. Alright, let's find Yi Feng and continue to stay by." Chapter 346, Chen Luo's next goal. Yi Feng is going crazy. Li Yao, what did Chen Luo do? Ji Sijia, did he manage to acquire the Li family, Zhang family, and Sun family in the southern city? How did this happen so quickly? Qin Luoli, this is impossible, right? Are the bosses of those companies all philanthropists? Would they just hand over the companies they worked so hard to build? This sounds like a fantasy story. Qin Luoli finally recovered her senses. She looked incredulous. This information was obtained by her secretary, Daisy. It must be said that Daisy is quite skilled in intelligence work. The matter of Chen Luo taking over several major family companies in the southern city's business district was not widely known yet. Only a few people were aware of it. Qin Luoli's secretary had managed to obtain this information. And naturally, the news had come from the Sun family. Liu Ming returned the phone to Qin Luoli. His mouth was still agape. Liu Ming, did Chen Luo cheat? He, so light-hearted, accepted several companies worth billions in market value. Does this mean he can earn tens of billions in a year now? Is this even possible? Liu Ming had encountered many influential figures before. He knew of many stories of wealthy individuals rising to power. Each one of them was filled with legendary qualities. But someone like Chen Luo, rising so swiftly, was truly a first for Liu Ming. At the same time, he felt a hint of excitement. I really didn't misjudge him. Although I don't understand what exactly happened within the major families in the southern city, trouble strikes in the morning, and there is no company left in the evening. Liu Ming suddenly seemed to understand something. Qin Luoli, Li Yao, Ji Sijia, and the others, after some contemplation, also seemed to grasp the reasons behind it. Li Yao, could the bosses of these companies have offered their companies as compensation for Chen Luo's losses? But isn't this compensation too generous? Li Yao spoke up. She thought there was a certain logic to it. It was just too exaggerated. Ji Sijia shook her head. No, I don't think those people were being charitable. They must have encountered bigger troubles, or if they didn't hand over their companies to Chen Luo, their situation might have been even worse. Ji Sijia's words were acknowledged by the others. Qin Luoli, Chen Luo's background may be even scarier than we imagined. Qin Luoli had calmed down by now, but there was still a trace of seriousness in her eyes. Ji Sijia didn't make the connection to the middle-aged man she had seen. In reality, she couldn't quite piece together the logic in all this. Just causing trouble in Chen Luo's company wouldn't have resulted in them giving away their own companies, right? Who would be willing to accept such punishment? And besides, how did Chen Luo manage to make them agree to these terms? Ji Sijia was becoming more curious about Chen Luo. Naturally, the several incidents involving the Li family, Sun family, and Zhang family, in addition to the chaos at Chen Luo's company, had left quite an impression on the daughters and sons of the upper societal circles of the city. At this moment, their astonishment towards Chen Luo was overwhelming. And just then, Chen Luo made his entrance. When he appeared in their line of sight, Liu Ming was the first to stand up and say, "Chen Xiao, you finally arrived. We were so hungry waiting for you." Ji Sijia, Qin Luoli, Li Yao, and the others also stood up one after another. The gazes of the women towards Chen Luo were filled with fervor. This was because they had just learned of this groundbreaking news. In just a single day, Chen Luo had changed. Previously, he was just the head of Luo Group. But now, under Chen Luo's umbrella were several major companies, making tens of billions in a year. Such a level of wealth would make anyone outstanding in the entire Dragon Nation. Given the status of Qin Luoli, Li Yao, Liu Ming, and the others, they had to be somewhat cautious and respectful towards Chen Luo. Even their more esteemed elder counterparts might not have earned as much in a year as Chen Luo. However, Chen Luo didn't put on airs. Today's events were also largely thanks to Liu Ming and the others supporting him. Chen Luo chuckled, "You all didn't have to wait for me. You could have started eating." He naturally took the main seat. Beside him, Du Qingku and Leng Xiaoyan each took a seat. Liu Ming, Wu Rong, and others were left somewhat dumbfounded. They were used to seeing wealthy individuals with attractive secretaries, but the likes of Du Qingku and Leng Xiaoyan, such elegant beauties, were a rarity. Even Liu Ming, a second-generation wealthy individual, found it rare. He thought these two women's looks could rival the super beauties such as Qin Luoli and Li Yao. The fact that such beauties were willing to be secretaries for Chen Luo was surprising. But then Liu Ming thought about it. Chen Luo had just become the new boss of several major companies. He was not an unknown figure. Liu Ming considered this as reasonable. After the meal ended, Liu Ming, Qin Luoli, and the others were satiated. Liu Ming invited Chen Luo to collaborate on making a movie in the future. Chen Luo agreed and mentioned they could discuss it in detail later. This thrilled Liu Ming. He raised his glass to Chen Luo and said, "I'll wait patiently for your news, Chen Xiao. I believe with your skills, you can create a box office hit. Maybe even overturn those well-known movie companies." Liu Ming's eyes seemed to glint with determination as he spoke. Chen Luo merely smiled and tacitly consented. After all, his goal was to become the #1 film production company in the country and perhaps globally. Hearing this conversation, Qin Luoli also expressed her hope that Chen Luo would come to her for investment. "I already have a substantial amount of capital ready to invest in you," Qin Luoli stated. Chen Luo agreed to this proposal. If news of this collaboration were to spread, there would be many bosses left dumbfounded. Raising investments requires a great deal of effort. Mingling with investors, playing sports, singing karaoke, organizing lively events, all these are trivial matters. But unfortunate is the fact that this process often involves quite a bit of anguish. However, it was necessary as one needed to convince others to part with their money. As normal as this was for the investment world, it was amusing to see Qin Luoli, the investor, seemingly humbling herself before Chen Luo. Nonetheless, Qin Luoli had great faith in Chen Luo. She knew that investing in Chen Luo's company was a secure venture that would yield profits. Qin Luoli trusted her instincts. As for Li Yao, at the moment, there wasn't much cooperation to discuss with Chen Luo. The Li Yao family was in the mobile phone business, an area Chen Luo's company had not yet expanded into. Nevertheless, the two conversed briefly. Chen Luo's mind was now filled with more information. In the world of this novel, there were also several mobile phone manufacturers, such as the Honglian phone from the Li Yao family, the Phantom phone from the Zhou family in the Upper City, and the Pegasus Group in the Dragon City. These were some of the most common phone manufacturers in the novel's world. Chen Luo didn't have much information about the mobile phone industry at the moment. However, he knew that in the original story, these phone manufacturers emerged later on. By then, Yifeng's wealth had skyrocketed to over $1 billion. That's when he began investing in the high-cost mobile phone industry. Hence, it was normal for Chen Luo's understanding of the scenario to be limited, considering this context. After the dinner with his companions, Liu Ming and Qin Luoli expressed their intention to return to the Upper City. Li Yao planned to continue enjoying her time in the Southern City. They also inquired with Chen Luo about the situation between the major families in the Southern City. Liu Ming asked, "Hey, Chen Luo, can you tell me how you manage this? How did those big bosses willingly hand over their companies to you? Are they now your employees?" Liu Ming's curiosity was evident. However, when he raised this question, Qin Luoli, Li Yao, Ji Sijia, and others felt equally intrigued. Together, they turned their gaze towards Chen Luo. Unfortunately, Chen Luo just smiled and said, "It's nothing, just a minor matter." Naturally, Chen Luo wouldn't publicize such matters. Since Chen Luo didn't elaborate, Liu Ming, Qin Luoli, and the others didn't press further. But within, their opinions of Chen Luo had significantly changed. A minor matter. This Chen Xiao is truly remarkable, achieving such a feat and calling it minor. On their way back, Liu Ming was filled with emotion. Beside him, Huangbao Wurong couldn't contain his astonishment and expressed his feelings openly. "Young master, I feel that Chen Luo is really extraordinary. If we stick with him, perhaps we might reach a high position." Wurong seemed very excited at this prospect. It was quite natural, considering they had met such a talented young master. With future collaborations on the horizon, even Liu Ming's face reflected excitement. He couldn't help but exclaim, "That's right. In the future, Chen Luo will be my big brother. Whatever Chen Xiao asks of me, I'll do it." To see their young master integrate himself so comfortably into a subordinate position under Chen Luo was quite surprising for Wurong. Yet it also deepened his understanding of Chen Luo's level of brilliance. At the Shenxiao Grand Restaurant, Li Yao and Qin Luoli swiftly departed, leaving only Chen Luo, Leng Xiaoyan, Du Qingku, and Ji Sijia behind. Ji Sijia didn't inquire further about the situation between the major families in the southern city. Instead, she asked, "Chen Luo, have you followed up on the games you said you wanted to collaborate with our company on?" Previously, Ji Sijia had gone to Chen Luo's company with Waniana to investigate the game Dark Mythology, Monkey King. Chen Luo later mentioned to Ji Sijia his intention to collaborate with her game company to develop more games. Upon hearing Ji Sijia's query, Chen Luo smiled and handed over some materials to her. "Of course, Miss Ji, the games I want to collaborate with you on are these. I've already sorted them out. If you find no issues later on, we can sign a contract and begin our collaboration." Ji Sijia was internally thrilled. She perused the list and saw subway parkour, skiing adventure, defending carrots, Plants vs. Zombies, among others. Based on her years as a game company CEO, Ji Sijia could tell that these games were undoubtedly excellent choices. Chen Luo then said, "So, Miss Ji, feel free to consider it further once you're back." Chen Luo smiled, ready to depart. But Ji Sijia suddenly looked up and stated, "No need to consider further, Chen Luo. I can tell you now that I'm willing to collaborate with you." Ji Sijia's sincerity was palpable. She had a deep trust in Chen Luo's capabilities at this point. Chen Luo, in turn, smiled and remarked, "Then let's sign the contract directly." Chen Luo didn't decline. The two of them straightforwardly signed the contract. The collaboration with Ji Sijia was meant to leverage her company's capabilities. Even though Chen Luo's company was brimming with creativity in the gaming realm, there was a shortage of manpower. While the world in the novel boasted a range of talents, Chen Luo was still looking for female leads in particular. And even if he were to recruit locals, it would be challenging to find a significant number of suitable talents in a short time. Ji Sijia, on the other hand, was different. Her team had already developed many excellent games in the past. Joining forces with her meant that Chen Luo's game production pace would accelerate significantly. Otherwise, it would depend on Chen Wanting, Chen Ruoxu, and others to code and test out bugs. Chen Luo was planning to expand fast in the upcoming period. Collaborating and progressing together with others was essential. Additionally, the Sedan group headed by Ji Sijia was a target for acquisition by Chen Luo. As Chen Luo and Ji Sijia finalized their collaboration, on the upper city, Dongya was quietly working. She still trusted Yifeng amidst the recent events in the southern city. As for Yifeng, he was in a troubling state after being beaten and hospitalized by Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu. Alone in the hospital room, Yifeng sat on the bed. His face was dark, devoid of its usual liveliness. This time, even the female leads who formerly adored Yifeng, such as Zheng Linglong and Hua Xiaodi, were nowhere to be seen. Yifeng had been deserted all by himself. Why? How did it come to this? Aren't I the destined male lead? I have a system, so why am I in such a sorry state? It's all Chen Luo's fault. He's just a weak and insignificant antagonist who once knelt beneath me. Why does he have the audacity? Why? Yi Feng's eyes were bloodshot as he suddenly roared in anger. The passing nurse was taken aback by his outburst. After a long while, Yi Feng calmed down somewhat. I need to make a change. If I continue like this, I won't even get a single female lead. Yi Feng considered women like Fen Muyao, Fen Muxuan, Du Qingku, Li Hongxia, Dongya. Hehe, you all are mine, just wait for it. Yi Feng seemed to be descending into madness. Chapter 347, Distribution of the Remaining Forces in Nanchang. The Lu family's choice. Revision. For Yi Feng, this blow was truly immense. The strong sense of disparity made it completely unacceptable for him to face this reality. Though, if Yi Feng were to focus on conquering a female lead, he would certainly have a high probability of success. For example, Cheng Linglong, Luo Weina, and Hua Xiaodi. These girls were all very beautiful. But as the male lead in the harem genre, Yi Feng could not agree to having only one woman for himself. His goal was to have them all. In addition, in his eyes, this Chen Luo was just a small antagonist. He should be someone easily countered. Yi Feng was very dissatisfied. After his anger subsided, Yi Feng finally calmed down. He took a few deep breaths and then began to analyze. This Chen Luo should have utilized his background. I heard from Sister Yao Yue before that there are people behind Chen Luo. Damn, just borrowing someone else's power. What's so arrogant about that? These Jia, Chen Luoli, and others are really foolish. Chen Luo himself is a waste. How could he achieve what he has now without the help of others? Why invest in such a waste? You actually choose to collaborate with him? Haha, just wait. You will regret it. The jealousy in Yi Feng's heart had completely erupted. He had seen Qin Luoli, Li Yao, and others in the Luke Cloud group. Without a doubt, as soon as Yi Feng saw them, he was certain. These beautiful women were definitely also on the system's conquest list. Yi Feng went back and checked immediately, and sure enough, saw the figures of Qin Luoli, Li Yao, and a few others. However, for Yi Feng, these beautiful women were far from the time when he could start conquering them. As a result, has Chen Luo already contacted them in advance? This made Yi Feng very anxious. Fortunately, I still have Sister Dongya, Sister Yao Yue. I still have a chance. The Zhang family, the Sun family, I probably shouldn't stay there. I wonder what will happen to those people. Yi Feng was clear. He previously called to foment discord among Sun Kaiyongling, Zhang Qianshan, and others, definitely making Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiwo, and others remember him with hatred. Also, he had seen Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiwo in Chen Luo's company. They had agreed to sign that unreasonable overlord contract with Chen Luo, agreeing to compensate him for tefamlas each year with 10% profit for 3 years. Yi Feng was just getting infuriated, even thinking about it. HMPH, my current priority is to rise quickly. Hua Xiaodi, Cheng Linglong, they have already been basically conquered. I can't squeeze much out of them. Sister Yao Yue, Sister Yuhan, it feels like they'll have problems sooner or later. Chen Luo is already starting to contact new female leads, deliberately or not. I have to surpass him before anyone else. Originally Yi Feng's setting was brainless, but after so many setbacks, Yi Feng had also grown. He was well aware of where his problems lay. That was, he was still too weak. Although he had the system by his side, and compared to ordinary people, Yi Feng was already outstanding. Being able to play games on his own in his first year at university, earning hundreds of thousands of dollars, and having so many beautiful women admiring him. However, compared to Chen Luo, Yi Feng's shining glow seemed rather dull. In the Luke Cloud group, Chen Luo's office, Du Qingku was dressed very sensually that day. White shirt, black hip-hugging skirt, sensuous black stockings, paired with black high heels. This outfit exuded an aura of professionalism and female empowerment. If it were any other guy, seeing Du Qingku dressed like this would have definitely left an impression. But Chen Luo remained indifferent throughout. This made Du Qingku feel a bit disappointed. She dressed like this for Chen Luo to see. Boss is really difficult to impress. Since becoming more familiar with Chen Luo, Du Qingku's attempts to seduce him gradually became more natural. One could even say that she flirted with Chen Luo from time to time. For example, deliberately dropping her pen on the floor and bending over in front of Chen Luo, showing off her perfect body to him, or directly stretching in front of Chen Luo. But every time Du Qingku did this, and then sneaked a glance at Chen Luo, she found that he remained calm in his seat. His attention didn't waver, seeming uninterested in her at all. This guy, is he really an unyielding straight man? Du Qingku always felt a bit frustrated. Honestly, Du Qingku was thankful to Chen Luo. With her current feelings for him, as long as Chen Luo said a word, Du Qingku would willingly come forward. She could make Chen Luo feel extremely satisfied without him needing to order her. Even if Chen Luo were to have other girls afterwards, Du Qingku wouldn't mind. Because she was one of the female leads. Of course, she wouldn't mind. However, Du Qingku also knew that Chen Luo wouldn't do such a thing. Perhaps this is also why I like the boss so much. Seeing her attempts to seduce Chen Luo fail again, Du Qingku didn't mind. She had gotten used to it. And Chen Luo naturally saw Du Qingku's deliberate gestures. Had to admit, Du Qingku was indeed a mesmerizing woman. This was one of the benefits of the novel world. These female leads were all perfect, like walking out of a painting. Chen Luo, Qingku, tell me about the commercial association in South City. Chen Luo asked. He had called Du Qingku this time to inquire about this. Upon hearing this, Du Qingku immediately spoke seriously. Boss, in our South City, aside from the 5 major families, there are many forces that also cannot be underestimated. Du Qingku had already learned about it. Chen Luo had been invited by Li Chongchu to attend the upcoming commercial association banquet in South City. She had been to that banquet once before with her grandfather. Honestly, those big figures all made Du Qingku feel suffocated. Many people who seemed ordinary actually had assets worth tens of billions. They were the big shots in the South City business world. At that time, Du Qingku could only observe quietly from the corner. Even though her grandfather introduced her to other big shots, Du Qingku didn't gain much from it. In fact, companies like Yao Yu's New Yao game and Hao Yuhan's Light Whisper game were the standards for attending such events. However, they were merely small potatoes there with no real influence. For example, the Lu family in the north of South City, although not listed among the 5 major families, it has had many dealings with the Wang family in the upper city in recent years. The Lu family's income is also steadily rising. Perhaps in another 3 to 5 years, the Lu family might have a chance to ascend to the ranks of the 5 major families. Of course, it's probably too late now. After Du Qingku finished speaking, she felt strange. She already knew that the Sun family, the Li family, and the Zhang family had been brought under Chen Luo's control. But every time she thought about it, Du Qingku found it incredible. For Du Qingku, the fact that Chen Luo had struck down the Then family and supported their Du family was already quite impressive. But not long after that, Chen Luo had also conquered the other 3 families. And now, Then Muyao, Then Muxuan, the 2 daughters of the Then family, were working under Chen Luo. The Du family had also received a majority of the Then family's resources. Indeed, the Then family had become an easy target for Chen Luo. In addition to the Lu family, the Yan family in the south is also showing signs of rising. This generation of the Yan family has produced many successful young people. Among them, 2 are doing business on their own and are now earning several billion annually. They can be considered successful entrepreneurs. Another one has entered the entertainment industry and is now a popular movie star. There's also a girl who seems to have caught the eye of the son of the Qian family in the upper city. The 2 families have already tied the knot, and with this relationship with the Qian family in the upper city, the Lu family has been quite active in the South City business district recently. In addition, there are the Xiao family in the east and the Shu family in the west. Du Qingku informed Chen Luo of what she knew. Chen Luo nodded slightly upon hearing this. These things were not much in his mind, but when Du Qingku mentioned them now, the relevant information immediately surfaced. This was because in the original, Yifeng did not bring all major families together. Although in the original work, Yifeng managed to bring down Li Hongxia, Then Muyao, and others, leading the Li family and the Then family, it did not specify the confrontation with the other families in South City. But for Chen Luo, who wanted to become the president of the South City Commercial Association, it was certain that he would have to deal with other families. Chen Luo was not very familiar with these families like the Lu family, the Yin family, the Shu family, and the Xiao family. But he knew that if he wanted to become the president of the South City Commercial Association, it probably wouldn't be that simple. Furthermore, in Chen Luo's mind, there was also information about the future female leads to appear. According to the book, in the sophomore year, there would be several transfer students arriving at South City University. These people were from the upper city, even from Dragon City, female leads. Naturally, they would start getting entangled with Yi Feng right away. As for the Lu family, the Yin family, there weren't any female leads inside, but there were certainly beauty misses. After learning all this, Chen Luo inquired about the current situation of the company. Then he let Du Qinghu retire and take care of her own things. The development of the Lu Cloud Group is going smoothly now, and the next step is to consider expansion. The momentum is very good. Chen Luo stood by the huge French window, overlooking the face of South City. He was very satisfied with himself. Within the Lu Cloud Group, the cooperation with Ji Sijia was quickly finalized. Chen Ruoxu, Chen Wanting, and the others were directly dispatched by Chen Luo. They were going on a business trip to Ji Sijia's Sadian company to help with the development of new games. With the help of Ji Sijia's company's many employees, Chen Luo believed that these tasks could be completed easily. After these small games were developed, Chen Luo also planned to start implementing his ambitions in earnest. Afterwards, he wanted to develop online games. In addition to Dark Myth, Wukong, there were also League of Legends, King of Glory, Genshin Impact, etc. But starting these games wouldn't be so simple. Chen Luo also knew that in this urban evil young master novel world, there were quite a few powerful game companies. Chen Luo wanted to rise to prominence, but inevitably would have to face suppression. Among these powerful game companies, there were some that even Lin Yun's noble status may not be able to help much. The road ahead will only get more difficult. Wanting to expand an industry was naturally not easy. However, Chen Luo had long been prepared to face all difficulties. As time flew by, a few days passed. The Zhang family, the Sun family, the Li family were gradually calming down. The internal unrest in the three major families had also temporarily subsided. But for them, there were still many voices of disapproval within the families. At first there was enthusiasm, or perhaps expectations. But as time passed, many people within the families couldn't accept that they had inexplicably turned into employees, from sharing the profits to receiving a fixed salary. How could such large industrial assets be handed over to others? How could they accept it? However, Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiyu, and others were very steadfast. They had already witnessed Chen Luo's methods, not to mention Chen Luo's noble background. Although Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiyu understood. The reason noble persons were willing to help was because of Chen Luo's red-haired girlfriend. After all, Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiyu, and Li Changchu all had a high opinion of Chen Luo. They were confident that even without the help of the nobles, Chen Luo's future achievements would be extraordinary. The news of the three major families being brought under Chen Luo's control had also been gradually spreading these days. Chen Luoli's news was very well informed. Other forces in the South City Business District had also received wind of it. In the Lu family's mansion in South City, at this moment, several people were sitting cross-legged on their legs with their arms resting on their knees. The leader was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 50s. He was Lu Hanhai, the head of the Lu family. The others beside him were top executives of the Lu family. Lu Peng, big brother, have you heard? It seems that the brat from the Chen family has been making quite a name for himself recently. They say he has taken over the Sun family, the Zhang family, and the Li family. As Lu Hanhai's side, Lu Peng, spoke, Lu Xinglan immediately sneered. What kind of guy is the young master of the Chen family? Don't we already know? That kind of waste, being able to do something so exaggerated. Brother 2, where did you hear this from? Third sister, this news of mine is reliable. There are so many people within the three major families, there's no way to keep it a secret. It is said that the three family heads, Sun Menjing, Zhang Qiyu, and Li Changchu, now only earn a few million a year, which is simply laughable. And this too. Are they stupid? After running their own industry for so long, they are just handing it over like that. Isn't that just pure idiocy? Lu Gaoming was puzzled. Yeah, that's what I think too. I really don't understand how these people can hand over their industries so easily, but with this, there may no longer be the 5 major families in South City in the future, then our Lu family. Maybe we'll have a chance, huh? Lu Peng raised an eyebrow, seeming somewhat excited. The title of the 5 major families might not mean much to ordinary people, but in the South City Business District and the surrounding cities, it was a great honor. Acquiring this title could boost their reputation and be beneficial for doing business. This was also the goal that their Lu family was striving for. However, at this moment, Lu Hanhai, the head of the family, opened his eyes and said, "This matter is not so simple. Everyone, don't be hasty. Listen to me carefully. Lu Hanhai's words immediately attracted the attention of the other Lu family executives. Chapter 348. Chen Luo's new enemy appears. Angia's contempt. Revised within the Lu family. Lu Hanhai had a confident look on his face as he calmly said, "Everyone, based on the reliable information I've gathered, this Chen Luo is not simple at all. He has support from other forces behind him." Lu Peng asked curiously, "What forces are supporting him?" Lu Hanhai replied, "I'm not clear on that yet, but one thing's for sure, the force behind this kid is definitely extraordinary. Otherwise, the 3 major families would never directly hand over their family business to Chen Luo." Lu Gaoming exclaimed, "Is such a thing even possible?" Lu Xinglan chuckled, "Haha, so this kid is just a pawn after all." Despite Lu Xinglan's disdainful tone, Lu Peng couldn't help but laugh and ask, "Hey, little sister, what do you mean by that?" Lu Xinglan explained, "Do you think this Chen Luo has the ability to earn recognition from other forces? In my opinion, the 3 major families are not submitting to Chen Luo, but to the force behind him. Chen Luo is just a pawn pushed forward by that force." Lu Peng immediately laughed upon hearing this. "Ha ha, little sister. I love hearing you say that. That useless young master truly doesn't have the capability for such things." Lu Gaoming added, "However, I heard that at the upcoming South City Chamber of Commerce meeting, this Chen Luo plans to run for the position of chairman." Lu Gaoming suddenly revealed another piece of information, causing even Lu Hanhai to pause. Lu Hanhai questioned, "Younger brother, what did you say? Is this information true?" Lu Gaoming confirmed, "Yes, the information is reliable, big brother. A friend of mine in the Li family informed me that the Li, Sun, and Zhang families will fully support Chen Luo to take that position." Lu Hanhai snorted, "HMPH, this is outrageous. How can a brat under 20 years old have the qualifications to become the chairman of our South City Chamber of Commerce? Does he deserve it?" Even his father, Chen Tian, is not convinced. Hearing this news, Lu Hanhai, who had previously been somewhat interested in Chen Luo, couldn't sit still. The Lu family had ambitions. Their first step was to join the ranks of the 5 major families. And the second step was for Lu Hanhai to become the chairman of the South City Chamber of Commerce. Although it would be challenging, Lu Hanhai was quite confident, because the Lu family now had a very close relationship with the Wang family in the upper city, mainly because Lu Hanhai had formed a close bond with a high-ranking member of the Wang family by offering his daughter to him. The high-ranking member was very satisfied with her, so he provided more resources to the Wang family. Lu Hanhai was also very good at enduring silently. In recent years, the Lu family had made significant progress. However, publicly, the Lu family was still considered a second-rate force in South City. Even though some people had noticed the Lu family's development in recent years, their stability had made them relax their guard. Originally, the position of chairman of the South City Chamber of Commerce was vacant, and Lu Hanhai didn't care at all when Chen Luo wanted to join the South City business circle. He would even welcome it politely. But now, if Chen Luo wanted to compete for this position, Lu Hanhai would be the first to object. Apart from the Lu family, the An family in South City also had many people gathered for a meeting. Many people in the An family were interested in the recent events in South City. Anji's remarked, "I heard that the Chen family young master named Chen Luo has been very active in our South City recently." Anji's was considered one of the outstanding young members of the An family in this generation. He had ventured out to do business on his own and was now earning billions annually. At his age, achieving such success could be considered exceptional. Anzihu added, "I also heard that he had been doing business in Shenzhen, but unexpectedly returned to South City and stirred up quite a storm. It seems that 3 of the 5 major families have joined forces with Chen Luo. Zihu was another young member. Although they were all young, their achievements allowed them the privilege of speaking freely in this meeting. Even the patriarch of the Yin family, Hao Hong, paid special attention to these two young men. Most of the other younger members of the Yin family were unremarkable. Even if they had the opportunity to attend the meeting, they would only have a listening role. Unwaner interjected, "This news is indeed surprising. I remember that Chen Luo was just a dandy young master, right? How did he become so powerful in such a short time?" Unwaner was the only big star in the Yin family who had entered the entertainment industry early on. With the financial resources of the Yin family and her own talents, she had established herself in the entertainment industry. She was now as famous as other young stars like Kong Miaoyi and Zhao Lingxi, known among the younger generation of female celebrities. Her notable works included The Story of the Golden Generation, Urban Beauty, and Beautiful Girl. These TV dramas had all been hits during prime time. Unwaner played the lead role in them, and her fame was quite significant. In terms of income, Unwaner was not as successful as her two brothers who had successfully started businesses. However, her future prospects were also promising. Unji's commented, "He's just a mere pawn. Does he even have the ability? I think he just got lucky." Unji's waved his hand, sounding full of contempt. Hearing his elder brother's words, Unzihu also chuckled. "Exactly, that Chen Luo, I always looked down on him. Although he is the young master of the Chen family among the 5 major families, in my eyes, he's just a waste. At his age, I had already earned millions. What about him? He's just an arrogant show-off living off his family's pocket money." Now, after a short time, he can only say, "Some people are lucky fools." Ha ha! The meeting participants from the Yin family immediately began flattering Nji's and Nzihu, adding to their satisfaction. This made Nji's and Nzihu's faces even more gleeful. Hao Hong also thought the same. In his eyes, Chen Luo and his 2 precious grandsons were incomparable. Even though others praised them, Hao Hong didn't stop them. His aging face soon showed a faint smile. Hao Hong casually remarked, "Ha ha, well it's true. I have another piece of news. That is, the brat Chen Luo reportedly intends to vie for the position of chairman of the South City Chamber of Commerce." As soon as Hao Hong said this, the expressions of Nji's and Nzihu changed instantly. Nji's questioned, "What him? Does he deserve it?" Nzihu scoffed, "Ha ha, is this guy really daring to do that? He is delusional. The chairman of the South City Chamber of Commerce, even his own father, isn't qualified for that position. And he, a waste who isn't even as good as me. Why should he?" Nji's and Nzihu were both eyeing the position of chairman of the South City Chamber of Commerce. Even though they were still young, the 2 brothers believed that with 10 or 20 more years of development, their companies might become as big as the Zhang, Sun, and Li families' businesses. They were very confident that after growing and expanding, they might even become the chairman of the South City Chamber of Commerce in the future. By then, the Yin family would definitely have a higher status in South City. Nji said, "Grandfather, did you call us back for this matter?" Nji said with a smile. Hao Hong nodded, "Yes, your grandfather, and even your father are elders. It wouldn't be appropriate for us to pressure Chen Luo, but you 2 aren't much older than him. Letting you give Chen Luo a tough time, so he doesn't act so arrogantly, daring to dream of becoming the chairman of the South City Chamber of Commerce. You 2, go teach him a lesson, make him suffer a bit more. It's also a good opportunity to show off the power of our Yin family." Hao Hong thought that it might be time for the other forces in South City to feel the growth of the Yin family in recent years. Hao Hong was most pleased that Nji's and Nzihu had succeeded. He also believed that his 2 obedient grandsons would achieve even greater accomplishments in the future than their father and him. Nji's assured, "Ha ha, don't worry. Grandfather, we'll take care of this matter." Nzihu added, "Grandfather, you should have told us earlier. I've met Chen Luo before, and that kid dared to be arrogant with me. I remember slapping him directly back then. That idiot didn't even dare to make a sound. Ha ha. This time, I will continue to let him know that he is just a clown in South City. Does he even deserve to eye the position of chairman?" Nzihu laughed loudly. He had indeed confronted Chen Luo in a bar a few years ago. Although this was an extension of the plot in a book, Hao Hong was pleased with their responses. He then said, "Good, good. Grandfather will be waiting for your good news." After that, the South City Chamber of Commerce meeting. You two should represent the Yin family." As soon as Hao Hong finished speaking, suddenly, a woman's voice came from outside. "Grandfather, what about me? Have you forgotten your obedient granddaughter?" When this woman's voice reached them, even Nji's and Nzihu couldn't help but smile. Nji's asked, "Has little sister returned?" Nzihu added, "Ah, isn't this my beloved little sister Siming? I really miss her." "Siming, how are your relations with that Master Chan?" Both brothers were very polite to Siming. Outside the room, a charmingly dressed woman walked in with high heels on. She was young, in her 20s, but exuded a mature charm. This was because her makeup was excessive. Without it, she would probably look quite ordinary. She was Siming, the fourth head of the Yin family, the daughter of King Sheng. After meeting Qian Xiaohua, the second young master of the Qian family, at a bar in the upper city once, the two fell in love. Consequently, the Yin family gained the support of the Qian family, mainly because Qian Xiaohua really liked Siming. They had agreed to get engaged, which propelled Siming, who had previously been insignificant in the family, into the limelight within the family. Nji's and Nzihu treated her kindly. Siming said, "Of course, my relationship with my husband is good. But Grandpa, this time at the South City Chamber of Commerce, could you let me join as well? I can bring Xiaohua along. Together, we will surely make Chen Luo lose face and prevent him from aspiring to become the chairman of the South City Chamber of Commerce." Hao Hong was immediately delighted by Siming's words. He was thrilled that Siming could climb the big tree of the Qian family, thinking that Siming wasn't aware that she was the one being eyed. Chapter 349. The Regret of the Female Leads. The Soaring Popularity of Chen Luo. Revised. Of course, except for these two families. The Xiao family and Shu family in Non-City, as well as other influential figures with power and status, have also heard about the recent events in Non-City. The shocking actions of Chen Luo have left them all in disbelief. Hao Yuhong, Chen Luo, has taken control of the three major families. This is just. Hao Yuhong was dumbfounded. She and Yao Yue did not participate in the matters of the Luo Yun group. However, now they all know the outcome. And this result makes them feel a bit uneasy. Unlike the foolishness of the Lu family and Yin family, the two of them have had real interactions with Chen Luo. Now, Yi Feng has been suppressed to the point of silence. On Chen Luo's side, he has managed to take control of the three major families in an extraordinary manner. For Hao Yuhong and Yao Yue, no matter how they think about it, it seems like Chen Luo is the more impressive one, right? Or rather, he's way too impressive. Yao Yue, we have offended Chen Luo before. Will he ... give us a way out? Although these two had considered betraying Chen Luo before, they never acted on it. Now they feel like they might have missed their chance. The two sisters gathered and saw the worrying in each other's eyes. Hao Yuhong, I also heard that Chen Luo has reached a cooperation agreement with the Sedan Group in the upper city. GC Jia, the boss of the Sedan Group, signed a 5-year contract with Chen Luo. This is a long-term cooperation. Yao Yue, we really misjudged. At this moment, Yao Yue felt a bitter feeling in her heart. Remembering her past love for Yi Feng, she couldn't help but feel like she might have been foolish back then. Yuhong, why did I like Yi Feng so much back then? What's so good about Yi Feng? Now that I think about it, he seems quite average as well. Yao Yu's words made Hao Yuhong also fall into silence, because she was also pondering on this. Even though he may be a handsome and wealthy man, Hao Yuhong, a rich lady worth millions, has no trouble finding someone to match her. Yi Feng does have some good qualities, but is he really worth all the admiration they had for him? Especially now that they've seen Chen Luo in a new light, the two of them can both tell that Chen Luo is truly remarkable. Taking control of the three major families, Chen Luo's annual income must be in the tens of billions. In a few years, he will become a super wealthy man. In Yao Yu's eyes, having a net worth of tens of billions is already extremely wealthy. Although Yao Yu's own net worth has also surpassed $1 billion, the liquid cash on her might not even reach 9 digits. Just a few million, which includes her properties, cars, and other assets, to reach $1 billion. Therefore, Chen Luo's current income, even for Yao Yue, is beyond imagination. And she knows all too well how difficult it is to increase income as you go higher. Starting a business and going from an annual income of 10,000 to 20,000 is relatively easy. Increasing from $1 million to $2 million is possible. But trying to go from 10 million to 20 million is considerably harder. And going from $1 billion to $2 billion is an extremely difficult task. Not to mention going from 10 billion to 20 billion. People like Chen Luo, who have skyrocketed to the top and become the heads of 3 major corporations, are truly rare in non-city and even in the entire country. Though, if we must say, Chen Luo's achievements are not the most incredible. There are several domestic top entrepreneurs who have invested several million or even billions and have multiplied their returns several times, even hundreds of times, in just a few years. There are also geniuses abroad who have invested millions or billions and eventually returned tens of billions. Examples like these do exist. But these people are standing at the top of the pyramid as world-class entrepreneurs. They have a place on the global wealth rankings. Chen Luo, on the other hand, is just a first-year college student. For someone his age to achieve such success is truly exceptional. Yao Yu's words also made Hao Yuhong feel a bit troubled. However, she quickly said, "Don't worry too much, Yao Yue. Perhaps we still have a chance, who knows? Think about it, the two of us are not ordinary people. If we go to Chen Luo now, show our sincerity, and apologize to him, maybe he will give us another chance." Hao Yuhong's words slightly eased Yao Yu's mood. She nodded, "Yes, in both our companies, there are many talented employees. Perhaps Chen Luo really needs us. Plus, I heard that Chen Luo seems to be running for the position of chairman of our non-city Chamber of Commerce. If he succeeds, he will truly be the top figure in the non-city business circle. This status is extraordinary. Becoming the chairman of the non-city Chamber of Commerce, although not an official organization, holds significant influence in the private sector. Once Chen Luo takes up this position, his voice will carry weight. Even dealing with some high-level officials would be a breeze. So we really need to maintain a good relationship with Chen Luo. This also affects the future fate of both our companies. Indeed, the non-city business circle also has its circle culture. If Chen Luo becomes the chairman of the non-city Chamber of Commerce, just a word from him could make a small business struggle. Those large forces may not be easily intimidated, but companies like Yao Yu's and Hao Yuhong's, which are neither big nor small, dare not offend the chairman of the non-city Chamber of Commerce. Yao Yue, after this, the two of us should go and apologize to Chen Luo together. I believe that Chen Luo will forgive us." Yao Yue smiled. When she said this, she also thought about her own attractiveness. In comparison, the two of them are top-tier beauties. Yao Yue is quite confident about it. She believes that as long as they are sincere, Chen Luo will give them some face, right? However, at this moment, Yao Yu's phone suddenly rang. She glanced at it and saw that it was Dongya calling. Deep down, Yao Yue felt a bit guilty. She hasn't forgotten that she and Yifeng went to the upper city together before. Dongya was originally considering cooperating with Chen Luo. However, due to her persuasion, she ended up collaborating with Yifeng. Now, Yifeng has disappeared. Yao Yue wanted to pretend she didn't see it, but she also understood that avoiding it now might cause more trouble later. With Hao Yuhong by her side, not answering the call also didn't seem appropriate. "Hello, Dongya. How come you have time to call me today? Is there something wrong?" Yao Yue immediately put on a sweet smile. But Dongya's tone on the other end was not friendly. "Yao Yue, is something happening in non-city recently?" Upon hearing Dongya's question, Yao Yu's heart sank. However, she forced herself to say, "Nothing's wrong, Dongya. Did you hear something? What did you hear about Chen Luo controlling the 3 major families in non-city and collaborating with the Sedan Group?" Dongya's tone grew more severe. Hao Yuhong may not know what Yao Yue was discussing with Dongya, but she could tell that Dongya was definitely coming to inquire about something. She had also gone with Yifeng to find Dongya before. Even along with Yifeng, they approached Ji Sijia together. But at that time, Ji Sijia had clearly refused Yifeng. Looking back now, Hao Yuhong felt a sudden realization. No wonder she's called the boss of the Sedan Group. Her vision is indeed sharp. Hao Yuhong couldn't help but admire. "Yao Yue, it's true, Dongya, listen to me." Yao Yue knew that she couldn't hide it any longer, so she decided to admit it directly. But unfortunately, before she could explain anything, beep beep beep, Dongya hung up the phone. Yao Yue couldn't help but feel helpless. She knew that her friendship with Dongya might end there. Or rather, they might even become enemies in the future. The bitterness in Yao Yu's heart became even more pronounced. She never imagined that she would offend Chen Luo, a formidable figure. Now Chen Luo, to Yao Yue, is a true powerhouse. He's not someone she can afford to provoke. Upper City. North Science Group. After ending the call, Dongya's eyes were ablaze with anger. She clenched her phone with force with her delicate hands. Damn it! Dongya cursed out loud. She had just received this news not long ago from her friends. At first, Dongya was a bit skeptical. After all, how could Chen Luo achieve such a feat in such a short amount of time? But when her sources confirmed it, along with her inquiries, she realized something big was happening. Dongya immediately called Yi Feng. But Yi Feng didn't pick up. She sent a message, but Yi Feng didn't reply either. This made Dongya's anger rise. She felt that she had been duped by Yi Feng. Damn it! In the beginning, I intended to cooperate with Chen Luo. If it wasn't for Yi Feng and Yao Yue, I wouldn't have made such a foolish decision. Dongya has also learned that Chen Luo not only took control of the three major families, but he has also begun collaborating with some families in the Upper City and Deep City. Families like the Liu family and the Qin family in the Upper City, whom Dongya is very familiar with. They are powerful forces in the Upper City. Even Dongya, when facing the high-ranking members of these families, had to be respectful. She couldn't imagine that Chen Luo had connections with them as well. Dongya realized that if she had firmly decided to cooperate with Chen Luo from the beginning, her North Science Group might have seen a revival by now. After all, someone as impressive as Chen Luo showing interest in collaborating with their North Science Group was a rare occurrence. At this moment, Dongya finally understood why Jia had chosen Chen Luo so decisively. In Dongya's eyes, Chen Luo was just far superior to Yi Feng. Was I out of my mind before? Or was I bewitched by Yi Feng? This guy is indeed a star. Dongya truly felt frustrated. She didn't think she could be so foolish as to not distinguish between Chen Luo and Yi Feng, who was more capable. But the fact remains that she had made a foolish choice by following Yi Feng. Now that Yi Feng was ignoring her, Dongya could only calm down and think rationally. Perhaps, if I go and apologize to Chen Luo, everything might still have a chance. Dongya thought this through and decided to go to Nan City to apologize to Chen Luo as soon as possible. Inside the Luo Yun Group, Chen Luo's company was flourishing. Currently, there are about 70 employees in Chen Luo's company. Excluding the female leads and the indigenous dwellers in the novel world, there are over 50 people. If we include the physical stores like Mexi Time, there are even more under Chen Luo's command. Chen Luo was contemplating the expansion plans. The 50 Mexi Time branches had already opened and were doing well, gradually gaining popularity in Nan City. In some bustling areas, they were always filled with people. Then Muyao, the general manager of the main store, was managing things very efficiently. Chen Luo planned to continue expanding, aiming to have 100 branches next. Simultaneously, he was looking to attract more investment partners. Chen Luo had money of his own and could invest, but his funds needed to be diversified. Therefore, continuing to attract investments was a suitable option. Following this model, Chen Luo would soon earn quite a fortune. As for the gaming department in Luo Yun Group, they had temporarily moved to the North Science Group in the Upper City to cooperate with Jia, handled by Chen Ruoxu, Chen Went, and others. On the film side, the filming of the movie Claw Crane that Chen Luo was preparing was coming to an end. Chen Luo had also decided on a movie collaboration with Liu Ming. It was bound to be another film that would shake the world of the urban evil youngster novel. As for TV series, Story of Yangtze Palace and People's Fate, the directors Lin Yun had found for these were working on them. Chen Luo had reviewed them, and now they were under the responsibility of Du Qingku. In the music department, Xia Qingyu, Zhang Xiaoyu, Wang Zikai, and others had started participating in various variety shows to increase their popularity. They had even appeared on talent shows. Currently, they were seen as a group of new artists introduced by Luo Yun Group. Of course, the new introduction of artists by Chen Luo also drew the attention of many entertainment companies. They immediately set their eyes on the entertainment company called Chongkong. Naturally, Chongkong was the name of the department responsible for music in Luo Yun Group. Additionally, News of Chen Luo setting up a company had long spread within Non-City University. The students of Non-City University were aware of their schoolmate Chen Luo, who not only sang and wrote songs, but had now become a big boss. Many of the students in the university had already known that their school's young master, Chen Luo, was not just talented in music. Nonetheless, they were amazed at the transformation he had undergone. Upon Chen Luo's return to the school, his popularity was skyrocketing. P.S. Dear readers, I'm back. Today is November 10th, and I have already revised chapters 347, 348, and 349. They are now all in proper order. If you haven't read them yet, you can go check them out. If you feel the storyline is not smooth, you can catch up from chapters 345 and 346. Starting tomorrow, November 11th, the author will resume regular updates. From then on, just like before, there will be continuous updates until the completion of the novel. Dear readers, you can rest assured that this book will definitely not be abandoned. But I still hope that readers can continue to support the author, as always. Honestly, the author did not achieve perfect attendance last month, missing out on over 1,000 yuan, and it looks like the same for this month. But it's inevitable given the health issues. So I hope that all readers can give the author more reminders and support, and send some free gifts, allowing the author to quickly regain the popularity before the hiatus. Please make sure to catch up to the latest chapters. Prior to the hiatus, the number of readers following the updates was stable at around 2,000 a day. I hope that after the update resumes, it can be maintained at this level or higher. I kindly ask for more support from all readers. Thank you. Extra note, I also appreciate everyone for the tips you've given me. I didn't expect that I'd get paid almost as much as my royalties today. Read earnings, 87 yuan. Tipping, 60 for yuan. Thank you so much. Asterisk. Heart, tongue, W. Thanks, W asterisk. Asterisk. Chapter 350. Chen Luo is preparing to recruit more female leads. Yifeng's sidekick makes an appearance. I'm back. In the campus of Nanchang University. Wherever Chen Luo goes, a wave is stirred up. Male classmates gaze at him with awe. Female classmates look at him with admiration. Some girls even have eyes that seem to be drawn towards him. Even when he has walked far away, they can't help but turn back and linger. Is that young Master Chen Luo? So handsome. Yes, I heard he is already a big boss now, extremely wealthy. Amazing, right? It seems like he is still a freshman. This is too impressive. How did he manage that? If only I were his girlfriend. I wonder if this young master would be interested in me. A girl with a good figure said with a look of admiration. Beside her, her best friend immediately chuckled. You should give it a try. Maybe you have a chance. But I think, handsome guys with money like him surely have no shortage of women around them. Who knows, he might already have dozens of girlfriends. So what? I don't care. The beauty showed no concern. And her friend couldn't help but nod. Indeed, being so handsome and wealthy, what's wrong with being a minor figure next to him? Of course, there are also some with bolder courage. Approaching and striking a conversation. Hello, can I get to know you? Hello, can I add your contact information? Hello, handsome. Do you have time tonight? I would like to invite you for dinner. When a beauty wearing black stockings, dressed eye-catchingly, stood in front of Chen Luo. Chen Luo once again felt what it was like to be a star. It seems like I need to bring a mask next time I go out, and also bring Wang Zikai, Kong Jia, and 2 others. Chen Luo ignored the invitations from these beauties. Now that the second semester of his freshman year is coming to an end, Nanchang University is about to begin summer vacation. Chen Luo plans to organize a team-building activity for his company during the summer vacation. Also, celebrating the huge achievements of Luo Cloud Group in the past few months. Chen Luo himself has become a big boss. Along with Du Qingku, Leng Xiaoyan, Gu Menyan, who have been working hard for Chen Luo. It's only fair to give them more rewards. Consider it as a 6-month bonus. For Chen Luo, this is his summer vacation. But for many seniors, it's graduation season, time to find jobs. Chen Luo's company is in need of recruiting new talents. He has been planning to hire new employees for a long time. However, finding the right staff is not so easy. Graduation season is the best time to recruit. Nanchang University is a decent school. But Chen Luo is not just focusing on Nanchang University. There are also top domestic universities in Shangcheng, Longcheng, and Shenzhen. Graduates from those institutions are excellent talents. Some of them already have strong professional skills upon graduation. But without work experience, their salaries won't be too high. Of course, Chen Luo's main target is still the remaining female leads. There are also many female leads in other universities, such as Shangcheng University, Dongying University, Shangjing University in Shangcheng, Jining University, Longcheng University in Longcheng, Anwu University in Shenzhen, and so on. In these universities, there are many female leads who will appear in the future plot, including those from society. What Chen Luo currently lacks in the gaming aspect is someone like Yan Xiaxia, a genius programmer who can rank on the hacker list. Although Yan Xiaxia is not considered a top-tier powerhouse, she is definitely among the best in the engineering field. She is young and has great potential. In order to take the company further and develop stronger core technologies, it is essential to recruit truly talented engineers, scientists. Chen Luo knows that among the future female leads, there are some at that level. Those female leads are what Chen Luo needs. As for movies and TV dramas, Chen Luo naturally wants to recruit talents from art schools. Apart from a talent like Zhu Yan, who has brought great success, there are many other female leads who have great potential in acting. Chen Luo remembers Yi Feng in the original story, who helped elevate many female leads. They started as amateurs and with Yi Feng's assistance, became shining female stars. Unfortunately, in the book, these female leads may look glamorous on the outside, but behind the scenes, they are not just Yi Feng's second or third girlfriend anymore. If you really count them, there might be dozens of them. Of course, these female leads are content with their situation. Being Yi Feng's number 3 or number 4 is no big deal for them. As for music, Chen Luo has promoted Xia Qingyu, Zhang Xiaoyu, and others as the first step. He also plans to sign with previous contacts like Liu Qin and Zhang Yuying. When it comes to physical businesses, Chen Luo is willing to invest heavily in promotions. He wants to enhance the rapid development of Misha Time and Hao Delao's physical stores. Investing in streaming and advertising is essential, and celebrity endorsements are the fastest and most cost-effective way. Chen Luo thought for a moment. In the current entertainment industry, there are many popular female stars like Zhang Ruolin, Yang Qing, Lu Zuer, and male stars like Fu Hongkai, Che Xingxian, Chen Hechang. These are not all the stars in the entertainment industry, but they have more scenes in the book. Needless to say, female leads like Zhang Ruolin, Yang Qing, Lu Zuer, etc. have all had entanglements with Yi Feng in the book. They will definitely become one of Yi Feng's beautiful women in the future. And Fu Hongkai, Che Xingxian can be considered Yi Feng's good buddies, male sidekicks. They are a great help to Yi Feng. Chen Luo has also recruited Xiangzong, Zhe Heowen, like his brothers. Now they are working under Chen Luo. Since he wants to surpass Yi Feng, Chen Luo naturally has to suppress all aspects. In addition, contacts like Dongya, Jia are just the beginning. Chen Luo also understands that there are many companies and family forces in Changcheng that have great influence in the gaming field. Those people will surely become Chen Luo's competitors. Chen Luo understands that by then, various intense business battles will be inevitable. Yi Feng was soon discharged from the hospital. He had adjusted his mindset. Don't panic, Yi Feng. You still have a chance. You can turn things around. Yi Feng comforted himself in this way. He felt that what he needed to focus on now was not physical harm, but mental strength. Yi Feng had considered whether he should see a psychiatrist to check if he had a mental illness, but he wouldn't. Because if he did, it would be equivalent to admitting that he had mental problems. Yi Feng knew that as the son of destiny and possessing a system, his mental state was absolutely normal, and his worldview was definitely correct. How could there be a problem? When Yi Feng's mind had such a thought, he didn't realize that his expression had changed. Although he still appeared as a handsome guy, his complexion had taken on a shade of gloom, and his eyes gave off an uncomfortable vibe. Fortunately, these could all be hidden. When the sunlight shone on Yi Feng's shoulders, he couldn't help but close his eyes, basking in the warmth of the sun. In that moment, he seemed to transform back into that spirited son of destiny. Although my income is still not as high as Chen Luo's at the moment, I am no longer a pauper. Last time, compensating Chen Luo's employees with 2 million directly hit Yifeng's savings rock bottom. Luckily, he was able to earn back during these days. The games Yifeng developed are still making money for him. However, due to the fact that Yifeng's remaining employees were scared off by Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu, his games lacked protection and promotion. The heat had dropped significantly. Yifeng's monthly income had dropped to tens of thousands and was still decreasing. Yifeng understood that if he didn't recruit new employees soon, his games would soon cool down. If he hadn't recruited new talents to work on games, he wouldn't be able to make any profits. Yifeng pondered on taking a taxi back to school. It's almost summer vacation, and then I won't have to see that guy, Chen Luo. That will be the perfect time for me to overtake him. Yifeng thought to himself. During the last winter vacation, he had experienced rapid growth. Without the influence of Chen Luo, Yifeng felt that each day he lived was very fulfilling. However, Yifeng also realized that during the last winter vacation, Chen Luo was also growing. Participating in the music variety show, he not only met two beautiful female singers, Su Qian and Chu Mingxuan, but also brought them to school. But Yifeng wasn't too concerned about it. I have a system. Once I get serious, I can surpass that guy, Chen Luo. Yifeng comforted himself this way in his mind. He also promised himself silently. During the summer vacation, he would work hard to make at least 5 million first. With enough capital, Yifeng's rise would only accelerate. Before graduation, I must reach a net worth of 100 million. I really need to work harder. Furthermore, for Yifeng, the most important thing is to accumulate points. With enough points, Yifeng can directly exchange for several new games from the system mall. By then, Yifeng wouldn't have any problems with making money. As Yifeng was about to hail a taxi, suddenly, a Maybach stopped in front of him. The window rolled down, revealing a man he didn't know. The man greeted him warmly. "You must be Yifeng, right?" Yifeng was a bit puzzled and asked, "Who are you?" "My name is Wu Tong, also a student at Nanchang University. I've been following you for a while. The thing is, I want to make a movie on my own recently, and I've heard that your acting skills are quite good. So I came to talk to you. Do you have any interest?" Wu Tong's words left Yifeng taken aback, but he felt an inexplicable affinity towards the man in front of him. In fact, Wu Tong was one of Yifeng's sidekicks in the original story. Coming from a good background, he was able to drive a $1 million Maybach in his junior year. Wu Tong's position was similar to Liu Ming. He was also a very young director. In the original story, with Yifeng's help, Wu Tong eventually became a successful director. And because of his collaboration with Yifeng, Yifeng started to gain some fame in the entertainment industry. "I am interested." Yifeng smiled. Learning about Wu Tong's sudden visit, Yifeng found it surprising, but he quickly accepted it. After all, Yifeng's acting skills were indeed exceptional. And earlier, when he met Meng Shanshan, he had showcased his acting talents. Not just with Meng Shanshan, other female students from the Nanchang University's art department had also seen Yifeng's acting skills. It seemed like Wu Tong had picked up this information from those female students. This is a sudden turn of events. Yifeng pondered as he sat in Wu Tong's Maybach, feeling emotional. He had also come to realize that maybe he couldn't compete with Chen Luo in the gaming field. That guy had influential people behind him and had made a name for himself in the gaming industry. But Yifeng was not one to give up. "I will venture into filmmaking, and then, I don't believe that Chen Luo can compete with me." Yifeng couldn't help but clench his fist, thinking in such a way within his heart. In the luxury car, Wu Tong silently observed Yifeng. Shortly after, he suddenly smiled and said, "I've heard about you. Seems like you and that Chen Luo get along poorly, huh?" Hearing Chen Luo's name, Yifeng's mouth visibly twitched. His voice took on a colder tone. "Yeah, that guy is my nemesis." Yifeng gritted his teeth. Wu Tong looked surprised at Yifeng's reaction, but quickly chuckled and patted Yifeng's shoulder. "Ha ha! You are indeed quite interesting. Don't worry, Chen Luo is just a pampered young master. With me by your side, he won't dare bully you in the future." As Wu Tong said this, Yifeng was shocked. He stared at Wu Tong, baffled. Wu Tong seemed puzzled. "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" "No," Yifeng shook his head. But he understood that this senior student didn't have a clue about the recent events happening in the Nanchang business circle. Yet, it was understandable. Although Wu Tong was also a second generation, he and Chen Luo weren't part of the same circle. In addition, in the book, Wu Tong was considered a righteous male second lead, profoundly upright in his nature. He was solely focused on making good films and held a disdainful attitude towards those pampered young masters. It's worth mentioning that in the original story, Wu Tong also had feelings for a girl he liked, not the female lead but someone like Wang Qing, a supporting female character. Yet, she was beautiful. Her name was Kui Qingyan, a third-year student majoring in performance at Nanchang University. Wu Tong had a soft spot for her. What was surprising was that in the original story, this Kui Qingyan also admired Yi Feng. Unfortunately, she was characterized as a supporting character, so there wasn't any significant relationship with Yi Feng in the end. She ended up choosing Wu Tong. Now, Wu Tong's favor towards the young master Chen Luo seemed quite genuine. According to the book's setting, Wu Tong wouldn't underestimate Chen Luo. After all, Wu Tong was also a second generation and not afraid of powerful forces. Yi Feng, upon realizing Wu Tong's innocence, seemed to contemplate using it to his advantage. Yi Feng didn't inform Wu Tong about Chen Luo's actual strength. Dear readers, the author has officially returned. Let me briefly explain the situation during this period. Initially, the author faced a high fever due to an inflammation from wisdom teeth, thinking it was a bacterial or viral infection. After visiting clinics and hospitals, it was diagnosed as wisdom teeth inflammation. Eventually, the fever subsided. Post-wisdom teeth removal, there was another inflammation and low fever, but thankfully, the situation improved. This concludes the author's health update. Thank you all for your support and encouragement during this time. The story will resume its regular update starting today. Additionally, the author appreciates your support and urges you to continue reading and engaging with the latest chapters. Thank you. Special thanks to the user for their generous donation of 198 RMB. Thank you. Rest assured, this book will not be abandoned with a stable update of 1.5 million words. You can confidently continue reading, and the author guarantees the completion of the story. Chapter 351, Rankings Among Stars. Chen Luo's sincerity. Wu Tong was completely unaware of Yi Feng's concealment as he focused on driving. But soon, he asked, "Brother Yi Feng, speaking of which, do you happen to know any stars in the entertainment industry? If we could get some stars to help out, our movie would surely have more potential." Wu Tong was originally just joking and probing. But unexpectedly, Yi Feng directly said, "I do know a star." Wu Tong was immediately surprised. Who is it? Although Wu Tong's family had some money, and he enjoyed making films himself, they were all minor works, hardly considered famous, let alone having the connections to know stars. Yi Feng continued, "The star I know is called Kong Miaowi. Not sure if you've heard of her." Yi Feng's words brightened Wu Tong's eyes. "You mean Kong Miaowi, the leading actress in the entertainment industry now. Quite popular lately, recently starred in Red Sky." "Of course, I know her. I've seen several of her films. She's quite popular online now." Wu Tong was indeed pleasantly surprised. However, Kong Miaowi was not as popular as he thought. She could be considered somewhat famous, especially among young people, particularly students, mainly because she was young and beautiful. But there was still quite a gap from becoming a top actress, let alone comparing with popular stars and even legendary figures. Stars in the entertainment industry were also different in this novel world than in Chen Luo's original world. There, the classification was simple: first tier, second tier, third tier stars, and even down to the 18th tier. In the novel world of City Evil Young Master, star rankings could generally be divided into rising star, first-class star, somewhat famous second-class star, quite popular third-class star, rising heartthrob, fourth-class star, leading actress fifth-class star, well-known star, sixth-class star, explosive star seventh-class star, world-class star, eighth-class star, and legendary star ninth-class star, etc. Rising stars were newcomers who had just debuted with one or two works, but weren't particularly popular. Somewhat famous stars had a bit of online presence, maybe even some brainless fans, but only fans knew them. Quite popular stars were known to common people. Rising heartthrobs, fourth-tier stars, had high popularity, each new drama discussion drew significant attention. At least, on the surface, they seemed quite popular. The leading actress was generally liked by young people, and even if someone hadn't seen her work, they had definitely heard of her TV shows or movies. Known stars were recognized by people of all ages, even those unrelated to the entertainment world. Explosive stars were essentially national level, known by everyone. World-class stars could become popular overseas, and in the entire Dragon Empire, there were only a few stars at this level. They were the big figures standing at the pinnacle of the entertainment industry, like Chen Long, Yu Shuming, and others. As for legendary stars, they were globally renowned and either deceased or retired to be honored like that. These explosive stars and world-class stars were each wealthy individuals. Their financial strength and social status were not inferior to many capitalists. Even when encountering wealthy bosses worth billions like Sun Menjing and Zhang Qiu, sometimes they had to flatter and compliment them. Those who reached that level were no longer ordinary people. It could be said that they had transformed from stars to capitalists. However, on the whole, Kong Miaoyi basically belonged to the rising heartthrob category as a fourth-class star. With the assistance of a talent agency, she had smoothly appeared in a few works and gained a group of fans online. As for Zhao Lingxi, she was more accomplished, considering her to be at the level of a leading actress. Nevertheless, it was still quite remarkable for an ordinary person to know someone as famous as Kong Miaoyi. With capital flowing, Kong Miaoyi's annual income was in the millions. Unlike Wu Tong's excitement, Yi Feng was rather casual upon hearing this, merely waving his hand. It's quite high, but don't get too excited yet. I don't even know if I can invite her. After all, sometimes she must listen to her agency's arrangements. Yi Feng was actually secretly pleased. It could be considered his moment to show off. Although it wasn't a direct challenge to the villain, it was still surprising to others, which Yi Feng found worth it. However, his words were somewhat modest. Yi Feng thought that based on his relationship with Kong Miaoyi, combined with her being the female lead, there was a high probability that Kong Miaoyi would give him face if he invited her. Wu Tong tactfully responded, "It's all right, if we can even get her to make an appearance, I'd be satisfied." "Hey, it looks like choosing to film with you was the right decision, brother Yi Feng. I believe the two of us can surely make this film great. When we become popular in the future, what do we have to fear from Chen Luo? He's just a useless waste, relying on his family for everything." Wu Tong seemed quite happy with the situation. Upon hearing his words, Yi Feng also felt a sense of excitement in his heart. Yes, if I can become a big star through acting and change my destiny, surely things would take a turn for the better. Yi Feng was completely aware that the current Chen Luo was not as weak as Wu Tong portrayed him to be. However, Yi Feng chose not to reveal it and played along. Wu Tong then dropped Yi Feng back at the school and even took him to meet his crush, Kui Qingyan. Inside a teaching building, Wu Tong introduced, "Brother Yi Feng, this is Kui Qingyan, who will definitely become a big star in the future. She's my goddess, call her senior sister." Yi Feng greeted her, "Hello, senior sister Kui." Yi Feng extended his hand and naturally displayed a sunny smile on his face. Kui Qingyan, upon seeing Wu Tong, initially felt a bit helpless, but when she saw Yi Feng standing beside him, she was momentarily stunned. Although she wasn't in the female lead setting, Kui Qingyan fell into the category of a supporting actress within the righteous faction, hence she started to harbor a favorable impression towards Yi Feng. Kui Qingyan said, "Hello, Yi Feng junior brother." Kui Qingyan blushed slightly and extended her delicate hand to shake hands with Yi Feng. Yi Feng observed Kui Qingyan's reactions. While he maintained a composed demeanor on the outside, internally, he was pleased. Familiar feeling. Yi Feng was quite satisfied with Kui Qingyan's response. However, he could tell that Kui Qingyan wasn't on the list of nameless characters in the system. Furthermore, it was evident that Wu Tong liked the girl, so Yi Feng decided not to compete with him for her. Moreover, Wu Tong, much like the original story, was cheerful and carefree. He didn't notice the unusual behavior exhibited by Kui Qingyan. Even if he did notice, given his character, he would simply offer blessings to Kui Qingyan, hoping for her happiness. He was willing to accommodate her in any way. All right, now that our male and female leads are assembled, Qingyan, do you have time to discuss the script with us? Wu Tong extended the invitation. In reality, he had invited Kui Qingyan before, but she had always found various excuses to decline. The reason was simple. She didn't hold much regard for Wu Tong. According to the original plot, Kui Qingyan had fallen for Yi Feng and realized she had no chance to become one of Yi Feng's many concubines, which is why she reluctantly followed Wu Tong. However, this scenario, Kui Qingyan asked, sure, when? Where? Kui Qingyan couldn't understand why she suddenly felt so fond of this junior named Yi Feng. But instinctively, she wanted to engage in more interactions with him. Wu Tong replied, how about tonight, on the field? I'll start by explaining the script to both of you, distribute the scripts, and invite some other actors. Let's gather and discuss. Summer vacation is approaching, and we'll have plenty of time to film. Kui Qingyan and Yi Feng approved of Wu Tong's proposal. As Yi Feng left the teaching building, his mood was finally starting to settle. Chen Luo, HMPH. Just wait, one day, I will trample you under my feet. Yi Feng gritted his teeth, thinking to himself. Yi Feng here was already planning for a new venture, while Chen Luo was also busy. After establishing the Luo Yun Group and determining the direction for its future development, Chen Luo personally contacted the well-known stars in the entertainment industry. Among the numerous female leads, Kong Miaoyi and Zhao Lingxi had refused Chen Luo. Chen Luo had no intentions of offering them a second chance. Following Din Yan's advice, Chen Luo reached out to Yang Qing. Considering their ranking, Yang Qing's current popularity could easily be classified as a well-known star. She could be termed as a big star. Chen Luo flew to the upper city to contact her. This was his way of showing sincerity. Chen Luo intended to negotiate collaboration with Yang Qing. Liu Xiaoyan accompanied him as well. Yang Qing was associated with the Yangquan Entertainment Company. The company was quite prominent in the industry. Yang Qing herself was the leading actress in the company and belonged to the top-tier stars. The company's president, Wang Jiazi, earned billions annually through the company, making him quite famous in the entertainment industry. He managed a plethora of artists. Yang Qing's personal income had easily exceeded $1 billion in recent years, accumulating significant wealth. Yang Qing was a mid-level star. In Yi Feng's eyes, she was undoubtedly a big star. However, to Chen Luo, Yang Qing was deemed above average. Unfortunately, the storyline hadn't yet reached the later stage where the prominence of the leading female stars was detailed. For now, Yang Qing and Le Zouir were the only confirmed characters. They were both part of the female lead lineup and were expected to have various interactions with Yi Feng in the future. Yet, much to Chen Luo's dismay, Yang Qing turned out to be quite arrogant. Her animosity towards Chen Luo was blatantly clear. Upon discovering that a young master had come to discuss filming with her, Yang Qing immediately displayed a disdainful attitude. She assumed that Chen Luo was proposing a mindless and trivial film to fulfill his personal desires. She even suspected that there might be ulterior motives involved. Despite the Tianying Company's success with movies like Charlotte's Troubles, Shy Iron Fist, and Pineapple City's Richest Man, the company's reputation paled in comparison to others. Yang Qing was unaware that the person asking her for a collaboration was no ordinary individual. Looking at her, Chen Luo had to admit that for someone designated to be the female lead, she was truly stunning. As she sat before him, crossing her legs, her high heels slightly loosened, as though a light shake of her foot could make them slip off. Yang Qing wore a sky blue blouse on top, paired with a white skirt below, exuding a vibrant aura. Her face was delicately shaped with a swan-like neck, fair and flawless complexion, urging people to take a bite. Her impeccable demeanor was reinforced by the fact that the stage presence of Chen Luo's companion, Din Yan, was equally captivating. Otherwise, Chen Luo might have found it challenging to maintain authority. Chen Luo calmly stated, 5 million. Though Yang Qing was taken aback by the figure, her facial expression betrayed disbelief. She was even somewhat infuriated, glaring at her manager Gu Bin, as if to say, "What's the situation now? Why is everyone being introduced to me?" Gu Bin was also visibly embarrassed, aware of the young man's status as a scion of a major corporation. He had genuinely approached Yang Qing for collaboration. Hence, he had scheduled a meeting for both parties. Furthermore, having received an introduction letter from Liu Ming, Gu Bin was well aware of Liu's pedigree as well. Though Liu had recently achieved some success with his films, ascending the upper echelons due to his association with the Liu family prompted everyone, including Yangqing Entertainment CEO, Wang Jiazi, to treat him with deference. However, nobody could foresee that the seemingly sincere young master introduced by Liu would appear somewhat lacking in intelligence. 5 million? Are you joking? Gubin felt a tinge of anger. The situation seemed ludicrous, as though they were being played for fools. Yangqing made her disdain clear. Mr. Chen Luo, 5 million? Are you trying to entertain beggars? Don't you know that my current film fee has already risen to 50 million? 5 million? Do you think I'd agree to such terms? Despite knowing that Chen Luo wasn't an ordinary person, Yangqing was almost ready to show him the door, even if he had offered 50 million. Yangqing intended to review the script and establish a set of requirements before considering his proposal seriously. After receiving his acceptance, she would further deliberate. After all, Yangqing believed that Chen Luo appeared insincere from the get-go. And she wasn't wrong. As soon as he opened his mouth to propose just 500 million, Yangqing felt she was being mocked. Chen Luo, rejected by Yangqing, maintained his composure. Observing Din Yan's delight on the side, he remained positive. She gently squeezed his shoulder and tenderly said, "Boss, don't be upset. Let's move on to the next one." Din Yan now possessed a keen sense of understanding. Her words further lightened Chen Luo's mood. Nodding in agreement, he said, "Let's go." Din Yan promptly rose, gathering her belongings. She had grown accustomed to Chen Luo's unreasonable demands. She knew that regardless of spending a minute without Chen Luo, the abundance they would garner in the future was bound to be substantial. Her employer was indeed extraordinary. Seeing Yangqing's unrelenting rejection of Chen Luo, Din Yan couldn't help but feel more relieved. How fortunate she had been. Chapter 352, The Rejection of Various Female Leads. Chen Luo. Looks like only female villains are more popular. The reason Chen Luo proposed a 5 million fee was not to make things difficult for Yangqing, nor was it out of arrogance. Able to secure Yangqing at 5 million, the reason naturally stemmed from the original work, where Yi Feng signed Yangqing at this price. The specific plot is as follows. Yi Feng wanted to make a movie and approached Yangqing, whom he had recently acquainted with. Yi Feng earnestly invited and mentioned he could only offer up to 5 million yuan. Not sure if Miss Yangqing would give it a chance. Yangqing, described by the author as showing a slight smile with clear eyes, said, "Of course, little guy, but you don't need 5 million. How about this, 2 million, you give sister 2 million, and sister will act for you. But sister has an additional condition." Yi Feng, internally joyful yet outwardly composed, asked, "What condition, Yangqing sister?" "Yangqing, the condition is, you have to accompany sister for a day. How about it? Agree or not?" And the result was naturally, "Sure. No problem, Yangqing sister, I agree." This was the treatment Yi Feng, the harem male lead, received in the original work. Yangqing, this female lead, with a cold personality, ended up agreeing to act in Yi Feng's new drama for 2 million, soon after meeting each other. This, of course, incurred opposition from Yangqing's agent, Zhe Bin. Zhe Bin initially looked down on Yi Feng and thought Yangqing was too reckless. However, Yangqing believed Yi Feng's movie would surely be a success. She went against all opinions, even ignoring the boss Mr. Wang Jiaji's words. At the same time, she was taunted by her arch-enemy, a woman named Song Hiyun. In the book's setting, Song Hiyun was a villainess. She mocked Yangqing. Yangqing, I never expected you to fall to this level. Just 2 million, and you're willing to act. How cheap." These words were full of sarcasm. Yangqing, however, didn't care at all. In the end, Yi Feng's self-directed and self-produced film achieved great success, with box office revenue eventually reaching 300 million, while the production cost was less than 20 million. Yi Feng made a big profit. Yangqing was triumphant, and Song Hiyun was infuriated. Yi Feng also gained a lot. Not only did he embark on his directing career, he also met more outstanding female leads. Worth mentioning is that in the original work, the 20 million production cost for Yi Feng's film was invested by a certain female lead. The nature of this female lead was similar to Qin Lu Li. Her name was Zhang Zuwan, the daughter of a CEO of a certain conglomerate in the upper city. It was based on these reasons that Chen Luo offered 5 million. But unfortunately, Chen Luo naturally did not receive the same treatment as Yi Feng. However, Chen Luo did not care. "If you don't want to, that's fine." Chen Luo shrugged and planned to move on to the next person. However, After Chen Luo left, Yangqing still had a look of anger on her face. Bin, what's wrong with you? Are you intentionally trying to anger me by introducing me to these scumbags? 5 million. Do you think I would sign for 5 million? Yangqing scolded Bin harshly. Bin hurriedly explained, yeah. This young master Chen Luo comes from an extraordinary background. I heard their family is a large conglomerate with annual revenue in the tens of billions. How would I know? Besides, there's also a recommendation letter from Mr. Liu Ming, right? If we don't believe Chen Luo, we at least owe some face to Mr. Liu, right? Bin took out the recommendation letter sent by Liu Ming, which was in Liu Ming's preferred style. Otherwise, just sending a message would have sufficed. When Yangqing heard the name Liu Ming, her eyes narrowed. Is that young master from the Liu family? Because Liu Ming in the book was originally on the side of justice, so Yangqing had a favorable impression of Liu Ming. They were both in the upper city. Yangqing even thought about collaborating with Liu Ming. After all, it was said that this young Master Liu seemed to be working independently as a director. And when she finished reading the contents of the recommendation letter from Liu Ming, Yangqing was somewhat enraged. How is this possible? Liu Ming said that this Chen Luo is a very outstanding man, and that I must agree to work with him no matter what conditions he offers. And that I definitely won't lose. What a joke. 5 million. Impossible. Even if I starve today and jump from here, I would never agree to act in a movie at a price of 5 million. Yangqing was absolutely furious. It wasn't that she was haughty, it was that with her current fame, 50 million per film was normal. Yangqing believed that if she starred in a few more good movies, her fame would surely soar again. By then, becoming a superstar would be effortless. It could be said that Yangqing's future was boundless. 5 million truly seemed a bit too little. Most importantly, Yangqing didn't have much of a good impression of Chen Luo himself. If it were someone else, she might have said, "Let me first see the script," or "Let me understand the reasons first." But now, Yangqing had already driven Chen Luo away. She had no regrets in her heart. Yangqing quickly put this matter out of her mind. Bin, her agent, murmured to himself. He felt that Chen Luo truly seemed to be too simple. But now, Yangqing was the leading lady of the Yangquan company, the top diva. Generally speaking, the position of an agent is relatively high. Lower-ranked stars might appear glamorous outside, but when they return to the company, they must follow the agent's arrangements. After all, the agent represents the company. Those stars couldn't do anything about it. They had signed contracts unless they wanted to breach the contract. But at Yangqing's level, even the agent had to treat her with care. Even the boss, Wang Jiazi, would comply with her. This was the difference between an ordinary salesperson and a sales champion. But Bin didn't think too much. He just felt, 5 million seems indeed too little. To shoot a movie takes several months, and we don't even know what kind of movie it is going to be. I think Chen Luo won't produce some extraordinary film with this budget. Well, forget it. Bin shook his head, not caring to dwell more on the matter. After Chen Luo left, he headed straight to another entertainment company. That company was called Yulong Cultural Co., Limited. Inside, many well-known artists were signed and developed, such as Zhang Ruolin, Lu Zuer, etc. Yes, they were all part of the same company. In the original work, they all helped Yi Feng in making a film. As for their compensation, both had awe-inspiring conditions, acting for Yi Feng for no pay. But Chen Luo, out of goodwill, offered a 5 million price. Inside Yulong Company, Chen Luo smiled and said, 5 million, Miss Zhang Ruolin, Miss Lu Zuer, this is the highest price I can offer, but I guarantee that if you cooperate with me, you will definitely not lose. Chen Luo was full of sincerity and even came in person. However, upon hearing the proposal, Zhang Ruolin and Lu Zuer showed expressions of disdain and decided to leave. They had no good impression of Chen Luo to begin with. If it weren't for the fact that they heard Chen Luo was the young master of a certain company, and having a recommendation letter from Master Liu Ming of the upper city, they would have been unwilling to meet him, deeming it a waste of time. But even after the meeting, both showed no sincerity, merely going through the motions. Upon hearing Chen Luo's offer, they were even more dismissive. Zhang Ruolin said, "You're Chen Luo, right? Are you out of your mind? 5 million! Have you not looked into my popularity? Are you trying to embarrass me? Hehe, you've indeed come to the wrong person. I, Zhang am not so easily bullied by you. I don't care if you're a big young master. I'm not afraid of you. Get lost. After scolding, Zhang left without looking back. She already had a bias against Chen Luo. In the end, only one female star named Su Yingying, upon hearing Chen Luo's invitation, blinked her mischievous eyes. As a female lead, it was unusual for her not to reject Chen Luo directly. Instead, she smiled and said, "Are you saying that by working with you, I will surely become more popular because of this film? Is the script ready? Can you show it to me?" Su Yingying was ranked relatively high in the book and had a clever and kind-hearted personality. Although she felt that Chen Luo didn't seem like a good person, Su Yingying decided to have a chat with Chen Luo. And Chen Luo didn't continue to beat around the bush. He had Cold Xiaoyan show the script to Su Yingying. Upon reading it, Su Yingying's heart stirred. Comedy King, a very good name. Su Yingying praised. However, after reading the script, she expressed regret. "I'm sorry, young Master Chen, I feel that your script is very well written, but the female lead is a prostitute. It doesn't quite suit me. If you have another suitable role for me next time, feel free to come back. A fee of several million is no issue." Su Yingying was very sincere. Chen Luo nodded without pressuring her. However, as he was preparing to leave, Su Yingying suddenly smiled and said, "Wait, let's exchange contact information, Chen Luo." Chen Luo was taken aback, then said, "All right." And so, the two transacted contact details. Su Yingying even planned to invite Chen Luo for dinner, but Chen Luo declined. After searching around and failing to find a suitable lead, it was evident to Chen Luo that his antagonistic role was indeed troublesome. However, Chen Luo didn't want to boast about his accomplishments to make those female leads willing to work for him. After a round of searching with no success, Chen Luo recalled some female antagonists who would come up in the mid-stage of the story. Cold Xiaoyan was by his side, asking, "What now, boss?" Cold Xiaoyan noticed that since following Chen Luo, many things didn't need much consideration. After all, the boss must have thought it through. This increased Cold Xiaoyan's trust in Chen Luo, and her fondness for him also grew. Chen Luo, however, didn't seem at a loss. Cold Xiaoyan listened as Chen Luo nonchalantly said, "Let's go. Let's find Song Hiyun. Maybe she'd be willing to act." When Cold Xiaoyan heard the name Song Hiyun, she felt a mild resistance for some reason. Because she was also a female lead in the story, while Song Hiyun was a female antagonist. Cold Xiaoyan couldn't help but say, "Boss, I heard that this Song Hiyun is very arrogant and domineering. She's also a very popular female star. Our chances of success are low if we approach her, right?" Chen Luo calmly replied, "Didn't you say before that Yongqing gave a very friendly impression on the screen? You said she might be moved by my script, but what was the outcome?" When Cold Xiaoyan heard this, she felt a bit ashamed. She forced a smile. "That's right, okay, let's go, boss." Cold Xiaoyan obediently followed behind Chen Luo. Presently, she no longer exuded her initial cold diva image. Instead, she resembled a cute little sidekick of Chen Luo's. Chapter 353, Obedient Song Huayan. Chen Luo wants to fly with other female villains? When he saw Song Huayan, it was already 6 p.m. Chen Luo was waiting in the lobby of the Gaohead Entertainment Company. Soon, the sound of high heels clicking approached. Chen Luo turned his head and saw a woman with brown waves and a very sexy look walking towards him. Chen Luo knew that in the original work, the villain Chen Luo and this female villain Song Huayan had no interaction. He came to her because he faced many obstacles with the female lead. Trying out a female villain wouldn't hurt. Like Tankower, she was set as a female villain. She was obedient to Chen Luo. What surprised Chen Luo was that according to Cold Xiaoyan, Song Huayan was arrogant and domineering. But when she saw Chen Luo, she was all smiles. "You are Chen Luo." Song Huayan's tone seemed a bit excited. Chen Luo nodded. "Oh my, is it really you? The renowned screenwriter who wrote Summer's Troubles, Pineapple City's Richest Man, and Shy Iron Fist." Song Huayan blushed a bit, sitting across from Chen Luo. Her long legs were very eye-catching. Cold Ziyan, not willing to be outdone, also crossed her legs. Both women had devilish figures. Chen Luo was somewhat surprised inwardly. I didn't expect popular stars like Yang Qing and Lu Zuer in the entertainment industry to not have heard of my name, but this Song Hwayan has. Is it because they are female lead settings, while this Song Hwayan is a female villain? Is there a unique attraction between villains? Chen Luo forced a smile. Chen Luo, yes, it's me. I wrote the scripts for those 3 movies. Chen Luo nodded. Song Hwayan's smile grew even wider. You're amazing. I didn't expect you to come find me. I heard you're also the young master of the Chen family in South City. I've heard of your family too. In fact, me and your elder sister have met before. Isn't she Miss Chen Xiaoyun? Oh, what a coincidence. Song Hwayan looked excited, even reaching out to shake hands with Chen Luo. Beside her, Cold Xiaoyan frowned, seemingly thinking that Song Hwayan was a bit too enthusiastic. Could this woman have other motives? Cold Xiaoyan thought. Chen Luo didn't mind. He understood that as a villain, collaborating with a female villain might go more smoothly. It could be a reference for later. Initially, Chen Luo thought that when he recruited Dongya and Ji Sijia, it went quite smoothly. Perhaps other female leads would be the same. But now, it seemed that it was unlikely for all the female leads to be as proactive towards him as the male lead Yi Feng. However, Chen Luo didn't mind working with female villains. They may not have the same aura, but it didn't matter much. Chen Luo's aura was sufficient. Song Hwayan, Chen Luo little brother. What's the matter you want to see me for? Song Hwayan inquired. Her gentle attitude even surprised her agent, Miss Manley. Manley, who had short brown hair and a professional look, was Song Hwayan's agent. She knew very well that this Song sister was usually very cold. How come today? Is this Chen Luo, very famous? Manley was puzzled internally. Chen Luo, well, Song Hwayan, I have a role that I would like to invite you to play as the female lead. Here's the script for you to take a look at. Cold Xiaoyan handed over the script. When Song Hwayan looked at Cold Xiaoyan, she couldn't hide a slight disdain. Apparently, these two, one a female lead and one a female villain, didn't get along well. But Cold Xiaoyan's image had been shattered after spending time with Chen Luo, making it difficult to label her as a female lead. This was also why Cold Xiaoyan could peacefully sit with Song Hwayan. Soon, Song Hwayan finished reading the script. A delighted expression appeared on her face. Song Hwayan and Yang Qing were arch rivals, and what she lacked now was a good script. According to the book setting, every time Song Hwayan debuted in a new drama, she would be overshadowed by Yang Qing. She couldn't understand why Yang Qing always had better scripts. But as the story progressed, after Yang Qing met Yi Feng, Song Hwayan was further overshadowed. The scripts Yi Feng exchanged from the system were much better than what Song Hwayan usually got. Now, Song Hwayan finally had a good script in her hands. This story is so well written. Chen Luo little brother, what about the price? Can I ask? Song Hwayan asked with a smile. Chen Luo nodded, saying, the price is 5 million per film. If you agree, we can sign the contract. Obviously, even Song Hwayan found Chen Luo's price somewhat hard to accept. She was taken aback. Manley, beside her, immediately looked angry. Only 5 million? Are you joking? Our Song sister is very popular now. Countless people and companies are eager to work with her. The minimum salary for one of our sister's movies should be at least 30 million. Little brother, do you have no understanding of the current market? Manley clearly believed that 5 million was too low, not something they could accept. Even if Song Hwayan agreed, the company might not approve. Filming a movie, especially as the lead, could take several months. If the movie didn't become a hit, it would be a loss. Additionally, while the script looked promising, the market ultimately determined a film's success. If it ended up being a flop, they wouldn't earn much. The 5 million wouldn't all go to Song Hwayan. In reality, after deductions by the company, she might not even receive 30% of it. For a popular star like Song Hwayan, such a price was impossible to accept. But hearing Assistant Manley's words, Chen Luo remained indifferent. For him, it didn't matter. If Song Hwayan refused, he was confident that he could make an unknown actress famous as well. Chen Luo currently had money, and Cold Xiaoyan muttered to herself internally. She felt that Song Hwayan's reaction was no different from what Yang Qing, Lu Zuer, and others might have responded with. Cold Xiaoyan naturally wouldn't blame Chen Luo for offering only 5 million. She was well aware of the boss's capabilities. But finding a discerning and bold woman like Song Hwaeun wasn't so simple. As Manly was about to mention parting ways, suddenly, Song Hwaeun, sitting across from Chen Luo, seemed to make a firm decision. She said solemnly, "All right, Chen Luo, I'll sign. I'll be the leading lady in your new film." This statement surprised even Cold Xiaoyan. WTF. Cold Xiaoyan's pupils widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe that after Yangqing, Lu Zuer, and Zhang Ruolin, who she didn't like, declined, Song Hwaeun accepted. And she didn't seem like she was joking. Chen Luo remained calm, gesturing, "Then let's sign." Manly interjected, "Sister Song, do you need to discuss with the boss?" Manly was clearly unwilling. But Song Hwaeun, with a sudden change in attitude, replied coolly, "No need. I'll explain to the boss." Song Hwaeun's attitude towards Manly was exactly how she treated others, which was why Manly was surprised at how gentle she was with this man named Chen Luo. Pens flew, and Song Hwaeun quickly signed a contract with Chen Luo, solidifying Louis Piao Piao's actress role in the movie King of Comedy. After signing the contract, Chen Luo stood up, ready to leave. Song Hwaeun was surprised. "Chen Luo, little brother, are you leaving already? Shall we have a meal together? Let me treat you. Let's chat some more." Song Hwaeun had taken note of Chen Luo previously. In fact, Chen Luo's name wasn't very well known in the showbiz industry. Even though he had participated in variety shows and released songs, he hadn't started building his reputation. Not all celebrities in the entertainment industry had heard of Chen Luo's name. It was quite normal for stars like Yangqing and Lu Zuer to be focused on film shoots and not know much about Chen Luo. Facing Song Hwaeun's invitation, this time Chen Luo didn't refuse. He smiled and said, "Sure, let's have a meal together." Song Hwaeun's smile widened. "Great, I'll book a table. I have many questions to ask Chen Luo, little brother." As the female villain character, Song Hwaeun had no reason to dislike Chen Luo excessively. She didn't have strange thoughts, such as dining with Chen Luo leading to ulterior motives. Dinner was held at the Peace Grand Hotel in the Upper City. It was one of the most high-end eateries in the city, where spending thousands or millions for a meal was normal. Song Hwaeun's gesture was very sincere. Even Cold Xiaoyan had some newfound respect for Song Hwaeun. This woman still has a few tricks up her sleeve, Cold Xiaoyan thought. Manly was still a bit hesitant about Song Hwaeun's decision, but didn't rush to inform the boss separately. The dinner went very smoothly. Song Hwaeun learned that Chen Luo not only wrote the scripts for those movies, but was also involved in game development. This news surprised her greatly. "Chen Luo, little brother, are you saying you also own a gaming company? And making over $1 billion a year from games alone?" Song Hwaeun looked incredibly shocked. Although she was a popular star, her annual income was not even close to $1 billion. After all, Song Hwaeun hadn't reached that level of fame yet. But Chen Luo didn't shy away from admitting it and nodded. When Song Hwaeun found out that Chen Luo was behind games like Fruit Ninja, her jaw dropped. "Oh my, I loved playing that game a while back. And Angry Birds, I couldn't pass level 8. Wait, Chen Luo, little brother, Angry Birds, it couldn't be." Cold Xiaoyan couldn't hide her smug expression. And Manly was astonished. This is even possible. Manly was in complete disbelief. She looked at Chen Luo with a sense of wonder. Only now did Manly realize that Chen Luo wasn't just some playboy second generation, but a big boss himself. Knowing this fact and recalling her attitude towards Chen Luo earlier, Manly wished she could just disappear. This young master Chen Luo is not even the slightest bit angry. Manly started to view Chen Luo with newfound respect. Chen Luo nodded. "Well, Fruit Ninja, Angry Birds, Temple Run, these popular mobile games on the market are all developed by my company," Chen Luo admitted generously. Upon hearing this, Song Hwaeun's eyes showed more respect for Chen Luo. They even turned slightly fiery. Song Hwaeun became even gentler and asked, "Chen Luo, little brother, if you're so successful in the gaming industry, why do you still want to make movies? Aren't you afraid of losing money?" Song Hwaeun thought that being successful in gaming and movies were entirely different realms. Was there really such a person who could cross into both worlds so seamlessly? Usually, those who ventured into gaming would invest in other potentially successful games, right? But little did Song Hwaeun know about Chen Luo's capabilities. The movie scripts flowed naturally into Chen Luo's mind. Lose money. That was out of the question. Having many skills doesn't put pressure on the body. I'm just playing around. Money is not an issue. Chen Luo smiled faintly. Pride surged within him. At this moment, Manly posed a tricky question. Ahem, so, young Master Chen Luo, if you aren't short on money, why only offer Sister Song a 5 million paycheck? You could afford 30 million too, right? Or are you worried that Sister Song won't meet your standards? Manly was more concerned about the salary issue. But Chen Luo responded calmly, it's all the same, all this price. I've previously approached Yangqing, Lu Zuer, Zhang Ruolin, and offered the same price. How about it? If you think it's too little, we don't have to collaborate. Chen Luo's words made Song Huayan's face change instantly. No, why would it be too little? We've signed the contract. Chen Luo, little brother, you can't go back on your word. Song Huayan also understood now. Young Master Chen Luo was screening for obedient people. She was very perceptive and realized that only someone with potential would dare to do such a thing. Chen Luo's indifferent appearance clearly wasn't an act. Song Huayan thought that if she refused, Chen Luo would continue to find the next person. But if she declined, that future star might belong to someone else. Yet Chen Luo, little brother, did you previously approach Yangqing, Lu Zuer, Zhang Ruolin, etc.? Song Huayan asked curiously. Chen Luo nodded. Song Huayan inquired further, and how did they respond? The relationship between Song Huayan and these women was challenging, especially with Yangqing, who was practically at odds with her. Cold Ziyan interjected. They all refused and even ridiculed the boss for coming up with crazy ideas. Upon hearing this, Song Huayan slammed the table. These people are absolutely blind. Don't they know about Chen Luo, little brother's talent in the film industry? 5 million is already a generous offer for them. These people are truly foolish. Song Huayan's words brought immense joy to Chen Luo. He waved his hand and said, so in the future, I will make you even more famous than Yangqing, Miss Song Huayan. As long as you listen obediently. Chen Luo had just finished eating and didn't linger or hint at anything to Song Huayan. He left with cold Xiaoyan. Until Chen Luo's figure disappeared, Song Huayan found it hard to regain her composure. She seemed to feel like her chance for a comeback was coming. Chapter 354. Luo Hong's Annoyance. Yi Feng is going to start showing off again. In the peaceful hotel, Song Hiyun had a delighted expression on her face. She was truly feeling very happy. Beside her, Su Manli still had worries in her heart. Sister Song, do you think this is really not a problem? 5 million seems too little. This 5 million remuneration was not all for Song Hiyun. After the company's share and taxes, what would eventually reach Song Hiyun would only be 1 or 2 million. This amount of money was obviously not matching for a celebrity like Song Hiyun. However, Song Hiyun spoke up. Don't worry, Manly, I believe that my judgment is not wrong. Haven't you noticed how extraordinary young Master Chen Luo is? Upon hearing Song Huiyan's words, Su Manli pondered for a moment and then shook her head. I didn't quite notice, but the fact that he's able to make money from game shows that he's quite clever. I'm not sure if it's true, if he did it on his own. Su Manli still had some doubts. This young Master Chen Luo was a very talented person. Song Hiyun rolled her eyes and didn't bother to explain further. It was a feeling. If Su Manli couldn't feel it, then so be it. But as she turned around, Song Hiyun couldn't help but think of Yangqing. A tint of resentment appeared on her face, but quickly she relaxed. Heh, Yangqing, this time, I definitely won't lose to you again. Just thinking of how Yangqing rejected Chen Luo, Song Hiyun couldn't help but feel some mockery towards her. She didn't expect this woman to also make a mistake in judging people. At least, for Song Hiyun, she was certain that her choice this time was absolutely correct. As for Chen Luo, after he left, Leng Xiaoyan couldn't help but say, Boss, it really surprised me. I didn't expect this Song Hiyun to agree, especially after Yangqing and Lu Zuer both refused. Chen Luo smiled slightly. He didn't explain, and both he and Song Hiyun were actually set as antagonistic characters. Leng Xiaoyan didn't inquire further. She quickly asked, so where do we go next, boss? Now that the female lead is settled, should we look for a male lead as well? Chen Luo nodded. We need to find the right candidate. The female lead for King of Comedy, Liu Piao Piao, was confirmed, but there were several other important characters in the movie. Among them, the most important one was naturally Yin Tianchu. No doubt, looking for male supporting roles in the male lead camp was the safest choice. Though they may not have the same iconic presence as the female lead, their success rate in their pursuits was extremely high. Chen Luo remembered that, in this novel world, there were indeed many male supporting characters in the middle part, such as Che Xingxian, Luo Hong, and others. They later became friends of the male lead. Che Xingxian had already become a popular star, and with the help of the protagonist Yi Feng, he rose to greater heights. Luo Hong, on the other hand, was a bit-part actor who, through an opportunity, met the male lead Yi Feng. At that time, he had some enemies who bullied him, scoffed at him dreaming of becoming a big star, claiming that it was impossible. Luo Hong's character was that of a hardworking, aspiring actor who often said, "I'm an actor, not just a background performer." In addition, there were a few others like Ding Mao, Zhuo Mingjun, who would appear later in the story as male supporting characters in the protagonist's camp. After some deliberation, Chen Luo immediately realized that Luo Hong was the most suitable candidate. However, due to his allegiance to the male lead camp, Chen Luo was not sure if he could persuade him to join. But Chen Luo wasn't too concerned about this. Even if it didn't work out, there were other male antagonists that Chen Luo could recruit. The negotiations with Luo Hong quickly ended in failure. Among the people who often bullied Luo Hong, 2 of them had well-off backgrounds. People around referred to them as young masters. Therefore, Luo Hong had biases against these prominent second-generation individuals. Although he was a righteous male supporting character and should have been principled, it was normal for him to not take well to Chen Luo. His response was, "No need. I won't sell my soul for money. Leave." Luo Hong believed himself to be upright and righteous. However, Leng Xiaoyan, who was nearby, almost burst out laughing. She had heard the description of Luo Hong from Chen Luo before, and had a good impression of him. She thought he was a hard-working young man. Even when she saw him for the first time, Leng Xiaoyan silently agreed. But now, without even receiving the script from Chen Luo, he thought that helping Chen Luo make movies was selling his soul. Leng Xiaoyan was almost blown away with anger. Chen Luo, on the other hand, remained indifferent. Without much persuasion, he turned and left. This left Luo Hong feeling confused. And the people who were with him, the ones who used to bully him, after seeing Chen Luo, were too afraid to even breathe heavily. They thought Luo Hong was about to rise, and suddenly there was this big young master looking for him. They all saw the supercar that Chen Luo drove, worth several tens of millions. A beauty even stepped out of the car. But the result was that Luo Hong, surprisingly, refused. Dong Jiguo, I'll be damned, Luo Zhe, are you out of your mind? Such a rare opportunity. And you actually refused? Are you crazy? 5 million. Who do you think you are, to make this young master invest 5 million in you? On what basis? If it were me, I'd be willing to do anything, even play a eunuch or a villain. This Dong Jiguo was one of the young masters who used to bully Luo Hong. He had a decent family background and some money to his name. He became an actor purely out of interest. However, because he and Luo Hong had run the same show as extras, they interacted with each other. But Luo Hong always believed that one day he would become a big star. Because of this belief, he became a target of ridicule by Dong Jiguo and others. Yet, Luo Hong did not care about their cold taunts. Wing Yuan, TSK, is brother Luo Hong pretending to be noble? What, you think the movies young Master Chen is making aren't any good and would tarnish your acting career? Are you paranoid? 5 million, if that young master asked me to play a eunuch or a villain, I wouldn't hesitate. Wing Yuan was another one. And some other extras who got along well with Luo Hong chimed in as well. But Luo Hong remained stubborn in his heart. I won't agree, I won't sell my soul, and I won't be fooled by money, you go if you want. Luo Hong didn't have good feelings towards Chen Luo. At this moment, he spoke his mind. But had to say, his words struck a chord with Dong Jiguo. Dong Jiguo, who was still processing the situation, suddenly felt like he got an epiphany. Then he dashed out with determination written all over his face. Damn it! Hongzhe, you're right. Dong Jiguo felt enlightened. He then caught up with Chen Luo and gasped, Young master, I'm Dong Jiguo. I'm an actor too. Luo Hong has a problem with his head. He doesn't want to act. I'll do it. I can act in any role. Dong Jiguo behaved extremely respectfully in front of Chen Luo. After all, his family background only afforded him some pocket money every month, unlike Chen Luo, who drove a multi-million supercar. Chen Luo was also surprised that Dong Jiguo had chased after him. Strictly speaking, he was part of the antagonist camp in the novel. Although he had limited screen time and hadn't directly challenged by the protagonist Yifeng, he volunteered and Chen Luo gladly decided to give him a chance. All right, you can go to my set for an audition later. If it works out, you can act. Chen Luo gave Dong Jiguo an address. Dong Jiguo was overjoyed as if he had just found a treasure. When he returned to the dormitory, he was beyond elated. Seeing Dong Jiguo's reaction, Wen Yuan and the others couldn't sit still and ran out with lightning speed. Soon enough, they also received permission to come back gleefully. Damn, Hongzhe, thank you so much. Chen Lao said he came specifically for you, but you generously handed the opportunity over to us. We're really grateful. Hongzhe, if I become famous in the future, I'll definitely remember you. Thank you, Hongzhe. From now on, I won't bully you. If I can latch onto the big leg of this young master, I'll protect you in the future. Dong Jiguo and others were overjoyed, showering Luo Hong with compliments. But Luo Hong, who should have been indifferent and unaffected, seeing each of them now receiving opportunities for success, was finding it hard to sit still. He twitched his mouth. Are you all robbing the opportunity here? There was a touch of unwillingness in Luo Hong's heart. Since the young master had come looking for me, how could you grab this opportunity from him? Dong Jiguo mocked. What do you mean by robbing the opportunity? We're just good at seizing opportunities. Hey, Hongzhe, didn't you just doubt that the young master had ulterior motives? Dong Jiguo's words exacerbated Luo Hong's inner dissatisfaction. He coldly snorted, Hey, you guys don't celebrate too soon. Why would that young master want to pay 5 million to you guys? Who knows what his secret agenda might be? Watch your backs, don't get fooled into losing everything. Luo Hong was still being stubborn. But Dong Jiguo laughed. Haha, don't worry. Hongzhe, I think that young master looks great. Maybe you are looking at him with colored glasses. Alright, you keep pretending to be noble. We're going to follow along with that young master. Dong Jiguo prepared to go to Chen Luo's set for a screening. Wing Yuan and the others immediately followed suit. They believed that even if they couldn't land the lead role, it would be nice to get a supporting role in that set. Soon, the dormitory was left with Luo Hong alone. He gritted his teeth and suddenly slapped himself. Was I foolish just now? Why did I refuse? That's 5 million. Luo Hong now regretted his baseless resistance towards Chen Luo. He couldn't understand why this feeling towards Chen Luo arose. But Luo Hong was convinced that there would be a chance for him to turn things around. There will definitely be someone better than Chen Luo waiting for me. Luo Hong comforted himself in this way. On Dong Jiguo's side, indeed, they went for auditions at Chen Luo's set. Later, Chen Luo also reached out to Kixing Xian, Ding Mao, and others, but nothing unexpected happened. They were uninterested in collaborating with Chen Luo, a novice. They felt it was a waste of time, as they had seen too many rich kids who didn't understand the market trying to get into the entertainment industry just for fun. After a round of casting, Chen Luo was a bit tired. He and Leng Xiaoyan rested at a hotel. Even though their photo of entering the hotel together was secretly taken by a paparazzi, Chen Luo didn't care. Back in Nan City, Chen Luo had Leng Xiaoyan finalize matters concerning other supporting roles. Once the roles for King of Comedy were settled, they could start shooting. In the world Chen Luo had traversed from, this movie was released early, hence the box office wasn't very fast, just over 10 million. However, the movie had high artistic value and was widely known. If it were to be released a decade later, the box office would have been explosive. There was no doubt about that. After securing safe films like Charlotte's Annoyance, Pineapple City's Richest Man, Chen Luo started preparing for the promotions of these old films. Chen Luo believed that classics like A Chinese Odyssey, the 9th grade Sesame Official, Projecta that were being adapted in this novel world would have a significant impact. It was precisely for this reason that Chen Luo had more confidence than ever that within 2 years he could develop the Lu Yun Group into a billion-dollar company. Back at Non-City University, late at night, on the sports field. Besides a year ago when Chen Luo had proposed to Xia Qingyu and was rejected, the sports field at Non-City University hadn't seen such a thrilling scene in a while. But every night, many people starred for various activities, club events, running, jump rope exercises, students on dates, and many others walking and chatting. Wu Tong, Kui Qingyan, Yi Feng, and other related personnel had gathered here tonight. They were discussing a new movie script written by Wu Tong. However, after they all assembled and Yi Feng finished reading Wu Tong's script, she spoke up, "To be honest, I feel this script is quite average. What do you guys think?" Jin Hongjun, "I also think so." Yi Lei, "Wu Ji's talent is there, but I also feel like something is missing." There were several others who agreed with Yi Feng. When Wu Tong heard this, he awkwardly scratched the back of his head. "Heh, my skills are limited." So inviting Yi Feng, junior schoolmate, was also to ask for your opinion. Let me tell you, Yi Feng is a top-notch actor, and he even knows big stars in the entertainment industry. Wu Tong introduced excitedly. This revelation surprised Yi Feng internally once again. Even though young Tong, who was present, was feeling nostalgic. That Yi Feng Jr. knows Zhao Lingxi? I'm her die-hard fan. Can you get me an autograph? Young Tong felt a bit envious. He seemed a little resentful. However, unexpectedly, when Yi Feng heard this, she felt moved and said, "Sure, no problem, I got it." Yi Feng's response left young Tong staring. Inside, he questioned, "Wait, do you really know her?" The others were even more surprised. Even Wu Tong was somewhat taken aback that this Yi Feng Jr. actually knew the famous Zhao Lingxi, who was now very popular online. On the other side, Kui Qingyan, upon hearing the conversation, immediately revealed a tinge of disappointment on her face. Chapter 355. Next victim. Please step forward. Ku Jing's favor. On the field of Nancheng University, Jin Hongjun's face was a bit embarrassed. He originally wanted to ridicule Yi Feng a bit. "You know a big star? How amazing! Do you know Zhao Lingxi?" But unexpectedly, Yi Feng actually knew Zhao Lingxi. Jin Hongjun immediately became honest. His expression also turned more honest. Beside him, Wu Tong was a bit surprised and couldn't help but say, "Yi Feng, is it true that you actually know Zhao Lingxi? Can you bring her here?" Before Wu Tong could finish, he saw Yi Feng roll his eyes. Seeing this, he quickly chuckled, "Oh, right, we need to check if she's available, and consider her company's decision." Wu Tong's speech became a bit stammered, mainly because he was a new director, and he found such a talent. Wu Tong felt very incredulous, and the gazes of the other people in the team looking at Yi Feng at this moment also changed. In their eyes, there was a sense of admiration. Yi Lei, with Yi Feng's help now, we will definitely be able to make a pretty good short film. Perhaps we may even win an award. Jin Hongjun, short film. What's that? If we can bring in 1 or 2 stars, we could directly make a small movie. Jin Hongjun half-jokingly said. But even Wu Tong felt a bit itchy hearing this. He had told Yi Feng earlier about his desire to make a movie. In reality, it was just a short film. With their financial resources, how could they afford to make a movie? Wu Tong's savings were barely enough to make a short film. As for people like Yi Lei and Jin Hongjun, although their families had some money, their savings were only a few tens of thousands at best. With this amount of funds, the idea of making a movie was completely out of reach. Therefore, Wu Tong waved his hand and said, "Hongjun, don't boast. Anyway, my ultimate dream is indeed to make movies, but now, making some short films to get attention is enough. We shouldn't be greedy, we need to take one step at a time." Wu Tong's words made the other members of the team unable to hold back their laughter. Having dreams is always a good thing, but the road to realizing those dreams is extremely difficult. They all understood this. However, at that moment, Yi Feng suddenly spoke up, "Actually, there might still be a chance." Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Yi Lei, Wu Tong, Kui Qingyan, and others turned their surprised looks towards him. "Wu Tong, Yi Feng, what do you mean?" Wu Tong seemed somewhat surprised. "Yi Feng, I mean, if we want to make a real movie, we might still have a chance." Yi Feng repeated again. This time, everyone understood Yi Feng's words clearly. Jin Hongjun quickly smiled. "Yi Feng, even if you know stars in the entertainment industry, that's not enough. To make a movie, we need a lot of manpower first, and then a large amount of funding, locations, extras, post-production, professional actors. All of these cost money. To make a good movie, even a low-budget one, you would need at least a few million. But as it is, Jin Hongjun and the others knew very well. A movie made with just a few million would most likely be a flop. And if this flop claimed to have invested hundreds of millions or even tens of billions, it would be money laundering. They were just university students. How could they possibly make a successful movie that could be screened? Yi Lei, this rough man, also didn't think it was very promising. Even Wu Tong couldn't help but say, well, Yi Feng, let me tell you, my startup capital is only 50,000. That's a far cry from making a movie. Wu Tong didn't want this, but had no money yet had a dream of becoming a director. At this moment, Yi Feng had regained his composure. He was well aware that the following moment was his time to show off. It should have been an ordinary feeling, but now, it felt very precious to Yi Feng. He even hesitated to say it out loud and wanted to prolong this moment of feeling. That way, he would feel even greater satisfaction within himself. However, in the end, after Yi Feng hesitated for a long time and Jin Hongjun, Yi Lei, and the others were getting a bit impatient, he finally spoke up. Money can be resolved, as long as we can find people to invest. Upon hearing Yi Feng's words, Jin Hongjun, Wu Tong, and others couldn't help but look at each other. Wu Tong, investment. But we don't know any wealthy individuals. Who can we find to invest in us? Jin Hongjun, exactly. We have no connections, and our track record is not proven. Who would invest in us? Jin Hongjun was also not optimistic about this. But on the other hand, Kui Qingyan, Zhu Zhaowo, and others started to look more excited. Zhu Zhaowo was also a member of Wu Tong's filming team. She was a beautiful woman and a third-year student at Nanchang University. Jin Hongjun showed some appreciation towards her. However, it seemed that Zhu Zhaowo was even more interested in Yi Feng. Yi Feng, what you said makes sense, but unless we try, how would we know if we will succeed? Yi Feng answered indifferently. This made Wu Tong's heart stir a bit. He lowered his voice inexplicably and said, Yi Feng, do you happen to know any wealthy individuals? Have you already figured out a way? Can you really bring in investments? Wu Tong felt that with Yi Feng's character, he wouldn't just randomly raise an impossible task. By saying this, Wu Tong was implying that he already had some ideas in mind. Wu Tong's words made Yi Lei, Jin Hongjun, and others look excited. Yi Feng felt even more pleased. He was about to shout out the word pleased. Nevertheless, Yi Feng was enjoying the moment. He closed his eyes in enjoyment. He had reached the peak in his heart. This feeling. This is what a main character should experience, deserving this treatment, rather than being constantly undermined by that fool, Chen Luo. After reveling in the enjoyment, Yi Feng slowly smiled and said, who knows? Maybe there really is a chance. Seeing Yi Feng playing games here, Wu Tong's smile grew broader. He quickly said, Yi Feng, if you manage to bring in investments, I'll give you the director's position. No, I'll be the director, but you will be the real director. I'll be your puppet, assisting you. Wu Tong knew that Yi Feng still had a role to play. Therefore, he had to retain the title of director. But in reality, if Yi Feng was the true director, Wu Tong could easily agree. As long as Yi Feng could bring in investments, it was fine. However, Yi Feng wasn't very interested in this kind of thing. He quickly reassured himself, I am only trying my luck. I cannot guarantee success. Yi Lei, it's fine. Having hope is already good. Even if there's no chance, we can continue filming, and Wu Tong's short film would be completed. Jin Hongjun, exactly, don't stress. Yi Feng, with your help, we all support you. Whatever you need, just let us know. These people immediately became Yi Feng's subordinates, looking up to him. Even Wu Tong appeared very humble. Yi Feng was very pleased with this. As for his chance to try, Yi Feng had already planned ahead to contact other female leads ahead of time. As long as I can surpass Chen Luo and approach other female leads first, there might be a chance of success. Yi Feng thought of Dongya and Ji Sijia. Dongya was saved. But Ji Sijia did not give Yi Feng a good face at all. The reason was that Ji Sijia had interacted too closely with Chen Luo. Yi Feng believed that if he had approached Ji Sijia before Chen Luo did, things wouldn't have ended up the way they did now. But at this moment, it was Yifeng's time to show off. He didn't want to dwell on Chen Luo anymore. It would make Yifeng feel like he was still under his control. Yifeng already had shadows about Chen Luo. Later on, the team discussed some things about the script. Yifeng mentioned that if they could attract investments and new actors, the script for the short film wouldn't be necessary. Wu Tong also felt a bit overwhelmed by this. To be honest, he hadn't written a movie script before. Currently, he didn't even have a rough idea in his mind. If he was asked to make a movie now, Wu Tong didn't know what to do. However, Yifeng tried to show off again, saying, "Don't worry, Wu Tong, if I can bring in investments and we need to change to making a movie, I'll find a way to handle the script as well." Upon hearing Yifeng's words, Wu Tong, Yi Lei, and others admired him even more. Jin Hongjun, impressive. Yifeng, when I first heard from Wu Tong, there was a very talented freshman in our group. I didn't believe it at first, but now it seems to be true. Forget about the incident just now. Yifeng, please don't take it to heart. Jin Hongjun praised. Zhu Xiaoyaya, with Yifeng's help, I believe our dream team will definitely become famous in the future. Zhu Zia also extended her hand, and her slender arm, under the moonlight, looked very enticing. Her energetic voice also made Yi Lei, Wu Tong, and others extremely excited. Both Kui Qingyan and Zhu Xiaoya's fondness for Yifeng grew even more. After the others dispersed, Kui Qingyan wanted to walk around the field with Yifeng in private. But Yifeng refused. This made Kui Qingyan feel a bit disappointed. However, her feelings for Yifeng increased even more. Wu Tong noticed this, felt a sense of loss, but he was somewhat relieved when Yifeng declined Kui Qingyan. Afterwards, when he tried to invite Kui Qingyan, she also turned him down. However, Wu Tong wasn't bothered by this. It was not the first time he had been turned down by a goddess. As for finding a new female lead, Yifeng spent quite some time in the system store. In the end, he spent 100 points to purchase the system suggestion. Yifeng received the name of a female lead named Ku Jing. Ku Jing, a well-known film investor, currently in Mo City. If you want to meet her, go to the third floor corner of Mo City's Cultural Library in 3 days and read Mercy by Mom Kyle. System's guidance was indeed convenient. With enough points, many things could be resolved. Previously, when he met Huang Jingmai, Yifeng also used the system and successfully lured Huang Jingmai over. He nearly managed to bring Huang Jingmai into his harem for personal enjoyment. However, a curveball came up in the form of Chen Luo. However, this time, Yifeng considered this as his time to show off. He didn't want to reminisce about Chen Luo any longer. It would make Yifeng feel like he was still under Chen Luo's control. Yifeng already had shadows about Chen Luo. Afterward, 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. Yifeng took a train directly to Mo City. He then took a taxi to the Cultural Library and found the most secluded spot on the 3rd floor. He took out the newly purchased Mercy and began reading. In no time, a shapely, stylishly dressed, short-haired beauty with sunglasses walked towards Yifeng. "Hello, this is my spot." Ku Jing's voice was very gentle. Although she was in her 30s, she looked well-maintained and didn't appear old at all. This image also matched her wealthy status as a rich woman. "Isn't this a public library? Are there assigned seats here?" Yifeng casually said, following some lines given by the system. Ku Jing naturally saw the book Mercy in Yifeng's hands, her favorite book. Combined with Yifeng's handsome appearance, Ku Jing wasn't really angry. She quickly smiled. "How about this book?" Yifeng realized that Ku Jing took the bait. "It should be like this. I am the male lead, seducing the female lead. How could it be difficult?" Yifeng silently shouted in his heart. "It's quite good. I like Mom's writing style." His characters seemed to come alive. "How about you? Have you read this book?" Yifeng and Ku Jing began chatting directly. Ku Jing generously sat opposite Yifeng. She even elegantly propped up her backhand, placing her sexy chin on it. She took off her sunglasses, and her bright eyes looked calmly at Yifeng. "Of course, this is my favorite book. What character do you admire in it?" "I like Gerald. His tragic experience touched me deeply." "Haha, I didn't expect a young boy like you would like such tragic characters. I thought you might say Hester, as his experience would suit your preferences more, right?" Yifeng shook his head lightly. "He's too compliant. I don't like him. Ku Jing paused for a moment, suddenly finding the young man in front of her quite interesting. Ku Jing. Yi Feng. Do you live nearby here? No, I saw the Mo City Cultural Library online and thought it looked beautiful. So, when I had free time on the weekend, I decided to come and take a look. I didn't expect to meet a beautiful woman like you. Where are you from? I'm a student at Nanchang University. Nanchang? That's not too far from Mo City. Haha. Did you specially take the train here to see a library you found beautiful? It seems you really love reading. Ha! Ku Jing treated other men with a distant attitude, but with Yi Feng, she seemed captivated in an odd manner. She fell into it and engaged in conversation with Yi Feng, who kept her talking. Yi Feng's inner joy intensified even more. Chapter 356. Did Yi Feng start playing pig-killing plate? Banner. Able to deceive one is one. Ma Cheng, in a high-end villa. Ku Jing was lying on the comfortable sofa bed, wearing sunglasses, enjoying the feeling of sunshine on her body. It was warm and cozy. In her hand, she still held her phone. The sound of typing tat-a-tat kept coming. Ku Jing was chatting with Yi Feng. You little brother, I never expected you to know so much about culture. It really makes sister admire you. You are not the type who studies all the time and doesn't even play games, are you? Ku Jing inexplicably had a good impression of Yi Feng. After meeting once in the library and chatting, she agreed to let Yi Feng add her contact information, which would have been impossible for any other man. Even handsome and rich men would only receive a cold response from Ku Jing. No need, I'm not interested. But when it came to Yi Feng, his appearance would involuntarily appear in Ku Jing's mind. Yi Feng, oh, Ku Jing sister, you underestimated me. Not only can I play games, I also develop games myself. Oh, really? You're so talented. Tell me, what games have you developed? Ku Jing's curiosity about Yi Feng increased. Yi Feng listed the games he had developed. Ku Jing was surprised because she had never heard of them. Initially, she had even fantasized about the popular games on the market that she enjoyed playing, like Angry Birds and Fruit Ninja, thinking they might have been developed by this Yi Feng. But now, the answer had been revealed. Although it wasn't what Ku Jing had imagined, she still thought it was impressive. Ku Jing's attitude was very gentle. Wow, that's impressive. You, little guy, are really something. Haha. Ku Jing had never felt this way before. She thought that this little brother named Yi Feng might have something with her. I'm just playing around. I'm actually planning to make a movie with my classmates. Yi Feng blurted out his purpose, immediately causing a stir in Ku Jing's heart. Though she was a renowned investor, she mainly invested in movies. Many successful movies in the past had received funding from Ku Jing. Whether it was luck or her good judgment, the movies she invested in would usually become hits. As her wealth accumulated to billions, Ku Jing retired from the investment circle and started enjoying her life, living in luxury, driving fancy cars, occasionally going on vacation, reading books, tending to flowers, and pursuing her interests and hobbies. Is that so? Yi Feng, little brother, what kind of movie do you want to make? Yi Feng, something related to love. That's my initial idea. I already have a script, but I'm currently looking for people and funding, so it might not happen quickly. But I'm confident that I can make this movie successful. Yi Feng's goal was to secure an investment from Ku Jing. The more, the better. So, he would naturally try to lure Ku Jing step by step. In all honesty, Yi Feng felt like he was setting up a killing game unknowingly. Originally, it shouldn't have been like this. But he had managed to contact the female lead, who would debut later. Yi Feng didn't have enough works that Ku Jing could appreciate and invest in, so he had to forcefully present himself. In reality, Ku Jing could see through his intentions. She felt something was off inside her. This little guy seems to have a purpose. Ku Jing knew that normally, she wouldn't like someone who kept bragging about themselves, claiming they were going to make movies and develop games. It felt like they were trying to manipulate her. However, due to her inexplicable favorable impression of Yi Feng, she continued chatting with him. Oh, how can you be sure that you can make the movie well, Yi Feng, little brother? Ku Jing inquired. Yi Feng, it's just a feeling. Yi Feng's response was straightforward. Ku Jing chuckled. She didn't mention that she had made her fortune in the film industry through investments. She was wary of getting targeted. Anyway, let's just chat for now. Ku Jing still had some defenses up. Yifeng also understood that trying to deceive, no, solicit investments in 1 or 2 days wouldn't work. Even if the female lead was easily swayed, she wasn't foolish. The key was that Yifeng's current achievements didn't match Ku Jing's standards. Thankfully, he was patient. Yifeng realized that focusing on just one female lead wouldn't be enough. He had thought about trying to approach 10 at once. Even if Chen Luo was skilled, he couldn't possibly win over all 10 female leads, right? Therefore, Yifeng wasn't planning to stop. Having only Ku Jing on his side wasn't much. Yifeng regretted not having enough points. Otherwise, he would have used more cheats. Frankly, after a year of effort, he only had a few hundred points, which was frustrating for Yifeng. Damn it, Chen Luo, you are the cause of all this. Yifeng's hatred towards Chen Luo grew. Though it pained him, he quickly made up his mind. Exchange. Yifeng received the information of the next suitable female lead to conquer. Zhang Xuan, daughter of the president of the Zhuangwang Company Group, a well-known investor in the film industry. To meet her, the host can attend the auction held at the Shangcheng Dai Auction House in 2 days, where there may be a chance to gain opportunities. Since the two weren't a match, the system's guidance for conquest became unclear. Damn! Just a chance? Damn it! Yifeng cursed again. But he had no other choice. Wanting to conquer such a high-level female lead while being inexperienced himself was already quite an achievement. If it were someone else, even another wealthy second generation, it would be nearly impossible to approach someone like Zhang Xuan, the daughter of a rich and influential figure like President Zhang Ziping of the Zhuangwang Company Group in the film industry. Yifeng felt frustrated upon receiving information about his next conquest. Despite feeling restless, he quickly adjusted himself. Chen Luo, just you wait. One day, I will make you kneel down and apologize to me. I will return all the evil deeds you've done to me, twice as much. Yifeng's eyes turned red, making him look more like a qualified villain. In fact, he had deviated from the moral high ground and was no longer compatible with a righteous protagonist. Chapter 357, Chen Luo's film career is thriving. Narrowing enemy routes, Upper City, a certain film and television base. Let us wish the movie king of comedy a successful start. A middle-aged man with a hat yelled through a megaphone. Director Zhang Tang led the other actors and staff to begin the incense-burning ceremony. This was the opening ceremony of the movie king of comedy. Dong Jiguo, Wing Yuan, and others were among the crowd. Even Song Hiyun was there. The male and female leads of this film had already been decided. Dong Jiguo played Yin Tianchu, and Song Hiyun played Liu Piao. There were also other supporting roles. It had to be said that Dong Jiguo really knew how to seize opportunities. Chen Luo had not initially intended to cast him. His target was Luo Hong, a slightly lucky and virtuous supporting actor. However, Luo Hong declined due to a stroke. Chen Luo did not mind and gave Dong Jiguo a chance. In fact, with Chen Luo's current abilities, even without deliberately seeking actors with luck or aura, it wouldn't be too difficult to succeed. Even if he failed, Chen Luo could afford the loss. This kind of setback was nothing to him. Moreover, Chen Luo now had an aura of his own. Therefore, Chen Luo was not worried at all. As for recruiting female leads like Yongqing and Lu Zuer earlier, if they could bring some luck, that would be great. However, what shocked Zhang Tang was the number of films Chen Luo was starting to shoot. Besides the film base in Upper City, there were several Chen Luo films being successfully shot at other locations simultaneously, such as Kung Fu, Long River 7, and God of Food. Zhang Tang couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this young master Chen Luo too amazing?" Chen Luo could cast a star like Song Hiyun in his movie. Zhang Tang was not surprised. As long as the money was there, everything was possible. But to have the confidence to shoot multiple films at the same time was indeed rare. Or one could say that Chen Luo's ability to write so many scripts simultaneously was already impressive. Moreover, Chen Luo personally visited the set of King of Comedy and other films like Kung Fu and Long River 7. When Song Hiyun saw Chen Luo arrive, she immediately ran to him in excitement. She was dressed in a simple school uniform, with light makeup on her face. "Chen, you're here." Song Hiyun smiled, but when she saw the red-haired girl next to Chen Luo, she appeared slightly surprised. However, Song Hiyun did not dwell on it. After arriving, She had a chat with director Zhang Teng and learned that he also worked for Chen Luo. This increased Song Huiyan's admiration for Chen Luo even more. "Chen Luo, how's everything going? Is the filming going smoothly?" Chen Luo asked with a smile. Song Huiyan, "Yes, everything is going well." The director said, "I'm doing a good job. Little brother Chen, would you like to watch me act?" Song Huiyan's demeanor was very gentle, leaving many male crew members staring dumbfounded. Of course, they recognized Song Huiyan as a big star. But meeting big stars in a film and television base was not uncommon. However, the way these stars were treated in the base was like treasures, especially the higher profile ones were treated like royalty. Song Huiyan was one of them, enjoying royal treatment with assistants surrounding her. On such hot days, she had people shading her, wiping her sweat, handing her water, and feeding her. Her attitude was also very arrogant. She played a villainous role, so her character was not expected to be kind. However, her aloof attitude was unchanging. Only actresses like Yang Qing and Lu Zuer would be friendly and approachable. In the eyes of the crew, they had good reputations. But now, the crew saw Song Huiyan, who was usually cold and aloof, acting gentle and sweet towards a handsome guy. It seemed like she was being coquettish. "Who is that handsome guy? He looks like a student. Is he from college? Wow, so impressive. If Song Sis spoke to me like that, I'd do anything for her." The crew members were astonished. Many female extras were captivated. They knew that the man was likely a big shot, even if he seemed too young. They couldn't help but be attracted to him. Unfortunately, the presence of the red-haired girl by his side made them hesitate. What surprised everyone more was Song Huiyan's gentle attitude. When they saw even director Zhang Teng showing such respect to Chen Luo, they were even more shocked. Additionally, they felt disdainful towards those who had rejected Chen Luo, like Yang Qing and Lu Zuer. Those people would regret it if they knew Chen's capabilities, Song Huiyan thought to herself. Chen Luo nodded. "It's okay. I'm just here to see how things are going. You go ahead and continue with your work." Zhang Teng wanted to invite Chen Luo to see some completed scenes of their work. Although they were unedited, it would still be worth seeing. Chen Luo didn't refuse. After watching, he couldn't help but pat Zhang Teng's shoulder. "You've done a great job, Director Zhang. Keep it up." "Yes, young Master Chen." Zhang Teng was ecstatic. Being praised by Chen in front of Miss Lin Yan would have a significant impact. Without Chen Luo, Zhang Teng wouldn't have had such an opportunity. Although he was already somewhat famous under the Lin family in Longcheng, he was just a small director. To be precise, he was a director under the Lin family group. There were many talented individuals under the Lin group. Directors like him were numerous. Even the top domestic director Lin Cage was also under the Lin family group. Lin Cage wasn't part of the Lin Yun family, but having the Lin surname made him proud. In the Lin group, he held a certain status. Few directors in the country were more famous than him. He was considered one of the top directors worldwide. If he were to direct a movie for Chen Luo, the publicity would be even greater. After all, with Lin Kai's connections, the stars he could invite would be top tier. Most people would be very cooperative and wouldn't dare to act presumptuously. After inspecting the crew of King of Comedy, Chen Luo went to visit other crews. Whether it was Kung Fu, Long River 7, or God of Food, filming was proceeding smoothly, and Chen Luo had already chosen the actors. Zhu Yan, whom he had recruited earlier, was assigned to play a mute woman in Kung Fu. The male lead in Kung Fu was a man named Qiao Siwan, although his role in the book was not substantial. However, he belonged to the antagonist camp, similar to Dong Jiguo's character. Just as Chen Luo was about to leave after inspecting the set, he suddenly bumped into Yang Qing and her group as they arrived at the film and television base. Chapter 358. A $5 billion bet. The son of the Ruin family is shocked. The son of the Ruin family was stunned by the unexpected encounter. It could be said that fate had brought them together. Yang Qing did not expect to meet Chen Luo here. Her expression was somewhat strange. However, Yang Qing's feelings for Chen Luo were very low. At this moment, she saw him but couldn't be bothered to acknowledge his presence. She turned to leave. Chen Luo noticed another man beside Yang Qing who looked quite extraordinary. He was Ruin Xiangyang, the third son of the Ruin family in the upper city, and also Yang Qing's investor. Ruin Xiangyang had supported many of Yongqing's plays, and the two were considered friends. However, it was obvious that Ruin Xiangyang had feelings for Yongqing. Unfortunately, in the original work, Yongqing belonged to Yifeng. As a righteous supporting male character, Ruin Xiangyang silently blessed the two. He did not have Wu Tong's luck to ultimately win the beauty. As long as she was the main female character, all would end up in Yifeng's harem. However, Yongqing had no interest in dealing with Chen Luo, and Chen Luo also had no intention of confronting her. Originally standing at a distance, Song Hiyun, upon seeing Yongqing, rushed towards her as if sprinting, as the two were true adversaries. Song Huiyan's villainous character was fully revealed in that moment. Oh, isn't this Yongqing, the big star? What? Even big stars are shooting films today. Song Huiyan's words turned sharp and critical in an instant. Yongqing was used to this kind of attitude. However, she did not expect to see Song Hiyun walking with Chen Luo. She saw Song Hiyun standing naturally beside Chen Luo and seemed to have understood something in her heart. This Chen Luo is really not a good person. Has Master Liu of the Liu family gone blind? Or have I misjudged him in the past? Yongqing felt that if Chen Luo associated with women like Song Hiyun, then he must also have a problem. But Master Liu of the Liu family, Liu Ming, was indeed a very nice person in Yongqing's impression. Why would he strongly recommend Chen Luo? However, Yongqing didn't dwell on it much. Faced with Song Huiyan's sarcasm, she calmly responded, "Since you're here, why can't I be? Are you shooting a new film? Song Hiyun, do you think you can surpass me this time?" Although Yongqing was the female lead, her personality was fiery, and she was not easily intimidated. Song Hiyun immediately retorted, "Yongqing, just you wait. This time, I will definitely surpass you. My new film will definitely outshine yours." Yongqing remained calm and nonchalantly replied, "Oh, is that so? Then you better work hard, because every time you have lost to me. To be honest, you're not qualified to compete with me." Yongqing's tongue could also be sharp, but she always had the upper hand. Song Hiyun, as the female villain, naturally could not compare to Yongqing. With just a few words, she was seething with anger and losing her composure. Chen Luo observed everything. He understood that, in this kind of genre, villains often ended up in a miserable state. They would rage, stomp their feet, and vow to make the main characters pay a price, but in the end, they would wind up humiliated. Frankly speaking, if Chen Luo had not crossed over as the antagonist Chen Luo in the book, the original antagonist might have already been thoroughly defeated by Yifeng, with their lives ruined. At that moment, the handsome man next to Yongqing stepped forward and smiled. "You are Song Hiyun, right? Let me advise you, it's better to be low-key in life. Your boss, Zheng Xiaobo, has a good relationship with me. Do you believe that with just a word from me, the resources of your company will dwindle significantly?" Before Yifeng met Yongqing, Ruin Xiangyang was essentially portraying Yifeng's character. He was showing off. His words made Song Hiyun somewhat bewildered. However, her intelligence did not falter, and she coldly smirked. "Who are you? Yongqing's man?" Speaking so boldly, one would think you're a young master of a prominent family in the upper city, HMPH. Indeed, Song Huiyan's performance fit her character as the female antagonist, sharp and biting. At this moment, Yongqing's mentality as the female lead was greatly satisfied. She paid no attention to Song Huiyan's mocking, and Ruin Xiangyang was delighted. If only I were Yongqing's man. Ruin Xiangyang harbored a secret admiration for Yongqing. He didn't mind Song Hiyun mocking him, but mocking Yongqing was unacceptable. At this moment, one of Ruin Xiangyang's henchmen behind him spoke out, "You blind fool! Who do you think you're talking to? Watch your mouth. This is our third young master of the Ruin family. Who do you think you're addressing? If our young master says a word." The henchman wanted to continue boasting, but Ruin Xiangyang gently waved his hand, stopping him. Meanwhile, the surrounding onlookers were all stunned. So he's the third young master of the Ruin family. I never expected that. I think I've heard before that the third young master of the Ruin family is good friends with the goddess Yongqing. TSK, the Ruin family among the top 10 families in the upper city. With this background, even a celebrity might not be able to afford to offend them. Song Hiyun seems like she's in for some bad luck. After all, this was the world of novels, and such scenes were quite common. Chen Luo wasn't too surprised either. Song Huiyan's behavior was reminiscent of the original work. When she heard about the third young master of the Ruin family, her expression immediately changed, her arrogance waning significantly. Yet, there was still a hint of defiance in her expression. Yang Qing and Ruin Xiangyang's behavior was very proper. Ruin Xiangyang didn't want to escalate things and decided to leave with Yang Qing. This portrayal of the righteous supporting character pretending to be cool went smoothly. Evidently, Song Hiyun had been defeated. However, none of them could have predicted what happened next. Suddenly, Chen Luo's voice rang out. Is the third young master of the Ruin family really that impressive? This phrase left the surrounding spectators stunned. Damn! Who is this person? Is he going to challenge the young master of the Ruin family? Is he on Song Huiyan's side? Is he a young master from the upper city? I don't think I've ever seen him before. Incredible! It seems like there's an exciting show to watch today. Such a drama was not often seen in the entertainment city. However, when it involved the male and female leads, it seemed quite normal. Ruin Xiangyang also seemed surprised that someone would dare speak to him like that in the upper city. He observed Chen Luo, whom he had never seen before. Are you really that impressive? From the way you talk, you seem quite powerful. What's your name? Ruin Xiangyang wasn't modest either. As the third young master of the Ruin family, he was among the most prestigious second-generation figures in the upper city. He knew everyone stronger than him. Even the wealthy young masters from Longcheng wouldn't make him feel inferior. At this moment, Yangqing spoke up beside Ruin Xiangyang. Xiangyang, his name is Chen Luo, the young master of the Chen family in the southern city. He came to me before, saying he wanted 5 million to sign me and have me act in his film. When Yangqing said this, even Ruin Xiangyang, who was from the righteous camp, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ha ha, no way. 5 million. Young Master Chen Luo, you really are quite poor. Ruin Xiangyang didn't show Chen Luo any favor. In other words, though he was part of the righteous faction, he didn't have to be polite to the antagonist. It seemed like Song Hiyun didn't expect Chen Luo to speak up for her. However, considering he was the third young master of the Ruin family, even though she was reluctant, she knew the Ruin family's influence in the upper city. She couldn't help but say, Chen young man, let's just go. We don't need to bother with this kind of person. Song Hiyun didn't want Chen Luo to fail because of her. But Ruin Xiangyang probably never imagined that the person he wanted to oppress wasn't just any ordinary second generation. He was actually a big boss who owned several companies under his name. Chen Luo replied, alright, but 5 million, isn't that a bit less? How about 5 billion, so things can get more interesting? Chen Luo's words left Ruin Xiangyang across from him stunned. Yangqing was equally shocked and couldn't help but widen her eyes. Song Hiyun was speechless. The onlookers were utterly dumbfounded. Their reactions were silenced, as no one could believe their ears. WTF? 5 billion? Who? Who is this Chen Luo really? Chapter 359. The most simple and unpretentious way to show off. Chen Luo's wealth directly suppresses Ruin Yue. In the film and television base, the onlookers were all a bit dumbfounded. They originally thought that the third young master of the Ruin family, who could put up 50 million for a bet, was already very wealthy. Given his status, no one thought that the young master Ruin was joking. But who could have imagined that the handsome guy in front of him dared to say that he would bet 5 billion? This scene shocked even Ruin Xiangyang. For a moment, he didn't know how to respond. His face looked a bit awkward. Fortunately, soon after, one of Ruin Xiangyang's followers behind him stepped forward and said, Hey, 5 billion. Who doesn't boast? How could a trash like you possibly come up with 5 billion? Even if you want to show off, there should be a limit. I bet this guy's entire net worth doesn't even add up to 5 billion, right? Humph. Upon hearing this, many onlookers around immediately agreed. Exactly, I almost got fooled by his momentum. 5 billion? Who does he think he is? Anyone who can put up 5 billion in cash probably has a net worth of tens of billions. How old can this young master be? How is that possible? Heh, even the young master of the Ruin family can only put up 50 million. I heard the young master Ruan's monthly pocket money is in the tens of millions. This is already a top family, and this Chen Luo can't be. Absolutely impossible. Obviously, the passers-by did not believe it. Ruin Xiangyang listened and calmed himself internally. Who you? 5 billion. I almost got scared just now. Really? Ruin Xiangyang couldn't help but chuckle. He felt he was being ridiculous. Chen Luo, at his age, how could he possibly come up with 5 billion? If he could, it would mean he must be from one of those super wealthy families, like some noble young masters, to have such power. However, Ruin Xiangyang clearly didn't believe that Chen Luo had such a significant background. Yang Qing, upon hearing Chen Luo's words, felt a bit stunned. At the same time, her expression was somewhat peculiar. Because if Chen Luo could really put up 5 billion for a bet, it meant he wasn't poor. If Chen Luo wasn't poor, then when he offered a contract to her, he was only willing to pay 5 million. In his eyes, am I really only worth this price? Yang Qing felt inexplicably more angry. Chapter 360, Ruin Xiangyang's Confidence. Yang Qing is a bit anxious in her heart. Ruin Xiangyang is ultimately just a supportive male character. In the book, Yi Feng has always had a calm demeanor. Even when faced with great difficulties, he maintains his elegance and confidence. Ruin Xiangyang was supposed to be like this too. But as long as he faces a few more setbacks, he can also lose his cool. In terms of resilience and endurance, compared to Yi Feng, he falls short by far. This is normal. After all, Ruin Xiangyang is also a young master with status. He naturally values his reputation. However, Ruin Xiangyang is not a fool. Although he was a bit angry when he signed his name, he had already thought it through. Heh, Chen Luo, even if you are wealthy, what's the use? I indeed cannot come up with 500 million, but if I want to, I can just borrow a few tens of millions or even 100 million from my sister, no problem. However, what we're comparing is who can generate higher movie box office numbers. Heh, Yang Qing, you are a popular female star, and with the help of the renowned screenwriter Shen Wen this time, even if you have more money, in terms of movie box office, I might not necessarily lose to you. It has to be said that Ruin Xiangyang's mind is clear. In his view, if Chen Luo really wants to bet 50 million, on whose box office will be higher afterward, even if Chen Luo has more balance, it doesn't mean he will definitely win. Box office numbers are not determined by who has more or less money. Even if you have a lot of money, you won't be willing to invest tens of millions or even tens of billions to boost a box office for a poorly made movie. Only a fool would do that. As for investing a few tens of millions more, that doesn't matter. If the gap between the two movies is significant, it cannot be compensated with just a few tens of millions in box office. It often requires several billion or even tens of billions. And in Ruin Xiangyang's view, Yang Qing's movie, its box office is guaranteed to be in the billions. With luck, it might even exceed 10 billion. As for this Chen Luo, Ruin Xiangyang doesn't believe he can produce a remarkable movie. In reality, there are many movies released each time, but only a few of them can be successful. Maintaining a box office of several billion each time is considered quite good. Thinking about this, Ruin Xiangyang's inexplicable confidence returned. At the same time, he also thought, if I win this bet, my reputation in the upper-class circle will be even greater. Maybe, I'll even have the chance to make Yang Qing's sister look at me differently. Ruin Xiangyang's self-confidence returned. He even thought, maybe this should be considered baiting and teasing. Chen Luo, what can he do? How could he possibly be a match for me, Ruin Xiangyang? He's just a waste young master from the southern city. Ruin Xiangyang sneered in his heart. However, compared to Ruin Xiangyang's inexplicable self-confidence, Yang Qing at this time lacked much of her momentum. Mainly because she didn't expect that Chen Luo would have so much money, not to mention Chen Luo's young master status. Regardless of his status, even if he were an ordinary person, to have 10 billion in his account was quite remarkable. Although Yang Qing is a well-known celebrity in the entertainment industry and very wealthy herself, in the face of more formidable capital, Yang Qing understood that she was nothing. She also knew that money is not the ultimate power. Influence is more powerful than money. It's fortunate that Yang Qing has Ruin Xiangyang as her backer. Otherwise, even for a celebrity of her status, it would be normal to have to entertain big shots and the like. Moreover, Chen Luo, who could amass 10 billion in his accounts as a young master, was definitely not simple. Despite Chen Luo being supported by Song Heyun, who didn't concern Yang Qing at all, At this moment, Yang Qing inexplicably lacked confidence. However, it was fortunate that Yang Qing saw Song Huiyan's smug and malicious appearance. She believed that Song Hiyun, as a volatile heiress, could not make a good movie. Yang Qing was aware that the reason her previous movies and TV dramas were successful and overshadowed Song Hiyun was that Song Hiyun, due to her fame and beauty, had a bad temper and often behaved like a spoiled princess on set. For example, she might refuse to shoot a scene or reshoot a scene the director was dissatisfied with, solely due to her background and fame. Many inexperienced directors had to swallow their anger because of her. At the same time, other actors on set might also be bullied and suppressed by her. Additionally, Song Huiyan's acting skills were also mediocre. So what kind of good movie could such a talentless and haughty actress produce? Basically, any movie with her would be easily ruined. At least, her parts in the movies were often the most eye-catching. Thinking this, Yang Qing felt somewhat relieved. After Ruin Xiangyang signed the contract, he restored his confident look. Chen Luo, now that I've signed, don't regret it later. Ruin Xiangyang understood that, even if he lost the bet, that would only be a later matter. Now, he couldn't afford to show weakness. But Chen Luo didn't care to compete in a show of false confidence with Ruin Xiangyang. Chen Luo understood that he would win. In Chen Luo's eyes, this 50 million was already his. Unfortunately, this was basically his limit. If Ruin Xiangyang could come up with 500 million, then Chen Luo would directly bet 500 million with him. Sure, I won't regret it. Chen Luo waved his hand and left directly. This left Song Hiyun slightly stunned. However, she quickly caught up. Chen, shall we taunt them a bit more? These two guys are just too annoying. Song Hiyun asked. What's the point? Anyway, as long as we win their money later, that's all that matters. Chen Luo was not too concerned about displaying verbal dominance. Hearing this, Song Hiyun seemed slightly unsatisfied, but she appeared to listen well to Chen Luo. Heh, okay, Chen. By the way, Chen, thank you today. If it weren't for you, I would have probably been scolded by that woman Yang Qing again. Song Hiyun expressed her gratitude. Chen Luo smiled slightly. Since you're helping me with my performance, I'll surely help you too. But you must listen to director Zhang Tang's instructions after this and follow his guidance in the performance. Understand? Don't worry, Chen, I'll definitely behave obediently. Song Hiyun appeared very meek in front of Chen Luo. Yang Qing probably never dreamed that Song Huiyan's princess-like demeanor could be changed. Soon, Song Hiyun rushed back to continue filming. Chen Luo then turned to Lin Yun beside him and said, How about it, wife? Shall I treat you to a good meal at noon? Sure. Lin Yun had observed all of this. There was no intention for Lin Yun to intervene with Ruin Xiangyang. Chen Luo was now under the scrutiny of Lin Yun's family members. Regardless of Lin's thoughts and Lin Pengzi's return, they would surely report some basic information about Chen Luo to Lin Yun's family elders. They were naturally aware of Lin Yun's actions. Therefore, if Lin Yun frequently assisted Chen Luo, the elderly in Lin Yun's family would have different opinions about him. Enjoying the benefits is nice, but one cannot rely on it forever. Not to mention, he's just a small Ruin Xiangyang. Later, Chen Luo took Lin Yun to have a good time in the upper city. The two spent a very pleasant day. In the evening, Chen Luo took Lin Yun to stay at a 5-star hotel. Lin Yun's stunning beauty attracted many shocked looks from passers-by along the way. When Chen Luo and Lin Yun entered the hotel, they were also caught by some paparazzi. However, this was inconsequential. In places like the upper city, there were specialized paparazzi everywhere taking pictures of handsome guys, beautiful women, luxury cars, and mansions. As the summer break at the South City University was approaching. Chapter 361. Dongya regretted everything. Yifeng's thick skin. On Chen Luo's side, everything was progressing smoothly. He understood the benefits of recruiting female leads. Because the company's affairs were mostly handled by women like Leng Xiaoyan and Du Qingku. Therefore, many collaborations had no major issues. After all, this is a novel world where the concept of luck value actually exists. As long as the luck is sufficient, one could say luck is overflowing. The gambling game with Ruin Xiangyang had passed a considerable amount of time. With summer vacation arriving, most students at South City University had gone home. But some chose to stay on campus. such as Yifeng, Wu Tong, Kui Qingyan, etc. Lin Yun had also returned, and before leaving, Chen Luo gave her the diamond sports car that had been delivered. This was Chen Luo's return gift. When they had just started dating, Lin Yun had readily gifted Chen Luo with a billion-dollar diamond sports car without hesitation, attracting many envious glances. The car was too eye-catching. Plus, it wasn't advisable to drive such a car frequently. Therefore, Chen Luo rarely took it out. But leaving it there was considered an art piece, suitable for display in an exhibition hall. Lin Yun now had one as well and felt extremely happy. Chen Luo spent over $1 billion from his savings account to buy the car for Lin Yun, showing that he didn't mind at all. The investment for the castle had been transferred. He believed it wouldn't be long before it was completed. Chen Luo also planned to build an amusement park for Lin Yun, but that would require a significant investment. 10 billion was far from enough. Chen Luo was well aware that constructing a large-scale theme park required an investment of hundreds of billions, which was normal. However, Chen Luo knew it was only a matter of time. Without Lin Yun accompanying him, Chen Luo's daily work routine involved listening to reports from women like Du Qingku, Leng Xiaoyan, etc. at the company. He visited the Cheng film and television base from time to time, maintained close contact with Lin Yun, and then shifted his focus to other female leads. Endings like the refusal from Yang Qing, Zhang Ruolin, and Lu Zuer were already expected by Chen Luo. But he wouldn't give up on recruiting female leads because the benefits of having them help with work had already become apparent. The game he collaborated on with GCGA, Subway Parkour, was successfully completed a few days ago and started gaining popularity upon release. The results were very positive. GCGA couldn't help but exclaim, "Chen Xiao, this game can bring in at least hundreds of millions in profit for us." Seeing the number of downloads surpassing 300,000 on the first day, GCGA couldn't believe it. This was an achievement only a few well-known companies could achieve. Although GCGA's game company was doing well, it wasn't considered top-tier in the upper city, let alone nationwide or globally. She was just a mid-tier gaming company, and the mobile game, Subway Surfers, was enough to elevate GCGA's Satan Group to the next level. Furthermore, GCGA believed that this game would become the flagship game of their group. In response, Chen Luo just smiled and said, "1 billion. Boss G, you're underestimating Subway Surfers. Let me put it this way, if the profits from this game are less than 10 billion, I'll make up the difference." 10 billion! GCGA couldn't help but open her mouth slightly. She thought this game would definitely be a hit, but she never dared to guarantee that it would make 10 billion in profit. However, GCGA had seen Chen Luo's abilities before. Even though she didn't fully believe him, she couldn't doubt his words. This made her feel a bit secretly pleased. GCGA thought about the games she would collaborate with Chen Luo on, like Plants vs. Zombies and Minecraft. Though she wasn't sure how these games would perform once launched, she believed they would definitely cause a massive storm in the gaming market. At that time, both she and her Satan Group would have a higher position in the gaming industry. She would also gain more influence in her family. GCGA's success completely broke Dongya's spirit. Dongya had previously learned that Chen Luo had become the behind-the-scenes boss of the 3 major families in Nanchang. She was furious. Originally, she had a very strong business partner, but it was ruined by that fool Yifeng. Dongya angrily went to Nanchang, but couldn't meet Chen Luo. Plus, she wasn't sure how to face him. Dongya's heart was in turmoil. Later, she found out that GCGA had launched the Subway Surfers game. Watching the game's download soar in the game store, the first day downloads broke 300,000, the second day surpassed 1 million, and the third day directly exceeded 3 million. It was clear this game was destined to be a huge hit. A month later, the game's downloads might even reach tens of millions or even 100 million. At that point, GCGA would have made a fortune. Dongya understood the operation strategies of these games very well. If this game became hugely popular domestically and then expanded to the overseas market, dominating internationally, it would be impossible to describe her profits as making a fortune. It would be making an explosion instead. Dongya couldn't help but feel regretful as she watched the game's success. She was so filled with regret that it almost felt like her insides had turned green with envy. When she returned to the Luo Yun group, she was met with a calm response from Leng Xiaoyan, Our boss isn't here. You can come back another day." Dongya felt heartbroken. She was now feeling emptier than ever. "Chen Luo doesn't want to see me." Sigh. Dongya, a beautiful woman, returned to the car in despair, tears glimmering in her eyes. It was worth mentioning that Zhao Yue and Hao Yuhan were in a similar situation. Neither of them had been able to meet Chen Luo. Both of them now realized that with their current status, it was no longer possible to just meet Chen Luo whenever they wanted. The key was that Chen Luo didn't accept appointments. They now knew that the only way to meet him was probably at the Nanchang Chamber of Commerce. Dongya had also learned this news and thought to herself that it would have to be like that. While many women were feeling heartbroken for Chen Luo and pondering about him, if Yifeng found out about this, he would definitely explode with anger. However, at this moment, after Yifeng had regained his composure, he wasn't idle. His attempt to meet Zhang Xujuan had been somewhat successful. Zhang Xujuan didn't immediately agree to invest in Yifeng. She only said she would visit Nanchang in a few days and discuss things with him then. Though Yifeng was upset, he had no choice but to agree. He didn't like being rejected by women, but the truth was that with his current abilities, he wasn't yet on the same level as someone like Zhang Xujuan, especially since she was from Upper City. Fortunately, after this, Yifeng reached out to Kong Miaoui. Kong Miaoui was busy filming and hadn't paid much attention to what was going on in Nanchang since her last visit. When she received Yifeng's message, she felt an unexpected sweetness in her heart. "Yifeng, Miaoui, yeah. What are you busy with?" "Kong Miaoui, filming." "What's up?" "Little Yifeng." "Yifeng, hehe, I actually have something I need help with. I'd like to ask you for a favor." "Kong Miaoui, hey, just say it." "Yifeng, I'm thinking about making a movie, and I'd love for you to help by starring in it. Of course, I'll make sure you're properly compensated." Yifeng wasn't entirely sure about the offer yet, but he had been making good progress with Kong Miaoui. At least, she hadn't started acting strangely yet. When Kong Miaoui, who was on set in Fengcheng, saw the message from Yifeng, a slight surprise appeared on her face. "What did you say?" "Little Yifeng, you're making a movie. You're going to be the director." Yifeng gave a characteristic male lead gesture, scratching his nose humbly as he said, "I just want to give it a try." "What do you think, Miaoui? Yeah. Is that not okay?" "Of course, it's fine. Last time, I was impressed by your acting skills. I didn't expect you to be into filmmaking as well. How about this, in a couple of days, I'll come to Nanchang to see you. I'll be finishing up here soon, and we can talk more about it then." "How does that sound, Yifeng?" "No problem. I'll wait for you, Miaoui, yeah. I'll take you out to eat something delicious when you come." "Kong Miaoui, it's a deal." Kong Miaoui felt a certain joy in her heart. In her eyes, Yifeng, the younger man she had just gotten to know, seemed very outstanding. There was also a special charm about him that made her unable to resist sinking deeper into it. Chapter 362, Kong Miaoi's Innocence. Yifeng's Stubborn Struggle. The meeting between Yifeng and Kong Miaoui went quite smoothly. If it weren't for Chen Luo's interference, Yifeng's male lead character could still be maintained. Although he couldn't help but feel a bit uncontrollable after seeing Kong Miaoui again. "Sister Miaoui is so beautiful." Yifeng's mouth was almost watering as he watched. Originally, he shouldn't have been so hungry. But there were so many girls who should have been his female leads, and now they had all gone to Chen Luo's camp. Yifeng didn't have the time or interest to look for Hua Shaodi, Zheng Linglong, and others. Yifeng, this bulldozer male lead, hadn't released for quite some time. As Wu Gunyang put it, that completely didn't match his status and temperament as a male lead. Therefore, Yifeng really hoped to conquer a suitable female lead again. And then, he could have a good time. He hadn't contacted Dongya, Yao Yue, or Hao Yahankan again. He knew very well that if he took the initiative to approach them again, he might be in trouble. After the friction with Li Feng passed, Yifeng's hatred for Chen Luo increased, and a thought emerged in his mind. That is, to fight fire with fire. Chen Luo, repeatedly sending beautiful women to seduce me, then I will send one to his side as an undercover. I don't believe I can't find his handle. Yifeng was a little perplexed. Why would those beautiful female leads who should have belonged to him choose to be with someone like Chen Luo, who clearly wasn't a good person? Characters like Chen Ruoxu, Fen Muxuan, and Li Hongxia were originally aware of Chen Luo's bad side. Yi Feng couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. In his view, all these female leads must have been played by Chen Luo. As a playboy, with so many beautiful women around him, he wouldn't just sit idly by. However, even if he wanted to implement this plan, Yi Feng had to first find a suitable and trustworthy female lead. Fortunately, his conversation with Kong Miaowi gained him a lot. When Kong Miaowi came to the southern city to find Yi Feng, her eyes were full of smiles. "Little brother Yi Feng, what kind of movie are you planning to make this time?" Kong Miaowi asked. "Yi Feng, it's about love. Is it?" Kong Miaowi looked surprised, then smiled sweetly. "Do you need big sister's help?" Before she came, Kong Miaowi had already decided to help Yi Feng. She didn't know why. Clearly, she had only recently met Yi Feng. But Kong Miaowi felt that this little brother Yi Feng seemed to have a special charm. She believed that Yi Feng would definitely become very outstanding in the future. "Yi Feng, of course. Sister Miaowi, I definitely need your help," Yi Feng replied sincerely. Kong Miaowi covered her mouth and smiled, saying, "Well, I have some free time after finishing the scene for Big Sister's drama. I can help you with the filming." Yi Feng's face lit up. However, he worried, "But, Miaowi sister, won't your company have something to say about this?" Kong Miaowi, "It's okay. I happen to have some time off. I am free now." In fact, Kong Miaowi's behavior definitely had some pressure. Even though the company gave her time off, as an artist, many things were still restricted. Sometimes, even when not working, some artists were required by their companies to maintain their image and avoid any actions that could damage their reputation, such as going out without makeup. The entertainment industry is full of gossip. Sometimes, if a female artist had a slightly bloated stomach after eating a bit too much, the next day, it would be on the hot search with a title like, "Shock. Celebrity X suspected of being pregnant?" Then that artist would immediately become the focus of public opinion, with paparazzi and gossip flying around. In those cases, the company had to come out and clarify the situation. However, Kong Miaowi's act of privately helping with filming was even less acceptable. She dared to do this because if she didn't talk about it, no one would know. When this matter was exposed, it would probably happen when Yi Feng's movie was released. Actually, the original story was somewhat similar. Kong Miaowi humbled herself to help Yi Feng with the film, and the company didn't know about it. Later, when the movie was released, the company found out. The company executives were furious. However, before they could question Kong Miaowi, another news came. The movie was a hit. So, not only was Kong Miaowi not punished, but she also received rewards from the company. And Yi Feng was also invited by that Langford Entertainment Company. Afterwards, he naturally began his journey of showing off. Yi Feng, "Well, that's good. Miaowi sister, don't worry. I am confident that my movie will be a hit this time, and the funding is sufficient." Yi Feng was actually a bit insincere at the moment. Ku Jing still hadn't agreed to the investment. There was only hope. Zhang Shuwan was even less certain. Yi Feng couldn't bring himself to ask Kong Miaowi for money. Kong Miaowi wasn't a professional investor. She was a star to make money. Currently, Kong Miaowi didn't have the intention to invest in other things to make money. But Yi Feng had no other choice. If he didn't say that to stabilize Kong Miaowi, he was afraid she would change her mind. Although Kong Miaowi felt that something was a bit strange, she ultimately agreed. And soon, Kong Miaowi said, "By the way, little brother Yi Feng, let me take a look at your script." Yi Feng didn't refuse. He exchanged the script using the few system points he had left. It was a medium-level script. It was definitely not going to be a hit, but making a small profit would be no problem. After reading the script, Kong Miaowi felt a bit regretful, because the script was just average and didn't touch her heart. However, after a second thought, she thought it was already quite good for Yi Feng's first movie. Anyway, as long as it doesn't incur losses or damage my screen image, the company probably won't say anything. Kong Miaowi thought to herself. At that moment, while chatting with Kong Miaowi, Yi Feng suddenly brought up, "Miaowi sister, by the way, do you know any other celebrities?" Kong Miaowi, "Who do you mean?" Kong Miaowi took a sip of juice and asked, "Yi Feng, Zhao Lingxi. Do you know her?" Yi Feng asked this not to help Jin Hongjun get an autograph. Zhao Lingxi was also a female lead. Since he had already met Kong Miaowi, Yi Feng thought it would be convenient to get to know Zhao Lingxi. Moreover, in this movie, Yi Feng believed that there was a role that was very suitable for Zhao Lingxi to play. And if Zhao Lingxi was willing to help, having two well-known actresses appearing in his movie would increase the probability of attracting sponsorship and make the movie more successful. Kong Miaoyi, of course, I know her. Why are you asking about her? Do you have something with her? Kong Miaoyi asked calmly. Yi Feng, well, I want to ask you to see if she has time to appear in my movie. Yi Feng said somewhat embarrassedly. This statement directly dumbfounded Kong Miaoyi. She was a bit stunned. Kong Miaoyi, oh, Yi Feng little brother, are you serious? Lingxi's sister is even more famous than me. You actually want a celebrity like her to appear in your movie directly? Yi Feng, heh. What can I do? Miaoyi's sister, could you help me with this? Yi Feng used his unique male-led skills, sincerity, and Kong Miaoyi also displayed one of her female-led settings, blind confidence in the male lead. Watching Yi Feng's sincere expression, Kong Miaoyi could only helplessly say, okay, I'll ask for you. But it may not work, okay? Yi Feng, it's okay, Miaoyi's sister. If it doesn't work out, you can make a call for me. I will personally tell her that I am confident. Yi Feng showed his confident side, displaying his optimistic demeanor. Kong Miaoyi smiled helplessly. But she didn't think there was anything wrong.